Chapter 2101. After everything was done, Jiang Jiushi lay back down. He was too tired. Luan Shan wanted to say something, but he heard Jiang Jiushi talking to himself. Tell me, is this karma? Luan Shan was stunned. Then, he heard his next sentence. I'm too bad, so the person I loved the most was taken away. This is my karma. For a moment, this sentence was unbearable. While Luan Shan was circling Jiang Jiushi, Wei Wei Bai sat in the dark with a confused expression. When would the machine be fixed? The system said, give me 3 more days. 3 lines were solved, only 2 were left. One more big knot, and it would succeed. Wei Wei Bai nodded, then asked the system in the dark. How is Jiang Jiushi? Has he recovered? After her body was cremated, the system pulled her into this dark world. She did not need to eat, and there were all kinds of novels and movies to watch. But she did not know why she kept thinking about Jiang Jiushi. She was worried that he would suddenly go crazy and commit suicide. Without the blocker, she was still very kind. Please don't commit suicide, otherwise it would be too awkward when they meet. The system glanced at Jiang Jiushi. The boss was tortured until he did not look human and was being treated for depression. His underlings surrounded him, following him around. To cheer up the boss, the Chen family was pulled up and whipped again. All of them were sent to prison to receive education. But the boss's depression was still serious. Anyway, it was fine as long as Wei Wei Bai did not see this. The blocker was not useful for souls that had successfully left the body. If she saw too much, what if she suddenly felt moved? What if she felt pity? Fuck, would there still be a strategy in the future? Men were all pig trotters. Yi Yuxuan's fragments were even worse. This was so depressed, but there were many more. Pity my ass. So the system did not feel pity at all. So the system was calm. There's a new love by his side, a healing little white lotus, Luan Shan. She's around him every day. He's living happily now. Wei Wei Bai heard and nodded silently. Only after recovering would it be fine. Feelings, as expected, did not last long. However, this change of heart was a little too fast. As expected of a man, after being locked in the dark room for a few weeks, the system cheered. It must have warned Yi Yuxuan that Red would kill Wei Wei Bai. It told him to be careful and not to endanger Wei Wei Bai. That was why the red line wasn't so tightly wound this time. The system, let's go, Bai Wei Wei nodded, then quietly closed her eyes and soon fell into a deep sleep. The system hurriedly carried her back to the reality tunnel. This time, the spatial storms in the passageway had stopped. It was especially quiet along the way. The quiet system was a little scared, but when he saw the door to reality in front of him, he paid special attention to his surroundings. He was overjoyed. Yi Yuxuan really didn't stay here. That was great. Scolding him was useful. The system hurriedly stepped over. Just as it was about to rush into the door, its arms were empty. It paused. The soul in its arms was gone. The system looked up in shock. It saw a hidden golden light appear in the darkness. Wei Wei Bai's soul was pulled away by the red line. The process was too fast. It was so fast that it did not have time to react. The system looked at the golden light in the darkness and was completely enraged. It did not hesitate to reach out and cut its forehead. Beads of blood appeared on its forehead. The blood turned into a ferocious and arrogant pattern. In the darkness, the system's small body grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into its peak form. It rushed into the golden light recklessly. Fuck you, Yi Yuxuan. Give me back my host's soul. Damn it, I promised not to hurt Wei Wei Bai in the soul channel. It had actually gotten worse. The system finally went crazy with anger. If something happened to Wei Wei Bai's soul, it would die together with Yi Yuxuan. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m.sashu.com//. Chapter 2102. The golden land in the darkness was decadent, desolate, trembling, and cold. It was crazy. After the system rushed into this place, every step was difficult. The bones on the ground were Yi Yuxuan's spoils of war. This man's starting place, the source of his soul, was a paradise full of absurdity and evil. The system was terrified of Yi Yuxuan's raw power. But no matter how terrified it was, could it give Wei Wei Bai's soul to Yi Yuxuan? Her soul was weaker than a normal person's. The wear and tear from multiple transmigrations, if it were not for Yi Yuxuan's blessing and his life points. Her soul would have long been worn out. When the system first had the idea of leeching off Yi Yuxuan's life points, it was also taking a huge risk. Wei Wei Bai's soul, in the hands of the unconscious Yi Yuxuan, was just a small toy. If that big boss accidentally used a little strength, her soul would be crushed into pieces. The system saw the tall skeleton mountain. It was frighteningly tall. It threw out a bright red flame, melting a path up the mountain. Then it rushed up. It was already prepared for battle. It had been suppressing its power, not daring to use too much. It was all to conserve energy. There were still many things to do in the future. It had used up all its stored power in one go. What about the future? The system was like an old mother, fussing over the power in its hands. But when it reached the peak, it saw the familiar figure that made people want to turn and run. It still rushed over without hesitation. Only you know how to sneak attack? I know how to too. In the end, before he could even throw out a fireball, the golden radiance suddenly appeared and surrounded him like a blow from the dimension reduction strike. The system was suddenly covered in a large net. The man sitting on the throne half closed his eyes, golden light flowing in his eyes. His indifferent eyes showed a trace of confusion. He gradually woke up, but saw a familiar body curled up in his arms. It was like the position in the mother's womb. Her soul was a weak white, and her face was almost transparent. Her black hair fell on his legs, and the ends of her hair even fell to his calves. There was a sharp pain in Yi Yuxuan's brain that disturbed him. He didn't care. Instead, his flawless fingertips slowly landed on her tender and weak cheeks. The temperature of his soul was not warm. It wasn't cold at all. It was a very strange and very gentle temperature. So this was her soul. One of Yi Yuxuan's eyes was as indifferent as the barren land of the dead, but the other flashed with the warm light of a human. Many things were hazy, and his mind couldn't even squeeze in more memories. Only her face seemed to be engraved in his genes. To guide his path, the system was curled up in the net of light, the red light in its hand faintly visible. However, he didn't use his ultimate move. Instead, he looked at Yi Yuxuan with a strange and cautious expression. This Yi Yuxuan had awakened? No, it was more like a returning soul fragment that had entered the soul of the primordial land. In fact, it even overpowered the dormant soul force and woke up. This was Yi Yuxuan in reality. Although he seemed to be missing something, it was already incredible to be able to do this. Yi Yuxuan's comprehension was too strong. Last time, he told him to try his best to remember the world in his dreams, and to remember to take all his power with him on the way back. He really did awaken a part of his consciousness in the primordial land. Even if this part of his consciousness couldn't last long, it was still very powerful. Chapter 2103. He had not received any real training, and there was no opportunity for him to awaken. In fact, he had always been suppressed. He could actually explore to this extent by himself? What kind of monster was this? Yi Yuxuan's half-closed eyes slowly raised. He looked at the system. In the darkness, his voice was faint and distant. So you brought her to steal my life force. Her body was filled with his life force. The corners of the system's mouth twitched. That was too polite. It was basically stealing, transmigrating to the plane, and rubbing Yi Yuxuan's aura. Then in reality, it made Yi Yuxuan's emotions fluctuate and took his life force. The life force recognized aura. In Wei Wei Bai obtained Yi Yuxuan's aura through the plane strategy. It would make the life force recognize Wei Wei Bai, and then let Wei Wei Bai obtain Yi Yuxuan's life force. The host was not clear about this process. He was the only one who was worried. Yi Yuxuan could not remember anything. His mind was still muddled. His warm eyes began to be eroded by coldness bit by bit. There was not much time left. He seemed to sigh. His expressionless face approached her soul. A few wisps of golden light gently fell into her body. Then, like falling petals, they dissipated. These wisps of golden light made the illusory color of Wei Wei Bai's soul feel more substantial. The system held the attack in its hand, and it was very difficult to endure. It was very afraid that Yi Yuxuan would suddenly not be able to hold on, lose control of his power, and kill Wei Wei Bai. It was also afraid that Wei Wei Bai would not be able to handle these wisps of power. However, the nourishing power that condensed the soul was the life force that was forcibly extracted from Yi Yuxuan's land of origin. Although it could not increase Wei Wei Bai's lifespan, it could strengthen her soul and withstand the wear and tear of transmigration. It was protecting her, and there was a way to avoid the damage caused to her through the crack. Yi Yuxuan could actually give her more, and he could even give her enough lifespan. But the prerequisite was that he had awakened. The current Yi Yuxuan was in a state of chaos. It was already a miracle that he could awaken so much. Yi Yuxuan gave what he thought was good to Wei Wei Bai's soul. His mind was getting heavier and heavier, as if he knew that he could not do more. So his finger, as if it passed through the darkness, he did not touch her at all. He was afraid that the power on his fingertips. Even if he knew that there was something better, he could not. He could not touch her. These were all instinctive actions. In fact, his mind was crazy and irritable. Wanted, devour. Wanted, devour her everything. It was especially Lu. The emotion in Yi Yuxuan's eyes slowly disappeared. He suddenly raised his wrist and gently drew a line in the air with his finger, as if he was a god descending to earth. Boundless corpses and bones were overturned, forming a terrifying sea of mountains. It was his irritable power that was out of control, but not a trace of damage fell on the surroundings. There was not even a sound of alarm. Wei Wei Bai's soul was curled up like a baby, still sleeping quietly in his strong embrace. Yi Yuxuan tilted his head before the last trace of emotion disappeared. He suddenly asked, "What can I do to give her more?" It was the first time he saw her soul. Compared to him, it was too fragile. Fragile like a dandelion in the breeze. It also looked like a broken butterfly wing, like it would die at any time. Yi Yuxuan's voice was unusually cold and calm because of the loss of emotion. /phone. Chapter 2104. But the strong protectiveness in his words was unquestionable. The system had already corroded the golden net of power, but he was still waiting for a sneak attack, so he did not move. Hearing Yi Yuxuan's words, the system was calm and said casually, "Wait for you to awaken. Once you awaken, you can control your power." Yi Yuxuan, who controlled power, would definitely be able to give his power to Wei Wei Bai. The prerequisite was if he awakened, Yi Yuxuan still had his memories as a human. The system looked at Yi Yuxuan coldly. That was why he did not want Wei Wei Bai to have feelings for Yi Yuxuan. In the future, Yi Yuxuan would really have a chance to awaken. So many feelings: love, cherish, and protect. And the despair of losing her might disappear. Yi Yuxuan's love, TSK. It was still a question whether there were any emotions in his origin. All the emotional fragments were emotions forced out by Wei Wei Bai. In reality, as a human, Yi Yuxuan loved Wei Wei Bai. What was the use? In essence, Yi Yuxuan was an old monster without joy, sorrow, heartlessness, and love. That was why his host also had to face Yi Yuxuan. Without joy, sorrow, heartlessness, and love was fair. Yi Yuxuan said lightly, "Awaken." It seemed like doubt, but it did not. The golden light in his eyes also calmed down. In the end, it was like a cold, mechanical gem with a beautiful luster, but without any feelings of life. The system suddenly rushed out of the golden net of power, its flamboyant red hair emitting a dazzling red halo in the darkness. This action was light and fast. It was like the best thief in this world. The system gently hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul into its arms, but its body was tense like an attacking sword. Yi Yuxuan did not chase after it. He didn't stop the system from doing what it did either. He sat quietly on the lonely throne with a rusty sword beside him. Boundless white bones were churning. In this land, only he was still sitting, It was unknown how many years he had been sitting there. The system passed through the rolling bones, broke out of the golden earth, and tore open the border of darkness. He finally saw the door to reality. When he finally broke through the door, he immediately put Wei Wei Bai's soul back into his body. Then he hugged his head and screamed, "I'm going to shrink into a little being again." It wasn't easy for me to grow to 1.6 meters. It wasn't easy for him to reach 1.6 meters in the last plane. Now he was 1.3 meters tall. He had forcefully returned to his peak state. Although he hadn't been able to fight Yi Yuxuan head-on, he had still used up a lot of energy. The system's body shrunk rapidly. In the end, his clothes were too big, and his sleeves and trousers were too long. He looked like a primary school student who had stolen junior high school clothes. No, it would be an exaggeration to say that he was in kindergarten. Not 1.3 meters. 1 meters? The system cried as it went back to the supermarket to look for clothes in the kindergarten section. What would it do if it shrunk into a baby and couldn't carry Wei Wei Bai's soul? She seemed to hear the system crying. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Head. Damn, it felt like dozens of drills were desperately drilling into her skull. Her ears were buzzing. Her body was heavy, as if 100 ghosts were pressing down on her bed. Why did it feel like she was going to die this time? Her body should be better every time she woke up. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and shouted, "See Bao, who bullied you?" The system cried, which was rare. She had to make a comforting gesture. Look, she even changed the way she addressed it. The system looked at its own 1-meter body and gritted its teeth. Who's a Bao? You're a Bao. I'm a valiant, masculine, and strong male system. Don't call me Bao. Chapter 2105. What was missing? What was taboo? He was almost becoming a baby now. What a tough life. Wei Wei Bai calmly changed her name. Oh, for sons, what's wrong? Could it be that something big has happened and your host wants to hang up? She could not be blamed for thinking this way because her body felt like it was about to crack. Why were her bones so sore? This pain was making her want to explode. The system was changing into its children's clothing. It said coldly, "You won't die. It's just that you were in the space-time storm and stayed for a while. That's why I put a burden on your body. You'll be fine later." Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and finally realized that something was wrong. Your voice is a little childish. Are you acting cute to me? Although his voice was sometimes weird in the past, it was not as obvious as this time. The system grabbed its neck and wanted to slap itself. When it became small, it still remembered to maintain the stability of its voice. But when it came back, it almost escaped death. It actually forgot its voice for a while. His voice now was soft and tender. How could a male system be so girly? Wei Wei Bai added, "It's quite nice. So you have the ability to change your voice. Come, let me hear you call me mother." System, Wei Wei Bai, I suddenly want to hear a cute and sweet little girl's voice. Call me mother. System, did the host want it to kill its master? Then the system laughed coldly. Infertility. Wei Wei Bai retorted leisurely, "I'm back in reality. I can conceive now." System, it forgot about this. In reality, Wei Wei Bai did not have any problem with infertility. Wei Wei Bai lay down for a while before she forced herself to get up. She looked and realized that it was Yi Yuxuan's apartment again. Yi Yuxuan was discharged from the hospital in just 3 days. She did not know how his body was doing. The room was still decorated in a feminine way, but it was not overly sweet. It was the kind of fresh color that adults liked. It was obvious that the designer had spent a lot of money on it. Wei Wei Bai went out of the room and saw Qin Xiu telling the nanny something. When he got closer, he realized that they were talking about dinner. Qin Xiu heard the sound of footsteps, looked back, and immediately smiled. "Wei Wei, you're awake. I'll give you a routine examination later to determine the degree of improvement of your heart." Every time Wei Wei Bai woke up, her heart would feel better. They kept such a miracle a secret. After all, this kind of miraculous recovery was very abnormal. Under Yi Yuxuan's instructions, she had bribed everyone from top to bottom. The information was not allowed to go through the official channels and was kept in private. He did not want Wei Wei Bai to receive any attention. Wei Wei Bai nodded and looked left and right to make sure that she didn't see the person she was looking for. "Where's Yi Yuxuan?" Qin Xiu pointed to a room on the left side of the corridor. Resting in the guest room, Wei Wei Bai frowned. What's wrong? Yi Yuxuan wanted to stay by her side, even when he was sleeping. This kind of situation was rare now. Qin Xiao touched his chin. After waking up yesterday, he moved to the guest room. I guess he couldn't stand it and wanted to do something to you, but he felt sorry for his conscience, so he quickly left so as not to do something irreversible. Wei Wei Bai was thick-skinned and had no expression at all. I don't mind if he does something to me. Qin Xiao, Wei Wei Bai stopped teasing him. Where's my father? /T. Chapter 2106. Qin Xiao, because Xian is on holiday these days, your father's going to work in your company. Without Yi Yuxuan's hosting, Bai Changyan has to work hard again. After all, it's not easy to find a son-in-law who has more money than the Bai family, and who doesn't always stick to the Bai family. Wei Wei Bai smiled. It's time to go to work. You're still young, and you're already thinking about retirement. How can there be such a good thing? Bai Changyan is in his 40s, and he takes good care of himself. He doesn't look like a retired old man at all. It was only because he relied on Yi Yuxuan to help him that he was able to relax. Wei Wei Bai strolled to the door of the guest room, reached out, and politely knocked on the door. She didn't hear a response. Wei Wei Bai's heart sank. Yi Yuxuan is such a vigilant person. Even if he is sleeping, he should hear it. Wei Wei Bai immediately tried to turn the doorknob, and opened it. She looked over. The decoration of the guest room was still cold and simple, brown wood, and white soft bed. Yi Yuxuan was lying on the bed with a pale face. Wei Wei Bai's face changed slightly. She immediately rushed in and pressed his wrist. The temperature was terrifyingly cold. Yi Yuxuan, Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but sound anxious. On his handsome face, the cold gray aura of death was exceptionally obvious. Wei Wei Bai immediately got up, turned around, and shouted, Qin Xiao. She was just about to run out when a huge force suddenly hugged her. Wei Wei Bai was thrown on the bed by the man behind her. Yi Yuxuan still had his eyes closed. Almost by instinct, he hugged Wei Wei Bai into his arms. This was an unusually confining posture. Wei Wei Bai felt like she hit an ice wall. His body temperature was so low that Wei Wei Bai was a little scared. Wei Wei Bai was about to struggle, but Yi Yuxuan's voice suddenly sounded in her hair. Don't move, I'll just hug you. He did not open his eyes. Instead, he seemed to be suppressing something. His muscles were obviously tense, but his voice was still calm and gentle. As he spoke, his body temperature returned to normal. It was as if the temperature, just now, was just her imagination. Wei Wei Bai immediately stopped moving and let Yi Yuxuan hug her. Sick men are so fragile. Qin Xiao heard the sound and was already at the door. How? He saw that the shameless man and woman had already rolled together, and the quilt was pushed under the bed by their intense movements. Qin Xiao immediately covered his eyes and retreated. You guys are busy. I'll go see if dinner is ready. With that, he closed the door behind him. This progress was truly amazing. As expected, Yi Yuxuan had moved to the guest room because she couldn't take it anymore. The moment Wei Wei Bai appeared, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Qin Xiao called Bai Changyan with a smile on his face. In-law, our Wei Wei and Xian are very close. Yi Yuxuan heard the sound of the door closing, and his eyelashes finally trembled slightly. A touch of gold appeared in the dark depths of his eyes. The gold seemed to surge and disappear, and his eyes became abyss-like darkness again. He seemed a little confused and blinked. What did I forget? It was as if I saw a place full of bones after I died. And then, there was no memory. Yi Yuxuan always felt that he had forgotten something particularly important. His mind was hazy and numb, as if it was the aftermath of being hit by a hammer. He looked up and looked around. It was not a dream. It was indeed his room, but it was the guest room. He seemed to have slept in the guest room yesterday, because he felt something was wrong with his body and woke up from a depressive nightmare. He remembered that strange thing last time said not to stay at the door of the dream, so as not to kill Wei Wei. He thought for a long time and tried to fall asleep again, intending to find out what the so-called entrance to the dream was. Then he saw gold, bones, the rest had no impression. Where was Wei Wei? Yi Yuxuan looked down and found Wei Wei Bai's face leaning on his chest, her body curled up in his arms. She was staring at him with a pair of clear eyes. Yi Yuxuan reached out and gently pinch her face. It was soft and warm. Yes, she was back. So the so-called soul guarding the pile of bones in the dream. He didn't hurt her, right? Yi Yuxuan couldn't help but smile. If it really was his soul, whether he forgot or not, he couldn't hurt her. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m Sashu. COMT. Chapter 2107. Wei Wei Bai stared at him for a long time. She realized that Yi Yuxuan was pinching her face and looking at her with an indescribable expression. This expression could be described well. It was especially eerie and deep gentleness. She couldn't help but shrink back and wanted to get up from the bed. Yi Yuxuan let go of her cheek and then pulled her back into his arms with a great force. Then he buried his head in her hair and whispered, "I'm tired. I'll sleep for a while." Wei Wei Bai's eyes immediately widened and she pushed him. "You sleep. I still want to get up." Yi Yuxuan's temperature returned to normal, and so did his body temperature. The low temperature just now seemed like a dream. Wei Wei Bai even touched her hand, worried that it was cold. It wasn't Yi Yuxuan's temperature that was too low. Yi Yuxuan's voice was dark and hoarse, as if he was tired from not sleeping for a long time. "Just for a while, Wei Wei." Wei Wei bit the two words on the tip of her tongue, and there was a lingering feeling. It was so numb that Wei Wei Bai's scalp was about to explode. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. "Just for a while." Yi Yuxuan nodded. "Just for a while." She didn't continue to reject him, but her body softened. Yi Yuxuan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, then closed his eyes and continued to sleep. He was indeed very tired. It seemed like he had walked a very long road. But he forgot what he saw on the road. He just remembered not to hurt her. Yi Yuxuan vaguely thought of the man in his dream. After his depression was better, he went to work, ate, and worked as usual. He put her photo on the bedside table and maintained the way she was in the room. His rationality clearly realized that he was reminiscing about a lost lover. Even if everything was still there, she was no longer there. In the beginning, he had pulled himself together and thought that even if she died, she didn't want him to be so dispirited. That was why he was active in rehabilitation. When his legs were in good condition, he didn't even need to rely on crutches. Other than walking with a slight limp, everything was normal. In his dream, he had experienced many things and suffered many hardships. He crawled up again and again. He thought that he would be able to get up this time. He carried on living with the dead in his heart. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years passed. Even the people around him thought that he was back to normal. He didn't show any signs of depression. In fact, they were even more proactive and enterprising. The company was also thriving. He had even started doing charity work, and it was doing quite well. He even won the award of the most outstanding corporate leader. Life was really peaceful. Once, I went to look at a construction project. A glass walkway was being built on the top floor of the building. Below them was a skyscraper, and it was very exciting to step on it. This was also a selling point. After all, who knew how hard the glass was? It was not something that could be broken by human feet. The glass walkway was not completed yet. When he walked up, there was no guardrail at the end of the walkway. Almost no one stopped him. He acted too normal. Just like usual, he walked up step by step. Then, without any warning, there was even a cold and elegant smile at the corner of his mouth. He jumped down just like that. He had never recovered from his depression. He even had hallucinations. When he saw her, he reached out to hug her, so he walked over. Before he died, he vaguely felt that something had been missing for the past 5 years. It turned out that he lacked feelings. He didn't have any feelings, and he didn't know how to live happily. He was just moving forward based on his biological instincts. All work was just work. Chapter 2108. Anyway, if he didn't do it, he wouldn't know what to do. All kinds of entertainment didn't need to exist for him because he didn't feel anything. Sometimes, when he had nothing to do, he would just sit there and not know what to do. A life without feelings was worthless, and his feelings were all on Wei Wei. Yi Yuxuan lowered his head, closed his eyes, and hugged her tightly. Fortunately, it was just a dream. He could still come back, and she would always be by his side. Wei Wei Bai felt that he was hugging her a little too tightly, like an octopus. Breathless, sleepy, but seeing that he hadn't recovered from his illness, she reluctantly forgave him. This time, she was only gone for a short time. She still remembered that Yi Yuxuan was so weak because of her pudding. Wei Wei Bai definitely couldn't sleep after sleeping for 3 days. Yi Yuxuan slowly fell asleep again. Hearing his almost inaudible breathing above her head, she couldn't help but look up. She saw that the shadow under Yi Yuxuan's eyelashes was very heavy, and his beautiful jaw was a little tight even when he was sleeping. His sleeping posture was extremely alert. She couldn't help but reach out and scratch his chin. Yi Yuxuan frowned, but it seemed that he was too familiar with Wei Wei Bai's scent, and his brows relaxed slightly. Even his expression softened. How cute! Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but laugh. She pulled her hand back and didn't disturb his sleep. As she laughed, she suddenly pursed her lips. Why was she laughing so flirtatiously? Or was he a short-lived ghost? Dating was something that couldn't be done at this time. The time wasn't right, and the timing wasn't right. Wei Wei Bai didn't want to start at the wrong time and lead to a tragedy later on. So she suppressed the throbbing in her heart and sighed to herself. She still had to conquer him quickly. Her life was her capital to squander. Wei Wei Bai thought that Yi Yuxuan would sleep until tomorrow. She clutched her stomach and felt a little hungry. As a result, when it was time for dinner, Yi Yuxuan immediately opened his eyes. If she wasn't in his arms, she was sure that he was asleep. He woke up so quickly that she thought he was pretending to be asleep. Yi Yuxuan blinked, and the drowsiness in her eyes was replaced by sobriety. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It's time to eat. After he finished speaking, he got up. His arm was resting on Wei Wei Bai's neck. When he got up, the force happened to pull her up as well. Wei Wei Bai had been lying on the bed for a long time. She was slow to respond. Yi Yuxuan reached out and touched her stomach as casually and naturally as if he was touching a toy. There's not much meat in his stomach. He muttered softly. Wei Wei Bai was such a thick-skinned person, but she was actually careless and flirted with by him. Her heart beat a few beats faster, and Yi Yuxuan was so familiar with this technique. What did he do to her when she was asleep? He probably did everything. So Wei Wei Bai also reached out and pressed his stomach expressionlessly. Hey, you don't have some had muscles. This difference, forget it, let's not compare. So Bai Wei Wei very calmly retracted her hand, then jumped up and jumped off the bed. I'm starving. Let's go eat. Yi Yuxuan sat on the bed and watched Wei Wei Bai run away quickly as if she was being chased by a thief. He reached out and touched his stomach. It didn't feel as good as Wei Wei Bai's. She was soft. Yi Yuxuan's silly look only lasted for a moment before he returned to normal. He got off the bed and changed his clothes. When he was buttoning his shirt, his expression and actions were surprisingly similar to the man in her dream. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 2109. Yi Yuxuan paused, his eyes cold. This cold look was very similar. Yi Yuxuan thought for a moment, then suddenly said softly, If you don't have a reason to stop me, after dinner, I will tell Wei Wei that I am the man in her dreams. Every one of them. He had always been curious why he could not tell Wei Wei. He was telling the men in her dreams. He had tried a few times before, using dreams as an excuse to tell Wei Wei by what happened in her dreams. But she looked like she had never heard of it, looking at him blankly. At first, he did not know much, and thought that she had forgotten. But later, he slowly figured it out. He had a rough idea of what she was doing with that thing. She was trying to survive. Every time she woke up, her heart would feel better, and her dying body would miraculously become full of vitality. This was not a coincidence. It was the same once, twice, and 3 times. There was no such continuous coincidence. And she remembered what happened in her dreams. So he could not tell her. It could only be that thing that was stopping him. Yi Yuxuan had just finished buttoning his shirt, his face cold and noble, and was about to walk out. The system suddenly said, "Don't tell her." Yi Yuxuan stopped in his tracks. His face did not show any surprise. The system said coldly, "Don't hurt her." Yi Yuxuan looked up coldly and saw a golden light spot in the air. The system that became Little Rice Ball, he was unusually small and cute, like a child of a few years old. This size, Yi Yuxuan looked comfortable because he could not do anything to Wei Wei Bai. Even holding hands made them look like mother and son. A dangerous light appeared in Yi Yuxuan's eyes. His expressionless face had a hint of viciousness. "Will I hurt her?" The system said, "That's not what I mean. Every time I bring her to the place where your soul fragments are, you don't have any memory of it. If you tell her that it was all you, then her feelings for you will only deepen." Yi Yuxuan, deeper feelings? He almost held these words in his mouth as he softly said them in an unusually dangerous tone. The system said, "Don't even think about making her love you even more. Do you remember that time when you came back from a dream and were in so much pain?" Yi Yuxuan thought about it calmly. Every time he woke up, the most painful was when he was in the hospital with Wei Wei. It was as if his emotions had suddenly exploded. His bones and flesh were in unbearable pain. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his chest. Even when he was so patient, he was almost unable to bear the torment of that pain. After all, there was a limit to what his body could withstand, even if his consciousness was strong enough to surpass his physical body. Once the body was on the verge of collapse, even the consciousness could not be saved. The system replied, "It's the power of the dream realm that's weakened. Your feelings in the dream realm are stacked, and when the feelings from so many dreams explode, even you can't handle it." That time was very dangerous. "Yi Yuxuan, you're saying that she'll be in such pain too?" The system said, "When I'm in the dream realm, I always isolate her feelings. If I don't isolate them, she'll be in so much pain when you don't have your memories and keep hurting her." Yi Yuxuan was slightly stunned, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. This was a reason. Indeed, in the dream realm, he had a terrible personality and kept hurting her. He could not imagine how much pain she would have to go through to win him over if she had the same deep feelings for him. The system said, "I've saved up the isolated feelings, but the jar that stores feelings has a capacity. If Wei Wei's feelings suddenly explode, the jar won't be able to handle it and she'll die. The transmigration system, my Adonis, come here, / the transmigration system, my Adonis, come here, / transmigration system, my Adonis, come here. The transmigration system, my Adonis, come here. The transmigration system, my Adonis, come here." Chapter 21:10. Yi Yuxuan did not speak. His face was pale. The silence made him seem unusually lonely, but also cold and strong. The system said, "I'm dealing with her feelings. As long as she doesn't like you that much, I'll try my best to get rid of those feelings. In the future, even if something happens to the container, she could bear that kind of pain." Yi Yuxuan did not speak, as if he was thinking about something. The system said, "I can't isolate or get rid of real feelings. That's why her good impression of you in the real world is real." When Yi Yuxuan heard this answer, he finally raised his eyes. There was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. "You've convinced me. I'll allow you to deal with her feelings in the dream." Indeed, the him in the dream was not worthy of her feelings. The dark jealousy in Yi Yuxuan's heart disappeared, because Wei Wei Bai only had feelings for him in the real world, and her life was the most important thing. Yi Yuxuan asked the system about his plan. The system did not lie to him and told him the unimportant things. Yi Yuxuan had basically figured out what the system was doing. Her life came from him, not his dream. But every time he transmigrated, he could only accept his life by getting his breath. It was a triangular cycle. Yi Yuxuan asked softly, "How long does she have to live now?" The system was silent for a while, then answered, 7,500 days. In the previous world, it was 6,500 days. But this time, in less than a few hours, Yi Yuxuan gave another 1,000 life points to Wei Wei Bai. It was really a life points printing machine. Yi Yuxuan reached out and hooked a few buttons on his collar, loosening his collar. To prevent himself from being affected by the previous dream, he wore the same style of clothes. In the past, he revealed a lot of flaws, so he was worried that his personality would be similar to the one in the dream. She would start to suspect. He changed into a coat that the man in his previous dream would not wear. The color was even a little pink. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and said expressionlessly, "That's too little. Continue." If he told her the truth, it would endanger her life. He could keep this secret until the end of time. The system held its breath until it saw that Yi Yuxuan had left. Only then did it lie down. It was really difficult to deal with. Now, Yi Yuxuan had practically taken out his underwear. What should he do in the future? He must not let Yi Yuxuan find out that he was going to break them up in the future. Otherwise, it would be strange if Yi Yuxuan didn't destroy him. The system silently prayed. Evil main system God, please bless and protect your Tongzi, so that my host can successfully fulfill her wish. After Yi Yuxuan walked out, she saw Wei Wei by picking up her chopsticks. She looked happy and said to Qin Xiu next to her, "Is my dad back?" Qin Xiu just took off his apron, put it aside, and said, "He made a call. He's on the way. He'll be back in 5 minutes." Wei Wei Bai immediately turned to the kitchen and shouted, "Annie, leave more sweet and sour ribs for my dad." The nanny responded. Wei Wei Bai turned back and waited for the dishes to be served. Yi Yuxuan stood in the corner, watching her happily count the dishes and then say something to Qin Xiu. It was a warm and beautiful scene. Even Yi Yuxuan, who was so jealous, had a very gentle look on her face for a while. That thing that wasn't human might be right. Feelings must be isolated. Otherwise, wouldn't she also have to suffer the pain he suffered in the dream? Yi Yuxuan whispered to herself, "As long as it's real." As long as it was real, her feelings for him were real. Even if that feeling was not so deep. It was not so soul-stirring. But at least she was happy. Yi Yuxuan stepped over and saw Wei Wei by looking up at him. For a moment, there was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Of course, it was gone soon. This was a woman's most primitive appreciation for a man. He caught it. Yi Yuxuan did not say anything, just faintly evoked a smile. After walking over, he reached out and touched her head. "You've worked hard, Wei Wei. Eat more." She had been constantly shuttling, constantly getting closer to him. "You've worked hard." Chapter 2111. Wei Wei Bai was stunned by Yi Yuxuan's touch. Yi Yuxuan did not say anything, but quietly sat down and looked at her with soft eyes. The robot suddenly had feelings. Those eyes were deep and affectionate. If anyone learned a bit of his eyes, it was estimated that they could get a few awards. Wei Wei Bai trembled and immediately did not dare to look at him. In reality, she had to take it easy. Her heart could not cross the line too much. If a man like Yi Yuxuan seriously wanted to flirt with her, she could not stand it. Wei Wei Bai silently looked at the chopsticks and did not look at him. Yi Yuxuan saw that she was holding the chopsticks and did not serve the rice. He calmly got up, took her bowl, and served her rice. Wei Wei Bai saw the good family man Yi Yuxuan, with a mature and calm face, holding a spoon and serving her rice. This was simply, although it was not in line with Yi Yuxuan's cold character. But Wei Wei Bai, who could eat rice, said that Yi Yuxuan looked very good and handsome. He put the bowl in front of Wei Wei Bai. Qin Xiu had already taken the opportunity and immediately handed over his bowl. "Xian, I want one too." The sound of the door opening and closing also came. Bai Changyin casually hung his briefcase and coat on the hanger at the door. "What do you want?" After that, Bai Changyin saw Yi Yuxuan holding a spoon. His son-in-law was really virtuous. He even knew how to serve rice. Bai Changyin's face was gratified and immediately ran over. "Little Xian, give me a bowl of rice too." So many people crowded in at once. Yi Yuxuan calmly put down the spoon. "It's time to get off work. Let's eat." After that, he sat back gracefully. There was only a bowl of rice in front of Wei Wei Bai at the whole table. The nanny had just brought in the last dish of soup. Seeing that everyone had arrived, she immediately said, "Do you have enough chopsticks and bowls?" Qin Xiu nodded. "Enough." Bai Changyin finally saw that his daughter was sitting properly. He wasn't surprised at all. He woke up once every 3 days, and every time he woke up, there were no sequelae. His heart had even gotten better. After seeing this kind of miracle for a long time, one would become calm and collected. Therefore, Bai Chengyan also sat at the dining table and said with a smile, "Wei Wei, Daddy has worked hard all day. Give Daddy some rice too." Wei Wei Bai didn't think too much about it. If you're hungry, eat mine first. She hadn't gotten a job yet, so her family didn't care too much about it. Therefore, she passed the bowl of rice that Yi Yuxuan had served to Bai Chengyan. Bai Chengyan smiled until his eyes narrowed. His daughter was still the most filial. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. Old man Bai, who had been through a lot, raised his head. Then he saw Yi Yuxuan crossing her arms on the dining table. This was an impolite and uncouth gesture. After all, when you put your hands on the table, you took up a lot of space. And his eyes were gloomy and cold, with a murderous aura, just like the stare of death. She looked at Bai Chengyan quietly. Bai Chengyan hadn't picked up his chopsticks yet when Yi Yuxuan saw it and broke out in a cold sweat. Then he silently put the bowl back in front of his daughter. "Son, Daddy isn't hungry. You eat first." Pushing the food back and forth, those who didn't know would think that their family was poor. They were so poor that they couldn't afford to eat. Wei Wei Bai was going to get the empty bowl, but the rice came back. Before she could say anything, the nanny came over. She served them rice. This interruption dispelled the eerie and cold atmosphere. Wei Wei Bai had just come back and was hungry, so she didn't pay much attention to other people. Chapter 21:12. And the system didn't say anything, so Yi Yuxuan was also very normal. Everyone was here. Her life points had not been sucked away for a long time. She had been sucking Yi Yuxuan's life points. If her life points dropped, the system would definitely tell her. As a result, when she returned to reality, she treated it as a rare vacation time. Her brain stopped for most of the time, and she didn't pay attention to so many twists and turns. This also made her miss the moment when Yi Yuxuan used a look colder than death to kill Bai Chengyan. The atmosphere of the meal was also harmonious. After all, everyone didn't have to worry about not talking when eating. Qin Xiu told Wei Wei Bai about the progress of her illness while eating. Her heart condition was very good. If she continued to sleep like this, then her heart disease would definitely be cured in a few years. After Wei Wei Bai heard this, she smiled but didn't say anything. She didn't say much. Everyone was sensible. Her situation was very abnormal. But whether it was her father or her attending physician, they were very calm. The credit for this must be Yi Yuxuan's. Wei Wei Bai looked up at Yi Yuxuan and found that he was peeling prawns. The red prawn shell faded little by little under his white fingers. He was really good looking. He could peel prawns with a sense of art. After Yi Yuxuan peeled the prawns, he calmly put them on Wei Wei Bai's small plate. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows, looked at the prawns, and then looked at him. Yi Yuxuan's expression didn't change. He took a tissue to wipe his hands, then picked up a piece of Wei Wei Bai's favorite stir-fried lotus root slices and put it on her plate. Unknowingly, the food he picked for her had piled up on a small plate. Wei Wei Bai thought about it. She was too snobbish. In the past, when he wanted to suck her life points, she used all her strength to flirt with him and be good to him. Now she found that he didn't suck her life points, but kept giving them to her. She had completely let down her guard, revealing the side of a scumbag. He had no intention of taking care of Yi Yuxuan at all. It was rare for her to make a pudding for him to eat, but she ate him to have his stomach pumped. Yi Yuxuan also felt very unlucky to have met her. Wei Wei Bai gave Yi Yuxuan a piece of meat to make it up to him, but she thought that his stomach might not have fully recovered yet. She silently stuffed the meat in her mouth, then picked up a piece of cabbage and handed it to Yi Yuxuan. She had wanted to put it on the plate. In the end, Yi Yuxuan calmly leaned over and took the food that she had put in her mouth. His thin lips were light red, and there were green and white vegetable leaves in his mouth. If someone else made such a move, it would definitely be like a sheep eating grass. Yi Yuxuan's actions could be filmed into a commercial. The image was so elegant and seductive. Wei Wei Bai's chopsticks trembled. She felt that this man was becoming more and more devilish. In the past, when he was a robot, he was so cold. She even suspected that he was not good in bed. She couldn't even imagine how he could be with a woman. She even suspected that his personality was asexual. He was completely emotionless. So no matter how shockingly handsome his appearance was, he still lacked that kind of, how should she put it? It was spiritual energy. Now, this guy seemed to have been enlightened. Every day, whether it was his gaze or his actions, the hormones he emitted could make people pregnant. Wei Wei Bai expressed that if she hadn't seen so many storms, a man like Yi Yuxuan basically only needed a flirtatious gaze. It could make her legs go weak. Wei Wei Bai's expression was tense, and she warned herself countless times. This man couldn't move now, couldn't pounce. She had her principles. Is at https://www.sashu. Calm the. Chapter 21:13. She couldn't wear countless green hats for her savior. She calmed down and stuffed the prawn into her mouth. Then she realized that she and Yi Yuxuan were indirectly kissing through chopsticks. Well, indirect kissing was a small matter to her. So she just thought about it and didn't think much about it. She didn't see that Yi Yuxuan stared at her chopsticks for a while when she was eating. The other two old single dogs were lonely and eating with each other. In-law, eat more. You too? It must be hard for you to check Wei Wei's body every day. It's not hard, huh? Every time Wei Wei Bai and Yi Yuxuan sat together, the two of them were completely ignored. So Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan, this pair of poor background walls, still tried their best to support each other and not be so transparent. It was just that the food was giving off a sour smell of love. What was going on? After eating, Yi Yuxuan lifted his hand and draped a thin coat over by Wei Wei's body. It was a little cooler at night, but it was not cold. After eating, go out for a walk. You've been lying down and need some exercise. His fingers gently rested on her shoulder. The temperature of his fingertips casually brushed her hair and helped her tidy up a strand of hair on her long hair. Wei Wei Bai looked calm, although the back of her neck was numb. She didn't mind Yi Yuxuan acting on his own. After all, walking was really good for the body. Yi Yuxuan went out and looked at the sky to make sure it was sunny. He turned around and reached out to Wei Wei Bai and said, "Let's go." Wei Wei Bai glanced at his fingers. There were faint lines on his white palm, and the lines of his joints were very beautiful. A man's palm was delicate and flawless. No one knew how strong these hands were. Wei Wei Bai was slow for a moment before she found that Yi Yuxuan didn't wait for her to reach out her hand and reached out to hold her fingers. Then he let her out. She thought it was an apartment, but it was actually a villa. Outside was a gravel road filled with roses and other flowers. Most of them were roses of various colors. It had opened up a little, and the taste was quite sweet. After walking for a while, they finally walked out of the villa area. This was actually a scenic spot, which was especially famous in the city. Therefore, the villa was also very expensive. The scenic area was more lively. After all, it was a prime location in the city. Roads, shops, and all kinds of facilities were complete. Yi Yuxuan looked calm, as if he was really just taking her out for a walk. He didn't even say much. Seeing that someone was buying milk tea, he also went over and bought a cup. His actions could even be said to be skillful. Then, he took a tissue and wiped the water droplets that had formed on the cup due to the cold before stuffing it into Wei Wei Bai's hands. Wei Wei Bai felt that the two of them were standing together at this moment. Even if they didn't speak, just the atmosphere was enough. Other people would think that they were a couple. They were even an old couple who had been dating for many years. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to flirt with Yi Yuxuan, but she didn't reject him either. After all, she relied on his life points to eat. But if they were too close, it would be difficult for her to suppress her feelings for Yi Yuxuan. People were alive, not dead. Yi Yuxuan surrounded her like this every day, and he liked her from the bottom of his heart. He was handsome, had a loyal personality, had a good family background, was especially rich, was smart, and had a loyal and honest face. One look and one could tell that he wasn't the type to have an affair. Which woman wouldn't be moved by such a man? He might even be gay. To read the full article at https://www.sashu.com// To read on. Calm. Chapter 21:14. How could Wei Wei Bai not have feelings for him? She had feelings for him so much that she wanted to increase her life points and stay away from him. If she was more ruthless, she would be with him while making him a cuckold, so that he wouldn't be seduced by other vixens. But this thought came to her mind when she saw Yi Yuxuan. She sighed in her heart. Forget it. She wasn't so bad that she couldn't even fool Yi Yuxuan. Her life points were 6,500 days last time. Now, it was 7,500 days. 20 years, and she was still a short-lived ghost. Wei Wei Bai's eyes dimmed as she drank the cold and sweet milk tea. When she had about 50 to 60 years of life points, she would tell Yi Yuxuan everything. When the time came, if he didn't mind that she had cheated on so many people. She had such a colorful past. Then, this way of thinking was a little wrong. Why did she feel that Yi Yuxuan was an honest person? After she turned over a new leaf, she would look for him to take over. Wei Wei Bai was thinking too much and didn't notice anything else. Until Yi Yuxuan's voice sounded. Is it sweet? Wei Wei Bai nodded perfunctorily. It's sweet. Yi Yuxuan, let me try. Wei Wei Bai didn't think too much. She didn't even look up and handed the milk tea over. In the end, it was a gentle kiss. It was simple and passed by with a touch. She even thought that it was a breeze and not his breath. Yi Yuxuan's expression didn't change, and his voice was calm. It's indeed sweet. Wei Wei Bai's fingers tightened, and the milk tea was squeezed out of the cup. Yi Yuxuan immediately reached out to take the milk tea. There wasn't much left in it, so he threw it into the trash can. Then he took out a handkerchief and carefully wiped her hands. The stickiness of her fingers fell into the gaps between her fingers. He didn't miss a single bit. He carefully wiped and wiped. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she couldn't take it anymore. The honest Yi Yuxuan was no longer shielded by her emotions. Her heartbeat quickened, although she knew that Yi Yuxuan was deliberately provoking her. However, Wei Wei Bai had no choice but to remain stubborn. She only had 20 years of life, so she couldn't afford to be reckless. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai immediately called out, Tongzi, let's go to battle strategy. Reality is too scary. It's better to dream. It would be fine even if she exploded in this plane. After all, once the strategy was completed, those victims would not be able to find her. However, reality was her home base. If she flirted with Yi Yuxuan, she would not be responsible. What if one day, Yi Yuxuan suddenly took things too hard and decided to take her down with him? The host in reality was too cowardly. Damn it, wasn't it just Yi Yuxuan? Flirt back. Just as he was about to instigate her, he saw Yi Yuxuan look up and see him. Team subsystem, he was also terrified. The deranged Yi Yuxuan, no matter where he hid, he was seen by him. There was no way to live, and he could still catch him. Therefore, battle strategy was indeed good. In the emotional fragment strategy, torture him to death. The system immediately whispered in Wei Wei Bai's ear, Perhaps it was because he was too close to her. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were as cold as knives. He stared at the system, because the place where he was standing was against the light. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai could not see the incomparably cold darkness in his eyes. The system immediately flew away from Wei Wei Bai. You know how to glare. You're the best. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m Sashu. COMT. Chapter 2115. When Wei Wei Bai heard the answer, her voice immediately softened a bit. Yi Yuxuan, I'm suddenly sleepy. Yi Yuxuan stepped back and opened his arms. It's okay, I'll hold you. Wei Wei Bai. Then her eyes went black. After the system responded, her soul began to slowly leave her body. Sure enough, her body went soft. In Yi Yuxuan's arms. He easily picked her up and looked at the system. The system's small body was holding a white mist. It was Wei Wei Bai's soul. Yi Yuxuan felt that the hazy mist was familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Bones and golden light flashed in his mind, and then he couldn't remember. Take good care of her. Yi Yuxuan's voice was in the dark night. There was a dignified gentleness. The next sentence was full of killing intent. In that so-called dream, don't give me any chance to hurt her. The system was silent, and then said, I'll try. With that, he disappeared in the golden light with her in his arms. All the feathers of light disappeared, leaving behind only a sticky darkness. Yi Yuxuan stood in place for a while, then adjusted Wei Wei Bai's position, and then carried her all the way home. Back home, Bai Changyan and Qin Xiu were watching TV, the kind of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law fight. Bai Changyan, why is this mother-in-law so bad, bullying her daughter-in-law like this? Qin Xiu, it's all like this, otherwise how can there be ratings? Seeing Yi Yuxuan come in with Wei Wei Bai in his arms, Qin Xiu said, Fell asleep again? Bai Changyan also took a look and was relieved to see that his daughter was okay. Yi Yuxuan nodded and was about to enter the room. Suddenly he stopped, thought of something, and said to Qin Xiu, Get me some sleeping pills. His sleep was very light and short. 3 or 4 hours a day was enough for him. He wanted to sleep for a longer period of time to see if he could follow the dream and continue his search. He might be able to help Wei Wei. Qin Xiu strangely frowned. Are you having insomnia? Yi Yuxuan did not answer. Instead, she turned around and entered the room. Qin Xiu and Bai Changyan looked at each other for a while and were attracted by the TV series again. My wife fought back. She even hit the mistress. Her husband is also a scumbag. He should get a divorce. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound grew louder and louder. At first, Wei Wei Bai thought it was the sound of a mosquito. When he regained his senses, he realized that it was the sound of a helicopter. No, it was a fighter jet. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes, and her eyes lit up. Although there was no data input yet, she was already able to handle this situation very well. The people sitting on the plane were all fully armed men. They looked like mercenaries. A thin, middle-aged man next to her whispered to her, Doctor, the life source we found this time will definitely be able to activate Zero. Zero? Wei Wei Bai collected this name quietly. Then, she combined this man's trembling attitude. Her voice turned cold. Not necessarily. Don't be too optimistic. Sure enough, the man did not suspect anything. It was as if her indifference was natural. That's right. We've failed more than 100 times. Even number 8 successfully activated his superpower, but 0 still has no reaction. Wei Wei Bai was still calm and pretended to be cool. She was completely indifferent. The system's voice sounded in her ear. I'm coming. I fell just now, so I'm a bit late. / Chapter 21:16. The red string was too long, he ran too fast, and his pants were too long, so he fell flat on his face. After sending Wei Wei Bai's soul over, he struggled with the red string for a while before arriving. Wei Wei Bai asked, Where is this place? The system immediately flipped through the information. Wait, I'll give you the information. Soon, a large amount of information was entered into Wei Wei Bai's mind. Wei Wei Bai reached out and pressed her forehead to ease her headache. After reading the information, she was speechless for a moment before saying, I'm one in this plane? This was an apocalyptic world, but there was no familiar formula for zombies. Instead, the environment was extremely deteriorating, and the land had lost its ability to reproduce. This led to a large number of deaths. Even human reproduction was not possible, and the number of babies born each year was pitifully small. The scariest thing was that the apocalyptic radiation had bred a large number of monsters. They looked like ants, but were dozens of meters tall. Some were flowers, but suddenly opened their fangs. There were also things like Godzilla, aliens, and all kinds of nightmarish things. Anyway, these things liked to eat people. This forced the apocalyptic base to be built. Although the base was built, the apocalyptic environment was facing a situation where there were fewer and fewer people, and the land was deteriorating. To be able to fight monsters, the person in charge of the base started the first stage of the experiment of activating superpowers. And Wei Wei Bai was the most successful superpower in the first stage. Code 1. The next few experiments were all led by Wei Wei Bai and her assistants. She was now the leader of the experimental base. She successfully activated 7 superpowers. They were 2 to 8, but none of the superpowers were as strong as Wei Wei Bai. So Wei Wei started the Zero Plan. She wanted to create an omnipotent, the most powerful superpower in history, similar to a god. Of course, this plan was too big, and until now, there was no hope of success. Because Zero did not have any activation reaction. She was still sleeping in the glass culture tank, motionless. Wei Wei pondered for a moment, and finally said, "Are you saying that my plane is especially awesome?" The system said, "This is the reward from the previous plane, rewarding you with the power of space." It was really a reward. It did not buy it. It could not afford it. He didn't know how this sudden reward had come to him. It could not be delivered to Wei Wei Bai. The system thought of Yi Yuxuan. Maybe Yi Yuxuan had awakened a little, so Wei Wei Bai could get the reward. Wei Wei Bai, power of space. The system sent a document on the power of space to Bai Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai looked and found it was indeed powerful. The so-called power of space was not the kind of space farming. Instead, it was because she could appear and disappear at will. She could even hide in space-time cracks. Although there was a limit to how long he could hide, to humans this was already close to the power of a god. Therefore, among all the superpowered people, her superpower was the strongest. Bai Wei Wei finally nodded. "Oh, I understand. So in this plane, this old lady can finally kill in all directions. If I want to raise a little wolf dog, I can raise a little wolf dog. If I want to beat up whoever I want to beat up, I don't have to live in fear." Even the person in charge of the base had to be respectful to her. So, in this plane, she could do whatever she wanted. The system was the host focused not on who to conquer. She went astray. Back at the base, the skinny man was called 135 and helped carry a box. Inside was the source of life for Zero. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m/sashu.com// Chapter 21:17. In the apocalypse, most people's names were numbered. Only the people at the top had the right to have a name. Wei Wei Bai was considered one of the people at the top, so no one called her number one, but doctor, or a name. The base in the Yellow Desert was very large. The entire experimental base was built with white materials. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless as she walked into the laboratory indifferently. There were all kinds of rooms in the long corridor. In a hall not far away, there were large round glass culture tanks, filled with all kinds of strange experimental subjects. There were even monster innards. Damn, eating in this place was disgusting. Of course, as a cold sister, Wei Wei Bai acted as if she didn't see anything. 135 said, "Doctor, if we don't succeed in activating Zero this time, we might have to give up on the plan. Zero's plan used up too many resources. If it didn't succeed, they would have to stop." Wei Wei Bai was neither cold nor warm. "If it fails, I will take responsibility." 135 immediately sighed in relief. Wei Wei Bai, who is the target? The person in charge of the base? There was no target in the data. The system was about to speak, but shouted, "Be careful, Wei Wei." Countless transparent blades stabbed towards her chest. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless as she disappeared in an instant. The air turned into countless blades, twisting into a ball. The cold sound of killing could be heard from the corridor. A man jumped down from the ceiling and shouted arrogantly, "One, get the hell out here, I will kill you today." Suddenly, he heard movement in the air and turned his head in an instant, his face full of excitement. The air turned into chains, trying to grab Wei Wei Bai. But in the next moment, all of his movements froze. A hand strangely appeared from the air, grabbing his neck, almost crushing his Adam's apple. The attack in the air also disappeared. Wei Wei Bai slowly appeared. Her face was cold, and there was no emotion in her eyes. She didn't say a word, and just threw him. He crashed into one of the rooms, and the door immediately closed. Number 7 has an irritable personality. He broke public property and will be grounded for a month. Banging sounds immediately came from the room. Let me out. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Wei Wei Bai took his box under the admiring gazes of 1, 3, and 5, and then walked out calmly. Yes, according to the information. When she was doing experiments, she did all kinds of heartless things to these pitiful psychics, torturing them until they were better off dead. As a result, those superpowered people hated her to the core after surviving. Every day, he would think about how to get rid of her. That number 7 had awakened the air arcana, and there was actually air in the human body. If he trained his superpower even more, this ability would be considered to be especially heaven-defying. Killing any living creature would not be a problem. However, her Space Force allowed her to avoid all arcana attacks. Therefore, his air attack had no effect on her. No wonder she was given such an ability. If she wasn't the strongest, she would have to die. Wei Wei Bai chatted with the system. Looks like I'll have to work hard on this plane again. Every single one of them had a grudge against her. Was this appropriate? It wasn't like he was the target of the strategy. Strategy target discovered. This mission is to obtain Zero's love. Target, 0. Progress, 0. Time, 3 years. Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks. The strategy target this time was a psychic. She even used him for experiments. Thinking of number 7, this 0 wouldn't hate her to death, right? Wei Wei Bai said, is it going to be a love-hate relationship again? I didn't do a lot of horrible experiments to that 0, did I? The system said, he wouldn't know what you did. He hasn't awakened yet. Wei Wei Bai said, hasn't awakened? Does that mean he's in a vegetative state? There was too much information, and she didn't know who the strategy target was. She didn't look at the experiment data in detail. The system paused. Take a few steps forward. Wei Wei Bai took a few steps forward and arrived at a huge hall. A bunch of scientists were running around with complicated instruments. There were also all kinds of conspicuous culture tanks. Take a few more steps forward. Wei Wei Bai took a few more steps forward. The system gestured for her to look at the most conspicuous and biggest glass barrel in the middle of the hall. Do you see it? Wei Wei Bai looked at the glass barrel blankly. A huge egg was floating in the middle of the culture tank. All kinds of tubes were connected to the egg. The system said, 0 is an egg now. He doesn't have any consciousness. He can't possibly hate you. Wei Wei Bai stared at the egg blankly for a while. Finally, she couldn't help but say, if you want me to attack an egg, why won't you let me go to heaven? The codename was 0. It was really 0. A 0 egg. Crossover system. My Adonis, come over here. Crossover system. My Adonis, come over here. /crossover system. My Adonis, come over here. Crossover system. My Adonis, come over here. Download the at https://m. Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Crossover system. My Adonis, come over here. Chapter 21:18. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had to slow down. She stood calmly in front of the egg. Oh, what a big egg. It would take more than 10 big plates to hold it if it was cooked. She wondered which hen had given birth to it. No, Wei Wei Bai felt that she was excited. After all, conquering a big egg was beyond her imagination. She felt that she had experienced so many planes, so many storms. She would not be surprised by anything. But he didn't think of the strategy for this plane. His brain was so big that it was leaking out. Wei Wei Bai finally had no choice but to ask the system, does this thing have a consciousness? How could she conquer an egg? Not to mention 3 years. Even if she gave her 300 years, she would not be able to make an egg like her. Was this something a human would do? She would need another egg to conquer it. After all, in the eyes of the egg, another egg might look like its own kind. The system saw that its host was going crazy. It immediately said, isn't this an experiment? It hasn't hatched yet. We'll conquer it after it hatches. Wei Wei Bai was desperate. Conquer it after it hatches? What if it hatches a chicken, duck, or goose? The system said, maybe it's an angel. They all have wings. Let's be optimistic. Someone walked over. Dr. 0 still has not awakened its consciousness. If it can't be awakened this time, should we continue the project or stop it? Wei Wei Bai saw another scientist, who was also her assistant. Her face was calm and mature. There was no expression on her fair and delicate face. We'll see how it goes after this experiment. I went out and got more than a liter of life source. Start the activation program and inject the life source into Zero's body. She was going to say eggshell. The assistant immediately nodded and ran away. Start the activation program immediately. Wei bypassed the life source to the person next to her and injected it. The life source was a special kind of energy. It was only found in a fountain in the middle of a big salt field called the Origin. That was the monster's nest. The life source had a special advantage, which was that it could nourish the body of the ability user. Moreover, it would stimulate the special abilities of the Esper faster. Back then, they had used many kinds of materials before finally confirming that life source was the best energy source. However, this item was very difficult to obtain because monsters with special abilities were everywhere in monster nests. It was only because Wei led the team that they were able to bring this thing back safely. Because Zero had used up too much of his life force, some of the Espers who had just awakened their abilities did not have enough energy to replenish their energy and were unable to awaken the next stage of their abilities. Therefore, the person in charge of the base, Amy, decided that if they couldn't activate it this time, they would give up on this overly expensive project. Wei was still waiting for the eggs to hatch. If he stopped, would she really have to hug this dead egg and play nice with him? Therefore, she flipped through all kinds of information about the experimental base. After getting a general understanding, she immediately walked to the side of the culture glass tank and opened a sleeping chamber that could fit one person. 135 just ran over and was shocked. "Doctor, what are you doing?" Wei was expressionless. Enter Zero's consciousness and see if you can stimulate it and guide its consciousness. She didn't know if it was a man or a woman, or if it wasn't a person at all. There was no mistake in using it. 135 immediately squeezed over with a few other scientists. // Chapter 2119. Doctor, this is very risky. Zero's consciousness is blank. You can be swallowed if you're not careful. This experiment has been done before. Several people's consciousnesses were swallowed by Zero and turned into idiots. No, doctor, let others go. You don't have to go. After all, Wei was the core leader of the experimental base. Although those superpowered people wanted nothing more than to kill her. But the scientists admired her very much. Without her, the superpowered experiment would not have succeeded. Even if Zero's plan failed, the success of the other 7 superpowered people, it was enough for their experimental base to survive in the apocalypse with pride. There was more than one survival base for humans. So far, only their base had superpowered people who had succeeded in the experiment. Most of the credit went to Wei Bai. Wei Bai straightforwardly stuck some equipment links to her forehead and said coldly, "Shut up. When is it up to you to deny my decision?" She was the one who had the final say here. She would do whatever she said. Sure enough, as soon as this sentence was spoken, everyone obediently shut up and didn't dare to make a sound. Wei Bai closed the hibernation chamber, closed her eyes, and said to the system, "If my consciousness is swallowed, remember to guide me back." The system said, "Don't worry, this is easy." Zero was a very dangerous existence. Wei Bai had the system, so she was a little more confident. In the hall, in the huge glass culture tank, the huge egg floated quietly. The source of life was sent into Zero's eggshell through the delivery tube of a nutrient solution. A few scientists were already busy. Pay attention to the activation program. Has the doctor's consciousness entered? Yes. Okay, when necessary, forcibly stop the experiment. We can't let the doctor's consciousness be swallowed. Okay, everyone pay attention. Make sure there is enough nutrient solution. Observe the consciousness activation program data. Everything was proceeding in an orderly manner. When Wei Bai closed her eyes to sleep, she immediately entered a white, hazy place. It was boundless. It was white everywhere. There were no animals or plants, no sky or earth. It was just white. Wei Bai rubbed her chin speechlessly. This target. Could he be an idiot? His brain was actually white? Wei Bai flipped through the information from scratch. It seemed that there was nothing special in the beginning. It was just a simple, fertilized egg fusion. Then, the fertilized egg was injected with the strongest and most powerful superpower fluid in history. Other espers would probably only be able to identify one or two types of esper fluid. In the end, if he succeeded, he would only activate one ability. But the original owner had a crazy idea. She wanted to create a psychic with many abilities. However, the human body was too fragile. Even if it had been strengthened, it would not be able to withstand the ravages of so many different abilities. Therefore, the original owner injected Zero with the blood of the king of monsters, an invincible Vajra that could command all monsters. Back then, he had tried everything he could, but he had only managed to make the Monster King lose a little bit of HP. This little bit of HP was all given to Zero. He did not expect that Zero, who was injected with the monster's blood, would turn from a viviparous embryo to an egg. No matter how much nutrients it was given, the egg only grew bigger. But it was still an egg. Not to mention an ability, there was not even a crack in the eggshell. Wei Bai walked in the white space for a long time and felt that it was about time. Should I come again next time? /T. Chapter 21:20. This damn place felt like it wouldn't be finished even if one walked for 100 years. No wonder some people became idiots, because it was easy to get lost in this place. Wei Bai was about to call out to the system when she suddenly heard the sound of bouncing. Under her feet, there was also a slight tremor. It was as if the earth was trembling. Wei Bai frowned and looked down at her feet. On the white ground, something like a tree root suddenly appeared. Countless tree roots trembled slightly as she followed these root-like things forward. The bouncing sound became more and more obvious. It sounded like the sound of a huge heartbeat. Wei Bai's mind was a little muddled as she was seduced by this sound. It was clearly just the sound of a heartbeat, but it was like a sweet song that she had never heard before. It was full of temptation, depravity, darkness, mystery, and irresistible happiness. Wei Bai vaguely heard it. "Come here, let me hug you. Come here, my girl." Her eyes lost focus, as if she was being seduced. The voice seemed to be getting more and more excited. "Come here." Wei Bai heard that the voice seemed to be close to her ear, and that sweet voice came over. It also turned into an evil excitement. "I caught you." "Ah." Wei Bai slapped it. She, who had a strong consciousness, was as violent as Godzilla here. Although she couldn't see anything, if something strange touched her body, she would beat it violently in the direction of that thing. So Wei, in the middle of the white mist, grabbed something that she didn't know what it was. She beat it with her hands and feet. "Caught me? What's so fun about hide and seek? Let's wrestle and box." Pretending to be mysterious. Wasn't it just an egg? She couldn't take care of those perverted strategists, not even an egg. She might as well follow the system home and sell sweet potatoes. The thing in her hand screamed and suddenly disappeared. The white mist dissipated, and Wei Bai finally saw clearly that she was standing next to a huge heart. That heart continued to beat. It was extremely strange, and that thing just now had entered this heart. Wei Bai was speechless as she looked at his big heart. It was really hard to explain. A timid voice suddenly sounded in his heart. "Who are you?" Her voice was tender and childlike. Wei Bai pondered for a moment, and a mischievous thought rose in her heart. "It's your mother." However, when she thought of an egg calling her mother every day, others would think that she was a hen. She shuddered, goosebumps rising all over her body. "Forget it," Wei Bai said with a calm face and disdain. "I'm your master, the one who takes care of you every day. When are you going to wake up? What's the use of keeping you if you only eat and don't work?" She had guessed it. The voice in the heart was the consciousness of the egg. The system did not follow her into her consciousness and waited for her outside. She could only make wild guesses based on her rich experience. "Wake up," Wei Bai nodded. "If you don't wake up, I'm going to abandon you and raise other eggs." The egg was a little anxious. "You're not going to play with me anymore?" Wei Bai, "You're so weak. What's there to play with? I'm leaving first." After saying that, Wei Bai turned around and left without hesitation. The egg immediately said, "Don't go. I'm so bored. There's nothing here." Wei Bai, "What does it have to do with me?" The egg was dispirited. "I like you. Can you stay?" As soon as he said that, Those root-like things suddenly moved. Chapter 21:21. Wei Wei Bai stomped on the ground and kicked away a few tree roots that were trying to wrap around her. She then turned around and smiled coldly at the heart. His delicate and fair face had been expressionless the entire time. At this moment, his smile was like a cold light in a white hell. It was breathtaking. "If you like me, then wake up and play with me." Wei Wei Bai called out softly, "Sibao." She opened her eyes as soon as she finished. The system whispered in her ear, "Don't call him that. It's too unpleasant." Wei Wei Bai exhaled slowly. "I was almost entangled just now. This egg is a tough one." But her consciousness was only a few years old. It was very childish. With this kind of IQ, it would be easy to coax. Just now, in her consciousness, if she did not run fast enough, she would have been entangled. The system said, "Don't take this kind of risk next time. Your consciousness is the most important thing to you." Wei Wei Bai said, "I don't want to take the risk, but you can't expect me to attack an unconscious egg." Just as she finished speaking, ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 15. Wei Wei Bai. The system said, "Damn, why is it so high?" Wei Wei Bai thought for a while and understood. That egg's IQ is very low. I just coaxed it and it immediately liked me. Just like a child. Liking someone would cause the favorability to skyrocket. There were no conflicts of interest, nor were there so many twists and turns. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that attacking an egg was really good. In the empty land of consciousness, the sound of an intense debate came from the heart. That childish voice shouted, "I like her, I want to play with her." Another incomparably languid voice rang out, "I like her too, especially when she smiles. I really want to tear her apart." An irritable voice said, "I'm hungry, I want to go out too, I want to eat, I want to kill." In the voices of their heated debate, a cold, magnetic, and deep male voice sounded. Insufficient nutrition, unable to awaken. As soon as this voice came out, the rest of the voices immediately fell silent. The deep voice said faintly, "Continue sleeping. I like her. I want to be with her." His childish voice sounded a little scared. "I want to be with her. She was the first to enter this place, and the first to not be afraid of it. A creature that smiled at it." The low voice sounded extremely rational. "Is it because of the fledgling complex? We all have this kind of dependency complex. She was the first creature we saw, and she was indeed our mother." The childish voice said, "But she said that she is our master." "What is a master?" The deep voice sounded again. "It's the God that controls everything." The word God carried a dark and evil aura. The voice that controlled everything was still cold and indifferent as it said to the childish voice, "Wake up first. We will continue to sleep. If you suddenly don't like our God, you can kill him." "What she likes it." They didn't understand the answer. He fell into a deep sleep due to lack of nutrition. The unconscious egg in the culture tank suddenly moved. On the monitoring equipment, various data exploded like crazy. A few of the equipment couldn't withstand the sudden surge and actually exploded. The scientists immediately shouted in surprise. Zero's consciousness has been activated. Wei Wei Bai, who had just climbed out of the sleep chamber, looked at the glass culture tank. The egg suddenly made an innocent voice like a child. "Master, I'm here to play with you." Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Wei Wei Bai and the system. It wasn't strange that the egg could talk. What was strange was that the favorability climbed so quickly. Chapter 21:22. The entire laboratory was overjoyed to announce that Zero had awakened her consciousness. They had succeeded in this miraculous experiment. Team Dr. Zero's follow-up research continued, and the main person in charge of this research was Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai applied for more life sources from her superiors. The person in charge, AI Me, immediately approved. After all, if Zero's ability was successfully developed, it would be much easier for their base to survive in the apocalypse. Zero's awakened consciousness was only a child of a few years old. But for the leader of the base, this kind of ability user was easy to control. Now, among the ability users, only number 2, number 4, number 5, and number 8 listened to orders. The remaining few, especially number 7, would not listen to anything he said. He was still thinking about Wei Wei Bai's life every day. Wei Wei Bai flipped through the proposal and chatted with Zero. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Zero's voice was soft. I feel that my heart is beating very fast and the blood in my veins is flowing very fast. When you're beside me, my body even feels numb. Wei Wei Bai, ? Then she looked up at the egg. After a moment of silence, she said, You're blushing. Actually, the egg was red. Above the middle of the egg, there were 2 blushes. It was cute and scary. Zero, I'm blushing? What's wrong with me? Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. You're lovesick. You're like this when you see me. It means that you're devout and obedient to me. You like me when you see me. Whatever I say is right. Zero was silent for a while before she realized. So, I want to obey you. That's why I'm like this. By abduct, idiot, thick-skinned, Vivian nodded calmly. Yes, is it because when I talk to you, you feel them all over, comfortable everywhere, and warm all over? This is because you worship me very much and want to obey me very much. In this world, Wei Wei Bai also didn't think of the road of love. In front of a few years old egg, no matter how dedicated she was, she couldn't eat it. Moreover, the child's IQ was 0, so he needed an elder. If she could play the role of a good mother, she could also get 100 kinship points. The reason why other planes couldn't use kinship strategies was because they had all grown up. No matter how much he lacked kinship, he wouldn't give full kinship to someone. That was several times more difficult than love. However, Zero was a special target. Wei Wei Bai was very confident. A child's IQ was 0. What she relied on the most at this moment was kinship. The system also said that Zero's current 25 favorability points were similar to the value of kinship. Zero was silent for a moment before asking, What does it feel like to be electrocuted? Is it as comfortable as I am now? Wei Wei Bai pulled some wires outside the culture tank. This is the wire that powers your energy source. There's electricity inside. Just as she finished speaking, the wires suddenly floated up. Zero asked curiously, Is it inside? After saying that, countless wires exploded, and the laboratory fell into darkness. Countless electric arcs were drawn from the wires and entered the egg. The glass culture tank was about to explode. Wei Wei Bai suddenly shouted, Stop, Zero! Zero paused, and all the wires fell. The laboratory's backup battery was immediately connected, and countless new wires were pulled in for emergency repair. Within a minute, all the electricity was restored. However, this also caused a lot of losses. For example, the experimental subjects died immediately after the nutrition was delivered. / Chapter 21-23. Several scientists cried out in dismay, and some even came to ask Wei Wei Bai for help. Bai Wei Wei had a headache and rubbed her temples, sending away a bunch of people who came to complain. Then, she said coldly, Zero, you can't suddenly explode like this in the future. Zero's voice weakened. My body doesn't feel anything even after the electric shock, so what Master said is wrong. Bai Wei Wei calmly duped, because I'm a unique existence to you, so other than me, nothing in this world, no one can give you this kind of comfortable feeling. Zero was stunned for a while, as if it was thinking about something, but its IQ was too low, so it couldn't understand. It just felt that Wei Wei Bai was right. What she said was right. Zero said sweetly, I want to be more comfortable, Master. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and said with a bit of affection, How do you want to be comfortable? System, is this driving? What a shameful line. Zero was a little shy, and the blush on its eggshell became more obvious. I want to see you smile at me. Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. She wanted to laugh at the sky. She had never seen a strategy with such a low requirement. In the past, the strategy was, you take off XX, we'll do XX. Or I'll lock you up, and if you dare to escape, we'll break your legs. In the end, she almost couldn't recognize the symbol XX. The corners of Bai Wei Wei's mouth twitched without batting an eyelid. Then, she revealed the perfect smile of someone who had roamed the Jianghu for many years. Her lips, which were originally straight and serious, curved up sweetly like cherry branches. Her red lips, on her fair face, had a soul-stirring beauty. Her cold and indifferent eyes also curved slightly. Her eyes were clear, and stars fell into her eyes. Zero suddenly stopped responding, and even the blush on its eggshell disappeared. The whole egg was soaked in a nutrient solution, and it was very quiet. Wei Wei Bai naturally put away her charming smile and returned to her usual serious and indifferent self. She glanced at the time and said, "All right, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow." Wei Wei Bai picked up some Doomsday Warrior teaching materials and was just about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, a dark and lingering sigh came from behind him. "I do." Wei Wei Bai frowned. Zero's voice. Just as she turned around, she heard the voice screaming in excitement. "I really like it. The constraints of the fledgling plot, as well as the softest feelings, suddenly poured out of the nest at this moment. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 50. Wei Wei Bai." After this scream, a huge wave of energy came from the culture tank. All the instruments let out a sharp warning sound, and all the wires and tubes burst open. Not only did this force break through the protective shield of the laboratory, but the remaining force also spread to the human base not far away. Several men from the mercenary group were seriously injured by this power. The people in the laboratory were the first to bear the brunt. Although they were wearing protective suits, everyone was hit to the ground and vomited blood. The only one who was not affected was Wei Wei Bai. There was not a trace of pressure around her. Only Zero acted like a spoiled child. "Master," smile again, "I like it so much." Wei Wei Bai expressed that the increase in favorability made her scared, and this power continued to be released. Then except for her, everyone was finished. Wei Wei Bai immediately stopped it. "Zero, stop. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. / fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here. Fast crossing system. Prince Charming, come over here." Chapter 21-24. Zero. "I can't stop. I'm so excited, so happy." Wei Wei Bai, you're still a child. A crazy child who is like a nuclear weapon from the apocalypse. Once you get angry, you want a bunch of people to die with you. Wei Wei Bai suddenly became gentle. She walked in front of the glass trough and put her hand on the glass. Her saintly smile was reflected in the glass. "Do you like lullabies?" "Zero, I'll sing for you." The best way to calm it down was to sleep. Zero's excitement continued, but its attention was diverted. Its power also weakened a bit. "Lullaby," Wei Wei Bai continued. "Good children like it. Listen to my voice and be quiet." Zero quieted down a bit, but its power was still released. Wei Wei Bai suddenly sang in a low voice. This body's voice was very soft and sweet. It was just that the doctor's image was too scary. The original body's appearance was good, and her voice was also good. They were both very sweet girls. So when she became gentle and sang softly, it was like a feather falling, soft, and unbelievably beautiful. This was a simple ballad from the apocalypse. The tune was simple, and the lyrics were a few lines back and forth. "In the dark silk, I hold you in my arms. We fall into the eternal night." The apocalypse was indeed the apocalypse. Even a lullaby was so dark. Zero quieted down, and its power slowly disappeared. That egg, slowly, was pressed against a glass. The huge eggshell was pressed against Wei Wei Bai's palm. It was like she was stroking it. A sweet dream. It whispered, "Master, you are my god." Ding, the male lead's affection is at 70. Wei Wei Bai, there was something wrong with the favorable impression points. It was too fast. There had never been a world that could be this fast. Could it be that she had been wrong in the past? She should have been focusing on kinship instead of love? Or was it that the main system of this world saw that she was working too hard and finally had a conscience and gave her a target for the sweet biscuit? Wei Wei Bai was suspicious. How could the main system be so kind? She sang it over 10 times and finally coaxed the egg to sleep. The laboratory was a complete mess. The medical team quickly entered and carried the scientists out. Wei Wei Bai was not injured at all. She stood indifferently in front of the culture tank with a cold expression. She was actually just chatting with the system. "I've only been with this egg for a week. Other than chatting with it and teaching it some doomsday rules, I haven't done anything else. So how did her favorability suddenly soar to 70? The system also flipped through the information, but the information was incomplete. After all, some hidden information would not be released if the side quests were not released. Furthermore, the consciousness of that egg was hidden very deeply. If the system wanted to find out what the egg was thinking, it had to leave Wei Wei by. He was doing such a loss-making job, so he couldn't figure out why his favorability increased so quickly. The system tried to find a reason. It can't be the egg's nestling complex, right? Some eggs treat the first person they meet as their mother, so children have a natural affection for their mother. Especially the younger the child, the purer and higher the natural affection for their mother. Bai Weiwei thought about it and agreed with the system's words. But the answer just came out. Then, he heard a series of favorability notifications. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 10. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 25. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Weiwei Bai and the system fell into a deep state of doubt. That is your favorability notification broken? Transmigration system. Male God, come here, transmigration system. Male God, come here, transmigration system. Male God, come here, and transmigration system. Male God, come here, transmigration system. Male God, come here. Chapter 21-25. The system had already taken out a pile of repair tools with a sad face. The indicator has at least 200,000 life points. Please don't break. When I bought it, I bought the best one, and the shelf life was also 10,000 years. In the end, it broke. When Weiwei Bai heard that it had 200,000 life points, it was possible to buy a new one. She could only let the system repair it. Weiwei Bai, no wonder I felt that there was something wrong with the favorability indicator. It jumped so high all of a sudden, it should be the indicator that broke. I guess the egg's favorability is only about 20. The indicator was broken. She guessed it herself. Because this was the first time she encountered such a problem. Weiwei Bai and the system didn't think of anything else at all. They were discussing how to fix the indicator. And in the eggshell, in the land of consciousness, a hysterical voice came from the huge heart. I want to eat her. She is so sweet, so pure, so delicious. A lazy voice, charming and seductive, sounded. I want to hug her. I want to press her against the dark silk, tear her clothes, and let her fall into the eternal night I weave forever. An evil, depraved, and eternal night full of desire. And that childish voice sounded angrily. Don't touch her. She is my master, my God, my everything. No matter how soft a child was, they would protect their own master like their mother. All kinds of voices made a sharp noise again. Finally, that incomparably indifferent voice, with a trace of displeasure, sounded. Do you all like her? This question received unprecedented unanimous agreement. All the voices converged into one sentence, like no matter how much or little they liked. They all liked. The leader's voice that controlled everything finally softened a little. If you like, then work hard to wake up. That trace of gentleness suddenly became cold and ruthless. Then go and get her. Weiwei Bai, who was reporting in a meeting, felt a chill on the back of her neck, as if she was being stared at by something. She was startled, but quickly adjusted her state of mind and continued to report. After the report, the person in charge of the base, Amy, an old man with a head of silver hair, said amiably, Weiwei, stay behind after the meeting. There was surprisingly little information about the old man. Weiwei Bai felt that those with very little information were either passers-by or demon kings with good side quests. Weiwei Bai's face was indifferent as she nodded and said, Okay. After the people left, the old man AI, me led by Weiwei out. Weiwei, Zero's ability is unexpectedly strong. The Source of Life sent out 3 mercenary groups, and we also managed to get some. Weiwei Bai nodded. I think we should leave the Source of Life for Zero first. The rest of the Espers should focus on training and leveling up. Amy nodded and smiled. I'm not worried about leaving Zero's plan to you. Develop its potential as soon as possible. Weiwei Bai said, It has great potential. I will do my best. AI me suddenly asked casually, Did you see anything in Zero's mind? Weiwei Bai said, There's nothing but a vast expanse of white. AI me couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. Although I didn't see anything, it still stimulated Zero's mind. You really are my favorite assistant. Wei Wei Bai withdrew the coldness in her eyes and revealed a smile of admiration. It's my honor to work for you, Master. Wei Wei Bai took the information and left. Ai Mi's kind smile turned cold as expected. Her eyes were full of complacency and a cold smile. Chapter 21-26. Once Zero's plan succeeded, the world would be under his control. Even Wei Wei Bai didn't know what the blood of the Monster King in Zero's body was, or what the various energy sources were. That was something to create a godlike creature. Once it successfully broke out of its shell, Zero would have no opponents in this world. Everyone would have to crawl in front of it. Moreover, Zero had a genetic modification, which was the modification of the Chick complex. It would treat the first person it saw as its parents. It would feel close to that person from the bottom of its heart, and it would have a natural desire to possess and protect that person. The lower its IQ, the more dependent it would be on the first person it met. And Zero's IQ was only a few years old. As long as it had enough nutrition, the first person it saw when the eggshell broke, it would be easy to control everything about it. Ai Mi spent so many years and created such a good assistant like Wei Wei Bai. It was all for the success of this godlike plan. As long as it succeeded, he who controlled Zero would be the true god of this world. He heard that Wei Wei Bai had entered Zero's consciousness and was worried that she would see Zero. So he called Wei Wei Bai over and asked her to make sure that she didn't see anything. Ai Mi heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't let anything enter Zero's consciousness in the future, including Wei Wei Bai. After Wei Wei Bai walked out, she said to the system, "There's something wrong with this old man." That villainous smile on his face. Although Ai Mi had tried his best to pretend to be amiable, but in front of Wei Wei Bai, he was still a little too inexperienced to play with her. That sinister little eyes, that cold smile that twitched from time to time. Also, when he asked her if she had seen anything in the land of consciousness, that made her nervous. Of course, Wei Wei Bai wouldn't tell the truth. So when she said that she didn't see anything, the old man actually relaxed. Strange, she didn't see anything. Why was he so happy? The system flipped through the information. His information is incomplete. It should be related to the subsequent side quests. Wei Wei Bai nodded. Pay more attention to him. I'll go take a look at Zero. Although the favorability indicator was broken. However, Zero's favorability was indeed very easy to increase. After all, she was only a child of a few years. Chat with it and tell it a few jokes. Or singing a song would make it very happy. There was no need to sell their bodies, labor, or acting skills. What a wonderful plan. Wei Wei Bai came to the glass trough in the middle of the hall and said with a smile, "Zero, I brought you snacks." She poured the source of life into the nutrient solution and sent it into the eggshell through the tube. The eggshell glowed faintly. Wei Wei Bai poured the snacks and took off her gloves. She flipped open the book. Today, we're going to identify the monsters of the apocalypse. This is the picture book. After that, she placed the album on the glass. This is a man-eating flower beast. It looks very beautiful like a flower, but if people walk in, they will be eaten. She patiently taught it. It was as natural as teaching a child that this was a triangle and this was a circle. Zero didn't say anything. He didn't look as excited as he usually did when he saw her. Was he asleep? Wei Wei Bai smiled and was about to put the album away. Zero suddenly spoke up. "That number 7, what is it?" Wei Wei Bai glanced at it. "It's a prison vine. This vine is one of the most resilient plants in the apocalypse. It's harmless. The only downside is that once you're wrapped around by it, it's very hard to get rid of it. Apart from a certain kind of silver knife that can cut it open, there's no other way. And that kind of knife is very rare. And those who can't escape can only starve to death. So, then what about number 11? Wei Wei Bai. The Monster King is the leader of all monsters. He's very powerful. Zero. Is he as powerful as me? Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but smile gently, her eyes shining brightly. No, in my eyes, you're the most powerful and the best in the world. For the sake of favorability, casually speaking sweet nothings was as simple as eating and drinking for Wei Wei Bai. Zero was silent for a long time. He didn't scream in excitement. nor did he say anything sweet. Wei Wei Bai suddenly felt that today's Zero was a bit quiet. Suddenly, the favorability prompt sounded. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 15. Wei Wei Bai, 70, 15? The prompt was indeed hopelessly broken. Wei Wei Bai was about to continue teaching when Zero suddenly made an excited sound. Master, I like you so much. Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 75. Wei Wei Bai, then she knocked on the system. Hurry up and fix it. I'm confused by these favorability points. The system was knocking on the prompt. Don't worry, I promise to fix it. And inside the eggshell, that incomparably calm voice sounded. She's very good. After that, it went back to sleep. The other two voices started arguing again. Big brother went out. Fourth brother also went out. Now it's my turn. Scram, it's my turn, I'm starving. And outside the eggshell, Wei Wei Bai was seriously singing a ballad to Zero. From time to time, she would also check when the system fixed the prompt. It was really a peaceful and beautiful plane to conquer. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full text. https://www.sashu.com download the full text. https://www.sashu.com download the full text. https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 21-27. After Wei Wei Bai finished singing the song for the egg, she said to it, I need to go out soon. I'll be gone for about a month. The stimulation of the life source to Zero wasn't big enough. The instrument data even showed that it was malnourished. Wei Wei Bai felt that this thing really didn't know what caused it. Other ability users could already fly with a little bit of life source. But this egg ate so much, yet was still malnourished? Of course, as a person who wanted to max out the affection points, Wei Wei Bai was very careful about the child psychology of the egg. For example, she must tell it first before going out. She didn't want the egg to think that she didn't want it. Zero said softly, Why do you want to leave, Wei Wei Bai? Ever since Wei Wei Bai felt that it was easier to communicate by name, it began to call her by name. Wei Wei Bai's originally serious and cold face softened. Because of you. She had to subdue an egg that was only a few years old. She had to understand the psychology of children. For example, if others were cold, she would smile at it. Only in this way could she satisfy the psychological needs of children. Sometimes, children's possessiveness was stronger than adults. Adults at least knew how to pretend and know how to be hypocritical and modest. And children haven't learned the manners of civilized society. The color of the egg turned red again. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to look worried. Her eyelashes were half closed, and the thick shadow made her eyes look even more sad. Your body has been in a state where it can't mature. Ordinary nutrition has no effect on you. I heard that the blood of the Monster King is the best thing in the world. Others don't dare to attack the Monster King, but for you, I plan to go myself. Actually, it was that old man AI me suggestion. She wasn't going alone, but she was going with 4 ability users. After all, Zero had been unable to mature and hatch. That old man AI me was more anxious than her. The old man's information had always been incomplete. In everyone's evaluation, he was a good person, especially kind. But Wei Wei Bai flipped through the information. That old man was simply white and black. Was he really so kind that he would conduct such a tragic human experiment? Would they send so many people to their deaths just for the source of life? And she realized that these tragic things were all her fault. It was the old man who had given the order, so she would be given the biggest share of the credit in the end. The original owner was very grateful to the old man. She had even forgotten about the torture she had experienced when she was experimented on by the old man. However, after analyzing the information, Wei Wei Bai felt that the old man was trying to trick her. Now that she had taken the credit, it would be better for her to carry out these experiments in the future and send people to their deaths. It was all her doing. Wei Wei Bai felt that in this plane, Zero, who had been conquered, was a sweet cookie. The biggest problem should be a great villain like AI Me Zero's voice was soft and sobbing. I want to go with you, Wei Wei. Wei Weibai looked at the eggshell affectionately. It's very dangerous there. I'll go by myself. I'll be back soon. Zero. Can you not go? I'll continue to sleep and not wake up. That way, I can save on nutrition. Its awakening consumed a lot of nutrients. As a result, the other three brothers were forced to sleep. Wei Weibai's smile became even gentler. She slowly shook her head, her eyes gentle and beautiful. But I want you to stay awake. That way, I can talk to you and sing for you. You're the only beautiful existence in this broken world. Wei Weibai stretched out her hands and slowly hugged the glass trough, as if she was hugging it. For you, I'll do anything. So you have to take good care of yourself. I'll be back as soon as possible. Chapter 21-28. The lines on Zero's body, the nutrient tube. Everything started to shake. Wei Weibai comforted it in a low voice. I'll be back after you sleep. She was afraid that it would cause the experimental base to lose power again. Bro, I can absorb the nutrients myself, don't need you. Its voice calmed down, and the sweetness just now seemed to have disappeared. Wei Weibai's eyes moved slightly, and a trace of something was wrong flashed in her heart. But she couldn't figure out where this trace of something was wrong came from. Wei Weibai's eyes stared straight at Zero through the clear nutrient solution. I'm your creator. Of course I'm responsible for everything about you. You're still young. The most important thing to do is to learn, sleep, and grow. She treated it as a child that had to be protected. This strong sense of protection made Zero silent. Wei Weibai was just about to wave goodbye and get rid of the trouble of raising a child. Zero's voice was low and peaceful. I want to sleep. Sing me a song. Wei Weibai smiled, crossed her arms, and nodded. Only you can ask me so casually. I'm willing. Then she sang a lullaby in a low voice. A familiar, sweet, and gentle voice. It slowly flowed through the entire laboratory. Some assistants and scientists couldn't help but listen. Their incomparably cold doctor would only be so gentle to Zero. Zero slowly fell into a deep sleep. All the data became incomparably peaceful. Suddenly, Zero's voice was very soft. You're very good. Ding, the male lead's favorability has increased to 20. Wei Weibai was very calm about this kind of spastic favorability prompt. The system was still working hard to repair the prompt. The Monster King seemed to have reached the time to reproduce and die. So AI me asked her to lead a team to kill the Monster King. Everyone knew that the Monster King would give birth to a new Monster King at this time. Then it would complete the mission and die, which was also the Monster King's most vulnerable time. Wei Weibai wore a thick combat suit, long-sleeve pants, and protective goggles. Then she carried a special laser gun and followed the team on the road. The ability users this time were 2, 3, 4, 5. Their names were easy to remember, but their abilities were varied. She was the boss, so she didn't say anything along the way. The system monitored AI me and Egg situation, the abnormal favorability, and AI me's villainous setting. This made Wei Weibai very vigilant. The system said, the egg fell into a deep slumber, but I didn't invade its consciousness. I wonder what it's doing in the egg? Wei Weibai. Can you see whether it's a person or a chicken in the egg? The system said, it looks like a human, but because it's soaked in an unknown liquid, it's hard to be sure. Maybe it's a seal or a dolphin. When dolphins and seals were in the water, they did look very much like humans. Wei Weibai felt that since the egg was asleep, there should be nothing to monitor. He turned his attention to the villain. What's that old man doing? The system said, he's been looking at the egg every day, and he's even imitating you to sing for the egg. It seems like he wants the egg to call him daddy. Wei Weibai. Luckily, I didn't let the egg call me mom. For someone like her who was obsessed with looks, she would rather die than be paired with that old man. The system said, the old man even gives your egg some life force and a few types of ability liquids. Wei Weibai. Is he trying to cultivate monsters? How many types of ability liquids can he give? The superpower fluid was extracted from the bodies of various monsters. The download the at https://m sashu.com// to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click save below to record this chapter. Chapter 21-29. 1 could make a human die in a very artistic way. 2 could make even a superpowered person die. The system said the egg has no sequelae, it even absorbed it. Wei Wei Bai's attention was attracted by the villain. What else did he do? The system said, I think he's going to become the god of doomsday, and something about a nestling complex. Wei Wei Bai collected the information and closed her eyes to think. It took a lot of effort to sort it out before he said to the system, Zero is a very powerful superpower user. If it hatches successfully, it can control the entire world. Moreover, Zero's genes should be implanted with a strong nestling plot. It will have a natural affinity with whoever sees it first. She did nothing but smile and sing a song to Zero. She did not do anything, but the affinity still increased. This was the effect of a nestling complex. Although the indicator was broken, it did not stop her from guessing whether Zero had an affinity with her. Wei Wei Bai basically guessed. That's why the old man asked me if I saw it. If I really did see it, I'd probably be dead now. That old man wanted to be Zero's father. After chatting with the system about the villain's plan, she heard, We've arrived, prepare to jump. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes. They were cold and clear. She got up and opened the door of the plane. The strong wind blew like knives. Wei Wei Bai put on her goggles and said to the superpowered people behind her, If anyone can't handle it, shout for me. With that, she jumped down without a parachute. The power of space could teleport her anywhere. She aimed at the Monster King's head and jumped on it. Then she reached behind her and pulled out a long silver sword, the world's toughest and sharpest weapon, and stabbed it into the monster's head. Blood spurted out. With so much blood, it was probably enough to hatch Zero. The Monster King roared, and all the monsters rushed over. All kinds of strange attacks were randomly directed at Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai smiled. Bright blood dripped from her hair. Her eyes were dyed with blood, like the setting sun, with wanton arrogance. However, she suddenly felt numb at the back of her neck, as if someone was staring at her. Wei Wei Bai suddenly turned around and disappeared into the air with her sword in hand. That peeping line of sight was immediately cut off. The lazy and seductive voice came from the egg. Aya, we've been discovered. She's really pretty. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 25. That calm and magnetic male voice said with a hint of danger, Don't peek. The other two voices also sounded. In a childish and sweet voice, she said, The one outside is singing so badly. I don't want to listen. I want Wei Wei. I'm hungry. I want to go out. I want to go out. Outside the egg, Aimi was laughing crazily. Soon, all that's left is the Monster King's blood. Just a little more and you'll be out. Then, he would be its father. He would be its only master. He brought back a large amount of blood and brought back 3 superpowered people. Number 3, who had the fire superpower, died. He wanted to take the treasure in the monster's nest, but he was surrounded and killed by the monsters. Just as the fighter jet was about to land in the base, the system's uneasy voice sounded in her ear. It's been blocked. Wei Wei Bai asked, What's been blocked? The system said, I can't see anything in the base, including that old man. Download the at https://m. Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Next time you open the bookshelf, you'll see it. If you like, Chapter 2130. Wei Wei Bai frowned. The system analyzed, although the side quest hasn't come out yet. It might have something to do with that old man. Wei Wei Bai didn't show any expression on her face. Instead, she calmly carried the blood and walked in with a few psychics. Aimi stood in the hall and was very happy when he saw her. He was so happy that it was a little strange. Wei Wei Bai still looked serious and handed the blood to Aimi. Mission accomplished. Aimi's fingers were even trembling. He immediately rushed to the glass tank and poured all the blood into the nutrient delivery tube. Soon, a red color appeared in the glass tank. It was murky and evil. It was unsettling. Zero's data also began to rise. Aimi was so excited that he kept shaking. Soon, it will be out. After that, he turned around and said, Everyone gather. The psychics gathered, including number 7, who had always wanted her life. He was tied up because he was the most disobedient. The old man, Aimi, opened his hand and said to everyone, "Soon, you will witness a beautiful miracle. This world has been rotting for too long and urgently needs a god to descend. That is Zero. It will be the most powerful weapon in this world. Monsters, humans, nothing can compare to it." Wei Wei Bai looked at the cult-like old man and silently took a few steps back. Zero didn't make a sound, as if it was really asleep. Maybe it was because there was too much monster blood, so it ate too much and digested it. AI Mi's smile suddenly disappeared slowly and became ferocious and terrifying. But the nutrients it needs are far from enough. It needs more, and it needs your lives. After that, Wei Wei Bai's mind went blank. Suddenly, she crawled to the ground. She struggled to look up and saw all the psychics lying on the ground, moaning in pain. The system said, "Your brain just suffered a strong impact. I gave you a life guarantee." No wonder she didn't feel pain, but her body was rapidly weakening. The system said, "You have a fatal controller hidden in your brain." Wei Wei Bai said, "Is there no information?" The system replied, "No, this plane is missing a lot of information." Ever since Wei Wei Bai obtained the power of space that he couldn't afford, the degree of fragmentary information was frighteningly high. Aimi walked towards number 2. "You're a wind elementalist, aren't you?" Number 2 was at a loss. Aimi had already raised the gun, pointed it at his head, and fired. Then, the scientists acted as if they didn't see anything. They dragged the corpses to the nutrition tubes and dug out the ability crystals from the heads of the ability users. That scene was completely pixelated. Next, the espers were dealt with one by one. Number 7 seemed to want to manipulate the air, but his brain had been severely injured. Aimi pointed the gun at his head and said, "Goodbye, my disobedient child." In the end, only Wei Wei Bai was left. Wei Wei Bai lay on the ground quietly. She did not look like she was in pain. Her face was pale and fragile, and there was even a hint of loneliness and sadness in her eyes, like a flower falling into the rain. Even AI Me, who had a heart of stone, softened for a moment. "Wei Wei Bai, the child who worships me the most, and also my first successful test subject. You are my pride." Wei Wei Bai stared at him blankly, as if she did not understand why he was treating her like this. But there was no hatred in her eyes. AI Mi's smile could not help but become amiable. "It's okay. I'll give you an injection so it won't hurt. You'll understand me. This world needs God to save us. Your sacrifice is worth it." /button. Chapter 21:31. Wei Wei Bai's expression was puzzled, confused, and sad. Her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Can I hug Zero before I die?" Aimi smiled understandingly. "I know. I hugged you the day you were successfully born." Wei Wei Bai, hearing this is as scary as a caterpillar crawling over my body. Aimi got up with a disgusting look of pity. "As long as you can crawl over by yourself." Wei Wei Bai was just stalling for time. Her body was so weak that she had no strength, but the life support guarantee that she would not feel pain. She was almost able to use her ability, as long as she was given more time. So she pretended to be weak, slowly crawled to the glass tank, and reached out to touch the glass. There was a murky liquid inside, and she could barely see the eggshell. The crystals of the superpowered were all thrown in. Wei Wei Bai's pale face was reflected in the glass. She was calculating the time it would take for her body to recover. She said hypocritically, "Zero, I'm back to see you." Zero suddenly trembled, and a calm voice came from the eggshell. "Are you hurt?" "Wei Wei Bai, this voice, why is it so cold? Shouldn't Zero be sweet?" Zero's calm voice sounded. "Do you need my help?" "This egg seems to have grown up, and it's quite polite." Wei Wei Bai's fingers were secretly gathering power, but she did not refute Zero's words. "Child, give more encouragement, and your favorability will definitely increase." So Wei Wei Bai smiled like a saint. "I'm fine, as long as I can see you." As soon as she finished speaking, the old man AI Me came over with the medicine. He grabbed Wei Wei Bai's arm. "Good child, we will remember your sacrifice. You superpowered crystals are the real source of Zero's power." Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. It was impossible to reason with a lunatic. She narrowed her eyes dangerously and secretly cut open the space behind her. She was so close to grabbing the old man and entering the space together. It would be strange if she did not kill him. The needle was just about to touch her skin. Suddenly, a strange cracking sound came from behind him. AI Me and Wei Wei Bai were slightly stunned. The cracking sounds grew louder and louder, like the sound of eggshells cracking. No, even a glass trough was breaking. The turbid nutrient liquid was disappearing rapidly. They all surged into the cracks in the broken eggshell. AI Me's eyes were fanatical, and he was about to stab the needle down. Bai Weiwei had long been on guard. Her entire body was about to retreat, and when she was about to remove the needle, suddenly, the needle dropped. The old villain who was grabbing her arm stared at her with bloodshot eyes. Weiwei Bai, a wire passed through the old man's forehead from the back of his head. It was exceptionally frightening. Wei Wei Bai immediately shook off the old man. When she turned around, she found that the glass trough was broken into pieces. The eggshell fell to the bottom of the glass trough. A lot of the eggshell had fallen off. She saw a hand gently peel off the outer layer of the eggshell. This was an exceptionally strange scene. The voltage in the laboratory became unstable, and all kinds of wires burst. All kinds of instruments also made sharp sounds. Wei Wei Bai's body was still weak. She sat on the ground and watched the eggshell fade away bit by bit. It was like a hand, then a foot that was stretched out, and finally his face. This was a body that was close to that of a teenager, but more mature than a teenager. Long hair that was as thick as dark silk fell down from the young man's flawless white body. Crystal clear water droplets fell from his hair into his skin. His eyelashes were as thick as black wings, and a holy halo appeared behind him. Everyone stared at him blankly. He slowly walked out of the broken glass. The glass shattered into powder under his fragile feet. Wei Wei Bai sat on the ground with a weak and pale face and looked up at him. He came in front of her, slowly bent down, and reached out his cold hands to hold her face. As if he was sighing, his half-closed eyes slowly opened. A cold, golden light flowed in the depths of his eyes, like a light hell. "You want to see me?" "As you wish," he whispered, calm and soul-stirring. Wei Wei Bai was stunned, and then said softly, "0." Fuck, how old was her soft and cute heart? Why did it feel like she had hatched a great demon king? // Chapter 21:32. Ling lowered her eyes to look at her. There was a sense of restrained coldness in her clear eyes. His fingers gently slid across her cheeks, as if he was testing something. Finally, his fingertips came to the corner of her eyes and looked into the depths of her beautiful eyes. "What do you want me to do?" His voice was low, cold, and unwavering. Even his expression was as holy and calm as an angel. It was as if Wei Wei Bai was saying something, as if she was making a wish to him, and the wish would definitely come true. Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched, and there was a trace of fluctuation in her eyes. It seemed like doubt, but more than that, it was curiosity. "Have you grown up?" she asked in a low voice. The little cookie suddenly turned into a big ice cube. She couldn't think straight for a moment. She was about to get into a car accident. Zero looked at her indifferently. There was a kind of frozen coldness in his emotionless face. "No, I've always been here." After saying that, he suddenly closed his eyes slowly. His whole body fell into Wei Wei Bai's arms. Wei Wei Bai reached out and caught him. She almost couldn't catch the smooth touch. Wei Wei Bai held the giant baby that had just been born and looked at the mess around her. The scientists and a bunch of assistants hid in the side trembling. They were all accomplices of the villain AI Me. As an ability user, Bai Weiwei's strength was still very great. She pulled her coat and wrapped it around Zero. After carrying him up, she said, "Clean up everything." The person in charge of the base was dead, so she was the boss. This was the rule of the Doomsday, where the strong preyed on the weak. The scientists and assistants immediately ran over to clean up everything in fear. Wei Wei Bai brought Zero back to the room and put him on the bed. She also covered him with a blanket to cover his healthy white body. Wei Wei Bai sat by the bed, speechless. "I keep feeling that something is wrong. Let me figure it out." In just a month, Zero had not only hatched, but his brain had also turned from a baby to a normal person's IQ. This increase in IQ was simply shocking. However, the The system saw that the gray area of the data was beginning to unlock. He said, "The data is starting to be unlocked. Wait for me for a while. There might be new data coming out later." Wei Wei Bai nodded, only to find that Ling suddenly opened her eyes. His long black hair was suddenly dyed by the cold blue haze. His cold hair color was like the ocean under the fog, giving off a deep and strange sense of beauty. Zero slowly stood up. Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows twitched. This guy, as expected, his half-closed eyes slowly opened. However, the color of his eyes changed from gold to brown. The dark red color carried a kind of demonic and rich beauty. He suddenly revealed a beautiful smile and casually reached out to push his long hair back. He reached out and grabbed Wei Wei Bai's clothes. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed, and she was about to resist. He looked at her with a picky yet enchanting gaze. "Not bad. If you were too ugly, I might have killed you." His voice was low and hoarse. Every word he said made people's ears go numb. Wei Wei Bai's expression changed from puzzlement to vigilance. Her fingers clenched the blanket, ready to disappear at any time. However, Zero whispered, "Can I call you Wei Wei? Seeing you smile so happily at that little fool, I'm really jealous." Chapter 2133. Their natural good feelings came from the first time they met her. This was the effect of the nestling complex. But this effect couldn't really influence their thoughts. Only the person who made them fall in love at first sight. They felt like they liked her very much, so they had a desire to monopolize and protect her. Even the coldest and calmest boss couldn't stop the influence of the nestling complex. Wei Wei Bai blinked, as if she was confused by the scene in front of her, and her fingers, holding a small knife, were already on Zero's neck. Wei Wei Bai said calmly, "Who are you?" She wasn't affected by the other party's seductive charm at all. However, Zero reached out and grabbed her knife. With a crack, the knife shattered into pieces. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. "You're so naughty. Just smile at me and sing to me. This is the only kindness I can show to my creator." After saying that, Zero lazily got up and stretched. He murmured in a low voice, "I'm hungry." Then he left the bed naked and walked out step by step. This figure, this walking posture, it was unbelievably perfect. Wei Wei Bai immediately jumped up from the bed and followed. As soon as she went out, she saw an inhumane scene. The scientists and assistants were all entangled by wires. Zero stood in the middle of the hall with a lazy and seductive face. All the glass troughs began to break. He stepped on the glass barefoot and picked the innards of a monster. He inserted his fingers into the innards, and the innards withered. A trace of satisfaction appeared on Zero's face. Not enough for us to wake up." Wei Wei Bai wanted to light a cigarette at this moment and greet the main system's unspeakable lower body. "Tongzi, how many consciousnesses does the monster below have?" In fact, she felt that something was wrong from the beginning, but Zero had always been soft. She was also happy to be lazy, and her attention was dragged down by that old man AI me. As a result, she didn't notice in time that there was something wrong with the target. The system looked at the unlocked information and also wanted to light a cigarette to greet the main system. 4. Wei Wei Bai was silent. 2 people with schizophrenia were more than enough. What did it mean to have 4 of them? They could play a round of mahjong. The system replied, due to the fact that there were too many superpower elixirs, it led to schizophrenia. The primary personality represents rationality and wisdom, and the secondary personality is the naked pervert who is eating. It represents temptation and desire, and it has a powerful hypnotizing ability. The third one is violent and hungry and likes to kill. The last one is your sweet biscuit, who cries when it's useless. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. The system added, all 4 of them need to reach 100 favorable impression points before it's considered success. In other planes, a single target was enough to torment them. There were 4 in this plane. As expected, every time her favorability rose too quickly, it wasn't a good sign. Wei Wei Bai stared at the second personality. It had grayish-blue hair and reddish-brown eyes. It was clearly the same face. But when the main personality appeared, it was the ascetic type. And this, just by standing there lazily, she had a seductive posture. Bai Wei Wei looked at him, and felt that something was wrong. Her body actually surged with a strange heat. She whispered Tongzi. The system immediately took out the mineral water for the system and poured it on Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai was indeed much cooler. But in the laboratory, everyone who was awake was slowly crawling towards zero in a deranged manner. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m Sashu.com. Chapter 2134. After Zero absorbed all the nutrients in the nutrient tank, he turned around. His long hair fell behind him, making him look like a mermaid that had just emerged from the bottom of the sea. Every step he took was able to lure out the demons in people's hearts. Those people's eyes turned red and their bodies started to twitch. Then they started hugging each other. Zero slowly revealed a cruel smile. He was like a monster that toyed with people's hearts, looking down at the ants beneath his feet. Then he seemed to have noticed something. He raised his head and looked at Wei Wei Bai, who was standing on the iron ladder. Her eyes were clear, and she was not affected by him. However, she seemed to be frightened as she stood on the top and looked at him blankly. Zero tilted his head strangely and put his fingertips into his thin lips. The seductive smile on his face became even more demonic. The system silently poured by Wei Wei another bucket of the system's pure water. The excitement that had just erupted from by Wei Wei's body was gone. Therefore, she remained calm and looked at the man who looked like a monster below. The smile in Zero's eyes finally turned into a strange doubt. It was as if he felt that no one could resist his temptation. He kicked away those people who were rolling on the ground and walked up the stairs step by step. Wei Wei Bai tried to look at his neck calmly. She was really calm and was not affected by him at all. The reddish-brown color in Zero's eyes was like blood. It was more like a red rose that emitted an evil fragrance. He squinted his eyes dangerously. "Don't you like me?" On the side that represented desire, there was a strong sense of vanity that wanted everyone to look at him. He wanted everyone in this world to kneel down and look at him, to be trampled by him. Wei Wei Bai could not even pull out a smile for him. "I don't like you. The one I like is still the child who calls me master sweetly." After saying that, Wei Wei Bai looked at the chaotic scene below calmly and complained, "Next time, remember to tell me when you are in heat. I will find a few professional attendants for you. Otherwise, it will be very dirty." The seductive smile on Zero's face disappeared. She looked at him calmly, as if she was looking at an object. There was no trace of gentleness. He was not moved in the slightest. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the time. "As a successful experiment subject, it's time for you to rest. Which scene do you like to sleep in? Do you need me to make an eggshell for you?" The colder she was, the color in Zero's eyes deepened, or even violent. He suddenly reached out to grab her, wanting to destroy the calmness in her eyes. But in the next second, she suddenly disappeared. She reappeared with a gun in her hand and shot him in the waist without hesitation. It was the heaviest anesthetic. However, it seemed to have no effect on Zero at all. Instead, his hand grabbed her. Wei Wei Bai instantly disappeared again. What an annoying ability. Ling looked up coldly. Her coquettish eyes were no longer as natural as before. Instead, they were filled with irritation. In the next second, he seemed to see something. He grabbed at the air with his long fingers, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. "Caught you." He pulled down fiercely, but pulled down a piece of clothing. Zero was stunned for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up with fervor. He looked around for a figure. His tired and lazy heart was completely activated by a fanaticism. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed at the air. Zero smiled, and his voice became sweet. "Where are you, Wei Wei? Come out and play with me." // Chapter 2135. The world after the apocalypse was a mess. The base had lost its leader, the mercenaries, the scientists, and a bunch of assistants. Apart from the initial period of trembling with fear, after realizing that everything was working normally, they returned to their numb and indifferent attitude. After all, in this world, it was not unusual for a bunch of people to die every day. It would be abnormal if no one died. To the people in the base, it was just a change of leader. As long as the operation was not messed up and they could still survive, it did not matter. Wei Wei Bai was also expressionless as she walked around with a burden. Zero reached out and pinched the corner of her long white coat with his white fingers. He was already wearing clothes. It was the suspenders that she chose for him and a white mango t-shirt. He was also wearing cartoon sneakers. The young man, who was wearing an older child's outfit, pursed his thin lips, his beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. His voice was full of dependence. Wei Wei, are you busy? Wei Wei Bai lowered her head and was recording some data. In front of her was a large monster corpse. A bunch of people surrounded it to study. This year's monster wave was coming. The energy of the protective shield might not be able to withstand this year's monster wave. Because of the birth of a new king, a large number of humans were needed to support the new king of monsters. So this year, there would be many monsters, and they would be very strong. If the base could not withstand this wave of monster attack, everyone would die together. It was normal for the people in the base to be so excited about Zero's birth. This meant that the survival rate of the base would be higher. The premise was that this guy could be controlled. She thought of Zero's second personality, that seductive bastard who bewitched everyone. Wei Wei Bai's hand that was holding the pen was shaking. It was not certain who that guy would help when he appeared. What if he thought it was fun and let the monsters have sex with the humans? The scene would definitely be blocked. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and said to the system, "Are there any signs of the appearance of these personalities?" The system said, "Nutrition, third baby's murderous personality needs the most nutrition. Fourth baby needs the least." Wei Wei Bai calculated, the main character, eldest baby, probably did not need much nutrition, just a little more than fourth baby. That second baby needed the second most nutrition. Because there were too many personalities, she decided to give them a serial number. In any case, Zero had eaten all the superpowered people in the base. Now, this title shall be given to Zero's personality. If he had a few more personalities one day, he would be able to gather a bunch of Calabash brothers. Wei Wei Bai. Fortunately, I have a baby bird complex. Otherwise, I would have died as soon as I appeared. The fledgling complex should also depend on one's IQ. The lower the IQ, the higher the initial favorability of the fledgling complex. Just like the main personality, his IQ would definitely be high. The initial level of favorability was extremely low, just 110. Wei Wei Bai sorted out some of the relationships between the personalities and was about to continue filling in the monster data. She felt a steady tug at the corner of her clothes behind her. Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but turn around, only to see that the youth behind her was more than a head taller than her. He was staring at her blankly. There was a soft sense of grievance on his angelic face. Wei Wei is ignoring me. Last night, she sang to fourth baby and coaxed him to sleep until dawn. Wei Wei Bai also had to prevent the other personalities from suddenly flipping out. She was also tired. She hadn't become a mother yet, but she already experienced the miserable experience of raising a giant baby. It was better to give birth to a pillow than a baby. At least the pillow could be used to cushion her head and coax her to sleep. In the end, fourth baby woke up less than half an hour after she slept. Chapter 21:36. Zero's sleep time was surprisingly short. Wei Wei Bai, with two dark circles under her eyes, looked at the motherless giant baby in front of her with a loving smile. "Mom, no, I need to work too. If I don't work, I won't get any points. How can I raise you without points? You're the most important person to me." Anyway, this giant baby's IQ was not high. Regardless of whether the words were fake or not, she had to coax it first. Sure enough, fourth baby's confused and wrong face revealed a happy smile. His thick eyelashes trembled, and his eyes were as soft as water. His beautiful sky blue eyes were clearer than the purest gemstones in this world. His golden hair was more dazzling than the sun. Golden hair and blue eyes. He looked like an angel in the legends. Wei Wei Bai silently covered her chest. It was so cute. Zero opened her beautiful blue eyes and asked softly, "Wei Wei, you need to work." "What is the work?" "I can help you work." Wei Wei Bai said perfunctorily. Ah, I just need to collect some data. That monster is the target of our research. I need to know how thick its skin is, what kind of attacks it can withstand, the structure of its internal organs, and the composition of its blood. Monsters in this world. There are all kinds of weirdos. Not to mention a bunch of aliens, octopus-like creatures, poisonous spiders, and plant monsters. These monsters had a common resonator and a common nest. It was the Monster King. Every generation of Monster Kings had different abilities, but they all had one thing in common. They could control all monsters. This world is really dangerous, Wei Wei Bai thought calmly. Anyway, she had the power of space and could run anywhere, so she was not afraid of monsters. It was just that Zero's ability had not been fully developed due to lack of nutrition. She did not know if she could run away when a monster tide came. Her ability was not enough to drag another person into the space to hide. The space was full of dangerous space-time power. If she dragged someone in, that person would die. Wei Wei Bai thought as she casually filled in some data. Suddenly, she heard a cry of surprise. She immediately looked up and found that Zero had walked to the large experiment table where the monster's body was placed. Although Zero was the standard height of a man, his body was a little slender, perhaps due to malnutrition. She looked exceptionally slender and beautiful. He stood beside the corpse of a monster the size of a small mountain, just like a real child. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Could it be that he was hungry and wanted to eat something? Don't absorb the monster you've spent so much effort to catch until there's only a layer of skin left. That would be difficult to explain. Bai Weiwei immediately lifted her foot and walked over. However, she found Fourth Baby, who had a childish expression on his face, slowly counting something with his fingers. He lowered his black feather-like eyelashes, and his blue eyes were a little gray. He seriously bent his white fingers, and then used the index finger of one hand to count one by one with great effort. 21, 102. Bai Weiwei walked up to him and raised her hand to touch his head. His golden hair was tied up by her hairband, and it fell quietly behind him. Zero's eyelashes fluttered, and a comfortable expression appeared on his face. He narrowed his eyes like a cat. Wei Wei Bai comforted him softly. What's wrong? Are you hungry? I'll take you to eat when I'm done with work. Zero immediately shook his head, shaking it too quickly. She didn't take her hand away, but instead rubbed the hair on the top of his head. His golden hair was a little messy on the top of his head. /T. Chapter 21:37. It made him look even cuter. No, I'm helping Wei Wei with her work. Zero smiled proudly, then suddenly grabbed Wei Wei Bai's fingers. His fingers were clasped tightly, and he used a little too much strength. Wei Wei Bai frowned, and Zero immediately relaxed. He said worriedly, Wei Wei, does it hurt? Wei Wei Bai loosened her brows and shook her head. She felt that she could not work anymore. She should just coax the child. She was about to say that she would take him out to play when she suddenly froze. Rows of data appeared in her mind. This was Wei Wei Bai said cautiously. Tongzi. The system said, it's okay. It's just a data transfer. It won't invade your consciousness. It was guarding her consciousness. Wei Wei Bai finally relaxed, but found that the data in front was almost exactly the same as the data she filled in on the paper. The latter part was the most important data of this monster. It was also the most difficult to study. However, it might not be correct because the lab had not studied it yet. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in shock. Zero looked at her innocently. His blue eyes were pure and soft, and his expression was very pure and innocent. A faint white light appeared on his fingertips, and this white light wrapped around her fingers. After the data transfer, Zero immediately let go of her hand. He did not think that it was difficult, and his expression was very calm. Is this the data that Wei Wei wants? I can help Wei Wei with her work. At the end of his sentence, the corner of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a silly and cute smile. Wei Wei Bai looked at him silently. Zero suddenly felt a little scared. He pursed his lips, as if he did not know if he did something wrong. Did I mess up the work? He asked softly like a child. Wei Wei Bai shook her head. Suddenly, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she looked up and kissed him gently on his forehead. You did well. You're my pride. This is your reward. Zero liked this feeling very much. Ding! Fourth baby's favorability is at 80. He repressed his infantile hysteria, knowing that she did not like his wild mode of expression. After breaking out of the shell, his IQ also began to increase. Slowly, he understood a lot. She was no longer just capricious. His feelings for her were also slowly changing. It was as if he was no longer just relying on her. Instead, it was more of a desire to protect. Seeing that she was happily recording the data, Zero couldn't help but narrow his eyes and reveal a satisfied smile. She was very happy. He was also very happy. The work of the monster was done. Wei Bai took out some life force and poured it into a cup for Zero to drink. There was not much life source left. He had to be thrifty. Zero hugged the huge cup and gulped down the contents like a child. Wei Bai lowered her head and sorted out some teaching materials. She hoped that she could teach this fourth baby to be upright, kind, and beautiful. The remaining 3 personalities weren't anything good, so it was better to keep the best personality. Then, after reaching 100 points, he would let the kind and beautiful fourth baby angel influence the rest of the babies. She thought of Erwa's transvestite look. Wei Bai trembled. Fourth baby was still the best. Wei Bai suddenly saw fourth baby looking at the cup expressionlessly. Chapter 2138. This expression made her eyebrows jump again. Was he going to change his personality again? Such an indifferent expression. Was it Dawa? Sure enough, the young man in front of her had golden hair dyed with a rich black. His beautiful and pure blue eyes were occupied by an incomparably cold golden color. It was just a matter of a moment. The young man in front of her put down the cup and unhurriedly reached out to take out a handkerchief from the air. This handkerchief was brand new. At first glance, it was taken from the room where they put their daily necessities. This was the upgraded space power. Breaking through space to take something elsewhere, people didn't even need to move. It was much more advanced than her power. Zero used the handkerchief to elegantly wipe the corners of his mouth. His eyes were deep with a trace of laziness that just woke up, and the cold golden color circulated in the depths of his eyes. His posture was innately orderly, elegant, and noble. He glanced at Wei Bai indifferently, his expression cold and restrained. Besides the data of the Yala beast just now, do you need any other data? The loving smile on by Wei's face also disappeared. She rubbed the bridge of her nose with some distress, as if she was surprised by his appearance. Then Wei Bai adjusted her state, changing herself from a kind guardian to a calm person in charge of the base. How many consciousnesses do you have? Zero glanced at her indifferently. You don't need to know this. I will restrain them from attacking you. As long as you don't court death, I will give you a benevolent life. His words were arrogant and indifferent. Like a god high above, with a trace of calm softness, he looked at the ants under his feet. Even if she was an ant favored, to him, she was just an ant. Wei Bai seemed to be more irritated. She took out a box of cigarettes from the drawer and a matchbox. The matchbox was the kind that cost 20 cents before the end of the world. The red wick slid across the cover of the box on her white fingertips, and a cluster of red fireworks suddenly rose. Wei Bai put the cigarette between her bright red lips with a hint of laziness. She had always been calm and serious, but at this moment, because of her impatient sarcasm, there was a hint of sharpness in her eyes. Wei Bai carelessly exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said sarcastically, "A benevolent life? Do you think that you deserve to mention the word benevolence in this world? To be honest, I'm only interested in your ability. If you want to be a god, then get out of here. You're not a god. You're a god." She did not care about how capable he was at all. In fact, his attitude was even more arrogant and cold than his. Zero's face was covered in smoke. In the haze, his indifferent eyes appeared even more profound and beautiful. Wei Bai flicked the ash off her cigarette elegantly. "I'm not like that old lunatic AI me. I'm not interested in you. To me, if a test subject doesn't listen, then it's trash." Zero seemed to be a little surprised by her attitude. Her indifferent face was reflected in the depths of his cold and deep golden eyes. His slender white fingers tapped on the table unhurriedly. He seemed to be thinking about something. Wei Bai calmly said, This world is full of lunatics. We don't need you. But don't be crazy. I don't buy it. Chapter 2139. Zero's calm eyes finally showed a ripple. It seemed to be true. There was no desire in her eyes. There was no fear of death, surprisingly calm. But why was she so kind and gentle towards his childish personality? Zero suddenly reached out, slowly but irresistibly clasped her chin, forcing her to look at him. His expression was still indifferent, and there was a trace of cold scrutiny in his eyes. I'm stronger than you, number one. Number one, what a cold name. This main personality was ascetic, rational, and a hard bone to chew. Wei Bai's eyes became sharp, and the ruthlessness cultivated by the end of the world surged up. She slowly and fiercely crushed the cigarette but on the back of his hand. Zero seemed a little surprised, but he didn't avoid it, because it didn't hurt him at all. But in the next second, Wei Bai suddenly clasped his shoulder and threw him on the table. The glass shattered all over the floor. She straddled his waist, sat down hard, and strangled his neck with one hand. Zero didn't seem to be on guard against her impulse. His black hair scattered and fell under the table, calmly and rationally looking at the irritable Wei Bai. Wei Bai lowered her head, her fragrant lips almost touching his. You should be the main personality, but you're really an annoying personality. Just obediently continue to sleep. I only need your childish personality. Her eyes had the murderous determination of a doomsday soldier, and also a careless disregard for death. The only thing that made me happy about your birth was that child. It's better to erase the remaining personality. All her gentleness. It was only the childish personality that she had for him. She didn't care about the rest of the personalities. Zero's indifferent expression didn't change at all. He had been observing her, as if he felt that there was something hidden behind her cold and irritable mask. But he couldn't see it clearly. Wei Bai patted his face like a hooligan. Give me a benevolent life. What a joke. This old lady is in charge of her own life. Who do you think you are? Why should I let you control my life? You're just a cub born a few days old. You really know how to talk big. In the apocalypse, those who had just been born, or those who had just been born with superpowers, they were all called cubs. Cub is a derogatory term. It represented an inexperienced little idiot who overestimated himself. Zero looked at her strangely, as if he was looking at a toy that had suddenly mutated. Her gentleness towards him had disappeared because of his change of personality. Zero's eyelashes drooped slightly, half closing her cold golden eyes. Her black eyelashes were like a net, covering the emotions in the depths of her eyes. He didn't seem to get angry. However, he was a little curious. Like an old wise man, he looked deeply at the furious Wei Bai, as if he was looking at an immature child. Zero stared at her calmly and deeply, without any desire or emotion. He suddenly said indifferently, I'm very disappointed. It seems that you still know nothing about power. After saying that, the space suddenly began to distort. Wei Bai's expression changed, and her eyes instantly became incomparably sharp. Her fingers actually couldn't choke his neck. The cutting power of the space had already arrived behind her, and that terrifying power twisted the air. It even cut off a few strands of her hair. Wei Bai found that her space power, in front of him, was like a child without the strength to truss up a chicken. She didn't have the chance to fight back. However, she didn't beg for mercy, nor was she afraid. Her delicate face suddenly revealed a few traces of a sinister smile. She stretched out her hand, and the brutal air cut her flesh. The blood on her fingers splashed onto Zero's inhumanly pure face. The blood condensed into a blood blade, which was a materialized object obtained by the power of the space distortion. The blood blade ruthlessly pierced into his abdomen. However, his skin was unexpectedly thick, and unexpectedly, only a little bit of skin was pierced. His blood merged with hers, forming a flirtatious rose color. Wei Bai faintly raised her eyebrows. It seems that I am indeed going to die. The weak are prey to the strong, so it doesn't matter. However, I still have to make you pay a price. After saying that, Wei Bai clasped his calm and pure face. Without hesitation, she bit his lips. Zero, //T. Chapter 2140. This scene was unusually bloody and violent, but it was also mixed with some kind of secret ambiguity. Her usually serious expression was now replaced by a reckless and childish vigor. Her slender fingers were supposed to be holding a pen to record the experimental data. At this moment, she was doing an unforgivable, even blasphemous thing to him. Zero stretched out his hand, wanting to push her away. However, he saw her staring straight at him. Her pretty and delicate eyes were slightly downcast, making her look incomparably gentle and beautiful. However, her eyes were burning with a violent and bright flame. She was not afraid of death. Her usual mature appearance was even a disguise. The impulsiveness and brainlessness in her body were even more unintelligent than his childish side. Zero's cold and heartless eyes looked at her coldly, feeling that there was no need to be too calculated with her. So, just as he was about to withdraw his finger. However, it was caught by her and just intertwined. The blood on her finger spread to his fingertips. The warm blood quickly cooled down. She was very fragrant and soft, even sweet. However, it was not annoying. Zero frowned slightly, but he heard her whisper in his ear provocatively, "Why don't you continue? Don't you want to kill me?" Zero felt the strength of her fingers, but this kind of strength that wanted to break his fingers had a trace of restrained gentleness. She did not hurt his consciousness. Zero was smart enough to notice this. He lowered his eyes and suddenly said softly, "With your personality, you will be at a disadvantage." His creator, the maintainer of the fledgling complex. There was something wrong with her brain. Perhaps it was similar to his childish personality. Was that why they got along? Zero's beautiful eyelashes gently drooped and finally covered his golden eyes. He did not sense the real, killing intent. He did not have the intention to test her at the beginning. She was harmless. Before Zero fell asleep, he said this to his other personalities. Wei Bai was still bloody. Her hands and feet trembled as she pretended to force herself on him. She did not have enough strength. The blood flowed out, and she almost went into shock due to excessive blood loss. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Wei Bai looked at Zero with some darkness in front of her eyes. Zero also stared at her blankly. A hint of confusion appeared in his sky-blue eyes, as if he didn't understand what was wrong with him. She didn't understand what was wrong with Wei Bai. Wei Bai immediately softened her tense nerves. She happily held his face and kissed him randomly. "Fourth Wa, you're back." The system was turning over the tourniquet when it heard Wei Bai yelling at Fourth Baby. The corners of its mouth twitched. It was fine to just call out the name Fourth Baby in its heart. It wasn't embarrassing to call out such a tacky name. Only then did Zero realize that he was lying on the table. His clothes were in a mess. His face reeked of blood, as well as the lipstick mark left behind by the blood. Zero Primal Chaos had just regained his senses, and he did not have any memory of what had just happened. Sometimes their memories were in common, and sometimes they were not. The more powerful one was, the more one would be able to control all the memories. If the higher personality didn't want to share the memory, he wouldn't know what would happen to that personality. Just like now, he finally realized how badly Wei Bai's arm was injured. Zero stared at Wei with his blue eyes that were as tender as a deer's. He said in disbelief, "You're injured? Who was it? Was it the person who had ordered him to sleep?" Zero was at a loss for a moment. He immediately grabbed Wei Bai's arm, and a white halo appeared. He began to repair Wei Bai's arm. Slash. Chapter 2141. The lost blood couldn't come back, but the repair of the body was quickly completed. There was also a successful ability user who was a healer, but it was as fast as Zero to heal her extremely ugly wound without any side effects. It was almost impossible. Wei Bai was still staring at her fingers, but she found that Siwa's mood was not right. She looked up and saw him biting his lips, his thick eyelashes hanging down like an abandoned puppy. Zero said in distress, "I hurt you." Although he had no memory, he knew that the aura of the attack came from his own body. Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and reached out to hold his body, taking him into her arms. She was obviously more petite, but Zero looked like a child, seeking warmth in her arms. Bai Weiwei's cold and slightly ruthless expression eased, and an incomparably gentle smile appeared. It's okay, it's not your fault. My Zero won't hurt me. The affection was so high. It was worth her being so gentle. The rest of the personalities were all lacking. Zero's body trembled and suddenly buried himself deeper in her arms, reaching out to hug her. He couldn't bear to hug her tightly, but he couldn't bear to not hug her. Weiwei was so good. Ding! Siwa's affection is at 85. Fourth baby's favorability was so high that it could move heaven and earth. The sullen feeling of being found fault with Baida was gone. Weiwei Bai looked at the 85 affection and felt that it was fortunate that there was a small cookie to comfort her heart. Otherwise, she would have gone on strike. Zero's Siwa personality had been maintained for a long time, while the rest of the personalities seemed to be in long-term sleep. So Weiwei Bai was happy to get along with the small cookie. It was best for the rest of the personalities to suddenly explode and die, so that it would be beneficial for her to gain affection. Weiwei Bai opened the textbook. Little Red Riding Hood went through the forest alone and met the big bad wolf. The big bad wolf wanted to trick her into entering the forest. Zero was lying on the bed, his golden hair spread on the pillow, and his soft blue eyes stared at Weiwei Bai. Weiwei Bai read the fairy tale before bed while yawning. Zero's fingers stretched out from the quilt and tugged at her clothes. Weiwei, you're sleepy. Go to sleep. Weiwei Bai was always very indulgent of Siwa. She yawned and got into the quilt, saying to him, if you want to change personalities, remember to wake me up, so that she wouldn't be strangled in her sleep by the other kids. Fourth baby reached out and gently touched her soft hair. He smiled and said softly, yes, I will protect you. Bai Weiwei closed her eyes and slept. He had lost too much blood today and was already exhausted. Now that he was asleep, he was in a deep sleep. Zero lay sleep. Calm. He suddenly thought of something. He sneaked out of bed and turned on the virtual computer screen. All sorts of complicated data appeared on the screen, and curiosity appeared in his cute blue eyes. Weiwei thought that he should listen to fairy tales, but he already knew a lot of knowledge. As though he was born with it, his IQ increased rapidly. Zero rested his chin on his hands and looked at the knowledge that was disappearing and appearing quickly. But Weiwei seemed to like him to be a little silly and obedient. So, he didn't dare to let her know. He was very big now. So big that the restlessness in his heart had turned into the hormones of adolescence. This was a feeling that he didn't have in the past. It was warm and dry. Chapter 2142. His face turned red, and he immediately closed it. But not long after, he secretly opened it again. He looked at it twice and closed it again. Ling couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. He felt that he wasn't a good child. Ling erased all traces of the data on the computer and then slipped into bed. He didn't dare to get too close to Weiwei Bai. He held his breath as he looked at her sleeping appearance. Her face had lost its color, and her lips were soft. She looked a little pale. By the time Zero realized what she was doing, his fingers were already gently caressing her lips. It was like a butterfly in love with a flower, but also greedy. Ling's fingers trembled slightly, and he immediately retracted them. Then he turned around and felt like he was that evil wolf. He wanted to deceive Weiwei, who was as pure as Little Red Riding Hood. Ling hugged his head and curled up into a ball. He was a bad child, but he really wanted her to look at him alone. She was only good to him. Ding, fourth baby's affection has increased to 88. The system hugged the notification device and was drooling as it slept. When it heard the notification, it immediately opened its eyes. It yawned and continued to install the notification device. It thought that the notification device was broken, so it took it out to repair. Fortunately, it was only the shell. It was easy to put it back. The system suddenly realized something and looked at the host and the male lead. It was normal, they were both sleeping. But why did 88 favorable impression points become love points? The system was confused for a while. Forget it, family and love were feelings. It was fine as long as there was affection points. So the system continued to work hard to install the notification device. Bai Weiwei fell into a deep sleep until the frantic and sharp warning sounds came. She jumped up and immediately rushed to the bathroom to wash up and change. Like a rough man, she came out fully armed in just a few minutes. Ling sat up in a daze while hugging the blanket. He stared blankly with his childish eyes as Wei Wei Bai rushed over and grabbed him for a morning kiss. I'm going to fight the monster. Be good and don't cause trouble. Fourth baby's personality was too obedient. He probably didn't know how to fight the monster. Therefore, Wei Wei Bai was too lazy to ask him to come along, lest he had to take care of the giant baby on the battlefield. Lingbo blinked and pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something. But Wei Wei Bai had already been swept away like a gust of wind. Zero sat on the bed and listened to the sharp warning. Suddenly, her expression slowly changed. His eyes, which were about to be stained with gray, suddenly returned to blue. The Zero shrank into a ball and began to tremble violently. He hugged himself tightly. His clothes were drenched in cold sweat, and he covered his face with his hands. Don't come out. You will hurt her. He would not let anyone hurt her. When he saw that Wei Wei was covered in blood, and that he was the one who had injured her, he knew that he was the only one who had been injured. The monsters in his body wanted to harm Wei Wei as soon as they came out. His golden hair slowly faded into silver. However, it soon turned golden again. Chapter 2143. In the end, this fierce tug-of-war was decided by a calm and rational whisper. Come back. The blue-eyed, golden-haired, angelic child was stunned. Then, his blonde hair faded and turned into a translucent silver. His eyes were also filled with a cold and sharp gray color. Zero, who was sitting on the bed, suddenly changed. Zero looked around with an expressionless face. Suddenly, he slowly stretched out his fingernails and slid them across the special steel-like wall. The wall was easily crushed by his fingernails. Zero gently raised his neck and stretched lazily. A cold, evil smile appeared on his face. We need food, I know. Zero abruptly got up from the bed and disappeared like a ferocious beast. Wei Wei Bai was commanding the mercenaries to open the protective shield. It was a wave of monsters. This year's wave of monsters seemed to have come early. Bai Wei Wei watched as the monsters recklessly crashed into the protective shield and were scorched by it. One by one, they continued to crash into it. They were using death to open a path. Wei Wei Bai unhurriedly pulled out a silver-white, long sword and began to put on her gloves. The girl standing in the sandstorm outside the base had a body like the sword in her hand, firm and straight. Although there was no need to pretend to be a little white flower in this apocalyptic world. But fighting monsters was also a physical activity. Several monsters suddenly broke through the protective shield and rushed over while howling. Wei Wei Bai coldly said to the communicator on her collar, "Prepare to kill." Just as she finished speaking, the system reminded, "The male lead is here. It's Sanhua." Wei Wei Bai. Sanhua? The one with a bad temper? Just as she finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly came from behind her. A figure had already appeared in midair. Silver hair fluttered in the air. The young man grinned and reached out to grab a monster's brain. Then there were 2, 3, for in an instant more than half of the monsters fell. Wei Wei Bai held her sword and felt that she didn't have a chance to show off. This Sanhua's movements were too fast. A huge leading monster fell to the ground. Zero stood on the monster's head. His hands were stained with blood. He snorted with dissatisfaction. Too weak. I'm starving to death. After he finished speaking, his gray eyes suddenly landed on Wei Wei Bai. That feeling of greed, coldness, and recklessness appeared again. Zero suddenly appeared in front of Wei Wei Bai. He lowered his head and stared at her with a strange expression. Are you my creator? Wei Wei Bai looked like she had nothing to live for. If you say so. Zero frowned in annoyance. You're smiling like a fool when you're with that little idiot. Why are you so impatient with me? Woman, I'm hungry. She was so indulgent towards the little fool and gave him everything. Then he must be hungry. She would definitely feed him. Sanhua's initial favorability was 25. With such a high favorability, it proved that his IQ was not high enough. Wei Wei Bai regained some patience in front of him. The corner of her mouth twitched. You're hungry. I'll find you something to eat. Zero slowly revealed a cold and greedy smile. I'll eat some desserts first. Wei Wei Bai? Question mark. Zero had already looked at the mercenaries because the monsters were gone. Wei Wei Bai had a bad feeling in her heart. As expected, Zero's next sentence was, although humans don't have much energy, it's better than nothing. Wei Wei Bai, the target of the man-eating strategy. Goodbye. She wanted to go home. Of course, at this point, the target of her strategy had to kneel down and complete it. Zero was about to attack the humans like a ferocious beast. Wei Wei Bai immediately hugged him. She tore open space and fell in. She really had to hand it to these crazy personalities. Except for little sweet Cookie, the rest were not normal people. With a boom, Wei Wei Bai brought Zero into the confinement room in the laboratory. The specially made walls in this place were very difficult to break open. Then, Wei Wei Bai planned to leave immediately. However, before she could open a space-time rift, Zero had already grabbed her arm and fiercely pulled her out of the space-time rift. Zero's body was full of wounds caused by the space-time power. He revealed an extremely evil smile. Woman, you're so fucking biased. You give everything to the little idiot, but you're not even willing to give me a human to eat. Wei Wei Bai slowly exhaled. She was speechless at the target in front of her. She felt a headache. It was more irritable than facing the rational and inhumane Dewa. Then, she showed a very patient fake smile to Zero. I'll take you to the monster's nest and let you eat enough, okay? Zero showed a bit of impatience. He said, is there a lot of food there? Wei Wei Bai showed the patience of dealing with the mentally retarded and softly said, there's a lot. Zero nodded and said mercifully, okay, let's go, but I'll eat some desserts first. After saying that, he howled and suddenly bit Wei Wei Bai's arm. Wei Wei Bai, where did the weapon to kill the personality come from? She had to buy it with 1,000 life points. She couldn't stand this group of crazy people anymore. /T. Chapter 2144. The sharpness of the teeth was much sharper than any scythe. Ling narrowed his eyes and bit her arm, just as he was about to break the bone. Wei Wei Bai suddenly said, if you eat my hand, I will be very weak and will die. I won't be able to take you to the monster's nest. Zero paused, but in the end, he struggled to pull his teeth out of her arm. Blood immediately gushed out, and Ling immediately lowered his head and licked it with his tongue. Wei Wei Bai's wound quickly healed again. What was his saliva made of? How did the wound heal just by licking it? The four children's abilities were close to the same. Wei Wei Bai pondered for a moment, only to find that Ling strangely stretched out his hand and wiped the blood from his mouth, then licked it. Wei Wei Bai, the feeling of a vampire. Ding! Sanhua's favorability has increased to 30. Wei Wei Bai, where did this favorability come from? Even if she had a lot of experience, she couldn't see what made Ling's favorability suddenly increase from this strange scene. Ling comfortably narrowed his eyes. His gray eyes had an extremely comfortable feeling. Your blood, it's so sweet. Wei Wei Bai silently took back her hand. Get lost, you're the sweet one. Your whole family is sweet. Ling suddenly hugged her with both hands, like a real big cat, squinting his eyes and rubbing her hair. He was tall. When he lowered his head and rubbed her, he was like a well-behaved beast acting spoiled. I like you. Next time when you're facing Little Fool, you're not allowed to smile. You have to smile at me. Wei Wei Bai sighed tiredly. One target was already tiring enough. The main system must be jealous of her 100% success rate. So planned to tire her out and end it once and for all. If she suddenly had a chance to see the main system one day, if she didn't secretly kick it, she would be sorry for her miserable experience. Wei Wei Bai turned her head. Her eyelashes covered the deep coldness in her eyes. Her face was an unhealthy pale, but there was a delicate sense of fragility. Her voice was calm and gentle. I'll take you to eat. With that, the two of them disappeared. Her spatial power could only carry her alone. Another person who was pulled and would be attacked by the terrifying power. However, Zero didn't feel anything at all. Even the power of space that could injure him at the beginning was quickly rendered useless. That terrifying power was unable to leave a single mark on his skin. The Monster King was still hibernating underground. However, there were already many monsters gathered in the monster's lair. Wei Wei Bai drew her long sword and planned to kill a few monsters for him. In the end, before she could do anything, Zero was like a big wolf dog that had seen meat and suddenly attacked. A bunch of monsters were awoken, but this young man moved through them with ease, as if he was a carnivore in a vegetable garden. After a round of trampling, not many monsters could last more than one round against him. Wei Wei Bai squatted on top of a sleeping flower. She lit a cigarette but didn't smoke. She just watched quietly to reduce her stress. The system even showed her pleasant goat for a few minutes. After all, she was also a human and needed to rest. If her nerves were tense every day, it would be over sooner or later. When Wei Wei Bai lit her third cigarette, she heard the favorability increase again. Ding! Sanhua's favorability is at 35. Wei Wei Bai calmly thought for a while before saying with certainty, "This Sanhua, it can't be that he's happy because he's full, and then his favorability increased?" The system looked at the little monster in the distance who was digging out the monster's brain and nodded in agreement. Chapter 2145. It's very possible. This personality seemed to have an average IQ. There were currently 4 personalities. De Hua was the highest, and he represented absolute rationality. Erwa was charming. This kind of charming personality was all scheming, and scheming represented high IQ. The remaining 2 were a child and a big eater. Basically, they were all brainless. Wei Wei Bai looked at the time, worried that she would wake up the Monster King. After all, the Monster King was still very capable. Wei Wei Bai was about to get up and call him home when she saw Ling running overexcitedly with a big green monster. "Woman, I'm full. This is a gift for you. Isn't it beautiful?" Wei Wei Bai looked at the green-faced, fanged dinosaur in front of her. She was speechless for a while. "You can eat it. I'm not hungry." Sanhua bared its teeth. Its beautiful and exquisite face was unusually cute under its wacky expression. Women are so troublesome. "You like flowers." Ling saw the beautiful flower under her feet. His eyes lit up, and he suddenly flashed his claws. Before Wei Wei Bai could say goodbye, the flower had already been cut open. Ling raised his eyebrows and blew his fingers. "I know that women like flowers. I'll give you one." Wei Wei Bai immediately covered her mouth and nose. This flower was not harmful. However, it could not be destroyed because it was filled with aphrodisiac gas. And this gas would stimulate the monster's mania. After all, mated monsters were the strongest. Therefore, when Wei Wei Bai saw the rumbling monsters running over, they became ferocious and terrifying. She immediately held her breath and carried Sanhua into the space. In the blink of an eye, she returned to the confinement room of the laboratory. However, just as she landed, Wei Wei Bai realized that there was something wrong with the person she was carrying. Ling narrowed his eyes, and his face was very red, and his gray pupils were so nervous that they were vertical. They were like the eyes of a snake, greedy and fanatical. He stared at Wei Wei Bai and felt that his breath was hot. Suddenly, he reached out and jumped onto Wei Wei Bai. He hugged her tightly. Wei Wei Bai wanted to run, but she couldn't cut through the space at all. Sure enough, the abilities of their personalities were somewhat similar. Elder Baby's control over the power of space was better than hers, so the other personalities could also suppress her ability. Wei Wei Bai looked at the youth. His eyes were wide open, and there was no hiding the burning greed in them. Silver hair fell on her body. It was as if an ice-cold snake was trying to wrap itself around her. Zero's voice became hoarse. "You look so sweet." Because he was the object of his fledgling complex, the moment he woke up, his heart was completely cold to this world. Only when he saw her would he feel a faint sense of joy. Now that he looked at her, he was even happier. Zero's expression was like that of a beast, full of naked aggression. Wei Wei Bai cautiously raised her guard. She felt that this Sanhua's attack power was very strong. If they were not careful, they would be killed by him. And he looked like he had been drugged with an aphrodisiac. For the time being, Wei Wei Bai wasn't thinking about how to get a good impression of her. Instead, she was thinking about how to survive. Zero slowly leaned over and stopped her from making any attempt to escape. Chapter 2146. He was in charge of hunting. If the prey wanted to escape, how could it escape his eyes? Zero coaxed softly, like a hunter setting a trap. Don't move, I won't hurt you. Just let me smell you. The more he liked her, the more tempted he was by her scent. This was his instinct, his genes, and his deep possessiveness. The more he liked her, the more he wanted to devour her. Wei Wei Bai watched as he lowered his head and buried it in her neck. Then she heard his heavy breathing, like a beast letting out a satisfied sigh beside its prey's ear. Then she suddenly felt something sticky appear on her neck. This action made Wei Wei Bai explode. Who could stand this kind of action of being eaten? He was licking her. Wei Wei Bai held her breath and whispered softly. Zero. Zero paused and slowly got up, his gray pupils constricting. He was nervous and excited. You're really the most delicious food I've ever seen. Wei Wei Bai, did she look like a cream cake? Suddenly, the nervousness in Zero's eyes was replaced by confusion. It was as if something was beginning to occupy his mind, making him slow down. Zero gritted his teeth and said discontentedly, Okay, I'm going back. This time I'm finally full. After Zero finished speaking, he immediately lowered his head and sniffed Wei Wei Bai's face, neck, and head. He said to himself, When I come out next time, I'll give you a better gift. Don't smile at the little fool. You're mine now. His greed came from his instinctive desire, a desire to eat. He wanted to possess anything that he found delicious. It had nothing to do with love, it was just possession. After saying that, his face turned red. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. His hair turned black and his eyes turned golden. Dawa came out. He looked at her indifferently. He stared at the bruises on her face and neck for a few seconds before he reached out and gently wiped them away. But her pale face couldn't be wiped away. Zero said indifferently. The personality, just now, was unstable. He was too greedy and irritable. I will restrain the number of times he comes out. Unless he was overly hungry, he would usually restrain his hunger-type personality from appearing. That personality had an obvious flaw. The more you like someone, the more nightmarish it is for that person. Fortunately, the hungry personality only had a good impression of Wei Wei Bai, and it wasn't to the point where it couldn't be dealt with. Bai Weiwei reached out and pushed him. Don't come out. It's enough to let my child out. Zero paused. There was a bit of surprise in his calm golden eyes. Child? Weiwei Bai sneered. He's the child I raised. I created Zero. I only acknowledge him. I don't care what you guys are. To me, you're all secondary. Zero clearly saw the disdain in her eyes. She really didn't like them. She only liked his weakest personality. It turned out that humans also had a fledgling complex, because the first person they met was that personality. Was that why he only liked that personality? Zero pondered for a moment. His emotions rippled a little, but he quickly calmed them down. Then, just as he was about to get up, his body went soft and he fell back down. He touched her soft body. The smell of her body was indeed sweet, and it immediately hit his sense of smell. This kind of sweet smell even made people feel suffocated, but it was very delicious. Zero felt that he was affected by the hungry personality. Otherwise, why would he have the intense feelings of that personality? Chapter 21:47. Although he could get all the memories, he could not rationally isolate all the emotional effects. He analyzed that there was a strange substance in his body. It was a substance that he had never seen before. The kind of thing that could completely stimulate made his body weak and abnormally hot. It could remove, it could even modify his genes on its own. In the future, this thing would not affect him. Reason prevailed in Zero's golden eyes. He was about to get up, but he heard her suddenly sneer. You've grown up. Zero was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence. She suddenly turned over and pinned him under her. The girl's eyes were sharp and cold. She looked him up and down as if she was talking about something very normal. Do you need to solve it? Zero's expression was abnormally calm, but his white skin was dyed red. It was a kind of soul-stirring beauty. That kind of pure rationality was completely destroyed. One could even see that there was a trace of human-like burning in the depths of his beautiful eyes. He seemed to be a little confused, but after thinking for a while, he remembered that his weak personality woke up in the middle of the night to watch those things. Zero did not think that it was a big deal. His voice was incomparably calm. I can solve it. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Do you have to look like a holy little angel? Your genetic sequence is clearly close to human, but your behavior is as if I accidentally threw a stone into your nutrition tank and turned you into a piece of marble." After saying that, Wei Wei Bai pulled open her collar in annoyance. Her face was abnormally pale, but her words were very firm and fast. "If there's a problem, solve it quickly. Then get out of here and return the person I want." After saying that, she grabbed Zero's face. "Anyway, this is very normal. I'll teach you, so that you won't be so pitiful that you can only solve it yourself." Zero could have solved her. He even reached out and pushed her away. It was an easy action, but when the woman on top of him showed a beauty that was not even comparable to his bewitching personality, a corner of his rational heart seemed to have collapsed. It seemed that for her, it was indeed very easy to do. The moral collapse of the doomsday also made this kind of thing happen everywhere. It was even very normal. It was as simple as drinking water and eating. So she was just like solving a problem, helping him solve this kind of hot thing that he could easily resolve. Zero's cold and self-restrained expression softened bit by bit. His golden eyes, because of the loss of the calm barrier, were actually breathtaking. From the beginning to the end, he did not stop her. He was even indulgent, like a wise elder looking at an insensible child. There was a trace of doting in his eyes. At last, his fingertips twined around her long hair. He reached out and stroked her hair, as if sighing. She was so tired that she fell asleep. Long-term exhaustion and the excessive blood loss during this period of time made her she was in a state she. But to maintain this place, she actually held on with all her might. Zero sat up from the ground, and by Wei Wei's head rested on his lap. She was like a baby. His sleeping appearance was unbelievably fragile. Zero looked at her silently. He slowly reached out and parted her hair. Then, he lowered his head and imprinted a holy kiss on her forehead. Under the cold white light, his golden hair spread all over the floor, and his slender and beautiful back had a beautiful luster under the light. Like a god. "Go to sleep. I will let that child out." Originally, he did not want that weak personality to appear again, because that personality liked her too deeply. This kind of feeling would affect all personalities, including him. But since she was begging, he would treat it as her coming back to her senses. He promised her once. Ding, Dewa's favorability is at 20. / Chapter 2148. When Wei Wei Bai woke up, her legs were no longer sore, her waist was no longer painful, and she even felt energized. She rubbed her bird's nest hair and realized that her sleeves were a little too long. She then realized that her clothes were new, and she had taken a shower. Her body was clean and fragrant. Wei Wei Bai looked at the male clothes on her body that were obviously taken from the supplies room. Her mind went blank, and she tried to recall. She then thought of something and looked around. She went from the isolation room to her own room, and Wei Wei Bai looked down at her side, and a beautiful golden hair spilled out from under the blanket. Some of the hair even fell to the side of the bed. Wei Wei Bai rolled up her sleeves and carefully opened the blanket. She found Zero sleeping on his side, his fingers still entwined with her hair. Because she had not had a haircut for a long time, her hair had grown past her waist. So when she sat up, her hair was not pulled by him. Wei Wei Bai looked at his smooth and beautiful shoulders under the blanket and the vaguely discernible bamboo-like collarbone. She finally put the blanket back on, as if she was covering a corpse. She wanted to cover him completely. Then she knocked her head. "What did I do yesterday?" The system said, "I looked at the bullet screen for a long time, but I really don't know. But when you went to the monster's lair yesterday, you seem to have inhaled some estrus material. I was about to remind you, but I was blocked." Wei Wei Bai remembered yesterday. She had suppressed Zero's primary personality, and that inhumane black-haired young man had done whatever he wanted. Yes, she had done whatever she wanted to him. However, the primary personality did not push her away. He even allowed her to give him a vivid lesson on the physiology of puberty. Wei Wei Bai rubbed her face helplessly. "I've been too nervous recently, and with the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse, Zero's 4 personalities are exhausted. So I inhaled some estrus material yesterday, and that's why I suddenly exploded. Yes, if it was normal. That little amount of estrus material was not enough to make her lose control. But yesterday, it was obvious that she had been too tired and lost too much blood, causing her brain to not work properly. Plus, Zero's ascetic primary personality, it was annoying. If he wasn't careful, he would force himself on her. Wei Bai, I think he can stop me, so I can't be considered as rape at most. The system, if you think it is. He could not see it, and he did not dare to say it. If he said it, the bullet screen. The system said, but you still need to drink more blood tonic. Your mental state was affected yesterday. Bai Weiwei rested her chin on her hand with a calm expression. No, I'm in good physical condition today. Sure enough, I relaxed after being nervous for a while. I didn't suffer a loss. The system was shocked. Host, your bottom line has actually reached such a low level. Although her bottom line had always been very low, she was thick-skinned. However, the system felt that when it came to men and women, she was still a little conservative in her heart. In the past, when her first kiss was gone, she was still so shy and fussy about every little thing. Now, he was actually casually saying XX to relax his mind. The system felt that its worldview had been overturned again. Wei Bai was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, Oh, bottom line. Maybe it's because I don't have that thing anymore after the price of the substitute sticker increased. How many worlds had it been? The system was still thinking about her bottom line. Could she exchange for life points with that thing? Yes, let's exchange it. The system responded reluctantly. Can you relax with anyone? Crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. / crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 2149. Wei Bai sneered. How is that possible? Other than the targets, I feel disgusted by everyone. Speaking of which, Wei Bai suddenly frowned. That's strange. Although each plane has a different target, I don't know why I feel that I can relax when I find the target, but as long as I think of other people, the system's face twitched. What was with the soul compatibility? There were so many planes. Even if their personalities and bodies were different, the soul compatibility was terrifyingly high. Yi Yuxuan's soul fragment also didn't recognize Wei Bai. But no matter what Wei Bai's personality or appearance was, she was still instinctively attracted to him. Of course, Wei Bai was the same. Her brain, rationality, and analysis couldn't recognize the constantly changing Yi Yuxuan. But the soul had recognized her long ago. Of course, the body didn't reject it. Instead of saying that the soul fragment fell in love with the person played by Wei Bai, it was better to say that they fell in love with the same soul. Of course, the system didn't dare to say this. It had to break them up in the future. At that time, if Wei Bai knew that her targets were the same person, and fell in love with Yi Yuxuan in reality, then he would not only be destroyed by Yi Yuxuan, the host would probably beat him into a pig's head. It was really the only system in history to be able to do this. Wei Bai thought for a while, just when the system was worried that she thought of something. She sighed calmly. Forget it, why think so much? Just relax. The system, as expected, the host had no bottom line. Suddenly, the blanket moved, and the fluffy Zero crawled out of the blanket. He half closed his eyes in a daze, and there was a trace of satisfaction on his face. It was as if he had a very beautiful dream. He saw Wei Bai sitting, her long hair draped over her shoulders, half of her face hidden in the shadows, half bright and delicate, and half indifferent and peaceful. She was wearing a long-sleeved mail jacket, looking down at him. After a while, Zero realized that he wasn't wearing any clothes. His face immediately turned red, and his eyelashes trembled. When he reached out, he realized that his fingers were covered with her hair. He clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to use too much force. He was worried that he would hurt her, so he loosened his fingers and let her hair fall onto the bed. Wei Bai's eyes were indifferent. You're awake. Get up and eat. These calm words, this face of scumbag who did not recognize him last night. Zero was also a loss. Although she was shy, she didn't know what was wrong with her. Wei Wei Bai observed Zero's expression and confirmed that the memories of the main personality were different. That was fine too. Otherwise, it would have been too unkind of her to force herself on the primary personality yesterday. After Wei Wei Bai finished speaking, she got off the bed and changed her clothes. Zero got up and wrapped herself in the blanket. Her blank face was soft, and her blue eyes were pure and shy. He glanced at Wei Wei Bai and pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. Apart from shyness, he also felt sad. Wei Wei Bai didn't feel burdened at all. Anyway, Siwa didn't remember what happened yesterday, right? Also, as psychics, they had good stamina. After so much trouble yesterday, there were almost no traces left today. Also, their bodies weren't tired. Other than forgetting to put on his clothes, there was basically no evidence. After Wei Wei Bai put on his clothes, she turned around and saw Siwa with his head lowered. The tips of his ears were red, and his fingers were nervously clutching the blanket. Suddenly, he said something softly. His voice was too soft to hear clearly. Wei Wei Bai looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong?" Zero finally looked up and asked nervously. "Could you be pregnant, Wei Wei?" Chapter 2150. Wei Wei Bai felt a chill on her back. Was Zero still thinking about the child's name? She could give birth to a ghost. No, she couldn't even give birth to a ghost. Bai Wei Wei rubbed her goosebumps on her arms and didn't continue to think about the child. Anyway, it was just a night of relaxation. Young people would make this kind of mistake. As for the child, there was no need to think too much about it. Wei Wei Bai threw a bucket of life source to Zero. After eating and drinking, she dragged him a train. Zero's ability hadn't been tested yet, but the way he killed the monsters last time shocked the people in the base. It was the first time they saw a psychic chasing after a group of monsters. Even psychics couldn't take the initiative to this extent when facing a monster tide. Fourth baby was the weakest. Wei Wei Bai dragged him to the base square. There was a special barrier here. It was the place where the mercenary group fought and trained. When she brought Zero to the square, everyone fell silent. A girl with a serious face, but she was definitely not old. He was standing at the edge of the square with a slender but thin blonde youth. It looked like a weak combination, but it made people take a step back. After all, everyone knew that they were the last two psychics in the base. They were also the strongest. Wei Wei Bai glanced at the light screen in the training ground. She pointed and said, "Attack that light shield. It will record your strength." Zero obediently reached out and flashed to the light shield. He didn't use much strength and hit it. Then the light shield broke. It was like a chain reaction. A series of light shields also broke. For any human, the defense of the light shield was invincible. Even psychics could use it to test how strong they were. If they didn't use special abilities, they couldn't break this thing. Zero saw that the light shield broke and immediately retreated to Wei Wei Bai's side. He lowered his head and tugged at Wei Wei Bai's clothes. "Do I have to pay for it? I didn't do it on purpose. I was very light." He felt that the light shield was very weak and had already reduced his strength, but it still broke. Wei Wei Bai. Where's the weakest personality that only knows how to cry? Next, she let Zero try a few more things. In the end, without exception, everything he touched shattered. No wonder the monster's head was like tofu putting under his fingernails. This kind of power had already surpassed the limits of human beings. No matter how powerful an Esper was, he was still a human. He could only stimulate the limits of a human's abilities. But Zero's ability was clearly not that of a human. When it was time for lunch, Wei Wei Bai dragged him along to test her skills. She discovered that his strength could allow him to survive in the apocalypse. She waved her hand. "Let's go back." It was similar to calling a puppy. Like a puppy, Zero immediately wagged its tail and tugged at Wei Wei Bai's clothes to leave with her. After they left, everyone in the square began to tremble. It was too scary just now. As for the leader of the mercenary group, he thought that the human base had lost so many superpowered people and Wei Wei Bai was too young. He felt that there was no future for the base and planned to leave with his mercenary group. But today, he was suddenly glad that he didn't leave. Zero was such a terrifying weapon. If he was his enemy, he would definitely die. What was even more terrifying was that Wei Wei Bai could actually make such a terrifying monster listen to her. Wei Wei Bai took care of Zero for a long time. They were together almost every day. She also sent him out on some missions. She found that the completion rate was very high and it was very easy. What Wei Wei Bai found strange was that the other personalities seemed to be in a deep sleep, leaving only fourth baby to jump around. Could it be that the master was really so kind? She said that she liked fourth baby, so he really only let fourth baby out? She originally wanted to use this period of time to raise the favorability of one personality to the maximum. But the strange thing was that the favorability didn't change. Wei Wei Bai tried a few times. She even kissed him good morning and good night, but Zero's favorability didn't increase at all. Although 88 favorable impression points were auspicious, but she liked 100 more. A month passed unhurriedly. Wei Wei Bai flipped through the documents of the base. Next to her, Zero was lying on the table, staring at her with a gentle but deep gaze. But every time she looked up, the deep gaze in his eyes would disappear. It turned into a bright smile. Wei Wei Bai thought calmly. Why didn't the favorability increase? Could it be that it was harder to increase it later? Suddenly, she felt a wave of nausea. Wei Wei Bai suddenly got up and rushed to the bathroom. Zero's pupils shrank, and he immediately followed. Wei Wei Bai's face was pale. She felt very uncomfortable. What was going on? Zero looked nervous and ran over with the warm water. Wei Wei, are you still feeling uncomfortable? At the beginning, all children are like this. Wei Wei Bai took the warm water and rinsed her mouth. Then she denied. I'm still thinking about the child. It's impossible. Zero blinked. Then, he suddenly picked her up and rushed out. Let's go see a doctor. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had eaten overnight food and had food poisoning. But when the test results came out, congratulations, you're pregnant for a month. Wei Wei Bai and the system. Huh? What the hell? What happened to infertility? //T. Chapter 2151. Confusion, shock, and disbelief. This was the feeling that Wei Wei Bai and the system shared. When Zero heard that she was pregnant, his eyes were blank for a moment, but that beautiful blue was slowly replaced by a happy and beautiful light. Although the main personality would not lie. It even said that there was a high probability that she would have a child. But he still didn't feel anything substantial and even needed a month. Wei Wei didn't feel anything strange, so he thought that there wouldn't be this time. Child, his and Wei Wei's child. Zero suddenly smiled. His smile was very cute and silly. He reached out and hooked his arm around the girl who had been staring blankly at the test results, one finger, following the gap between her fingers. As if he wanted to grab happiness, he carefully and gently held her fingers. So happy. Ding, fourth baby's favorability is at 90. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly, but didn't have much of a reaction. Then she continued, fiddling with the examination machine, and checked again. But the robot's voice was still so stiff and calm. Congratulations, you are pregnant. In fact, there was even an additional select button. Do you want to choose the pregnancy precautions? Wei Wei Bai immediately clicked no, and then said to Zero, I'm going to be alone, don't follow me. There are so many planes, she thought that a storm was coming. When she saw the word pregnant, her mind went blank. The system was flipping through the information, and it also checked Wei Wei Bai's body. How could she be pregnant? A host who had transmigrated planes couldn't be pregnant. This was simply beyond his imagination. It had been so many years since he was born, plus the history of the system world. There wasn't a single pregnancy incident. Unless the host was forced to stay in the plane, and it was certain that they couldn't be saved, then they could be forced to change their body by the power of the plane. Only then there was the possibility of pregnancy. Otherwise, wait, forced to stay in the plane? The system immediately sped up the examination. What he checked was different from what the robot checked, but to check Wei Wei Bai's soul. Sure enough, there was a sticky force. Golden sticky force. The male lead of this plane was too strong. Not only was he strong, but he also had 4 personalities. It was way more difficult than the usual strategy. If it was a normal raid target, the reward would be 30 HP. In that case, this plane was at least of high difficulty, and the reward would be 10 times more valuable. But the plane was still stuck at normal difficulty. had some kind of power tampered with the plane they had transmigrated to? Ling watched as Wei Wei Bai left. He wanted to follow her, but he didn't dare to. He could only walk around hesitantly. What should he do? Wei Wei was pregnant. Having a child would make one weak. It was similar to superpowers. Superpowers would also be affected. She wouldn't be angry, right? Because she would feel weak. In the apocalypse, a weak person was equivalent to a person waiting for death. Zero clenched his fists tightly. He would protect her. Suddenly, his expression changed. His hair turned grayish-blue, and his eyes turned a bewitching reddish-brown. The bewitching beauty on his originally pure face blossomed with a dense, evil aura. Pregnant, without waiting for the personality change, Zero's eyes turned blue again. His blue eyes were no longer light, but a deep and gloomy blue. There was even a trace of hostility. Get in, don't think of hurting her. The main personality didn't suppress him. Even if he was the weakest, he would never compromise with the other personalities. /T. Chapter 2152. Wei Wei was pregnant and was at her most vulnerable. He would fight to the death with anyone who dared to hurt her. His pupils trembled violently, and the pain made him sweat profusely. His muscles were twitching, but in the end, his hair turned completely golden, and his eyes returned to their light blue color. Ling stood in place, sweating profusely. The gentle gentleness on his face was replaced by a cold determination. His fingers dug into the flesh of his palm. Although it healed quickly, there were still traces of blood on his fingernails. This mark reminded him that he had just experienced a lot of fierce battles and defenses. Ling panted and slowly calmed his stiff body. After a long time, he relaxed his expression. Then he raised his head again and showed the harmless, soft, and innocent smile that Wei Wei liked the most. Ling went through a lesson on what to pay attention to after pregnancy. He was going to be a father now, so he had to start learning how to protect the mother of the child. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled as she took out a cigarette. Wait, pregnant women can't smoke. So she put the cigarette back. Wei Wei Bai felt that she had not seen enough, or else why would she be scared by pregnancy? It was just pregnancy. It was just a child, right? It was more. A child. A child. What should she do? The host was about to go berserk and turn into a giant dinosaur, spitting fire everywhere. The system finally checked and shouted, "Don't worry, you won't be able to give birth." Wei Wei Bai, the system emphasized, "Really, I guarantee that you won't be able to give birth." Wei Wei Bai, this line feels so scary, so evil, and so dark. The system said, "The male lead of this world is too much. His ability should be considered S difficulty level in the system world, but the missions we do are all in easy mode, and very few of them are in medium difficulty. So our ability is not compatible with the male lead's ability." In fact, after transmigrating to this world, the sudden change in the male lead was also very confusing. The system said, "That's why he can change your body and break half of the rules of transmigration." Wei Wei Bai frowned. Is that so? Did something go wrong with the transmigration? This was a very bad thing. In the past, he had always relied on the omniscience and omnipotence of the system, as well as all kinds of rules that were not wrong. Once the system made a mistake, the difficulty of her strategy would increase exponentially. The system said, "But the rules of your body haven't changed. You can't leave behind life in this plane. This is a hard and fast rule. Even if you can get pregnant, you can't give birth. The child in your belly is actually a virtual product." Wei Wei Bai didn't think that there was anything wrong with her IQ. Why couldn't he understand this explanation? The system tried its best to explain, that is, although the male lead changed your body, causing you to have to get pregnant, it conflicts with your setting of not being able to leave a life behind. The two powers are currently in a state of conflict, causing the child in your stomach to look real, but in reality, it has already been killed off by the rules. Wei Wei Bai, was her stomach a square? Anyone could come in and fight? The system said, "So you don't have a child now, but it looks like you do. Of course, you will be pregnant for 10 months and give birth to an airball, or you can stuff a durian coconut, and then you'll give birth to this." Wei Wei Bai suddenly remembered that there was a plane where she couldn't give birth either. // Chapter 2153. Although she could simulate a pillow, but in that world, she wasn't even pregnant. It was just a simulation. And now, her state was indeed pregnant, but there was no child. Wasn't this the legendary fantasy, fake pregnancy? The system suddenly looked serious. But this time, the rules won, but next time, it may not be. So in this world, you must not have any physiological activities with the male lead. You must not. If there was a next physiological lesson, the power of the rules no longer had the ability to stop it. She would definitely get pregnant. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a long time before she understood. Okay, I understand. The system was getting more and more unreliable. All kinds of tricks to cheat the host. Wei Wei Bai knew that it was a fake pregnancy. Although she felt a little regretful, she was more relaxed. If she really had a child, what would she do in the future? She had to leave. Leave the child here? Then wouldn't she be a scumbag and a scumbag mother? Forget it. She had to have a child in reality. She must not have one in this world. Bai Weiwei suddenly felt nauseous again. She rushed to the bathroom and vomited out her bile. This morning sickness was the real deal, without any discount. Suddenly, a gentle hand appeared on her back. He patted her gently, his blue eyes full of worry. Weiwei, your reaction is a little big. Are you very uncomfortable? Wei Wei Bai was too lazy to think about where Zero came from. After she rinsed her mouth and washed her face, she said, I'm fine. At least she didn't have to worry about what to do if the child was really born. No, she knew that the child was fake. Just hit her directly. Vomiting like this made her feel uncomfortable. This was the end of the world. She was lying flat, not at the mercy of others. Zero gently and strongly hugged her, as if he was carrying a princess, and put her on the bed. His innocent and naive expression had a few more wisps of wisdom and maturity. Although his appearance didn't change, she could feel that he was no longer that naive and sweet. He almost knelt on one knee by the bed, holding her hand with both hands, and promised seriously, Don't be afraid, leave the future to me. At this point, Zero's thick eyelashes lifted slightly, revealing the determination and seriousness in his eyes. Other than the knowledge of pregnancy, I have also learned the knowledge of childbirth. When the time comes, I will help you deliver the baby. When Wei Wei Bai saw that he looked like he was going to be a father, she was worried that the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. So after thinking for a while, she reached out and touched his hair. I'm not ready yet. Zero squinted his eyes in comfort and said, It's okay. I'll be a good father. If you're not ready, I can even play the role of a mother. How could this child not be so serious and pure? Wei Wei Bai's mouth twitched. She really didn't have the face to say that she wanted to hit him. Once he said that he was worried, her favorability towards him immediately dropped to zero. Zero reached out and carefully hugged her waist. He rested his face on her thigh. This was a posture of incomparable dependence. Wei Wei Bai, on the other hand, was thinking about finding an opportunity to make the air egg in her stomach. Pregnancy was simply too unbearable. During this period of time, Wei Wei Bai was still thinking about how to get rid of the air egg. She began to feel extremely weak. The system explained faintly, the male lead's ability is too strong. Even if it's fake, the remaining power is still desperately trying to exploit your energy. Wei Wei Bai frowned and looked at some pregnant women's medicine and sour pregnant women's fruits that Zero brought. He even personally went to find the ingredients to cook. He didn't allow her to eat the sticky nutrient solution. As a father, Zero was really responsible. Chapter 2154. She was on standby almost 24 hours a day. Moreover, as her body was getting weaker, she actually started to feel sleepy. She fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as she laid down. Seeing Wei Wei Bai close her eyes and fall asleep again, Zero frowned. Although it was normal for pregnant women to feel sleepy in the early stages. However, Wei Wei Bai's body was abnormally weak. Zero reached out and touched her stomach. He could feel the beating of life inside. It seemed a little lively. This was different from the knowledge in the knowledge manual for pregnant women. Zero thought for a moment, pursed his lips, and made a decision. He closed his eyes, and his blonde hair suddenly turned black. His expression instantly turned cold and calm. His eyelashes fluttered. A golden light appeared in his eyes. Zero's hand was still on her stomach. There seemed to be some fluctuations in Zero's calm eyes. He seemed to be at a loss, but in the end, there was a gentle gentleness. Was it a child? He stared at the child in her stomach for a while, and his golden eyes darkened. After a while, the gentleness in his deep golden eyes disappeared bit by bit. He regained his calmness. He sat beside her and listened to her light breathing. Finally, he covered his eyes and slowly closed them. His thin lips moved slightly. "You're a little lively, but it's okay. Eat more nutritious food, and the child will be born smoothly." The child would be born. The desire for children was an innate genetic inheritance. Therefore, Zero told everyone to protect the child's birth. Then, he suppressed the other personalities and let the weakest one continue to appear. In fact, he had already planned to digest this personality, because his love for Wei Wei Bai had already surpassed that. However, Wei Wei Bai was pregnant. Pregnant women could not be stimulated, so he could only let this personality continue to exist. Wei Wei Bai slept until her head was spinning. When she woke up, she saw Zero waiting for her with breakfast. He saw that she had woken up, a basin of warm water, a towel, and a toothbrush. Everything had been prepared. Zero blinked his blue eyes. "Wei Wei, I'll help you brush your teeth and wash your face." Wei Wei Bai immediately refused. "I'll do it myself. I'm not crippled." Zero was like a little husky wagging its tail, circling around her excitedly. "After you fell asleep yesterday, I help you take care of all the matters in the base. Recently, there have been mercenary groups that have gone out to kill monsters. I've also sent people to help. As for the monster horde, you don't have to worry. I'll take care of it." He would protect her base. In this apocalypse, he would let the entire world know that this was the safest paradise. Wei Wei Bai nodded indifferently. She was also disgusted in the morning, and her body was soft. Was pregnancy that scary? How could his body be so weak? Seeing that she had finished washing up, Zero immediately fed her with a spoon. This is to suppress the nausea. Wei Wei Bai held it in her mouth. It was sweet and sour, and it was especially cool and delicious. The discomfort in his body was immediately relieved. Wei Wei Bai relaxed her brows, and Zero immediately smiled happily. Wei Wei Bai hesitated for the 1,000th and 100th time. "Fuck, why did I suggest to hit the air eggs?" Looking at this loyal little puppy's face, I can't bring myself to say it. After dinner, Wei Wei Bai went for a walk. The loyal little puppy pulled on the corner of her clothes and happily followed her. When the two big shots of the base came out for a walk, everyone seemed to be more diligent. As they walked, Wei Wei Bai felt that something was wrong. She turned around and saw that the loyal little puppy was walking and nodding and closing his eyes. He was taking a nap. Wei Wei Bai asked suspiciously, "Wait, isn't he sleeping?" Chapter 2155. The system said, "Ever since he found out you were pregnant, he has never closed his eyes." Wei Wei Bai was shocked. It had been at least more than a week. He had not died yet. Ling suddenly raised his head and opened his eyes, looking very confused. Then his eyes were filled with gray, and irritable greed appeared. His hair turned silver gray, like moonlight pouring down on him. He slowly curved his lips, exaggeratedly and crazily. "I've been hungry for a long time. Damn it. Why didn't you let me out?" Wei Wei Bai looked at the loyal little dog behind her, who had turned into a berserk dog. She rubbed her nose uncomfortably and kept looking at fourth baby. The sudden appearance of third baby was especially shocking. The berserk dog's gray eyes were almost vertical, and he shook off Wei Wei Bai's clothes. Then he stretched. "Okay, I'm going to hunt. The place last time was not bad." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something and stared at Wei Wei Bai fiercely. "Woman, what do you mean you're pregnant? You have a baby." Wei Wei Bai was expressionless. She looked at him up and down, and suddenly felt like she could hit an egg on the air. "No, you're wrong. I'm not pregnant." After she finished speaking, she immediately took a few steps back and took the opportunity to solve this problem when third baby came out. Otherwise, when fourth baby came out, she would not be able to say anything when his sad and loyal face looked at her. Third baby snorted in disdain. I saw the thing in your stomach. So troublesome. I have to take responsibility for boss. Forget it. It's the same body anyway. After he finished speaking, he suddenly rushed over. He picked up Bai Weiwei and quickly disappeared from where he was. He came to the monster's nest last time and put her on a harmless leaf. Wait, I'll talk after I'm full. After he finished speaking, he disappeared. Weiwei Bai almost rolled her eyes. I'll eat you to death. She saw third baby leave and said to the system, Quick, let's go back and solve this. She was too weak, and she did not want to keep being pregnant. But when she raised her hand, she found. Where was her ability? The system said, you don't have enough energy in your body, so your superpower is gone. Weiwei Bai, that's not right. Which pregnant woman drains energy so quickly like me? What am I pregnant with? Although it was fake, the energy was real. So her pregnancy was exactly the same as in reality. The system said, the male lead's energy is very strong. I'm now calculating the effect of this speed of exploitation on your body. Weiwei Bai suddenly saw the silver-haired Sanhua suddenly appear in front of her like a small beast baring its teeth and brandishing its claws. He looked her up and down, his sharp eyes carrying a terrifying heat that was like a raging fire. Then he lowered his head and sniffed the side of her neck, his teeth nibbling. Her scent was so appealing to him. I really want to bite him. However, when he thought about her pregnancy, his brain, which was usually filled with hunger, finally had some common knowledge about pregnancy. That was what the weakest personality learned every day. Because he was the weakest, all of his memories were shared. Although the other three did not come out, their minds were filled with pregnancy knowledge every day. And she had become weak, very weak. It was as if a gentle touch would kill him. Really, so troublesome. Zero narrowed his eyes and suddenly hugged her, his voice low and hoarse. Let's go, I'm full. After that, they disappeared. Weiwei Bai was back at the base in the blink of an eye. Zero put her on a chair and then pulled out a bunch of beautiful wild fruits from God knows where. Download the at https://m Sashu.com save button at the bottom to record this chapter. The next time you open the bookshelf, you will be able to see it, if you like. Chapter 2156. This thing is very nutritious. I'm not a vegetarian. You can have it. After saying that, his sharp gray eyes showed a hint of blue. Zero frowned impatiently, his voice even a little sharp. Are you worried that I'll kill her? Do you think you're the only one who knows how to protect people? After he finished speaking, Zero looked up at Bai Weiwei, and his movements were a little more bashful. Call me if there's nothing to eat. I'll definitely share some with you when I'm full. Pregnant women will starve to death if they don't have anything to eat. After saying that, Zero closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Ding! Sanhua's favorability has increased to 40. So Sanhua came out to show his attitude as a father? The favorability actually increased. Weiwei Bai looked at the wild fruits on the ground, then looked at Zero, who was sleeping like a dead pig. Just because she was pregnant, the favorability increased. Was it really the best strategy to take the ball? Weiwei Bai was thinking about how much favorability the air egg could get when her eyelids became heavy. Sleepiness made her close her eyes. On the ground, Zero only closed his eyes for a few minutes, then suddenly opened them. His gray eyes turned into a charming reddish-brown. He slowly got up, revealing a demonic smile that could make people go crazy. His lazy voice could seduce people. What a pity you're pregnant. He got up and came to her side, lazily holding his chin, squinting at Weiwei Bai for a long time. Then he gently kissed her without any seduction. Consider this a gift for you. Boss is so cruel. He actually made you pregnant. Weiwei Bai seemed to feel something and opened her eyes vigilantly. She found that the fruits on the ground were still by her feet, and there was a bouquet of beautiful red roses on her lap. It looked like it had just been picked. Weiwei Bai asked the system, "Who gave it to me?" The system said, "Erwa. When you were asleep, Erwa gave you flowers. Dewa came out to touch your stomach. Then Siwa woke up to make lunch for you." Weiwei Bai suddenly felt the benefits of being a mother. Didn't this group of bastards look down on her? He had an empty stomach, so why was he suddenly so attentive to her? Weiwei Bai tried to say, Why don't we hold on for another 2 months before we consider aborting it? The system joked. 2 months might not be enough. You have to hold on until the production. Wei Weibai seriously considered this plan. Seeing that she was seriously considering it, the system decided to pull the host back a little. Don't drag the time until the birth. Otherwise, how are you going to explain the birth of an empty balloon? Wei Weibai narrowed her eyes and rubbed her chin like a profiteer. Are there any dolls in the supermarket that can be children? The kind of robot child that can grow up, talk, and take exams? The system replied, yes, but it's a little expensive. Wei Weibai asked sensitively, how much HP? The system replied, even the cheapest one costs 5,000 HP. Wei Weibai gasped, it's too expensive. Is there anything else? The system replied, it's the cheapest one. There's really nothing else that can replace it. Wei Weibai suddenly asked, can you become a child? The system blurted out, I'm just like a child now. I'm cuter now. Wei Weibai hesitated. Can you pretend to be a child when the time comes? The system was speechless. Wei Weibai said, just pretend for a while. If you can't pretend anymore after the birth, you can kill yourself. The system was speechless. Giving birth to a child and giving birth to a system is just a joke. It's not realistic. Wake up, host. Where's your backbone? You have to rely on yourself. What's the point of relying on a child? No, rely on the system. Have some shame. /download the at https://m. Sashu. Save button below to record this chapter. Chapter 2157. In the end, Wei Weibai didn't really give birth to a system, and then let the system pretend to commit suicide. But the action of hitting the airball delayed her until a month later. About 2 months ago, mention this kind of thing again, and must mention it to Dawa. Wei Weibai looked at Zero's back facing her, and his voice was very calm as he gave the order. The matters of the base were all taken care of by him. Because she was pregnant, the base was closed for the time being. There was no conflict with any base. But whoever dared to provoke them would be destroyed. Wei Weibai held a cup of milk. The milk was processed by the wild fruit juice, and the taste didn't make her nauseous. She looked up at Zero. The teenager was a few centimeters taller, and the shirt he was wearing was also brand new. If she hadn't reminded him, he probably forgot to throw away the label of supplies on it. The beautiful back was slightly bent, and the soft couch of the shirt line was a little more supported. It looked even more tall and strong. Fourth baby was no longer soft and fluffy like before. Wei Weibai lowered her eyelashes and thought calmly. Before she finished drinking the milk, a hand gently held her wrist, very soft, as if worried that she would be frightened. Zero squatted, gently touching her soft body. Under the delicate and beautiful eyelashes, a pair of sky-blue eyes were unusually pure. He whispered softly, "There's no more milk. I'll pour some for you. When the wild fruit juice is finished, I'll go out and pick some." This was the super nutritious food produced in the monster's nest. Ability users didn't dare to enter the monster's nest, but for a few wild fruits. Zero calculated the time, when to pick a few baskets. In addition, he was afraid that freezing would affect the taste, so he picked fresh every time. Wei Weibai smiled and reached out to rub his hair. Sure enough, she saw him squint comfortably. Ding! Fourth baby's favorability is at 93. During this time of getting along, the favorability would increase from time to time. It seemed to be the accumulation of favorability in life. This was the model of loving you a little bit more every day. Wei Weibai finished the milk and drank a cup of wild fruit juice. The air in her stomach finally stopped tormenting her. If it weren't for this kind of old nest wild fruit, she would probably be disgusted to death by morning sickness this month. After Wei Weibai finished drinking, she fell asleep again. This time, she had a nightmare. She dreamed that Dawa suddenly appeared and looked at her coldly. They were in a blank space. There was almost no emotion in Zero's golden eyes. His fingers gently caressed her stomach. His cold voice sounded a little more human. "Is it very uncomfortable?" he asked in a low voice. Wei Weibai felt that this dream was strange, but she didn't let herself go easily because of the dream. Therefore, she revealed a gentle smile. "There's nothing I can do about it. Which mother doesn't feel uncomfortable? But the child is the most important." Zero's fingers paused slightly. He lowered his head, and his black hair fell on both sides of his fair face. His expression was still holy and calm. After a long time, he seemed to sigh. "You've worked hard. After the child is born, I will set up a merit monument for you." Wei Bai, what era is this antique from? There was indeed a merit monument in the early days of the apocalypse. It was for those heroes who made a great contribution to saving the apocalypse but failed in the end. It's been hundreds of years. Who still remembers about the merit monument? Even if the Wa is dreaming, he's still super old-fashioned. Chapter 2158. Wei Bai reached out and very calmly and boldly wrapped her arms around his neck. Then, she sat in his arms like a big cat. She reached out and twirled his hair unhurriedly. The golden strands of hair coiled around her fingertips. It was so beautiful that it was like sunlight flowing. Zero's face, which was as white as snow, had a few more strange fluctuations. His calm golden eyes also reflected her casual and languid face. She was really not afraid of him. She was not afraid that he would hurt her. Wei Bai imitated fourth baby's soft smile, and there was no trace of coldness in her eyes. It was also the first time Zero saw her face him like this. This kind of soft and defenseless appearance was only seen by the weakest personality. Her breathing was a little weak, but it carried the scent of her body. It smelled very good and did not cause him to reject it. Zero let her do as she pleased. It was as if an adult was indulging an insensible child, and there was always a little more restraint and tolerance. Wei Bai found a comfortable position, reached out and hugged his waist and buried her head in his neck. She even thought that his hair was too long and brushed it away for him. Her breath blew on the skin of his neck. It was soft and full of vitality. It was like the fragrance of a wild tree. Just when Zero thought that she was just looking for a position to sleep, Wei Bai, who only thought that she was dreaming, could be sleeping in a dream. She could only dream if she was asleep. Wasn't it a waste of energy to dream that she was sleeping? So she was like a kitten, gently teasing him, and her breath became heavier. "Zero, what name do you plan to give your child?" Except for fourth baby, the rest of the children were all scumbags. So Wei Bai used this to tease him. Zero was silent, as if this question was beyond his ability. After a long time, he reacted. "It depends on what ability he has. My body is very corrosive, and most of the child's genetic inheritance will be robbed. So that child will be very like me, and his ability will be very powerful." When he said this kind of words, he was very calm and gentle, like a professor teaching. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of joy or popularity. Wei Bai couldn't help but laugh. "You're so funny. I just asked you to think of a name. Do you think the child will look like you in the future?" Zero's indifferent and deep eyes had a few more traces of gentleness. He looked at her, his voice low and hoarse. "Then, what do you want to name him?" The girl who was rolling around in his dream was casually and naturally leaning against his ear. "This is the authority I gave to his father. Whoever becomes his father can name him." Her breath was so warm. Even the tip of Zero's ears, which had remained indifferent, turned slightly red. He stared at her without moving and finally sighed softly. "I will give him a name before he is born." However, Wei Bai reached out her hand and lightly tapped his forehead. Her eyes were filled with beautiful sparkles, and her temperament was unbelievably gentle. "You wish. I'll acknowledge whoever treats me well as my father. If you dare to treat me badly, I won't let you name it." She was flamboyant and reckless. However, there was no perverse hostility. Instead, it was gentle and presumptuous. It was a very strange and comfortable way of getting along. Zero was silent for a long time. His fingers moved and finally landed on the end of her hair. His fingers entwined with her long hair. It seemed to be entangled with her fate, unreasonable and with a trace of tenderness. Ding, Dawa's favorability is at 25. Chapter 2159. Wei Bai immediately woke up and found herself lying in Zero's arms. His thick eyelashes covered his eyes, and he seemed to have fallen into an unknown deep sleep. Wei Bai saw the ends of her hair being held tightly by his fingers. She couldn't help but say, "Why would I dream of that little bastard?" That irresponsible scumbag of a father. Zero's eyelashes trembled and his golden eyes flowed out as he looked at her calmly. Wei Wei Bai widened her eyes and looked at his hair color. It was still blonde. In other words, Zero was now at the intersection of the two personalities. Zero pursed his lips and sighed indifferently. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Wei Wei Bai was silent for a long time. Usually, the person in charge didn't even dare to say a word. She scolded him, but he came out quickly. Zero woke up quickly. His blue eyes were a little dazed, but he saw Wei Wei Bai curled up in his arms. He couldn't help but smile. "Are you hungry? I'll get you a nutritious drink." Because it was easy to digest and didn't make her feel disgusted, this was her favorite drink. He always remembered that pregnant women needed to eat more and less. All kinds of nutritious and delicious things were what he asked the mercenary group to find. The base didn't need to rely on hunting monsters to operate. He could invent some gadgets that were worth a lot of money. If sold, it would be enough for the base to operate perfectly. As for which base dared to rob their base, oh, they were all buried in the greenhouse as fertilizer. Zero's back was facing Wei Wei Bai. His blue eyes were a little dark and cold. But when he thought of Wei Wei Bai, the coldness disappeared. Seeing Zero go out to make a fresh drink, Wei Wei Bai couldn't help but knock on the system. Did a walk come out just now? The system carefully opened the trash can. He has the ability to enter dreams. His favorability increased by 5 points. Wei Wei Bai heard the system's unusually dull voice. "What's wrong with you?" The system clung to the edge of the trash can. "I was worried that you would suddenly think of a good strategy for pregnant women. So you wanted me to pretend to be a baby and then pretend to commit suicide." The host seemed to be joking. But after looking at the host's bottom line for a long time, the host's bottom line was shameless. He couldn't believe it. Wei Wei Bai coughed twice and said, "Really, I won't let you pretend to be a child anymore. I'm not that cruel." Furthermore, Zero was so powerful that even if he was worried that the host would come out, he would not be able to fool him. If he destroyed it, where was she going to find 00 for? The host seemed to be probably almost ruthless. Wei Wei Bai drank some drinks and ate some fresh vegetable and meat porridge. These were all things that Zero had learned from looking up ancient menus on the internet at the last minute. No matter how Wei Wei Bai looked at him, she felt that Siwa was really a good man. It was a must-have at home. With such a father, how could a mother not feel gratified? The person in charge was hard-working and considerate of her, guarding her 24/7. Where could she find such a good man? Marry him. Wei Wei Bai did as she said. After all, 0 favorable impression points were accumulated. She had been in the base for so long, and it was time for her to conquer a new personality. She would conquer Siwa first, then think of a way to conquer Sanhua, the one with a hole in his head. He was even more foolish than Siwa. It wasn't necessarily a strategy for love. Sanhua was just feeding him food. It was guaranteed that he would gain favorable impression points. Because a person full of hunger, as long as he was given delicious food, how could he not gain favorable impression points? She came from an empire of big foodies and cooked a few meals for Sanhua. Chapter 2160. It was guaranteed that his favorability level would increase. The system knew Wei Wei Bai's thoughts. After a long silence, he said faintly, "Just say that you want to kill the other personalities. Don't beat around the bush about cooking biochemical weapons." Yi Yuxuan was such a strong person. She almost died in the hospital. Where did the host get the confidence that her cooking could not poison the male protagonist to death? Wei Wei Bai was calm and confident. It's okay, people always have the chance to improve, learn more, and improve. The system said, learn more, and you'll be able to poison people to death. This idea was even more terrifying than him pretending to be a child. The host could not be blamed. Although she was holding an empty egg, she was really pregnant. Therefore, a pregnant host could think of anything. It was 100 times more lethal than a normal host. 0 held the water and washed Wei Wei Bai's feet. Yes, feet. This person had evolved to the point where he could do anything. She washed herself, and he looked at her with a pitiful face of being abandoned. Tears almost rolled down his cheeks. In the end, Wei Wei Bai could not resist this hateful gaze. Just let him be. 0 lowered his head and sat on the stool, casually talking about the base's income and expenses. Men had to let the child's mother know that she was very safe and had a stable income. She could support the child. Zero slowly. His attitude was unusually focused, without a trace of blasphemy. He carefully wrapped her feet up. Then he lowered his head and gently wiped. Her white toes were round and cute. Zero stared at them, afraid that she would hurt them. Don't use too much strength, he's strong. Every day, he would go out and squeeze iron, then squeeze cotton. He wanted to know the strength of crushing iron and the strength of squeezing cotton. He wanted her to feel the soft and comfortable strength of his fingers. Wei Bai was stuffed onto the bed by him, and he went to get some water. She casually flipped through the book, reading page by page. When it was about time, Zero came back and poured her a cup of sour drink. His method of making fresh nutritional products was getting better and better. Zero took the book away from her and kissed her gently on the head. Don't tire yourself out. It's time to rest. Wei Bai was stuffed with a drink by him. She lowered her head and drank it calmly. Zero originally wanted to take the book away, but the thing on the page made him pause. Then he flipped it open. It was actually a wedding dress. Wei Bai leaned against the back of the bed and combed her hair back with ease. Then she smiled and said, Recently, I've suddenly fallen in love with these ancient wedding clothes. The current apocalypse no longer had a wedding system. Just go for whoever you like. How could there be such a troublesome matter in a precarious life? Zero's blue pupils constricted. His fingers slowly slid across the pages of the beautiful white wedding dress. I'll make it for you, Wei. If Wei liked it, he could get whatever she wanted. Wei Bai felt that her reminder was clear enough, but Zero's mind was still stiff. However, the apocalypse didn't have a wedding system, so it wasn't his fault that he couldn't think of anything. Zero had already lowered his head and was seriously looking through the wedding dresses. He made sure that the loose ones wouldn't make Wei feel uncomfortable and strangle the child. Under the light, his eyelashes had a faint halo that fell into his eyes that were as quiet as the blue sky. There was gentleness and focus. Wei Bai looked at him calmly until he raised his head. She said casually, Do you know about the ancient wedding system? Zero was still thinking about how to improve the wedding dress, so he nodded blankly. Wei Bai lightly pressed against his shoulder. Her voice was calm, but it had a shocking warmth. I'll marry you, okay? Zero's hand froze, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2161. Can I marry you? This sentence came out of her mouth, light and sweet. It's the kind of sweetness that can make people feel numb. Zero even thinks for a moment. What does it mean to marry you? Obviously, the ancient marriage system has already appeared in his mind. But for a moment, his mind is foggy, and he is sluggish for a long time before he nods stiffly. After nodding, his brain explodes. Wei wants to marry him. Zero jumps up and stares at Wei Bai nervously. He seems to think that she is just joking, although there is no marriage system. But if some people really decide not to mess around and want to be together one by one for a lifetime, then they will also hold some simple ceremonies similar to ancient weddings, to make sure that the other party will be their one and only. Wei Bai sees that he is so nervous that his pupils are constricted. She doesn't know whether he is happy or not, but she is sure that he is scared. She calmly waves her hand, puts the cup of drink in his hand, and then says softly, Then I will go to sleep first, good night. After throwing a big bomb, she shakes the quilt as if nothing has happened, then closes her eyes and goes to sleep. Zero stands there holding the cup in a daze, then walks out step by step. After walking out, he quickly runs to the computer with the virtual light screen. He frantically searches for some things about the ancient wedding ceremony on it. A wedding is a notarial ceremony for two people to confirm their social relationship, and it is a powerful promise to form a family one by one. Marriage means that she is his. For a lifetime, it is just the two of them. Zero stares at the screen blankly, and then begins to unconsciously look at the wedding photos and wedding videos. The groom has to hold the bride's hand, and there's a ring and a bouquet. It seems that they need to invite others to witness the establishment of their relationship. Wei Bai has a good sleep, and that doesn't disturb her in her dreams. She is in good spirits. When she wakes up, She finds that Zero looks very haggard, sitting at the head of the bed with two panda eyes and looking at her. She doesn't know how long he has been looking at her. Zero sees that she has woken up and is stunned for a while. Suddenly, he kneels down on one knee and then holds a small deadwood ring in his hands. There's also a small bouquet of beautiful white flowers. Unlike the red roses, these small flowers were wild. One by one, the beautiful little flowers could glow at night, and even during the day, they emitted a beautiful silver light. When a young man was nervous, his beautiful lips were tight and his eyelashes drooped, not daring to look at her directly. He held the flower and the deadwood ring and said in a low voice, "I took this ring from the tree of life. There is a small flower seed on it, and it will bloom when the time comes." The small ring was a beautiful and strange dark brown, with a small leaf that was full of life. In the middle of the leaf, there was a cute pocket-sized flower bud. The tree of life was the tree that grew near the monsters' nests and was regarded as a treasure by the monsters. This was also the tree with the most vitality and the longest life force in the apocalypse. There was fresh spring water near the trees, as well as all sorts of incredible plants. Because this tree had exuberant vitality, its branches and flowers could also make the wearer healthy. If it weren't for the monsters, many people would have gone there to steal the tree of life. That small flower was also a flower from the tree of life. Zero's ability allowed him to enter and exit the monster's lair as he pleased. Seeing that she seemed to be hesitating, Zero bent his fingers, as if he was worried that Wei would go back on her words. / button. Chapter 2162. Maybe it was just a joke. Even if it was a joke, he was happy. At least it proved that Wei still wanted to live with him alone. Ling couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, a gentle kiss landed softly on his smile. Ling's eyes widened. His eyes were moist and shocked when he heard her voice. "Can you help me put on?" Ling's fingers were trembling as he put the ring on her finger. The white finger and the withered tree ring looked good together. Wei took the flower and teased softly, "I'll find time to make you a ring too." Ling immediately took out another ring. "No need, look, I've done it." This was the same material as the withered tree ring. But he didn't dare to take it out at first, worried that it was a joke by Wei. Wei calmly took the ring and put on him. Two rings of the same material were on two different ring fingers. Ling's fingers clenched and the ring was somewhat restrained, but he had never been so happy before. Ding! Siwa's favorability is at 95. Since he said he wanted to get married, Ling became a honey fairy. He smiled sweetly and foolishly every day, almost like a silly little bride. Wei looked at the man in front of her. He was sitting on a chair and seriously sewing the flower on the wedding dress. He really made the wedding dress by himself, needle by needle. On his beautiful fingers, those needles and threads seemed to have a soul. She sewed a cute little flower very evenly. Although Wei Bai's expression was indifferent, seeing that the favorability had risen to 97, her eyes couldn't help but soften. 97. She looked at the rest of the personalities. Wa 25. Hey, shameless old fogey. Wa 25. Hey, stingy old demon. San Wa 40. Chung. Hey, big eater. She can eat until she's poor. Wei Bai found nothing good about the rest of the personalities and looked at Siwa's favorability. It was full with a swipe. This was the man of her dreams. Wei Bai reached out to hold her chin. Suddenly, she frowned as a wave of uncontrollable nausea surged up. She got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood? Wei Bai reached out and touched the corner of her mouth. Her fingers were stained with blood. What the hell? The system immediately said, "There really are side effects?" Wei Bai was extremely calm. What happened? The system flipped through the calculated data. At first, I wasn't sure because of the side effects of pregnancy. Although the rate of energy deprivation was fast, it was still within the health value. Today, your body started to have problems. The result of my calculations is that if you force yourself to give birth to air eggs after 10 months, your body may be finished. In fact, in the beginning, when the energy was being drained, it was very powerful. The system had already calculated in advance. There's a lot of incomplete information about this plane. Most of the time, he had to make his own deductions and calculations. This did not seem to have anything to do with the side quest. Instead, it was some other accident that caused the loss of information. Was it because he was carrying the red string? The system did not say. Instead, it continued, if you keep taking high-intensity supplements and with your body as psychic, you may not die until you give birth to air eggs, but your body's health will be ruined. Normal people would not suffer like this. In 3 months, they would be drained of energy by zero and collapse. However, Wei Wei Bai's physical condition in this plane was very good. Moreover, she was a psychic that was 1 in a million. Plus, she was taken care of meticulously during her pregnancy. Chapter 2163. It took almost 2 months for the terrible sequelae to show. It was already considered very good. Wei Wei Bai frowned and was about to say something when she saw Zero rushing in. He stared at the blood in the wash basin and then glanced at the blood on Wei Wei Bai's lips. His expression was gloomy and cold, and his blue eyes were gloomy like a storm. Zero immediately hugged her. Let's go check. His tone was extremely nervous. His fingers were trembling, but his gloomy face forced a comforting smile. It seemed that he didn't want her to be more worried. The device malfunctioned as soon as it was checked. There were even signs of an explosion. Zero didn't dare to let Wei Wei Bai take the risk. After putting her back on the bed, he began to take out the primitive medical equipment and began to manually check her body. He warmed the cold heart-listening device before putting it on her chest. Her heartbeat was abnormal. He recorded a lot of data seriously. Finally, he reached out and touched her stomach, listening to the active trembling inside. There was a trace of disbelief in Zero's blue eyes. He said softly, Wei Wei, does it hurt a lot? Every time you get up or take a walk, your stomach hurts a lot, right? Wei Wei Bai looked at him quietly for a while and finally nodded. Nonsense. She was holding an energy ball in her stomach. How could it not hurt? But this kind of pain was tolerable, and she knew that she would need to abort it after a while. So she didn't say much. A sad expression appeared on Zero's face. His fingers left her stomach. His heavy breathing made him look a little out of control. Zero said, the mother is overexerting energy. You clearly said that it would be fine. How could it be so bad? Wei Wei Bai looked down and said calmly, something happened to the child? Zero's fingers clenched tightly. He's fine, but it might be harmful to you. Wei Wei Bai took the opportunity to say in a low voice, if you really can't give birth, then we... Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to roll down her cheeks. Round teardrops dotted his long eyelashes, making him look indescribably miserable. He tried his best to roll up his sleeves and wipe his eyes. He nodded in a muffled voice. Yes, since he's found to be harmful to you, I don't want him. As he spoke, more tears fell from his eyes. Their voices were muffled and choked. How pitiful. Wei Wei Bai didn't dare to say anything more hurtful. He was worried that Zero would not be able to bear it and started to cry. Speaking of which, this guy was still an adorable egg a few months ago. In just a few short months, it was already a miracle that he could grow to this extent. Therefore, it was normal for him to be childish at times. The instruments in the laboratory began to explode. As long as Wei Wei Bai tried to do a body check, she would definitely fail. Zero touched the devices that were about to explode, and his pupils shrank. He seemed to know something, but he didn't say anything. He didn't want Wei Wei Bai to worry. Wei Wei Bai's vomiting of blood seemed to have subsided. It was just that the feeling of weakness in his body intensified. Sometimes he would sleep for 2 days. Every time he woke up, he would see Zero sitting by the bed and reaching out to check her pulse. It was as if he was checking for any abnormalities in her pulse and heartbeat. He would always smile at her. It's okay. You've been in good condition recently. Wei Wei Bai would also smile. She didn't say anything that would make him more worried. The system was also strictly calculating Wei Wei Bai's physical condition. He had a small cloth on his head and was scribbling with a pen in his hand. There was no more information, so he checked and calculated by himself. Chapter 2164. He had now been reduced to a cave master. Ling restrained the strong uneasiness in his heart and held Wei Wei Bai's hand as they walked forward. The deadwood rings on their fingers had already bloomed into beautiful flowers. Ling opened the door and said to her, "Do you like it? If you don't like it, I'll change it." Bai Weiwei saw a pile of rags inside the door, as well as some discarded clothes placed on the table. In the middle of the table was a beautiful wedding dress. The white cloth was flowing with light, and beautiful flowers bloomed on the dress as if they were alive. Weiwei Bai reached out and touched it. The cloth was very good. It was definitely comfortable. If there was leftover cloth, she could make more pajamas. Weiwei Bai couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. Her somewhat weak and tired eyes were filled with a bit of vitality. "It's very beautiful, I like it." Her approval made Ling's heart soften. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 98. For others, it would get harder and harder to farm, but for him, it was easy to farm from beginning to end. Weiwei Bai looked at him even more gently. It was as if there were not only stars in his eyes, but more like the sun. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and blood overflowed from her lips uncontrollably. Blood red fell on the white wedding dress. Weiwei Bai frowned and covered her mouth, but the blood gushed out. Droplets of blood trickled out from between his fingers. She suddenly realized something and looked up to see Ling staring at her. His eyes revealed despair and gloominess that made her scalp numb. Even if Weiwei Bai's emotions were blocked, she was frightened by Ling's eyes for a moment. Vomiting blood was not serious. It was just an initial energy backlash. The most serious thing would be in July or August, when the mother was devoured. At most, it was just a small fight. Ling's gloomy eyes only lasted for a moment before they exploded with worry. He pressed Weiwei Bai to rest, and then gave her all kinds of medicine, watching her eat, until Weiwei Bai fell asleep because of the medicine. He sat in the room, and his face turned cold. The violent eyes made people think that he had changed his personality. Zero's blue eyes were sharp and crazy. "You said you were fine, but you lied to me." His blue eyes were suddenly dyed in gold. But in the next moment, the blue flames burned and forced the golden flames back. A pained expression appeared on Zero's face. "I won't let you hurt her. The child will hurt her, right?" He gnashed his teeth, nearly roaring at the top of his lungs. A cold and holy voice sounded in his ears. "Come back." Zero's eyes went blank for a moment, but in the next second, it immediately turned into a violent struggle. "I'm not going back. I don't want to go back. I want to stay by her side. Let me accompany her. She can't do without me now. Her body is like this now. Who in this world would protect her?" He was the only one who knew how to do it. He resisted the call to come back. Ling staggered to the bedside and reached out to hold Weiwei Bai's haggard and weak face. Why didn't he notice that there was something wrong with her body? Why didn't he realize that this child would kill her? Tears welled up in Zero's blue eyes. The violent struggle and pain turned into tears of grievance and self-blame. He didn't want to cry. How could a man cry when he wanted to protect his woman? But he couldn't help it. His fingers trembled as he carried Weiwei Bai and rushed into the laboratory's medical room. This child couldn't stay. If he had to risk her life, he would rather not have a child. While crying, Zero resisted the corrosion of the main personality and began to set the data of the instrument. The instrument would lose control because of the main personality's power. He only needed to stop the main personality to use it. Zero's fingers were almost powerless. He gritted his teeth and trembled. The last step. There was only one step left. Zero's pale face was distorted because of the struggle, but his gaze towards Weiwei Bai was gentle. He reached out and held her finger. The flower on the withered tree ring had already bloomed. It was a beautiful flower, small and pure. It was like the humble heart he held for her. Zero lowered his head and kissed her face. It was an incomparably pure kiss. He said in a low voice, "I will protect you." His hair had already turned black, but the color of his eyes was still a determined and sweet sky blue. Ding! Fourth baby's favorability is at 99. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download text at https://www.sashu.com https://m.sashu.com. Chapter 2165. Zero looked at the small shadow on the screen. It was a child, small and soft. He could barely see the child clearly. As long as he pressed the operation button on the device, the operation would begin to remove him. The removal process would only take 20 minutes. Zero's fingers trembled violently. The erosion of the primary personality was already affecting his body and his rationality. From time to time, he would tremble as he looked at Wei Wei by lying on the operating table. He treated her as his belief and reason to persevere in his most painful times. It's okay. He was almost hysterical as he bit his fingers in his mouth to ensure that the pain would not completely erode him. His mind was in a trance. Their love experience was actually disappearing bit by bit. This was the removal effect of the primary personality. From the beginning, the primary personality wanted to kill the owner of their chick complex. Because this was a weakness. Perhaps for the primary personality, this weakness was not a big one, but it was also intolerable. So the primary personality deliberately made her pregnant from the beginning. Was this also a conspiracy? Just as Zero was thinking this, he heard a deep sound in his ears. That was an accident. He denied it. But Zero's eyes were filled with fear. The sound was so close, it meant that he was almost completely eroded. He had to speed up. Zero's fingers pressed the button, but a yes/no option popped up on the screen. Damn it. He fiercely bit the fingers of his left hand. He bit them until they bled and hit the bone, but he started to feel no pain. He desperately controlled his right hand to press the yes button, but his vision started to turn black. Even if it was an accident, the primary personality still wanted to kill Wei Wei. The child would destroy her health in the future. Would the primary personality protect her? No, he would abandon her, take the child, and leave this place. He would leave his Wei Wei in this cruel apocalypse. Wei Wei Bai, without her health and superpowers, would not be able to survive in the apocalypse without anyone's protection. Not to mention, she might not be able to survive the birth and die. One of Zero's eyes was gold, the other blue. This meant that his consciousness was almost completely taken over by the primary personality. The blue color was his last bit of rationality. His blue eyes burst out with unimaginable love as he desperately pressed the yes button. The machine began to operate. Just as Zero was about to let out a sigh of relief, she found that her body was beginning to make cracking sounds. Blood oozed from his skin. The conflict between him and the main personality was too intense, and his body was starting to give out. But in the next second, he suddenly paused. Because there was a loud bang in the laboratory, darkness suddenly came, and the electricity was cut off. The primary personality cut off all the electricity. The surgery that was about to begin was also forced to stop. The primary personality chose to have the child instead of Wei Wei. The last glimmer of hope in Zero's eyes was snatched away by despair. He stumbled to the bedside and saw Wei Wei Bai in a deep sleep due to the drug. His fingers were full of blood as he searched for the ancient medical equipment. Because it was a laboratory, there were many kinds of medical equipment in the medical room. It included a complete set of scalpels that almost no one had ever used before, as well as a variety of manual tools. He did the surgery himself. He did it himself. Zero's expression was incomparably twisted. However, just as he was about to reach for the tool, he suddenly tightened his grip and slapped him hard. This was an insulting slap. It was also a slap to the face. He had crossed the line. As a subsidiary personality of the primary personality, he had no right to make decisions for the primary personality. /T. Chapter 2166. Zero's blue, I began to be dyed with gold. The powerful golden power devoured the last bit of blue in his eye bit by bit. A drop of tear appeared in his eye and slid down his delicate cheek that was stained with blood. It then flowed down his chin and fell on Wei Wei Bai's finger. He could no longer control his body. Zero was almost limp and fell down the bed. He used a twisted posture and reached out his finger to hook her hand that was hanging by the bed. The beautiful withered wood ring was dyed red by his blood. Zero was like a disabled robot that had lost power. His movements were uncoordinated. He shouted silently, "Wei Wei, I love you." She was the first person he saw when she entered the land of consciousness. He was the first person he talked to. He was the one who spent the most time with her. At first, he treated her like a child and was greedy for her gentleness and companionship. Later, it was an uncontrollable love. There was also the happiness and satisfaction of getting a response. The other personalities should be envious of him, because as the weakest personality, a lowly subpersonality, he got the most beautiful Wei Wei. Zero wanted to control his expression and show a beautiful smile, but it was very ugly, because he could no longer control his expression. Zero gradually fell into a place of nothingness. He began to dissipate and was devoured by the main personality. What should I do if no one protects me? He suddenly struggled, but in the land of consciousness, he had always been the weakest. That's right. He suddenly remembered that a long time ago, the main personality had once said that they could infect each other. For example, although he was weak, he didn't have any practical abilities, but he could borrow the space power of the main personality, although only a little. It was enough for him to tear open space and go to the monster's nest to get the branches and flowers of the tree of life. Then, could he infect the other personalities with his love for Wei Wei? Even if only half of his love infected the other personalities, then that personality would definitely protect Wei Wei, because he loved her more than anyone else. He had shared his love with many people, so there was still a lot left. In the white land of consciousness, the eye-catching blue suddenly shattered. The golden threads began to devour the energy from the subpersonality. The other two personalities were also infected by the blue shards. Suddenly, all the personalities seemed to realize something, but it was too late. The shattered blue fragments were more offensive than ever. The blue infectious energy was even scarier than a virus, and it dug deep into his consciousness. All the personalities were infected, and no one could escape. The golden personality seemed to want to get rid of the external influence. However, there was a kind of soul-stirring throbbing that made his heart beat violently. This beat was full of joy, satisfaction, and happiness. However, it was more of a desire to protect. The protective instincts in the nestling complex rose crazily. No one could escape this kind of infection. The blue personality used all of its strength to spread its love to the other person. The last trace of blue entered the primary personality. There are only 3 personalities left in his body. Ding! Fourth baby's favorability is at 100. Ding! Fourth baby's personality has disappeared and cannot be restored. As for the finger that he hooked around Wei Wei, the flower on the tree of life's ring withered and the ring shattered. The tree of life only acknowledged the request of one consciousness. When you deeply loved a person, the tree of life would depend on the love of that soul to survive. // To make it easier to read next time, you can click on the button at the bottom to record this reading. You can see it when you open the bookshelf next time. If you like. Chapter 2167. The ring relied on this love to exist forever. If it lost the love of that soul, the ring would also die. The ring on Wei Wei Bai's finger also shattered because of the disappearance of his personality, including his pure love. The system could not see the bitter war in the personality. It saw fourth baby being swallowed by eldest baby. The mission to get rid of the child failed. Then, fourth baby died. However, the mission automatically jumped to 1/4 of the way. The mission jumped to 1/4? The system stared at the mission bar. What the hell, this mode? Side mission? Before the system could understand the strange part, it saw the lying zero's fingers move. The white fingertips, set off by the blood red, had a shallow sense of magnificence. The half-lying youth's eyelashes trembled a few times, and he gently opened his deep eyes. The exquisite light in his eyes, the gold shattered, and the blue light spread. He moved his thin lips, which were also stained with blood, somewhat evil and cold. Suddenly, he blinked his eyes. His breathing was sometimes light and sometimes heavy. He seemed to be struggling with something. But those blue light spots took the opportunity to successfully invade. The blue light spots scattered, but were not removed. Zero's fingers touched something. It was Wei Wei Bai's hand. He looked up. There were no more blue spots in his golden eyes, but it was no longer the usual holy and cold. Instead, there was a trace of humanity. He looked at her blankly, and his fingers could not help but hold her pale fingers. The next second, a strange feeling appeared in his calm eyes. His heartbeat suddenly accelerated. The feelings that did not belong to him, but belonged to him, exploded. Ding! Eldest baby's favorability is at 65. Ding! Second baby's favorability is at 60. Ding! Third baby's favorability is at 80. Love filled with the desire to protect. Love that was crazy and hysterical, using his life to break the infected feelings. It completely eroded Zero's consciousness. He could not get rid of it, could not get rid of it. He could only watch as he was infected, baptized by this crazy love. This weakest personality had actually succeeded in doing the most terrifying thing. Especially the main personality, it was attacked the most thoroughly. Even the main personality, who insisted on defending, was completely drowned by the huge and turbulent feelings. The bond of the fledgling complex made it impossible for anyone to escape this terrible infection. The system was speechless as it watched the favorability soar in front of it. It felt like its eyes were blurred. In the end, it thought for a long time and sighed. Fourth baby's love for her had been shared with many people, so there was still a lot left. He was divided into many personalities. Before the heroic destruction, he was still 100. Zero slowly stood up. Her black hair draped over her back like a huge shadow. His thick and long eyelashes with slightly drooping eyelashes, his cold golden eyes gloomy. Zero looked at the sleeping Bai Weiwei. He stretched out his slender fingers, gently clasped her chin, and stared at her with a strange gaze. Without electricity, the medical room was a little dark. He was like a king in the darkness, but he was more like a lifeless demon as he gently bowed. He seemed to be confirming something, and looked for a long zay. Finally, his eyes, too, his strong desire to protect, was distorted by his dark heart. It was an endless plunder and possession. And control was the main personality's strongest trait. The more you cared about something, the more you had feelings for that person, the more you couldn't bear the feeling of separation. For the convenience of the next reading, you can click on the Chapter 2168. Not everyone's love would not hurt and would only silently protect. Zero was silent, his eyes half closed. His thin lips whispered to her in her sleep. It's a pity that the angel is no longer here. The personality that would not hurt her was no longer here. The rest, love was not a good thing. It would attract the greedy, covetous eyes of the devil. The personality that infected him, thinking that love could protect her. Just the hungry personality in his body. The more he loved a person, the more destructive it would be. Zero calmly let go of her chin, then raised his hand and waved elegantly, as if he was a commander. With a click, the electricity was restored. Then he bent down and carried Weiwei by. His movements were unusually gentle. Halfway through, his movements seemed to be a little stiff. This kind of strength was really something that could only be controlled after many rounds of training. Even the strength to carry her had to be specially trained. Was he sure that it was the most comfortable for her? There was a slight fluctuation in Zero's calm eyes. Then he calmly turned around and walked out. Weiwei Bai had a bad sleep. It felt like she had been carrying bricks for 3 days and 3 nights. Her limbs were exhausted and howling. Just as she was about to open her eyes, she heard the system say softly, 2 pieces of good news, 1 piece of bad news. Weiwei Bai was alert. She did not open her eyes. What news? The system said carefully, do you want the bad news or the good news? Bai Weiwei hesitated for a moment. Whatever. There were at least 2 pieces of good news. The system said, the 2 pieces of good news are that fourth baby's favorability is 100. Weiwei Bai said, the good news is expected. Fourth baby is my little angel. It will definitely be 100. The system said, the second piece of good news is that the favorability of first baby, second baby, and third baby has increased. Wei Weibai did not have much hope. How much? 3 to 5 points. The system reported the number. Wei Weibai was silent for a long time. This high favorability was a little frightening. No, it was like giving it away for free. Of course, the favorability was worth being happy about. She was about to let out a big smile. The system said the bad news is that fourth baby is dead. Wei Weibai, a bolt from the blue. He was struck by lightning. He died on the spot. Her fourth child. This piece of bad news was worth 10,000 pieces of good news. The fourth baby, who would cook for her, make a drink for pregnant women, wash her feet, put toothpaste on her toothbrush, wear her shoes, and praise her beauty every day, was dead. Bai Weiwei almost turned over and sat up, but a burst of pain in her stomach made her fall back down. A hand reached out from the side and firmly supported her back, not waiting for her to fall on the bed. She was already surrounded by a warm embrace. Wei Weibai gasped softly and rubbed her face against his chest. It was a familiar scent. She glanced sideways and saw the youth hugging her. That familiar and delicate face had an indifferent and calm expression. There was not a trace of warmth in his golden eyes, as if they were an endless wasteland. Wei Weibai glared at him for a while before pushing him away. His movements were extremely vigilant. Seeing the deep panic in her eyes, Zero couldn't help but reach out to comfort her. But he controlled this impulse. Wei Weibai didn't say anything and even looked at him silently. Because her body had not recovered yet, Zero was very calm and naturally took over some of the work of the dissipated personality. For example, when he automatically made the drink for pregnant women, the taste of the drink was exactly the same. He lowered his eyes and stared at the drink for a long time before passing it to Wei Weibai. /T. Chapter 2169. Wei Weibai did not argue and drank as she should. Then, Ling went to prepare the meal. He did not reject it at all. His eyes were indifferent, but his actions were not vague. All his actions and food were exactly the same. Wei Weibai also ate calmly. When she vomited at night, Ling took out the antiemetic medicine that he had prepared and mixed it with the sour fruit juice milk for her to drink. They were all the same as the weakest personality and the same steps and habits. Wei Weibai's relaxed brows made him smile uncontrollably. But this smile was quickly suppressed by Ling, and his eyes were even colder. Ling even carried her to bed and covered her with a blanket. All his actions were the same rhythm and appearance. If his face was not so smelly, the color of his eyes and hair would have changed. Wei Weibai thought it was Siwa. After everything was done, Ling calmly stretched out his finger and gently waved it in the air. The light dimmed a lot. It was comfortable and not glaring, suitable for sleeping. "Good night, Wei Wei." His magnetic and perfect voice had a comforting gentleness. Unfortunately, there was no emotional fluctuation, and it was more like a routine greeting. Then, Ling curled his fingers, and a book appeared on his lap out of thin air. He crossed his legs, supported his chin with one hand, and looked down at the book. He seemed to be a professional caretaker. After everything was done, there was nothing for him to do. Wei Weibai also waited quietly. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate. The originally cozy room was pulled apart by an incomparably tense silence. Ling flipped through the book unhurriedly. "What do you want to ask?" "It's better for pregnant women to sleep early." Wei Weibai was silent and did not say anything. She just stared at him warily. Ling's golden eyes darkened, and his voice was extremely calm. "Are you waiting for him to appear? Waiting for me to disappear?" Wei Weibai pursed her lips and did not refute. Ling suddenly sneered, which was completely unlike his cold character. His voice was still calm. "He won't appear." Ling closed the book as if he was the Grim Reaper. "Forever." These two words were a little too heavy. Zero was aware of his own emotions. He was actually jealous. Jealousy? It was an extremely strange emotion. He coldly suppressed his surging and unfamiliar emotions. He threw the book in his hand out, and the book that disappeared into thin air reappeared on the bookshelf. Then he hooked another book. The amount of knowledge in this book was too small, and it was not enough for him to flip through a few pages. Suddenly, he realized something, and his fingers paused in the middle of flipping through the pages. He heard a sobbing sound that couldn't be hidden in time. Ling glanced over and saw that Wei Wei Bai's eyes were red and tears were flowing uncontrollably. She didn't seem to want him to see her pathetic state. She immediately used the blanket to wipe away her tears, and then suppressed the sudden sadness. "Don't say that. I don't believe you." She really didn't believe it. Wei Wei Bai wiped her tears and sneered. "You hit him, didn't you?" Ling Jujio flipped through the pages of the book, confronting Wei Wei Bai's cold and sharp gaze. In her beautiful eyes, there was a hint of madness and intense emotions. He seemed to have said that the personality was dead. She was also sad to death. Ling Jujio's eyelashes were half closed, and he was silent for a while before he said casually, "If you say so." As soon as he finished speaking, Wei Wei Bai seemed to be relieved. She narrowed her eyes and whispered softly, "I knew it was fine. I was waiting for you to come back." Zero maintained this action for a long time, until the sound of her steady breathing sounded softly, and his fingers finally turned a page of the book. After a while, he got up gracefully and pulled out a clean blanket. His fingers flicked the blanket on Wei Wei Bai's body. The blanket that Wei Wei Bai used to wipe her tears disappeared. He lowered his head and gently covered her with the new blanket. Under the dim light, his golden eyes seemed to flash with an irrepressible gentleness. But soon it was suppressed again, as if it had never existed. At https://www.sashu.com/ full text at https://www.sashu.com// download text at https://www.sashu.com at https://m/sashu.com. To facilitate the next reading, you can click on Chapter 2170. Wei Wei Bai and the system studied the possibility of the 108 personalities returning. She found that fourth baby was completely dissolved. Even if she wanted to find fourth baby, she could only look for it from the other three personalities. For example, the life skills that eldest baby showed now were fourth babies. After all, he did the same housework as fourth baby, and the food he made tasted the same as fourth baby. Every time she ate the same thing, she would look at eldest baby's constipated face. She couldn't help but look at her finger. The ring on it was gone. So fourth baby was gone too. Fourth baby, who had a favorability of 100 points, was cute to her. This caused Wei Wei Bai's face to be darker than black hair zeros when she looked at him. Her fourth baby was like a spring breeze to her and would coax her to eat. That was like the robot in front of her. So Wei Wei Bai threw away her chopsticks. "I'm not eating." Zero looked at her indifferently and reminded her rationally, "It's not good for your body if you don't eat." Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and sneered. "My appetite is bad when I see you, and my body is even worse." This was a clear indication. What she wanted was the dissipated personality to appear. Zero's expression didn't change, and even his expression was unusually calm. Wei Wei Bai's tantrum seemed to be just a child's tantrum to him. He glanced at the food, and his voice was gentle. "You don't like the taste?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly, sneered, and didn't say anything. But it was obvious that she was disobedient and didn't want to eat. Zero looked at her indifferently for a while, then leaned forward, reached for a clean spoon, and scooped up half a spoonful of sweet porridge. His movements were precise and gentle, and he brought the spoon to her mouth. "Come, I'll feed you." Although he tried his best to be gentle, that indifferent and cold expression didn't change at all. This attitude was like a master feeding a pet. Although there was a trace of sincere pity, his attitude was still particularly high and mighty. This kind of arrogance was hard to change, even if he wanted to. This was something that Siwa would do. Not to mention feeding her. Siwa couldn't wait to wash her face and feet. As for the misophobic Dawa, he felt that he was condescending to feed her a meal. His chin was gently raised, and he looked at her with his nostrils. Wei Wei Bai moved her body and swept the plate of fresh and delicious food in front of Zero. She stood up. Her face was pale, and her body was much thinner. "If you want to eat, eat by yourself. I don't have time to play house with you." The arrogance and fierceness in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. The weakness of her body made her even sharper towards others. Wei Wei Bai struggled to reach for the white coat, intending to go to the laboratory. After all, the monster horde would come again this week. In the future, there would be more and more of these monsters. 3 or 4 months later, the Monster King ate its fill and fell into a deep sleep. Only then would the monsters rest and hunt at their usual pace. It wouldn't be a suicide attack like this one. He had to destroy a few bases. Seeing Wei Wei Bai's tired face, she frowned and buttoned up her clothes. She then tied up her long hair with a leather band. Her movements were neat. She didn't have the lazy and dependent appearance of her previous personality. She was now back to her previous self, cold and heartless. She didn't accept other people's kindness. She was even annoyed by other people's special care. Other people. Zero sat on the chair. The half-spoonful of sweet porridge was cold. His fingers slowly retracted. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2171. Then he looked up at Wei Wei Bai's back as she walked out without hesitation. Slowly, he put the sweet porridge into his mouth. Although the taste was cold, it was still the same taste. He didn't put in any wrong seasonings, nor did he make any mistake with the heat. Why didn't she eat it? The morning sickness had also begun to subside. The child was pressed down by him and didn't torment her much. Being with him must be much more comfortable than being with that personality. There was a strange puzzlement in Zero's deep eyes. There was even a sense of loss. Although his sitting posture was still so straight and his movements were so reserved. Wei Wei Bai went out and breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Dewa's face made her want to beat him up. She felt that compared to Siwa, it was the difference between 1 yuan and 10 million. People couldn't be compared to people, and personalities couldn't be compared to personalities. Why didn't the other 3 brats dissolve it? It wasn't easy to eat a small piece of sweet biscuit, but she had to endure 3 rat feces. It was fine if she endured it, but the 3 rat feces ate her sweet biscuit in turn. Her sweet biscuit was eaten by the other personalities when she didn't know. Even if her feelings were blocked, Wei Wei Bai still felt that she had lost 100 million. Wei Wei Bai walked in the laboratory. When the others saw Wei Wei Bai, they immediately bowed their heads respectfully and greeted her. During this period of time, Wei Wei Bai didn't come often, but Zero would often come around. Everyone was kept in check until they didn't dare to say a word. They also had more expectations for the future of the base. Because of Zero's strength, they all saw the hope of survival in the end of the world. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. She took the folder with a bad expression, opened the pen, and began to record the more important experimental data. 1, 3, 5 ran over and said respectfully, "Doctor, there's a relatively large experiment recently that needs your signature." Wei Wei Bai frowned and said impatiently, "What experiment?" 1, 3, 5. It's the creation of psychics. Zero's success proves that our direction is right. We can repeatedly create other psychics so that our base can be in an invincible position. Apocalyptic resources were scarce. To survive, humans built countless bases in the beginning. So many years had passed since the apocalypse. There were a lot fewer bases. The main reason was that they did not starve to death due to lack of resources or were eaten by monsters. Instead, it was humans killing each other to expand his territory and obtain more resources. Some bases would begin to attack other weaker bases. After so many years, countless bases had died at the hands of their own people. At this thought, Wei Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. After all, Zero's uniqueness was very difficult to replicate. After going through so many planes, Wei Wei Bai knew the uniqueness of the target. He was a proud son of heaven. This was how she felt, even if the targets in the plane were very miserable at first. But whether it was appearance, IQ, or anything else, he was definitely not an ordinary person. As a person who cared a lot about appearances and was a picky person, how was it possible for Wei Wei Bai to bite down on every single one of the targets? However, she was always able to do so without any hindrance. This proved that all the targets met her standards. Wei Wei Bai sighed and suddenly realized something. She looked up. She saw Zero standing on the second floor. He had one hand on the handrail of the stairs and his slender figure stood quietly on it. He was strong and calm. It was as if he was a god looking down at ants. His gaze was fixed on Wei Wei Bai, and he finally looked a little more human. /T. Chapter 2172. Although she was still high and mighty, there was no lack of holy coldness. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were not very good. Her impatience was even more obvious as she looked at him sarcastically. Then she said to 1335, "Give me the experiment data, and then tell everyone to carry out another experiment first. Create the body of a psychic, but without consciousness." This was the complete opposite of Zero. Zero had too much consciousness. Wei Wei Bai emphasized, "Create that body with zero standards. Remember that the hair is blonde, the eyes are blue, and the kind that is very good-looking." 1335 was confused, but she still nodded. After Wei Wei Bai gave the order, she couldn't help but yawn. She was still in a sleepy state. She threw the folder to the assistant and said, "I'm going to rest first. Look for me if there's any progress or difficulties." 1335 nodded immediately. Then Wei Wei Bai walked up the stairs expressionlessly. Zero's fingers were still on the handrail. He looked down at her, his golden eyes a little more emotional. "You want him?" That disappeared personality. Wei Wei Bai stopped halfway and looked up at him. She suddenly smiled. "Let's make a deal. Anyway, you must be very troubled because of your split consciousness. Can you give me my Zero? I'll make a body for him. This way, you have one less consciousness to disturb you, and I can be with him. Isn't that good?" The experiment, just now, was to accommodate the existence of fourth baby's consciousness. Wei Wei Bai nodded. She unconsciously touched her ring finger. The ring on it was gone. She couldn't help but touch it. "Yes, he is my husband." Her voice was low, but it was soft and affectionate. Even her expression was so beautiful. It was as if mentioning that personality was the happiest thing in the world. Zero's gaze fell on her finger, and then back to her face again. His lips tightened slightly, and even the light in his eyes began to change a little. They became deep and dangerous. "You like him that much?" Wei Wei Bai paused, as if she didn't think he would ask such a ridiculous question. But she couldn't help but laugh and say, "Isn't that nonsense? Who doesn't like him? He's so perfect and cute." Zero noticed the incredulous doubt in her eyes. It was as if she felt that everyone should like the dissipated personality. But that was clearly his weakest personality. It was a consciousness that he could easily clean up. Under Wei Wei Bai's puzzled gaze, Zero raised his chin slightly, looking cold and arrogant. "I don't like it," Wei Wei Bai said. "It's none of my business whether you like it or not. Are you going to make this deal or not? I have some locations of life sources. I can give you a map in exchange, but you have to get it yourself." Only someone like Zero, who had a cheat level, could go to these life sources. His expression turned even colder. He even felt that her ignorant yet hopeful face was so glaring. Wei Wei Bai tried to increase the price. "There's still some life sources underground. I can give you the password. By the way, do you like others? I can find one for you." Zero's cold golden eyes seemed to contain an endless dark abyss. His voice suddenly lowered, cold and ominous. "He won't appear again." Wei Wei Bai's business-like smile froze, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. But she quickly suppressed it with a deep breath, calmly went upstairs, and brushed past Zero. Her shoulder was even close to his arm. The soft touch brushed past like a feather. // Chapter 2173. Her aura was seductive. However, her words were so certain that it was jarring to the ears. "He will definitely appear because he loves me." After saying that, she raised her chin like him. She looked down on everyone. He didn't look back and let her leave with arrogant steps like a proud little peacock. After a moment of silence, Ling lowered his head and looked at his hands. Where his fingers were holding the armrest was already broken. Zero's prideful neck finally lowered slightly. A large shadow covered his eyes. It made his cold face look a little gloomy. "The infection is so serious," he muttered to himself in a low voice, and his heart beat faster. When she brushed past him, he felt satisfied and impulsive. He even wanted more. It seemed that suppressing this love couldn't be dispelled. Ling took a few steps back, let go of the broken armrest, and then followed her. Time was up. It was her lunchtime. The feelings that were infected by that personality were simply impossible to resist. When Ling finished preparing lunch, he saw Wei Wei by holding a can of nutrition, looking at the experimental data expressionlessly, and then eating it. The can wasn't delicious. It didn't even have any taste or texture. Wei Wei Bai wasn't picky either. After eating, she looked back and saw the fresh food on the table. She threw the can into the trash can beside her. Don't bother. You're not him. Why are you pretending? Bai Weiwei looked at him with disdain and disdain. Okay, I'm going to the laboratory. After saying that, she blew away like the wind. She didn't even look at him. Even the food he cooked was disliked by her. Ling stood by the dining table and followed her away. He didn't stop her. His eyes were cold, like the moonlight under broken ice. There was a secret depression. He was suppressing an explosive emotion. Zero sat down and began to eat the food she had cooked unhurriedly. It was clearly the same thing. Why didn't she eat it? Ling lowered his eyes and thought coldly. Suddenly, he muttered to himself, "How do I make her eat normally?" His cold and arrogant face suddenly changed its expression. This was a bewitching charm. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, revealing a trace of beauty. He muttered to himself in a low voice, his tone lazy. "Let me do it. I'll do something that will make her very tired and very comfortable. After she has no strength to resist, I'll force feed her." But in the next second, his expression changed again. He bared his teeth and was incomparably irritable. "Shut up. She has a child. Don't even think of touching her. Let me go out. I'll hunt. I'll take back all the best things, and she'll be happy." "No." The grumpy personality suddenly said, "The child shouldn't exist. It will hurt her. Let's kill it first." Zero suddenly frowned. "Let's go back." Silence ensued. Zero returned to his usual cold and noble appearance. He took out a clean tissue to wipe his mouth and was about to get up with one hand on the table. However, he found that his strength had crushed the table. Zero glanced at the table and said in a low voice, "I find that I'm a little angry." He wasn't the only one whose emotions were fluctuating. The other two personalities were also restless and tried their best to come out. Why did they come out? They just had the same goal, to get her. However, the infectious desire to protect her still existed, and the emotions of not wanting to hurt her were equally intense. Chapter 2174. Zero walked out and followed her. Just like the weakest personality, he kept following her. But that personality could pull the corner of her clothes. And although he had this impulse, he absolutely couldn't do it. It was more like she was pulling the corner of his clothes. When Zero walked to the door of the laboratory, he heard Wei Wei Bai say to the assistant, "Is the model out?" "Assistant, yes. First use the secondary materials to assemble an appearance model and soak it in the nutrient solution. Once the appearance is confirmed, start to collect the main materials to cultivate the experimental body." Wei Wei Bai's voice became happy. "Really? Hurry up. Take me to see it." Her words were mixed with uncontrollable laughter. She was almost as happy as a little girl. Zero paused at the door for a few seconds before slowly walking in. Then he saw Wei Wei Bai's back facing him. In front of her was a circular glass tank. Inside was a body without any sign of life. The thin figure was slender and good-looking, and the long blonde hair fluttered in the transparent nutrient solution. The half-closed eyes without any sign of life were blue and delicate and pure. It was only 70 to 80% similar to his appearance, but it was softer. When Wei Wei Bai saw this body, her eyes softened. She slowly walked to the glass tank. She quietly reached out and hugged the outer layer of the glass tank. Her face was close to the glass, and her eyebrows were curved. She revealed a very sweet smile. It was as if she was hugging her missing lover. Zero was standing a few meters away. His gentle but arrogant expression had disappeared, and his eyes were terrifyingly cold. The sweeter her smile, the more gloomy his eyes were. It was like the oppressive silence before a storm, before a violent disaster. Wei Wei Bai seemed to feel the resentful gaze behind her. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with Dewa?" Dewa had been copying Si Yu's cooking skills these days, and the food was delicious. But when she ate, she thought of her sweet biscuit. When she saw Dawa's cold face, she couldn't help but want to compare. When she compared, she found that there was no comparison. She didn't want to eat. Therefore, one must never have the opportunity to compare. In the past, the targets she used to attack every day were all perverts and crazy people. Every day, they would turn around and become evil targets. After a while, he got used to it. If she had started out with Dawa, she would have just treated him a little better according to her usual practice and gotten some favorability points. But this plane had given her fourth baby. Why did he give her the other 3 perverts? How could he be in a good mood after such a comparison? Compared to Sweet Biscuit and Little Angel, all of the previous targets were trash. The only reason she wasn't trash was because her strategy had succeeded and her favorability had increased. Which strategy target was as sweet as Siwa from beginning to end? People who were used to eating sweets had a faced was bitter face. Wei Bai wanted to go on strike. The system replied, "He's staring at you." After all, his favorability level is over 65, so he's considered in love. If you don't look at him, he won't be happy. It was this personality that was unusually reserved and patient. It could be said to be coldly rational. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get along with her in such an old-fashioned manner. He didn't even think about the host's behavior these past few days, which was blatant disdain. Which man in love could stand it? Wei Bai rubbed against the glass. I'll take a few more days to calm down. After all, 3 years of strategy is so long, it's okay to be lazy. Moreover, he immediately expressed favorability to the other personalities. This was too obvious. It was not beneficial for the follow-up strategy. The system said, Dawa is coming. He's coming like a ghost. Wei Bai's eyebrows twitched, and a huge force suddenly held her in an embrace. Before she could struggle, Zero's cold and deep voice came into her ears. As if it came from the abyss of hell, each word was soft but dangerous. I'm angry. It was such a simple and calm sentence. Suddenly, a huge force began to shatter the ground, and the violent waves shattered the nearby glass troughs. The newly formed model that simulated fourth baby's appearance. In the shattered glass troughs, it was torn apart by the crazy force. There were pieces of flesh and blood, shattered glass everywhere, exposed wires, and screaming people running in all directions. The scene was extremely chaotic. Bai Weiwei stared blankly for a moment before turning around. She saw Ling's cold and arrogant eyes staring at her with a sharp gaze, like a demon hibernating in the darkness, suddenly revealing his true colors, waiting to devour her. Download the https://www.sashu.com/download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://www.sashu.com download the full article. https://m sashu.com//t. Chapter 2175. This gaze was accompanied by a doomsday-like scene. It was especially lethal. It seemed that in the next second, she would become a piece of flesh in the broken glass trough. And when Zero killed the model, did he not have any doubts in his heart? That body was 70 to 80% similar to his. Wei Bai was like a small rabbit being stared at by a large beast. Her body was stiff. Zero's cold eyes were filled with hostility. His black hair fluttered gently under the influence of the energy waves. He looked at the lump of flesh. With a flick of his finger, the flesh exploded into bloody foam. In the end, it all disappeared into the space crack. The model had completely disappeared, but he did not look happy. Like a demon king, he stared at her with an unusually oppressive gaze. It was as if he was considering whether to turn her into a bloody foam and throw her into the space to disappear forever. Wei Bai felt a chill down her spine. All kinds of electrical appliances and wires kept exploding. Suddenly, Wei Bai could not help but choke and cough. The air was filled with pungent burning gas. She really could not help it. Otherwise, she would be like a quail. With Zero's behavior, he was going to create a massacre in the next second. She did not dare to cough too loudly. She held back her tears. She covered her mouth with her hand and trembled violently. It was not a matter of fear, but she choked and wanted to drink water. The person holding her seemed to be stunned for half a second. Then, he suddenly carried her and walked out. All kinds of electrical appliances behind them stopped rebelling. Zero snapped his fingers and the glass shards rolled up. The broken things also lost power. The rest of the good equipment automatically operated. The robots were also notified and quickly came to repair and clean up. With just a snap of his fingers, all the follow-up work was arranged. Wei Bai lowered her head and coughed uncomfortably. A hand suddenly pressed on her forehead. It was a warm feeling. She looked at him with reddened eyes and saw him pass a glass of milk to her. Wei Bai actually wanted to drink water, but milk was not bad. Her throat was too itchy. She took it and sipped it, worried that she would choke again if she drank too much. When she took it, the ruthlessness in the Zero's eyes finally dissipated a little. Wei Bai finished the milk, but the cup suddenly disappeared. She looked at Zero and found that the cup was in his hand. His cold and indifferent eyes stared at her. Her beautiful fingers were holding the transparent glass, and there were still some remnants of milk on it. He looked at her for a while, then turned around calmly and went to wash the cups. Wei Bai, it was truly a moment of confusion. Only then did the system dare to speak. I think he was considering killing you just now. That murderous aura was exploding out. Since he was forcefully infected, there was no room for him to increase his favorable impression points. This would cause the target's emotions to become unstable, or even repelled it. That was why the target was so terrifying. Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Not necessarily. Why do I feel like he's jealous?" If he was really considering killing her. When the glass trough exploded, it was impossible that there wasn't a single shard of glass on her body. When Zero was angry, he obviously didn't think about the child. In his cold eyes, there was only one emotion that was directed at her. She was still able to discern this. Wei Bai rubbed her temples. Seriously, isn't it enough if I don't die from exhaustion in this plane? Such a dangerous guy. Who let him out? If it wasn't for the life points on Yi Yuxuan. Chapter 2176. She looked at the reward of dozens of days of life points and was not moved at all. In fact, she was disgusted with it. Wei Bai still did not have a good strategy for the Wa's personality. This ability value was too off the charts. She was afraid that he would get angry one day and suddenly blow her up into pieces. Because he could run amok in this plane. In the end, she met such a cheat character. She wished she was still a little white flower. After all, if she was a little white flower, she would be crying and begging for hug by now. Really, if she had known, she would have strangled him to death in his egg. Zero finished washing the cup and forced himself to be rational. He coldly examined the sudden outburst in his heart. Jealousy, anger, and inexplicable other irritable emotions that could not be distinguished at all. That was why it had accumulated to this state. In his personality, he was the one in control. Reason was always on the emotional side. He would never let himself make a useless decision. But the thing that was destroyed just now made him realize clearly. The dark desire to destroy in his heart could actually control him. It made him completely explode. He still maintained a cold expression and wiped his fingers clean. Then he slowly walked out. He saw the girl who made him unstable, curled up on the sofa. The little robot next to her was wiping the floor. She looked at him expressionlessly. Her hair was a little messy because of just now. A few strands of long hair fell on her cheeks. Her lips were pale and fragile. Her dazed look was completely different from her previous tit-for-tat attitude, but it seemed unusually lonely and cold. Zero did not go over. Instead, he stood for a while and just looked at her quietly. Those irritable emotions seemed to have been appeased a little. Wei Bai did not seem to notice him. There was a hint of sadness in her fragile eyes. This sadness was like a physical attack. It made Zero frown slightly. Wei Wei's face was dejected. Is that the one monitor? He stares at me every day. The system said, he's still staring at you now. Wei Bai said, then I'll pose for a while more. He won't even give me a few seconds to relax. She continued to chat with the system. Suddenly, a pair of hands gently lifted her up. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a moment, but she saw that Zero's expression was less dark and ruthless. Instead, he felt a sense of helplessness, although he restrained himself very well. However, his drooping eyes softened a little. He pursed his lips lightly as if he was organizing his words. In the end, he slowly walked forward. The space was torn apart, and the power of thunder inside distorted everything. But he didn't feel anything. He carried Wei Wei by as if he was walking on a quiet path and disappeared. The berserk space was like a tamed child in front of Zero. In a burst of silent, distorted light, Wei Wei Bai suddenly smelled a fragrance. The fragrance of flowers, the sound of flowing water, and the panting of wild beasts. There were also the cries of winged birds. They were standing on a tree that extended into a small forest. Zero picked a large tree and placed her on the trunk. Wei Wei Bai sat with her legs straight. Behind her was the main pole, surrounded by countless branches and leaves. This was the tree of life. Countless small flowers bloomed around her and above her head. The specks of light were too beautiful to behold. Zero sat directly beside her, one foot casually placed under the branch, and his black hair fell among the white flowers. At this moment, he was like a spirit among the flowers. He was so exquisite that he didn't seem human. This place is good for your health. I will carry you here every day in the future. // Chapter 2177. She was pregnant and her body was burdened. He calculated that giving birth wouldn't kill her. As long as she came here every day to nourish her energy, she could even recover her abilities after giving birth. The Tree of Life was a treasure for every human's ability to recover. It was just that there were too many monsters, so humans couldn't come here at all. Except he was an exception. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything, but looked at him with wide eyes. There were a few flowers between them. He saw a few small flowers fall on her hair. Her pale and haggard face had a few soft shadows. Very beautiful. This was the first time Zero really experienced the impact of beauty. It was as if he was suddenly excited, and the color of his eyes deepened. Ding, Dawa's favorability is at 68. Wei Wei Bai was deeply depressed. What was the reason for this group of psychopaths to increase their favorability? There was no trace at all. How was it like her little son Cake, which increased because she said she liked it? When Dawa's favorability increased, she was worried that he would suddenly become angry and want to kill her. Zero opened his eyes, stretched out his hand, and broke a branch as thick as a wrist. Then he began to carefully choose the branch with the strongest vitality. Finally, he picked the softest and most beautiful branch. He used his ability to turn the branch into a ring. The flower in the middle of the ring bloomed. Then he stretched out his arm and held Wei Wei Bai's soft fingers. He was about to lower his head and put it on her. Wei Wei Bai's fingers clenched tightly. She said, "Except for that Zero, I won't accept anything else." Zero's movements paused. His cold eyes flashed with a few traces of embarrassment. After a moment of silence, he suddenly let go of her hand, his movements distant and arrogant. "Do you know why your ring disappeared?" Wei Wei Bai looked at him with some vigilance, but didn't respond. In the flowers, the youth's cold face looked so beautiful and ruthless. His voice was indifferent and calm. "You should know that the Tree of Life's ring is maintained by the power of consciousness. As long as there is a small trace of power, the ring can be maintained." The ring in his hand slowly bent and turned back into a branch. "Look, after I inject my own power into it, as long as this consciousness of mine doesn't die, it will always exist." What he didn't say was that it had to be done with love. Wei Wei Bai suddenly interrupted him. "That's enough." Zero's eyebrows twitched slightly, and a sinister sneer appeared in his voice. "You know it too." Wei Wei Bai had a frightened expression on her face. "I don't know." The denial was desperate and tragic. She seemed to have noticed the tears at the corner of her eyes and hurriedly wiped them away. Then she kept repeating, "You're lying, you're lying." Zero threw away the branch unhurriedly, and the look in his eyes became colder and more evil. It was like a demon in a flower of shadows. He slowly approached Wei Wei Bai like a terrifying poisonous snake. His fingers, which were more beautiful than flowers, gently fell on the corner of her eyes. He wiped away a tear. He unhurriedly grabbed her struggling fingers and even had the leisure to be careful not to use too much strength. He was worried about breaking her fingers, although he did have the thought of ruining her when he was jealous just now. Wei Wei Bai's lips trembled, and she looked at him helplessly. His drooping black hair covered half of Zero's eyes, leaving only a few traces of cold golden light. He smiled, and his thin red lips seemed to be stained with blood. You should forget about him. His voice was bewitching, although the tone was still cold. His fingers had already begun to touch her. / button. Chapter 2178. Soft, fragrant, the first person he saw. Under his strong rationality, there was still a remnant of the reliance on the fledgling complex. Then, there was the terrible love that was forcibly infected. After the desire to protect past, there was an incomparably dark desire to possess. He wanted to touch her, and he wanted her to hug him. This was simply an instinctive temptation. As long as she looked at him, his heart couldn't help but beat faster, and his blood boiled. In fact, they even resented that weakling's personality. Wei Wei Bai gritted her teeth and said angrily, "Shut up. Just because he lost his consciousness doesn't mean that he's really gone. You must be hiding him." She resisted him. Her eyes, actions, and body were all sincerely resisting his approach. Zero stared at her silently for a long time, as if he suddenly thought of something and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he raised his delicate chin, revealing his beautiful neck. It was obvious that his movements were tense and forceful. Then, Wei Wei Bai watched as he tugged at the buttons on his collar. Under those white fingertips, the buttons were so fragile that they couldn't withstand a single blow. His collarbone was exposed to the air. His voice had a hint of irritation. "I really don't like this feeling of losing control." Wei Wei Bai didn't understand his actions at first. After all, she felt that people shouldn't be too beastly. In her current state, she was going to die. So, when Zero grabbed her long hair and even lowered his head to kiss her, she blinked and looked at him blankly. She actually didn't just jump off the tree and run away. When Zero lowered his head, his eyes were still staring at her, just like the eyes that were filled with dark desire when he destroyed the laboratory before he exploded. "I think I should be honest with you." He wrapped his fingers around her hair and covered it bit by bit. "I lost control." He seemed to be talking about someone else. "I crave your attention, love, and active contact." Zero was terrifyingly honest, and his words were so calm that it made one's scalp tingle. He held Wei Wei Bai's hand and forced it to his face. "Look, that's it." Wei Wei Bai wanted to withdraw her hand. Zero said indifferently, "If you take it away, I might not be able to control myself and break it." Wei Wei Bai, "I don't dare to take it away." Just as Zero was about to do something crazy to her, Lin Yiqian's eyes lit up. Zero, on the other hand, unbuttoned his shirt, revealing his chest. Then, he slowly pressed down her hand on his face and laid down on her lap. His long hair was disheveled, and his golden eyes reflected the white flowers in the sky as he stared quietly at Wei Wei Bai. "I haven't slept in a long time, so I want you to comfort me to sleep." Wei Wei Bai, this shameless guy, can he sleep on his own? How old is he already? I think he hasn't even been out of his shell for more than a year. Furthermore, why would she take off her clothes? It would cause misunderstandings. In the next second, Zero moved her hand to his chest. His skin was burning hot, and his heart was beating violently. Zero's calm face was completely different from his physical condition. He spoke unhurriedly with a cold and clear tone. "Take the initiative to hug me and stabilize my body. Otherwise, I will keep losing control." Since the beginning of the infection, his body's condition had become more and more serious. It was not something that could be suppressed by reason. He could only rely on her. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips and stared at him with a cold expression. Zero slowly closed his eyes, and under his long eyelashes, the shadow of his eyes was thick. "Just treat me as him. One night is fine." Wei Wei Bai paused and was silent for a long time. Just as Zero was about to lose control again because of her, she gently stroked his face with her other hand. It was so gentle. Her hoarse, and suppressed voice sounded, "Good night." She clearly wasn't talking to him, but Zero's slightly dark and crazy expression slowly disappeared. Then, a sweet feeling of satisfaction surged up. He was caught off guard, but he didn't suppress or block it. Ding, Dawa's favorability is at 70. To read the ad, https://www.sashu.com/ to read at https://www.sashu.com to read at https://m/sashu.com. Chapter 2179. Wei Wei Bai didn't know when she fell asleep. When she woke up, she found herself back in her original room. In the cold, white room, there were sounds coming from the kitchen. It must be Dawa cooking again. Fourth baby's infection made him follow a lot of living habits automatically. For example, when she needed nourishment, when she needed to eat, how much she needed to eat, what she needed to eat so that she could eat. That care was all given to Dawa. But Dawa's cold dead look made her feel uncomfortable when she ate. Wei Wei Bai went to wash up and stop vomiting. The air ball was about 3 months old, and it didn't make a fuss at all. Wei Wei Bai, will this thing really kill me? System, yes, I've calculated you and this air ball are in conflict, but in reality, energy pacification can stop it from making a fuss before you die. The so-called energy pacification. It was Dawa who had been deliberately suppressing the mania of the ball in her stomach, and he even took her to the tree of life to receive the nourishment of her body's energy. Wei Wei Bai rinsed her mouth and combed her hair. Does that mean my strategy time is shortened to a few months? Because Dawa was very confident at first glance. He felt that he could make her give birth to an air balloon. But when she gave birth, her horoscope with this plane would be difficult to give birth. Bye-bye. She really shed tears of sympathy for herself. The main system never let her have a good time, missing her beautiful little cookie for nth day. After Wei Wei Bai walked out, she saw Zero's precise and elegant movements, setting the table. It was really extravagant to eat like this in the apocalypse, because when supplies were tight, having a can of nutrient solution was already good enough. But ever since Zero came to this base, they never lacked resources. Those mercenaries were fattened up. Other than enduring Zero's outbursts from time to time, the treatment of the scientists also increased. They could eat and drink well, but they couldn't be afraid. Worried that the lab would explode again, Wei Wei Bai calmly walked over. She was going to pretend to take a can as a gesture. Then Dawa would beg her to eat. She would be polite again and eat like she had no choice. Haha, what a perfect plan. In the end, when she opened the cupboard where the canned food was stored, the canned food was gone. She still had the nutrient solution. He opened another cabinet, but there was nothing inside. A thief? Wei Wei Bai stared at an empty cabinet. She didn't notice the man behind her. She leaned against the table and narrowed her cold eyes. She just looked at her doubtful expression. He was dumbfounded for a while. Wei Wei Bai couldn't swallow her pride and eat other people's food. After all, he wasn't her little angel. She might even mock and ridicule him. Wei Wei Bai curled her lips. At most, she wouldn't eat it. It would be even better if she could make the airball thin. However, as soon as she closed the cabinet and took a step back, her body bumped into something. A chair had appeared behind her out of nowhere. Zero casually reached out and pressed her down on the chair. He swiveled his chair. He faced the dining table. He moved quickly and didn't talk nonsense. He seemed to have noticed that Wei Wei Bai wanted to get up. He pressed one hand on the back of the chair and the other hand on her shoulder. He leaned down gently. Under his long eyelashes, his cold golden eyes looked at her indifferently. I improved the recipe. His breath was as fresh as mint. His expression even softened by 2 points. Wei Wei Bai pursed her lips. Her light-colored lips were still pale from exhaustion. Chapter 2180. Seeing her actions, the gold in Zero's eyes flickered. If you don't like me, then eat well and recover, he said casually and then let go of her. He reached out and picked up a piece of crispy stir-fried vegetable. I will help you sort out the messy energy in your body and take you to the tree of life to nourish it every day. After you give birth, you will recover your superpower. At that time, you can hit me. I won't resist. He gently put the piece of vegetable to her lips. His eyes were serious and his actions didn't change. So don't starve yourself. Bai Weiwei blinked and tugged at the corner of her mouth. I can hit you now. Zero was expressionless and said calmly, if you hit me now, I'm afraid your hand will hurt. Her physical fitness was worse than an ordinary person's. She could hit him, but he was worried that she wouldn't be able to take it. Was he still human when he said that? Bai Weiwei's eyes sharpened as she glared at him. Then, she opened her mouth and ate the vegetable. The taste was a little different from Little Angel's, but it was equally delicious. Zero looked at the empty tip of the chopsticks and slowly put them away. Bai Weiwei, I'm so humble that I even have the action of feeding food. Just eat it with great mercy, B.A. If you don't eat now, the food will get cold. So when Zero picked up some other food again, Weiwei Bai already disliked him like a snail and picked up the chopsticks and bowled herself. Then, like a whirlwind sweeping away the clouds, they ate and drank as usual. It was so boring to eat a meal. She deserved to finish the meal. Zero picked up the food and watched her eat for a long time without saying anything. Finally, he put the food into his mouth. Pregnant women ate faster, didn't they? After the meal, Weiwei Bai put her hands on her waist and went for a walk to digest. Zero was in charge of everything in the base. She was now a big rice worm. Zero slowly took the folder of data and followed her while quickly recording some important data. This was recorded in the base every day. Weiwei Bai used to be in charge of this task. Zero took over it himself. His fair fingertips tapped on the data in the folder and calculated the difference in the data of the materials entering and leaving the base. He could even see if there was any corruption or how much was lost. These were all processed by the computer, so he could calculate them by himself. When they reached the square, Weiwei Bai suddenly stopped in her tracks. She looked at the light shield that was used to calculate strength, and her eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Zero also stopped and looked at the shield of light. She immediately remembered what the other personality had done. Weiwei Bai only took a few glances and then continued to walk forward. He did not turn around again. The pen in Zero's finger knocked against the folder and broke. He seemed to be overly tense as he took a deep breath. Then he continued to walk with her. Suddenly, he realized something and looked outside coldly. The entrance of the square was the protective shield of the base outside. The apocalyptic land of yellow sand was very peaceful. It was so calm that none of the instruments showed any abnormalities. But Zero tilted her head and thought for a while. There was still enough time. Before the monster tide arrived, it should be time for her to take a nap. So Zero did not say anything. He even secretly stretched out his finger, opened a spatial rift, and sent out a terrifying power. It appeared out of thin air in front of the monster tide in the distance and stopped them for a while. This way, it would not matter if Weiwei Bai slept a little later, because those monsters had not arrived yet. At https://www.sashu.com/full text at https://www.sashu.com download at https://www.sashu.com at https://m.sashu.com//. Chapter 2181. After Weiwei Bai finished her stroll, she played Gamoku for fun and then went to take a nap. Zero tidied up the chess pieces, one by one flowing through his fingertips. Then the chess pieces automatically gathered into a ball and returned to their respective boxes. After making sure that she was asleep, Zero then got up, casually tore open space, and walked in. Seeing that the male lead had left, the system secretly whispered in the host's ear, "The male lead is left. The monster tide is here. Meow, meow. Wake up." Weiwei Bai opened her eyes, then yawned lazily. "The monster tide is here." The system looked from afar. Damn, there are so many little monsters, and there's even a super huge monster. Weiwei Bai said, "The Monster King is here too." The Monster King would be on the move, but their base had not encountered it before. All the bases that they had encountered had been wiped out. Weiwei Bai was about to get up, but halfway through, she pulled the blanket over herself and was extremely lazy. I'm pregnant now, and I don't have any superpowers. Why would I go out looking for death? Zero can just carry me. Anyway, the wall was very durable. It was good to use it more often. With such an awesome superpower, the Monster King should not be able to defeat him. So Wei Wei Bai closed her eyes in relief. Let me sleep until I wake up naturally. If there's nothing very important, there's no need to report. Because during this time, there were only trivial matters. In addition, although she was pregnant with an airball, she had the reactions of a pregnant woman. She could slack off as much as she could. As for the strategy, there were still 3 unfinished, so there was no need to worry about it. If there was only one, she might be more spirited. 3 of them. I'll let her rest first. The system looked at the lazy host and fell into deep confusion. The host was so lazy that he did not even feel the favorability points. Then he silently picked up the embroidery needle, recently accepting the job of embroidering a smiley face of the Teru Terabozu. 100 life points a day. How profitable. The system was addicted to crafting, unable to extricate itself, and the lazy host today, living a beautiful and peaceful life. The monsters came in a frenzy. Amidst the yellow sand, a leisurely figure gracefully appeared. The power of space distortion crackled as it descended from the sky. 4 terrifyingly tall walls of power were erected. His long black hair gently fluttered in the air. The young man's feet floated in the air. He stretched out his hands like a painter, binding all the monsters in one place. Less than 100 meters behind him was Wei Wei's base. The base was still calm. The higher-ups had already known that the monsters were coming, but they had been instructed not to do so. They couldn't give any warnings. He also couldn't let the people in the base be afraid and make a sound, because it would wake up their base leader, Wei Wei Bai, who was taking an afternoon nap. Everyone who knew what was going on ran behind the protective shield, thinking that there would be a bloody battle. However, what they saw was a terrifying and miraculous scene. The Monster King and all the other monsters raised their heads and let out a shrill howl. The violent power collided with the 4 spatial walls. It was as if the sky had been torn open. Yellow sand surged up violently, and ink-like dark clouds covered the sky. Under the Monster King's crazy command, all the monsters used their lives to crash into the wall. And Zero, who was standing outside the wall, he just watched quietly. The cruel flesh and blood were like a thick and colorful oil painting. They smashed into the wall of the spatial power. All the monsters that rushed up were torn apart. They were swept into the sky again. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the yellow sand tumbled. The young man who caused all this only lowered his head and looked at his palm. /fast to read the full article, fast to TXT, download fast to read the fast. Chapter 2182. His palm was as white as jade, flawless. He calculated in his mind. It was almost time for him to go back. Just as he was thinking about this, he casually clenched his fingers together and clenched them into a fist one by one. The power of the 4 walls also closed in. Thousands of monsters were crushed into pieces, sucked into the violent space. And the Monster King finally put all his eggs in one basket. The new king of the apocalypse roared, his flesh and blood separated on its own, shaking the walls of space. The walls shattered inch by inch. Zero blinked. His cold golden eyes glowed beautifully. He originally wanted to let his 3rd personality come out and eat the Monster King, which would be good for him. Of course, he could also eat it himself, but it would be a bit dirty. But then he thought about how much the 3rd personality liked Wei Wei Bai, almost to the point of love. He suppressed that thought. If that hungry personality lost control because of love, Wei Wei Bai might be eaten by him. So Zero sighed, a bit annoyed. Why didn't you just die? Why did you have to scream so loudly? Someone needs to take a nap. The walls of space finally shattered. The Monster King was covered in blood, rushing towards its enemy. The beautiful young man with a slender and elegant figure levitating in the air. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Zero disappeared from where she stood. He reappeared on top of the monster's head. Under the terrifying pressure, his finger was cut open. But the Monster King was also done for. Because Zero took out its brain, There was a beautiful crystal core in the middle of its brain. Zero frowned in disgust. For the first time, a cautious expression appeared in his deep golden eyes. He carefully took out a handkerchief, wrapped the crystal core full of blood, then jumped down. The Monster King also fell down. A second later, Zero appeared at the entrance of the base, slowly tidied up his sleeves, and walked in. Collect everything that can be used and store them. We'll sell them at the next market, he coldly ordered. Everyone, including the mercenaries, scientists, and surveillance personnel, knelt down, almost worshipping him. When the Monster King was here, there were thousands of other monsters. They thought that it was their own base that was going to be destroyed. Who would have thought that they would survive and easily destroy the monster horde that no human could fight against? This was simply the power of a god. Zero cleaned the crystal nucleus and absorbed it with his hands. The hungry personality could also absorb this way, but once the hunger got to his head, he might even eat the Monster King alive, let alone wash it. After absorbing it, a power that did not belong to him appeared. The power was still unfamiliar to him. He carefully enveloped it with his own power and left it there to absorb later. Because it was almost time for his afternoon nap. He needed to prepare food for the afternoon, a simple and delicious meal for pregnant women. Wei Wei Bai's biological clock kicked in. At a fixed time, she lazily woke up with a yawn. She saw Zero sitting beside her, staring at her with a deep and silent gaze. Although she was used to him being a human monitor, he still had to keep an eye on her even when she was asleep. It was too terrifying. Wei Wei Bai's lips twitched. "What's the matter?" The young man seemed to have just washed his face, and his eyelashes were stained with some clean water. This made his moist eyes look even softer. Zero lowered his eyes, as if hesitating about something. Wei Wei Bai felt that his emotions seemed to be brewing, but she could not figure out what he wanted to do. Could it be that she accidentally scolded him in her sleep when she was asleep? Was he holding a grudge to take revenge on her? Just as Wei Wei Bai was calling the system to ask what had happened, Zero finally changed. There was finally a change in Zero's expression. His cold and noble expression had a hint of hesitation. Just as Wei Wei Bai thought that he was going to lose control, he sighed as if he had accepted his fate and gently stretched out his fingers. Fresh blood beads appeared on his fingertips. They slid down his fair fingers. He pursed his lips and lowered his eyelashes. There was a hint of emotion on his fair face. Even his voice was as soft as a murmur. "I am injured." Chapter 2183. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly, then at the small wound on his finger that could be easily healed with okay tension. It was a small bead of blood that was squeezed out. It was such a serious wound. Did he cut it when he was cutting vegetables? She looked at the young man's terrifyingly rational and cold face, suddenly becoming so obedient and hesitant. Was he flirting? Using a small wound to attract her attention, then asking her to coax him? Fourth baby might be able to do that. Why was eldest baby doing the same? Was eldest baby so contagious that he was poisoned by fourth baby? Even the way he coaxed her was similar to how obedient he was. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly and ignored him. Zero slowly put away his awkward and obedient expression. He remembered fourth baby's memories very clearly. Every time that personality did that, she would feel sorry for him and comfort him. Was he not embarrassed enough? Or was his wound not serious enough? That monster was to blame as well. It was so weak that it could not even cause a bigger wound on his body. Zero silently looked down on the Monster King. Wei Wei Bai felt that if Zero had cat ears, they would be drooping down. Following her silence, a terrifying resentment seemed to be gathering above his head. Wei Wei Bai asked the system. He got a wound from cutting vegetables, yet he feels so wronged. The system hugged the Terabozu and finally told the truth. "No, he just killed 20,000 monsters and a Monster King," Li Yao said. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. She then remembered that the system said before she went to sleep that Zero was going to deal with a monster tide. She thought that it was just chasing them away, or else how could the base be so peaceful? But the monster tide was completely wiped out? What did that mean? One monster could wipe out half of a less professional mercenary group. No base could fight against a monster tide with a Monster King. There was not a single human base in history that was unscathed after clashing with a Monster King's army. The system said, "That's terrible. I always sympathize with that monster." The blood, flesh, and bones were all scattered. It was scarier than any zombie movie. Wei Wei Bai was speechless. It did sound miserable. Wei Wei Bai said, "I didn't hear anything when I was sleeping." The system said, "There's no sound in the base because the male lead ordered everyone not to make a sound. Whoever makes a sound will end up as a monster. Would you be afraid?" Wei Wei Bai looked at the innocent, weak, pitiful look in front of her. "Not really." The young man. He replied, "Fuck, I'm so scared." The system said, "The Monster King was such a powerful boss, yet he died so miserably. Half of his brain was dug out, and the wound on the male lead's wound was accidentally scratched by the crystal core when he was digging out someone's brain." Wei Wei Bai, why is the target of this plane so terrifyingly powerful? The system fell silent. He didn't know how strong the male lead was in this world. He was so strong that it was unreasonable. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Was he even human? It was a few levels higher than the monster's combat strength. They were not from the same plane at all. He was the world's top monster, and all the elites were dispatched from the monster's nest in the apocalypse. Yet, they were all killed by the male lead's meat grinder in more than an hour. They were not from the same plane at all. Did the system make a mistake when it distributed the missions? Wei Wei Bai didn't get an answer. Instead, she saw that Zero was about to retract his finger. His pretense of being obedient was slowly replaced by a gloomy and terrifying coldness. A huge meat grinder appeared in front of Wei Wei Bai. Zero grabbed her by the collar and threw her in. "Don't coax me. Change the dumpling filling." Download the ad. https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 2184. Zero was silent as he looked at her calm, disdainful, and cold face. It seemed that she didn't feel anything when he pretended to be that personality. Just as he was about to retract his fingers, another pair of hands suddenly wrapped around them. It was soft and warm contact. Zero's fingers froze. The blood on his fingertips trembled and flowed down. She leaned over from a distance of a finger, and her breath brushed against his fingers. The warm breath seemed to caress him inadvertently. Zero stared at her. His beautiful golden eyes were deep. Wei Wei Bai wasn't as childish as she was with fourth baby. Instead, she frowned and said, "Oh, did you get hurt? Are you cutting vegetables in the kitchen?" After all, she couldn't discuss how miserable the Monster King's death was with him. It was safer to talk about the kitchen. What if he got carried away after killing so many monsters and wanted to chop her into mincemeat too? The corners of Zero's lips curled up slightly for a moment before he suppressed it and said softly, "Yes." A faint and soft hum. It wasn't his style at all. Wei Wei Bai pointed at a drawer not far away. "There's a medical box there." Zero didn't look away. The drawer opened automatically, and the medical box passed through a short space and appeared beside Wei Wei Bai. This heaven-defying power made people lazy. He didn't even take the box himself, and had to use such extravagant power. Wei Wei Bai opened the box, took out a very small bandage, and stuck it on his fingertip. Her actions weren't very attentive and considerate, but her attitude was a little better, and this little bit made Zero stare at her in a daze for a long time. Then, he pursed his lips slightly and looked away again. "Eat something." She needed to eat something after her afternoon nap. Pregnant women couldn't resist hunger. This was the plan that personality made after he came out. It was all right. He didn't have the space to change it even if he wanted to. Wei Wei Bai had eaten one meal, so there would be another. After eating, she, the person in charge of the base who was waiting to die, went out for a walk. Zero didn't say anything and walked out side by side with her. When she arrived at the square, she saw countless monster corpses. Monster corpses were excellent materials for weapons. Some of the monster meat was delicious and contained a lot of energy. The corpse of a huge monster king was piled in the middle. It was like a treasure trove. The resources obtained from this wave of monsters were all sold at the market. Their base was the wealthiest and most powerful base in the apocalypse. Wei Wei Bai was stunned, seemingly in disbelief. What happened? Zero saw her confused yet pleasantly surprised expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Then he suppressed it and calmly said, "When you were taking a nap, these things were a little noisy. So I went out to practice, and then they all died." Wei Wei Bai stood there in a daze for a while, looking at the Monster King. He said to the system, "Has this pretentious prick been holding back the urge to show off for too long?" He had specially brought her here to see it, yet he still had to calmly say such a sentence. Perhaps he was already overjoyed. The system said, "Maybe he just wants to show off to you." After all, after he killed these things, he was really calm. Even if everyone in the base knelt down and worshipped him like a god. The male lead still looked like he was saying, "Get away from me, you bunch of bugs, don't dirty my road." Wei Wei Bai said, "Actually, he could have pretended a few more times. If he pretended a few more times, there wouldn't be enough monsters left in the apocalypse for him to kill." Download the at https://m Sashu com button at the bottom to record your reading record. Chapter 2185. Wei Wei Bai restrained the corners of her mouth from rising, but she wanted Zero to see that she was happy. Her face was about to cramp up for a comedy effect. In the end, Wei Wei Bai covered her mouth with her hand and said in a muffled voice, "Very good." This sentence was very good. In fact, she wanted to laugh, but she held it in. But in Zero's ears, the muffled voice seemed to contain uncontrollable happiness. It tickled the tip of his ear. Originally, it was just a cleaning mission, but now it made her happy. Zero's fingertips moved. The power of these hands could not only survive, but also make people happy. It was not that personality who made her happy. It was him. Wei Wei Bai saw that everyone in the base was happy. As the person in charge, she had to do something, so that everyone would not forget her. So she used the radio to announce that there would be a grand bonfire banquet tonight. The banquets now were not the polite banquets of ancient times. Instead, they were more boorish. They lit a big bonfire, roasted meat, drank wine, and danced. The most important thing was that they were lively and full of food and drink. As expected, when this news came out, everyone was overjoyed. Who would not be happy to be able to have a holiday, drink, eat meat, dance, and flirt? Seeing the base members roaring in unison and throwing their hats, Wei Wei Bai took a step back. A hint of happiness finally appeared in her tired eyes. And the young man standing behind her, handsome and exquisite, with a gentle smile on his cold and rational face. Many years later, there were still people who remembered this scene. The powerful guardian of the base. The gentle person in charge of the base. Like the brightest stars in the end of the world, they accompanied each other. Wei Wei Bai was only in charge of making the radio broadcast and giving permission. The rest was done by the people below. When it was 8 o'clock, the dance party began. A huge bonfire burned in the square. Food and supplies from the warehouse came out of the warehouse in carts. The fragrant food was all placed on the table in the square for their own use. Some people played drums, some people played the piano. There was an unlimited supply of alcohol. Thousands of people gathered in several piles. They sang and danced happily. Wei Wei Bai sat on a chair. Their side was the largest group of people. But the strange thing was that there was no one around her except Zero. The rest of the people kept a distance of a few people, not daring to approach. Although everyone was happy, the way they looked at Zero was like they were looking at a god. There was a strong sense of worship and respect. Zero did not notice the gazes of others. He calmly cut some non-greasy barbecued meat. Wei Wei Bai refused to eat monster meat, so he only cut the meat of ordinary poultry. Under his precise control, the thin slices of meat were dipped in the sauce. Wei Wei Bai felt that she could eat her fill tonight. Moreover, as long as the airball didn't cause a ruckus, she would be fine. Her belly wasn't showing yet. After eating a few slices of meat, Zero put some vegetables on the plate. It was a combination of meat and vegetables. Anyway, she would eat it. This kind of life. Salted fish was great. The system was also silently embroidering the Teru Bozu. It had embroidered 50 of the 100 Teru Bozu per day health points. It was still a day where the salted fish host and the handcraft hobby system would just muddle along and wait to die. Zero looked at the crowd with an unusually cold and distant gaze. It was as if there was a thick wall between them that could not affect him at all. His posture was elegant, and he calmly continued cutting the meat. He thought that it was time to bring her back to rest. Suddenly, his knife paused, and he felt a sharp pain in his chest. This was because the Monster King's power had been completely digested. As expected, in the next second, his body naturally returned to normal. Chapter 2186. His golden pupils had a deeper feeling and seemed even more clear and serene. The brand new energy made his body more perfect and strong. Those violent energies had all become nourishment for his body. The other two personalities even let out a comfortable sigh at the same time. The current him did not need to kill any monsters, because those monsters would treat him as the new king and completely submit to him. The world of monsters was simpler than that of humans. The powerful bloodline command would make all monsters submit under the pressure of the genes. His body now had all the aura of that Monster King, and he also had a strong hypnotic ability. Zero blinked and suddenly looked at Wei Wei Bai. She lowered her eyes and ate quietly, neither fast nor slow. He could not see what she was thinking. Was she still thinking about that personality? This ability could make her tell the truth and then forget it afterward. Zero slowly cut up some meat slices and placed more easily digestible food on the plate. She could freely take it. The drink was still milk with fruit juice. It was sweet and sour. Wei Wei Bai ate until her eyes narrowed. Delicious, too delicious. If she continued to conquer this plane, she would gain more than 10 kilograms. Her beautiful face was bloated and bloated. Suddenly, a hand gently landed on her thin shoulder, and a cold aura attacked. Bai Weiwei looked up and saw Zero sitting beside her. His eyes were deep and serene. She was in a trance, as if she had fallen into a paradise full of feathers. She heard the angel's questioning voice. "Do you like me?" Wei Wei Bai could actually understand who was asking this question. She did not have the slightest awareness of lying. The corners of her eyes rose, her eyes were cold, and the corners of her mouth could not help but curve. It was full of disdain and disgust. "Who gave you the courage to ask such a question, like you? How is that possible?" After saying this, the feathers of heaven seemed to have turned into white snow. It was chilly. Wei Wei Bai did not understand what was wrong with her for a moment. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. It sounded like the system. The system roared beside her ear. "Wake up, you've been hypnotized. Just a few more questions, and you've already told him everything." If this was any other dimension, the target's favorability would be at 99. Wei Wei Bai revealed her true colors of disdain. The male lead would immediately strangle this female liar to death. Wei Wei Bai suddenly woke up, only to see Ling's deep and cold eyes. "Then is he your favorite person?" For a moment, she didn't understand who he was asking, but out of habit, she nodded. Nodded? Hurry up and pretend that you were hypnotized. Pretend that you didn't nod your head. It would be best if you could ask her who she fell in love with. She would definitely tell him shyly that she had a crush on him, and then she would naturally use the sweet route to successfully capture Dawa. Wei Wei Bai looked at Zero blankly. He looked like he hadn't woken up yet. But Zero didn't say anything and remained silent. Under the backdrop of the huge bonfire, his face hidden in the shadows was as cold as snow. The terrifying silence made people feel incomparably oppressed. Zero closed his eyes, covering his golden eyes. He was struggling violently, uncontrollably. He still only liked the weakest personality. He twisted his fingers. He had the urge to create a cage to lock her up. He would use that kind of prison vine. It was harmless to people, but there was almost no material that could break it. Even a psychic wouldn't be able to escape. Not to mention that she couldn't use her abilities now. The cage had to be big enough. It would be best to build a spatial energy wall on the outer layer. That way, no one could enter and she couldn't come out. How nice. Chapter 2187. His tongue licked his thin lips. "Do you like it?" My partner with a complex. The person who made his heart move for the first time. The person who made him feel possessive for the first time. The beauty of the fledgling complex turned into a dark and evil temptation on him. He turned Wei Wei Bai into a prisoner in his prison. It was just an innate tie. If the main personality wasn't facing losing control, he wouldn't let him out. After all, how could he hide the dark thoughts he had towards his fledgling complex? When the weak personality was broken and infected, he was the furthest away and the infection was the least. But the possessiveness that grew from the darkness expanded infinitely. The main personality clearly had that kind of thought, but he didn't dare to touch her again. He even pretended to be a weakling to win her weak sympathy. How ridiculous! He laughed until he couldn't sit up. Zero's thin red lips curved into a beautiful smile. If it was him, he wouldn't be as unrestrained as the main personality. If you want something, you will get it by any means, right? You will get it by force, right? It was fine even if she struggled in the end. She was still his even if she was broken. He didn't mind at all. Wei Bai felt that she was blinded by Zero's beautiful smile that was like a rose. This monster, it was completely different from the two personalities in front of her. Everyone was partying. The fast-paced drum and piano, dancing around the fire, and the sound of barbecuing meat. It formed a blurry and noisy background. It made Zero's half-gloomy face in the darkness look like Satan descending to the world, evil and unbelievably perfect. Her ankle was completely numb. If she wasn't wearing pants today, she wouldn't dare to imagine what this guy could do in public. No, wearing pants wasn't safe either. The personality in front of her, even if he was fully dressed, could make people kill each other with just a look. Wei Bai's body stiffened. She struggled for a long time, and a trace of humiliation appeared on her face. Her voice was suppressed, cold, and angry. "Let go of me." She couldn't say anything, and she couldn't scold Vixen. Her persona had collapsed. Zero replied lazily, She dragged out the syllable and sounded sweet. "Are you angry?" He smiled, and there was a hateful smugness in his smile. He lazily shifted his body and leaned against her. He rested his head on her shoulder and breathed in the fragrance of her hair. His voice was magnetic and hoarse. "Be good, don't struggle. The more you struggle, the more excited I feel." He had goosebumps all over. As expected, Wei Bai stopped struggling and looked at him calmly. "I think you're sick. Do you need me to fill in the application form for you to become a psychiatrist?" Under the dim light of the fire, Zero's grayish-blue hair added a layer of misty beauty. He was not angry or annoyed at what she said. Instead, he couldn't help but laugh. The corners of his eyes curled up slightly, and his voice became gentler. A smile that was as sweet as poison also appeared. "Of course I'm sick. You're my illness. You're beyond cure. Just listen to her sweet-talk skills." She thought of the adorable fourth baby and then looked at the expressionless eldest baby. Of those two personalities, one was qualified to act coquettishly, while the other was qualified to act rationally. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 2188. But when it came to being a bad man, a scumbag was not qualified. His mouth was not even 1/10 as good as Erwa. Wei Bai smiled coldly. "Is that so? Then I wish you the best of luck." Zero's fingers gently caressed her face, drawing her gaze to him. Dawa's clothes were more restrained, and the buttons were tightly buttoned. But when she looked at him, Zero had already unbuttoned the top few buttons casually. His half-hidden and half-exposed neck, the white collarbone under the neckline, these were all fatal seduction methods. Zero's eyes were languid and gorgeous. His thin lips opened slightly. "Then you have to work hard." "My illness, work hard to let me die." Oh, Wei Bai thought. This kind of man not only wants money but also lives. If he stood outside, the number of men and women who supported him could circle the earth 10 times. In ancient times, he would be a demoness who brought disaster to the country. In modern times, there was no doomsday, but he could make doomsday happen. She silently looked away. She felt that if she continued to look, not only would she have a nosebleed, but she would also have a cerebral hemorrhage. Zero was neither fast nor slow. His fingers wrapped around her hair. His white fingertips were black strands of hair. There was a different kind of beauty. His head leaned on her shoulder. His brownish-red eyes were deep and evil. From afar, he was almost attached to Wei Bai. He was like an evil dragon that had seized all the treasures. When others saw it, they immediately did not dare to look. That scene was too impactful. It was also because of Zero's charming eyes. Once he looked at others, they were so cold that they could not see the bottom. Zero seemed to be bored. He gently touched her face with his fingers. With a satisfied and beautiful smile, he said, "Let's do something else, okay?" Wei Wei Bai was incomparably cold. "No, let go of me." Zero pretended not to hear. He bent down, reached under her armpits and knees, and picked her up easily. To her opinion, he only listened to what he wanted to hear. What he did not want to hear, he automatically filtered. Zero stepped into the cracked space. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were different. The bonfire party was gone. It was her room. She lay on the soft white bed, her long hair draped over the pillow. The young man on his body had long lost his youthful temperament. Instead, it was so sweet and flirtatious that it made one's scalp tingle. He looked at her calm face. There was no excitement in her beautiful and cold eyes. Zero tilted his head. His eyes darkened and his laughter became hoarse. "Why do you hate me so much? I'm clearly much stronger than that little idiot." Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with anger. "It's better than you being shameless." These words were too impactful. Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, he said aggrievedly, "You're the only one I've hooked up with. When we first met, you were very nice to me. You even gave me flowers. I didn't take the initiative to throw myself at you. How did you become a pervert?" Wei Wei Bai stopped him from pressing down. Her voice was extremely calm. "This is the first time we're meeting, and you were created by me. It's only right for me to be polite to you." But Zero rested his face on one hand and laid down beside her. He said softly, "But you only want that little idiot. So when you see us appear, it's as if we've snatched his body. You're starting to feel hostile towards us?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes narrowed. She did not answer. "Save, but and you'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like." Chapter 2189. But her attitude was obvious. Zero smiled even more beautifully. "Let me guess. Have you been secretly looking up information on multiple personalities recently? You even focused on how to destroy the other personalities and protect one specific personality?" Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes. She didn't refute, but she didn't answer either. Zero turned over lazily and lay on the bed next to Wei Wei Bai. His lips were only a few centimeters away from her cheek. The man's voice was so pleasant that it could seduce one's soul. "I'll help you." Wei Wei Bai looked at him suspiciously, but the sarcasm in her eyes was very obvious. Zero was as sweet as an evil poison apple. "Really, I'll help you. Let's kill the main personality together and get rid of the personality that only knows how to eat. Then, won't your little angel be left?" Wei Wei Bai, if she didn't know that the little angel was swallowed and couldn't come back, she would have believed him. This guy had the ability to charm people. He could make people believe him willingly. Wei Wei Bai almost succeeded in seducing him. Thank goodness for the emotion blocker. Her voice was still cold. "Oh, then you're still left." Zero immediately held his face with both hands and pretended to be shocked. "I love you so much. I'm so considerate of you. And I can even give you supreme happiness. Can't you just like me a little?" Speaking of this, his eyes turned red and he murmured sadly, "You're so heartless. All I want is a little bit of love and protection. Then I'll quietly hide in your body and not come out, secretly loving you." Wei Wei Bai felt that she had met a strange actor. Damn, all the personalities. Erwa was probably the most pretentious. Look at how pretentious he was. He had the style of courting death. If it weren't for the fact that she didn't walk the path of a little white flower in this world, she would have appreciated him and become a pair of plastic sisters. The way she looked at him was still as cold as when they first met. It was as if she was looking at an object. She wasn't disgusted by his pretentious attitude at all. Wei Wei Bai said indifferently, "Do you know what time it is now?" "Zero, I love you time." Wei Wei Bai was speechless for a moment before she said, "Pregnant women need time to sleep. Do you know how uncomfortable my body is right now? Do you know my schedule? Do you know what a father needs to do for a pregnant mother?" A series of questions. A blank expression appeared on Zero's face. Wei Wei Bai stretched out a finger and pointed it at his head as if she was executing a death sentence. "You don't know anything, so why are you making trouble? I need a sensible and virtuous man, not a man who comes out to flirt with bees and butterflies." Zero. His charm seemed to be nothing to her. Zero's self-esteem was hurt. although he was about to pull himself together and continue the ambiguous atmosphere to achieve his goal. It made this night very beautiful. But in the next second, Wei Wei Bai completely ruined the night. Her face paled. Suddenly, she struggled to crawl to the side of the bed and vomited. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Doa impulsively ran away. Without anyone to pacify the energy ball, it would explode again. Her body would begin to be tormented again. Zero's beautiful expression, which was like a snake or scorpion, disappeared. His expression changed. Wei Wei. Wei Wei Bai didn't answer. Her face was frighteningly pale. She was suddenly pulled into a familiar, yet strange embrace. It was Zero's embrace. He saw that her pink lips were stained with the color of blood. It was frighteningly mournful. / Chapter 2190. She immediately reached out and covered her stomach. The energy inside was frighteningly violent. If she wasn't a psychic, her body would have been torn apart by the energy during her pregnancy. It was already very impressive that she could hold on until now. The corners of Ling's eyes twitched a little, gorgeous and vicious. This child can't be kept. However, Wei Wei Bai felt that the child could still be kept. Otherwise, she would be ruined by Erwa. The way he looked at her just now was determined. If she wasn't pregnant, who knew how she would be tied up by the power of space? What did he do? So, Wei Wei Bai reached out and grabbed his clothes tightly. She said weakly, "Don't touch my child. He was a very good airball to use. It could increase favorability, avoid bad contact, and let her eat and drink well without having to work." Ling saw her tragic expression, and a rare look of confusion appeared on his face. "You'll die." Wei Wei Bai weakly squeezed out a gentle smile. "It's okay. I can hold on." Fourthwa wanted to get rid of this airball, but he was swallowed by the master. If Erwa tried again, he would probably be swallowed too. Who knew if she would fail her mission if her personality didn't have 100 favorability points, was swallowed up. Wei Wei Bai wiped the corners of her mouth with difficulty. Her fingers were covered in blood. She sighed. The child is really lively. Even if she was so badly injured, she just smiled helplessly, full of doting. There was no trace of resentment or anxiety. It was as if to her, this child was the meaning of life. Wasn't this child born when the master was still alive? Although not strictly speaking, it was still his child. However, Ling didn't have any feelings. He even started to feel irritated when he saw Wei Wei Bai like this. There was a hint of mockery in his charming eyes, and there was a flash of anger. He closed his eyes and coldly asked the master for a solution. Then, he stretched out his fingers like playing the piano and calmed the energy in the air. The gentle energy started to affect Wei Wei Bai's body. He comforted her tenderly. He needed to calm down, which was what Zero hated the most. What the primary personality was doing patiently, he was very irritated when he did it. What's the use of this damn child? Although they would definitely be similar to them when they were born, their abilities would definitely be powerful. But what was the use? He was so powerful that he was almost invincible. It didn't matter whether he had an extra helper or an enemy. What was the point of having a child? Although he thought so, he still felt disdainful and aggrieved. He used his beautiful fingers to gently touch her stomach, so that the terrifying and violent energy could be calmed down. He was almost leaning on her shoulder. His eyes were still extremely luxurious, and his posture was languid and gorgeous. However, he was gently comforting her. Wei Wei Bai's physical condition slowly improved. She lowered her eyes, and there was a rare trace of quiet gentleness in her eyes. Zero seemed to notice her silence and looked up at her. Other than the first time they met, he rarely observed her normally. Every time, it was the memories of another personality that allowed him to experience different feelings for her. Especially that little idiot personality. The weakest personality was unable to resist their prying eyes. Therefore, his memories were all seen by the three personalities. This was also the reason why he couldn't escape when he was infected later on. At first, it was because of the good impression of the fledgling complex that he didn't have much resistance. / Chapter 2191. More importantly, when that personality was interacting with her, she gently coaxed him, and they had all seen it. After a long time, they even felt a terrifying sense of immersion. They felt that when she was gentle to that little idiot, she was actually coaxing them. She liked them. This caused the subsequent personality to shatter, and the infection of love had such a huge impact. The seductive charm in Zero's eyes slowly disappeared, and her breathing gradually softened. Zero looked at her defenseless as she fell asleep leaning against him. Pregnant women seemed to prefer to sleep. There was still blood on her lips, and her pink lips had a few more traces of bright color. Zero's fingers were still on her stomach, and he felt the quiet and soft throbbing of life inside. His red, watery eyes stared at her for a long time. Finally, he gave up on a certain passionate thought and gently placed her on the pillow. Then, he leaned lazily beside her. "You're really troublesome." His voice was magnetic and low, with an unconscious seduction. The girl who was almost half lying in his arms was quiet. Even when she was sleeping, she didn't cause trouble for others. Zero lazily stretched out his fingers and gently touched her facial features. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes rubbed against his fingertips, giving him a ticklish feeling. Her small and exquisite nose, and her lips that had lost their color but were still beautiful. She usually looked at people with a straight face, but when she smiled, she could make many men fall for her. Zero thought of the other two personalities in his body. Although the main personality was absolutely rational and domineering, he would lose control. The hungry personality was more like a product of instinct, and there was only eating and killing in his mind. He was a more special personality and the incarnation of desire. To him, malicious seduction and evil bewitchment, they were all instincts and even things that made him happy. So when he saw her, he couldn't help but want to destroy her calm shell, to pull out her darkest desires. Unfortunately, there was none. She was still so cold to him, watching him dance alone like an outsider. What a failure. Only the personality of Little Idiot could make her treat him differently. Zero lowered his eyes, and under his long and thick eyelashes, his brown-red eyes were like wine, making people feel slightly tipsy. He smiled. "Little troublemaker, be good and don't run. Otherwise, I won't be gentle." Jealousy, evil, and viciousness was his nature. For example, when that little idiot's personality was shattered, he was the happiest person. If he couldn't get it, then no one could. This was how he felt when he saw her for the first time. He only had feelings for her, not to mention after infection. He had developed paranoid, seductive thoughts towards her. Before the infection, he thought it was a wonderful idea to make everyone go crazy for him. But after the infection, all he wanted was for her to go crazy for him. Wei Wei Bai felt like she was sleeping next to a poisonous snake. All night long, she could hear the terrifying hissing sound of the poisonous snake. If it wasn't for the system's reminder, she thought that Erwa was plotting something against her again. When he woke up, he heard noises coming from the kitchen. Ever since Dewa and Erwa were infected, they both had Fourth Wa's life skills. How touching. Wei Wei Bai's hair was messy, and she had dark circles under her eyes. She went to wash up first. When she came out of the bathroom, she saw a scene that made her dumbfounded. Zero lazily flipped his long hair, looked back at her, and smiled flirtatiously. The white space around the dining table was accentuated by his smile, creating a dazzling brilliance. Chapter 2192. He was sitting at the dining table with one leg resting on the chair. Under that simple and homely apron, he was wearing boxers. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for a while before she suppressed the shock in her heart. She had seen a lot of things and had been blocked so many times. This was a piece of cake for her. After the shock, she returned to normal. Thus, she walked over calmly and pretended not to see it. She sat down calmly to eat. Anyway, she had eaten what Dewa cooked, so it didn't matter to Erwa. Ling placed his leg gently on the table. Then, he leaned lazily on the tablecloth with one hand supporting his cheek. His long hair fell to the side of the table. He smiled and said, "Is it good?" "Wei Wei Bai. To be honest, it's much worse than what Dewa cooked." Ling bit his lip and frowned. "It made one's heart ache. Is it not good?" Wei Wei Bai replied calmly, "No, it's very delicious. Thank you for the breakfast." She was very polite, but she didn't look up. However, Zero's finger landed on her food. She tasted a little of it. His white fingertips had a little more aroma of food. He held it to her lips ambiguously. Ling's thin lips curled into a seductive and beautiful smile. His eyes were rippling and charming. "I'm more delicious." Wei Wei Bai. Then, she suddenly felt nauseous. It wasn't because of Erwa. After all, Erwa was really a feast for the eyes. It was because she had a bad appetite in the morning. Those wild fruits were all gone. Erwa, a restless man, didn't have the concept of making fruit juice. Thus, it was normal for her chest to feel tight and nauseous. Thus, when Ling's finger was about to touch her lips, the temptation reached its peak. Wei Wei Bai stood up, rushed to the bathroom, and threw up. Ling looked at his empty finger and listened to the sound of her vomiting. He stared blankly for a while, dumbfounded. His charm, was it so disgusting? Erwa's glass heart shattered. However, when he thought of Wei Wei Bai's discomfort, he immediately disappeared from the table. When he came to the bathroom, Wei Wei Bai already felt much better. She was washing her face and hands when she looked up and saw Zero. She thought for a moment and immediately said, "This is my personal reason. It's not that you're too disgusting. It has nothing to do with you." This was a double blow. It wasn't enough to deal a blow to him with his attitude, but he was going to deal another blow with his words. Zero's gorgeous smile, her seductive actions, and the ambiguous atmosphere. They were all dead. He felt like he was about to die. She was defeated by Wei Wei Bai. Wei Wei Bai wiped her face expressionlessly and said, "The temperature in the room is a bit low. If you don't wear clothes, you'll catch a cold easily." Zero staggered back a step and reached out to support herself against the door. Her sorrowful expression was enough to break anyone's heart. She wished she could give her life to him. However, Wei Wei Bai's stomach was like an empty balloon, and the little angel Siwa, who surrounded her every day, was not around. Dewa and Sam were also eyeing covetously. With so many bad things, her charm to Erwa was similar to a blind person's coquettish eyes. She didn't look at Erwa's heartbroken and beautiful expression at all. After wiping her face, her pink and white skin was a little red. However, it couldn't hide the explosive calmness in her eyes. She walked to the door. "Make way. You're blocking the door." Erwa leaned against the door and stretched out his long legs. That posture, that seduction, it was enough to make people unable to control themselves. However, Wei Wei Bai only saw his legs blocking the door. Chapter 2193. Erwa. Had he become old and weak, or did he turn into an ugly freak overnight? He moved aside resentfully and let the scumbag Bai walk out calmly. She picked up the white coat and put it on. "I'm going to work. Don't mess around. Stay in the room obediently, okay?" She was worried about Erwa. One look and one could tell that he was a flirt. He didn't have the reliance and peace of an angel or the old-fashioned rationality and professionalism. After saying that, Wei Wei Bai didn't care about his expression. She opened the door and closed the door. She didn't even say goodbye. Looking at the empty room, Ling suddenly rushed into the bathroom and looked left and right in the mirror. Had he become ugly? It was simply too scary. Did he have pimples or spots? Ling looked at himself for a few minutes and confirmed that he was still beautiful. His skin was so good that there were no flaws. When he smiled at her, she was mesmerized. Could it be that his seduction technique was too revealing? She didn't like to be too exposed? That's right. Ling tore off the apron on his body, revealing his slender and beautiful upper body. The seduction of the apron might not be to her taste. She probably liked the kind that was half exposed and didn't like to be straightforward. Ling nodded thoughtfully and then went to find a black suit jacket and a pink scheming shirt. Then he dressed up seriously and buttoned up the beautiful suit jacket. The top few buttons of the simple but flirtatious pink shirt were torn open, revealing his fair and delicate collarbone. He raised his chin slightly. He didn't like flirtatious women. He could also be cold and aloof. Who wasn't a drama queen? Zero calmly appeared in the square. Her cold and indifferent eyes contained a hint of charm as she glanced at those women. His beautiful thin lips gently curved into a trace of a smile that was not a smile. He seemed to be rational and calm, but his every move was eye-catching and seductive. All of a sudden, Everyone was captivated. A few women sat on the ground weakly. Ling smiled coldly. This was a normal reaction. His beauty was irresistible. But his current prey and target was only one person. The rest were all eyesores, and it was boring to seduce them. Second baby was most seriously affected by fourth baby's single-mindedness. Out of everyone, he was the only one who was a playboy. He naturally wanted to be high-profile and attract everyone's attention. There was no concept of moral integrity. There was only the instinct to emit hormones everywhere. As a result, after the infection, all his hormones could only be directed at one person. It was single-mindedly influencing all his actions now, including those who weren't by Wei Wei. He looked down on them. Wei Wei Bai was filling in the report while paying attention to the progress of the few mutants. A portion of the monsters had already been sold. The base was now filthy rich. Because of the battle with the Monster King, the reputation of their base had spread throughout the apocalyptic world. Without Dawa, Wei Wei Bai had to work hard to keep an eye on him. If things got chaotic, it would be troublesome for her to lead a good life. Just as he stopped writing, he heard a system notification. Your second peacock baby is here. He spread his wings and spread his wings all the way, practically turning himself into a doomsday idol. Wei Wei Bai paused. As expected, she heard many people screaming and exclaiming. She looked from afar. At the entrance of the laboratory, a slender and perfect figure appeared. It was as if he had come against the light, and he was as handsome as a god. That cold and indifferent face, however, carried a faintly discernible evil energy. Every step she took seemed to radiate a brilliant light in all directions. He set off everyone like a clown duck, a backdrop. Did he change his style? Zero walked in front of Wei Wei Bai, stretched out his finger, and casually tugged at his collar. He was just short of putting seduction on his face. His low and hoarse voice, as gorgeous as a cello, made people's ears tingle. Your body is not good. Don't be so tired. Chapter 2194. These words were domineering and gentle. Ever since Erwa appeared, Wei Wei Bai felt that she was being challenged every moment. This was the extreme reaction of encountering a super actor. Unfortunately, she was now the flower of the high mountain, the king of facial paralysis, so she could only put on a disgusted expression. Otherwise, she would also pull her collar, and it would be hard to tell who was seducing who. Seeing Wei Wei Bai's calm face, Zero stretched out his finger and casually slid it down from her shoulder. That faintly discernible contact. Wei Wei Bai immediately stepped back and said to the seduced assistant beside her, "Continue the experiment." The assistants immediately woke up, blushing and looking down. They continued the experiment just now. Behind the reinforced glass wall was a mercenary preparing to be transformed by the supernatural ability. Their base's supernatural ability transformation was already very mature. The experiment was not that painful, so all the mercenaries who wanted power automatically became the test subjects. Zero saw that she was ignoring him. He touched his face and frowned. She didn't like this. Did she really like the little retard? Zero saw that she had lowered her head and was seriously recording the data. Her calm and pale side profile had a fragile and determined beauty. He leaned against the glass wall with his arms crossed, looking so lazy that he did not look serious. Even if he wanted to pretend to be cold, he did it in a particularly outrageous way. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai was ignoring him, Zero once again felt that his charm had lost its effect. His beautiful eyes narrowed dangerously, like the eyes of a poisonous snake, cold and strange. Wei Wei Bai suddenly saw Zero's finger drawing circles on the glass wall, as if he was bored. Then, every time he drew circles, the subject inside would convulse. The instrument would make a sharp sound that indicated that his life was in danger. Wei Wei Bai quickly realized that something was wrong. She looked up at him, her eyes cold and warning. "Enough, don't mess around." Zero slowly retracted his hand and stared at the anger in her eyes. He smiled and said, "Am I not helping you speed up the progress?" He sped up the experiment for the subject's own good. Of course, if he couldn't endure it and died, it would be because his body was too weak. Looking at Zero's mischievous and vicious little temper, he thought to himself, Wei Wei Bai said helplessly. What do you want? If you're bored, then go outside and fight monsters. Don't bother me. I'm really not interested in you. This was a blatant slap to the face. He stepped on Zero's charm several times and threw it into the trash can. The system, who was holding the Terubozu and munching on a banana, said, "You still need to increase your favorability. The other party is a narcissistic peacock demon. You just need to praise him more." Wei Wei Bai lowered her head calmly. Don't worry. It's precisely because he's a narcissist that we can't spoil him. We have to attack him. Everyone loves him. I'm the only one who's different from the other flirtatious sluts. It's no wonder he treats me differently. The system said, "It's him. It was just that he was worried about overstimulating the masochist." The host always had the ability to stimulate the masochist into a super S. This second baby's personality did not seem to be a good person. If it weren't for the fact that Wei Wei Bai was holding an empty balloon in her stomach, she would vomit blood at every turn. Second baby probably would not have been so obedient and not touched her. Wei Wei Bai did not pay much attention to second baby. Instead, she was thinking more about who should she increase her favorability to first. Third baby's favorability was 80 points, and he was simple-minded. However, he did not come out. With second baby's restless personality, it would not be easy to increase his score. If eldest baby was still here, the rate of increase should start to increase. Button. Chapter 2195. After all, although Dewa's state was rational, once he set his heart on someone, he would begin to focus. She counted the time and felt that she should have a miscarriage. Otherwise, the strategy time would basically be compressed to a few months. After thinking for a long time, Wei Wei Bai seemed to accidentally glance at Erwa. She found that this man's eyes were deep, with a trace of greed, and was quietly looking at her. It was like a colorful and terrible poisonous snake, waiting for her to show a flaw and swallow her. Wei Wei Bai immediately touched her stomach, but she still didn't want to have a miscarriage. This guy looked like a master who forced himself on her. Zero's ability was against the heavens, so when the time came, she would have no place to run. Wei Wei Bai really couldn't bring up any enthusiasm for this person with a split personality. So she continued to follow the manual system, eating and waiting to die. Let's take one step at a time. Wei Wei Bai finished the experiment, and after the ability test subjects came out, they all nodded to her to show respect. She politely smiled back. As a result, the atmosphere suddenly dropped and all the test subjects ran away, trembling. Zero, who had been leaning against the glass, showed a dangerous smile at this moment, and that seductive but twisted eyes made people shudder. He stared at Wei Wei Bai's polite smile that couldn't be put away in time. The girl was a little weak, but her face was very calm, and she had always been serious and expressionless. She was polite to everyone, including him. So it was better to always be expressionless. Why did she have to smile at others? Zero's smile was unusually cold and vicious. He suddenly reached out, lifted her chin, and said slowly, "Don't smile at others in the future. I don't like it." His dislike was accompanied by a terrible desire to destroy, and he wouldn't suppress himself like the main personality. Wei Wei Bai's smile disappeared. She looked at him expressionlessly, and there was no trace of emotion in her cold eyes. Then she stretched out her fingers, little by little, and pushed them away. "Let me remind you, as your creator, I at least deserve a trace of your respect." As she spoke, she indifferently adjusted her sleeves. Then she threw the experimental data file to the assistant beside her and turned around to leave coldly and arrogantly. Zero's fingers were empty. Her fingertips were almost forcefully breaking it open. Her fingernails were scraping his skin. If it weren't for the fact that his physical body was too strong, his skin would have been torn and he would have bled. Zero slowly retracted his finger. His actions were casual, but at the same time, there was an evil look in his eyes. He placed his finger on his lips and licked it lightly with the tip of his tongue. It was as if it wanted to lick all the traces of her scent into its stomach. Respect. Ling tilted her head slightly and smiled until her eyes were curved. Her eyes were filled with a seductive light. "Oh, what's that? I just want you, that's all." Zero's voice was low and deep. It gave off a dark and enchanting charm. Then, he took a step forward and slowly followed after him. It was as if they were chasing after their prey. They were very careful and kept following him. Wei Wei Bai had just walked out of the laboratory when she saw the leader of the mercenary group running toward her. He was fully armed and had a laser cannon in his hand. There were hundreds of mercenaries following behind him. All of them were on high alert. When he saw Wei Wei Bai, the team leader immediately reported, "We've been attacked by more than 10 bases. We're going to guard the door now." Wei Wei Bai frowned. "How are the casualties so far?" Chapter 2196. There are no casualties yet. The other party hasn't launched a large-scale attack yet, but the team leader blabbered for a while. After hurriedly reporting, he immediately ran to guard the door with his men. Because this doomsday sandstorm was too serious, it caused all the bases to fall into trouble except for their base. Although their base had a very good reputation. But when it came to life and death, those bases couldn't care less. They tried to capture their base as quickly as possible and get the huge amount of supplies in their warehouse. Under the leadership of the largest and most ferocious base, those base mercenaries had already killed their way to a kilometer away. With more than a dozen bases united, the number of people must be in the tens of thousands. Their base only had a few thousand people, and hundreds of them were civilian staff who maintained the base, and 100 or so were from the experimental group. If they gathered together and fought with others, it wouldn't be good for them, even if it was troublesome to capture them. Even if they wanted to live a peaceful life, it wouldn't be peaceful. Wei Wei Bai's expression was still calm, but there was worry in her eyes. She was just about to follow those mercenaries out. A pair of hands gently wrapped around her neck from behind. He pushed her back and bound her in a gentle and strong embrace. Zero smiled brightly, and his brownish-red eyes were full of greed and suppressed emotions. He lowered his head and rubbed her hair innocently and passionately, like an obedient big cat. "Wei Wei, do you need help? I can help you." His coquettishness was completely different from Fourth Baby. It was with a sense of bewitchment. Was it exuding a sense of depravity with bad intentions? Wei Wei Bai stood quietly for a while. The breathing of the man behind her gradually deepened. Finally, her eyelashes trembled, and there was a trace of hesitation in her clear eyes. "What do you want?" If Dewan made a move, she didn't need to worry at all, because he didn't beat around the bush and would only deal with things rationally. But Erwa was different. Let him do things. If he didn't give something, he definitely wouldn't move. Zero's smile became even happier. His words contained laughter, and there was a trace of twisted excitement. "You have to make me happy." Wei Wei Bai frowned. "Be more specific. What do you mean by happy?" Ling pursed his thin lips and whispered into her ear, "Just make me smile. After all, I'm not an insensible person. I won't make things difficult for you." Wei Wei Bai seemed to be in a difficult position. This kind of request, she took 2 steps forward and released herself from his arms. Then, she turned around and carefully sized him up for a while before revealing a faint smile. "Is it enough to make you laugh?" Her attitude was easygoing, her smile was pure, and the gentleness under her indifference was so moving. Zero's long eyelashes drooped down, suppressing the greed and twisted emotions in her eyes. He nodded lightly. Wei Wei Bai suddenly took a few steps forward and reached under his arm, touching the sensitive flesh on the side of his sturdy waist. Her fingernails lightly scratched. Like an electric shock, the numbness spread from Zero's back to the top of his head. His pursed lips curled up almost instinctively. Even those bewitching eyes of his also curled up. He was caught off guard by this stroke and was amused. Although he did not laugh out loud, he could not hide his smile. Wei Wei Bai calmly retracted her hand. "All right, you're laughing. Go and help." Ling pursed his lips and held his breath. His eyes were wide open. "You cheated, Wei Wei Bai, as long as you're laughing." Ling, the Chapter 2197. Seeing her look like she had won, Zero couldn't help but mutter, "But I'm not happy." Wei Wei Bai was silent for a while and showed a disdainful expression. "If you can't do it, then so be it. Maybe this personality of yours doesn't know anything and used all his strength to open the screen. though. Although he couldn't compare to the main personality, he still had the power of the hungry personality. But he was also very powerful. Zero suddenly pursed his lips and smiled dangerously and charmingly. His fingers were very sticky as he held her hand and rubbed her palm with his fingertips. Then he pulled her and walked out. It's because of you that I fell for this clumsy, psychological trick. On the noisy, dusty ground, there were all kinds of aircrafts and chariots on the ground. This time, their base was really in the limelight. They had swallowed too many resources. This caused this group of people who couldn't win against the monsters to actually use their own people. It seemed that benefits were still the most tempting. In the past, how could they be so united? With the temptation of absolute benefits, there was a united bandit behavior. Wei didn't even walk out of the door before the base gate was locked. Zero stood outside the transparent door and raised his hand to his forehead. A shadow fell on his beautiful eyes. There was a hint of gloominess and coldness. The smile on his lips was still lazy and evil. You're now a burden. Don't come out and cause trouble. I'll treat you to the grand fireworks later. After saying that, Zero disappeared. Wei silently took out a bag of jerky snacks from her pocket and pulled a chair over to eat leisurely. There was a special ability that could cheat a target that was similar to a god. It would be a waste of such a special ability if she didn't use it. So Wei was very calm and even used the communicator. She told the guards outside to not go up and fight and to be cautious. If there was danger, they should retreat. She just let Zero go alone. Wasn't this a stage for him to show off his ability because he was awesome? The system looked at the idle host. He didn't do his job and was so bored that green mold grew on his head. The corners of its mouth twitched and it was about to say something. However, he suddenly remembered that he still had a bag of melon seeds that was about to expire, so he immediately dug it out and ate it. The host and the system, who were eating snacks, both looked like salted fish in a daze. Just like those old employees who had been at the bottom for 20 years, their souls and bodies had been separated by laziness and numbness. They were just short of walking corpses. Ah, what the hell is diligence? It was better to eat snacks. She originally thought that the mercenaries would attack soon. In the end, they dug a trench not far from their base, intending to build a protective wall. It was as if they were also afraid that if they fought to the death, it would take too long. Therefore, they first set up a camp to retreat and rest. Wei finished her jerky and was drinking water. A pair of gentle and nimble arms suddenly reached out from behind and hugged her. Zero lazily rested his head on her shoulder. He opened his thin lips slightly and almost licked her ear as he said, "Ah, I've prepared the fireworks. Come with me to take a look." Wei frowned and turned to look at him. "What did you do?" Zero's eyes were bewitching as he smiled maliciously. "Look." Zero stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. A transparent ray of light that flashed under the light appeared. His voice was so indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. "I can control people's hearts and energy. Everything in the world is at my fingertips." He was like an emotionless god, without any fluctuations of emotion. Chapter 2198. He was just stating a terrifying fact. What was even more frightening than his calmness was that he was even speaking in a teasing tone. Wei was expressionless, but she stared at his fingertips in a daze. She muttered softly, "What kind of monster have I created?" Zero didn't like to hear this sentence. He was so handsome. How did he look like a monster? Zero narrowed his eyes dangerously and covered her lips with his fingertips. He rubbed against her hair, and his tone became sinister. "Yes, sometimes I feel like a monster too. Do you regret creating me?" The last sentence was regret. His voice was low, but it was cold to the bone. He was asking her, but he didn't give her a chance to answer. Zero's reddish-brown eyes were even colder. "It's a pity that you don't have a chance to regret." He didn't want to hear her answer, because in this world, anyone could regret seeing him. Only she, their creator, couldn't feel a trace of regret. She felt a little regretful. He wanted to kill someone just thinking about it. Wei couldn't open her mouth. She could only stare at him with her eyes wide open. Zero exchanged glances with her. Her clear eyes reflected his enchanting and beautiful face. After looking at her for a long time, he felt that she was actually very cute. Thus, Zero's gaze slowly changed. It became hot and flirtatious. The corners of his eyes also became brighter. Seeing that there was something wrong with his gaze, Wei Wei Bai immediately retracted her gaze. She was calm and indifferent. Zero seemed to feel that it was a pity and sighed softly. He seemed to like it when she glared at him angrily. Seeing that Wei Wei Bai calmed down, he smiled and carried her up. He disappeared from the spot. When they reappeared, they were already standing on the rooftop of the tallest building in the base. The sky was gloomy. Thick dark clouds floated in the sky. Below the clouds, the enemy was building a military camp in full swing. Zero put her on the rooftop, stretched out his finger, and gently placed it on her lips. Listen. Wei Wei Bai looked at him blankly. Zero's mouth curved. Like a gorgeous actor, he stretched out his finger and tapped lightly. The sound of death. Bang! A campsite was suddenly torn apart by some kind of power, causing the space to distort. In the background of the raging fire, God Zero was tall and slender. He had one hand in his pocket, and his eyes were still lazy. Does it sound good? His smile was filled with contempt for the weak, but more than that, he was trying to please her. Wei Wei Bai was not in the mood to sympathize with the enemy. After all, she was a crazy female scientist in this plane. God knows how many experimenters had abused him. Therefore, she narrowed her eyes coldly and said, "Yes, it sounds nice." Zero's eyes lit up. He seemed to have done a lot of things. Finally, there was something that she liked. Zero smiled happily and suddenly raised his arms. It was as if he was commanding something. A bunch of transparent threads of power appeared from the newly established camp. Boom, boom, all of them burst into flames. Even the sky seemed to be shaken by this massive power, and the entire space seemed to be shaken by this terrifying power. As it continued to distort, the flames also turned into a vortex. The lives of countless enemies disappeared in an instant. It was like the end of the world. Everyone who was still alive was terrified. Even the enemies who were not dead immediately knelt down and wailed. They were completely scared out of their wits. Wei Wei Bai stared blankly at the miserable situation in the distance, as well as the enemies who were suppressed before they could even fight. Chapter 2199. She felt like she was dreaming. Zero retracted his outstretched arms and bowed elegantly to Wei Wei Bai. "Miss, are you satisfied with what you saw?" Wei Wei Bai saw those dead enemies and a lot of kneeling and begging for mercy. If she said she was not satisfied, she felt like she would be thrown into the burning flames in the next moment. The power of the target of this plane. It was beyond the plane. He should be in the cultivation plane, not abusing ordinary humans in this plane. Wei Wei Bai coughed lightly. Enough. I don't need you anymore." If he continued to do this, the second apocalypse was coming. Zero got a superficial answer, but he was not angry. Instead, he smiled and leaned over. "Is there a reward?" Wei Wei Bai stretched out her finger and flicked his forehead unhurriedly. "You're already so old. Why are you asking for a reward like a child? Go back." This sudden flick definitely wouldn't leave any mark on his forehead. But Zero was stunned for a moment, as if he did not expect her to do this. It was a simple yet extremely relaxing action. It made his heart itch. Zero pursed his lips, and the greed in his eyes could hardly be hidden. He suddenly rushed over, grabbed her waist, and pulled her into his arms. The two of them disappeared on the spot. Before Wei Wei Bai could react, they ran to the Tree of Life. The huge Tree of Life had branches as wide as a bed. She lay on the branch. Zero couldn't wait to say, "This tree is very good. The nourishment of life is very good for your body." So Dua also said this. Did Erwa remember to bring her here to relax and pick the fruit of life for her to make juice? In the end, in a trance, she saw Erwa taking off his clothes crazily. Wei Wei Bai, Zero was like a fallen Satan. He sat there, his seductive and blurred eyes burning as if he wanted to eat someone. His beautiful gray-blue hair scattered on his fair skin. It was simply terrible. Even a demon was not as seductive as him. Wei Wei Bai. If she didn't pounce on him and violate her character setting, how could she tolerate this little demon's lawlessness? Zero looked at Wei Wei Bai's pale face and said with a smile, "Here, your body will be much better. I will be very careful." You will be fine. Wei Wei Bai frowned. Is this all you have in your mind? Zero looked confused and innocent. Isn't this the most beautiful thing in the world? Wei Wei Bai, fuck, is this Erwa's head? He probably has excavators, oil tankers, and high-speed rail. All kinds of extreme racing cars without a guilty conscience. Zero's tone softened and became more charming. Just once. I'm so handsome. Shouldn't you be flustered by me? Bai Weiwei shook her head. Zero's eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Then who do you feel that way towards? The main personality? Her child, her children. Weiwei Bai shook her head without hesitation. But Zero's eyes were still vicious. Oh right, that damn little retard. Weiwei Bai raised her eyes and said coldly, don't scold him. He's still a child. Zero dragged his voice. Child. His words were strange and evil. Weiwei Bai wanted to get up, but Zero held her shoulders. His voice was like a low moan in the dark night. Weiwei, I only have feelings for you now. I only want to seduce you and see you lose control for me. Save button. Chapter 2200. Weiwei Bai's pink face was blank for a moment. Then, a trace of confusion and hesitation appeared in her clear eyes. Zero's fingers gently touched her face. It was as soft as coaxing a child. When I see you, I want you. Do you have such feelings for me? Weiwei Bai seemed to want to shake her head, but for some reason, it was as if she was being controlled. She actually nodded. There was a trace of joy in Zero's eyes. But behind this joy, there was a condescending and proud look. It was true that he could control people's hearts. Weiwei Bai was almost in a daze as he led her away. He asked her to love him, and she even said yes. When the system saw that Weiwei Bai was about to be controlled, it immediately took out the hammer that was nailed to the small stool and gently knocked on Weiwei Bai's head. Weiwei Bai immediately woke up. Fortunately, the system was not blocked. Otherwise, she would be controlled by Zero. Was there really no problem with this kind of ability to conquer the target of this plane? He was insane. It was the standard of a demon of the apocalypse. Zero thought that she was being controlled. He leaned lazily against the tree trunk. His clothes were open and scattered. His white chest, beautiful collarbones, and strong and thin waist were exposed. He seemed to be born to seduce. Come here, Weiwei Bai. Weiwei Bai looked at him calmly. She couldn't be any calmer. Zero, that enchanting little vixen, had prepared everything. He was just waiting for Weiwei Bai to pounce on him. In the end, Bai Weiwei looked at him with an indifferent expression. Zero showed a rare trace of confusion. His fingertips moved. That familiar feeling of controlling people's hearts came again. The system took out the small hammer and continued to hit the host's head. It was afraid that the host would become stupid, so it was gentle and didn't dare to use force. Weiwei Bai suddenly felt awake again. She looked at Zero expressionlessly. It was as if she was looking at a piece of dead pork. She said calmly, "It's cold, don't catch a cold." Zero struggled with all his might. Weiwei, come here and throw yourself at me. Weiwei Bai reached out and picked a wild fruit from the side. She looked at him as if she was watching a show. Then, he indifferently nibbled on the fruit. It was sweet, sour, and delicious. She was very cold, calm, and unmoved as she looked at the sky. It's almost evening. It's time to go back for dinner. Ling twisted his body so much that he looked like a fried dough twist. Unfortunately, the person in front of him was blind, and it was a piece of wood that he couldn't control. Zero did not suspect why his ability was ineffective against Weiwei Bai. After all, she was his creator, and his abilities were ineffective against her. It was quite normal, but even if it was ineffective, he was still like this. She actually treated wild fruit better than him. Zero's glass heart had been shattered a second time. This time it cannot be mended. They were all crushed into powder. It was all gone after being blown by Weiwei Bai's unromantic cold wind. He struggled with his eyes wide open. Don't you have any feelings for me? Weiwei Bai was silent for a while. Then, she reluctantly said, "Oh, you're not bad." These words were full of politeness, and he couldn't be more disgusted. Zero ran his fingers through his hair. His posture was stiff. Meat sent from 1,000 miles away. Why didn't she take a few bites? Besides, he was the best delicacy. Wei Wei Bai reached out and picked a few more fruits. She was used to eating these fruits. It tasted too good. She did not know when the next time would come. Wei Wei Bai decided to get more. She saw Zero's jacket and casually threw it aside. However, after Wei Wei Bai got the jacket, she said indifferently, "Lend me your fruits." After that, she began to pick the fruits. Finally, she hugged the jacket and the wild fruits inside. Zero. He decided that he should take the initiative. So, just as he pounced over with a ferocious expression, Wei Wei Bai suddenly stuffed the jacket into his arms. She pointed at the red fruit under the tree and said, "That's delicious." The tree was so tall. She was about to jump down. Ling's expression changed. He pulled her back and scolded. "What are you doing? Don't jump." Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I'm not that weak," Zero said coldly. "It's just a few fruits. Is it worth it for you to make a move?" After he finished speaking, he appeared under the tree and squatted down like an old farmer, quickly picking the fruits. He plucked and plucked. Zero suddenly realized what he was doing. He was here to lure people. He was not here to be a coolie. But when he looked up, he saw Wei Wei Bai sitting on a tree branch, looking at him with sparkling eyes. There was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. For a moment, he was silent. Then, he lowered his head and continued to pick the fruit. Since he liked these wild fruits so much, he picked them and cut them up before putting them on himself. He wanted to see if she was tempted. Humph. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. /crossover system. Adonis, come here. Read at https://www.sashu.com//crossover system. Adonis, come here. Crossover system. Adonis, come here. Read at https://m sashu.com//crossover system. Adonis, come here. Chapter 22:01. Wei Wei Bai ate a stomach full of fruits and felt that life was coming back to life. Errol was thinking that if she did not pounce on him, he could pounce on her back. But when he saw her happily squinting her eyes, holding a fruit, her feet hanging between the branches, slowly nibbling on the fruit, Zero was instantly struck by her cuteness. Her eyes were clear and without calculation. Her usually serious face also became soft and tender. Between the lush green leaves, the sunlight fell on her hair, as if all the light in the world was on her. Zero was very difficult to seduce. His body was the seduction itself, so he was immune to it. But when he leaned on the tree and looked at her, eating the food he picked without asking for anything, at this moment, he felt warmth. It was far from the satisfaction that desire alone could bring. So was this the warmth brought by the memories that the little idiot had experienced? Zero lowered his eyes and stared at her intently. Suddenly, he noticed something, frowned, and looked at the leaves of the tree of life. Petrified, Zero felt something, and his body hungrily absorbed the life force of the tree of life. This was the automatic replenishment of his body after he used his ability. He desperately absorbed from everything that had life force. Half of a tree had been petrified from the inside. It was not obvious from the outside. Wei Wei Bai's expression did not change as she ate, but her eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. Tongzi, is there something wrong with this tree? The energy was different, so she felt different, although the ability was temporarily gone. But it did not mean that her feelings would disappear. The system looked into the tree and said, "More than half of its life force has been absorbed. It's almost dead." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Zero absorb?" The system said, "Yes, he has a devouring instinct. If he uses his ability, he will absorb everything with life force. There are not many things with life force in the apocalypse. If he destroys wantonly, he will devour other things to maintain his body." Devouring life force was a very scary instinct, especially in a place like the apocalypse. If Zero did not suppress himself, this plane would probably be over. Wei Wei Bai thought of this too, but before this plane was over, she would probably leave. Therefore, he didn't feel anything. Wei Wei Bai suddenly asked, "Will he devour human life force?" The system replied, "Yes, but humans are not his first choice because their vitality is too weak. Therefore, humans would be the last choice. Wei Wei Bai, damn, I really created a monster. Zero suppressed her instinct to absorb the tree of life. After all, this tree was still useful. It could nourish Wei Wei Bai's body. But in his body, the hungry personality was clamoring with all its might. Not enough, not enough. Zero smiled coldly and waited until Wei Wei was sent back. He then looked for things with life force to absorb. After all, his hungry personality had started to develop a terrifying possessiveness towards Wei Wei Bai. Even the primary personality reminded him not to let him out. Therefore, he could only satisfy his hunger and suppress that personality to continue sleeping. Seeing that it was about time, Zero tore open the space and stretched out his hand in a flirtatious yet beautiful manner. Good girl, we should go home. Wei Wei Bai raised her head to look at him. She didn't have time to hide the gentleness in her eyes, so she simply gave him a look. It seemed to be flirting with him. But this flirtatious look disappeared in an instant. /crossover system. Prince Charming, come here. Chapter 2202. She got up calmly and walked to his side with steady steps. Then, she put her finger in his palm in a reserved and casual manner. It was soft and warm to the touch. It was like the feeling of trust. It was a very strange feeling. Zero narrowed his eyes and smiled. Suddenly, he lifted her up in his arms. Without hesitation, he walked into the violent space. After she returned, Zero did not try to seduce her. Instead, he saw that she was tired. He just held her fingers and kissed them. Then, he watched her eat and rest. When it was time to sleep at night, Ling even put away his flirtatious appearance and read fairy tales to the airball in her stomach. It was said that this was prenatal education. Ling was disdainful and cold, but he still read it. Wei Wei Bai's eyes softened from indifference. In the end, she even looked at him with a trace of gentleness. Then, she slowly closed her eyes. Just when Ling thought that she was asleep, he got up and was about to look for food. A hand suddenly reached out from the quilt and gently grabbed the corner of his clothes. Zero paused. A trace of doubt flashed through her beautiful eyes, sparkling like water. Suddenly, a calm but gentle voice came from behind him. I have never regretted creating you. This sentence was light and soft. Like a feather, it fell on the tip of Ling's heart. Ling paused for a long time. After all, the personality that she had always disliked was suddenly treated gently at this moment. To let this personality that was only good at guiding humans to have dark and evil thoughts. He actually felt a sense of unfamiliarity and bewilderment. Ling calmed down the strange emotions in his heart and gently turned back. But he saw that she was already leaning against the pillow. Her thick eyelashes covered her clear eyes, and she fell asleep. Ling's mouth twitched. She seduced him. He felt like he was kicked away again. This was even worse than him. He stared at her in silence for a long time. Her face, which was originally beautiful to the point of ominous, unexpectedly became pure, white, and gentle. I really wanted to do whatever he wanted to her, but he didn't do anything. Instead, he slowly held her fingers and put them back into the quilt. Then, he lowered his head and kissed her gently on the lips with his flirtatious thin lips. Good night, my princess. Ding. Erwa's favorability is at 65. Then, Zero tidied up her clothes, turned around, and disappeared to find a place to absorb life force. Not long after he left, Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes. She was awake and cold. The system said, the place he went to should be the monster's lair. There are still a few big monsters there, but most importantly, it's a forest and grassland. This was the best place for the apocalypse. It was also the place where life force was the most abundant. And as long as Zero went there, all life would be sucked out of that forest and grassland, turning it into a desert. Wei Wei Bai adjusted her sleeping position. So be it, the apocalypse can't get any worse anyways. Just don't try to take advantage of the humans. Towards Erwa, she treated him coldly and disdainfully. Then, she would occasionally give him some warmth. Just like that, her favorability towards him increased. Wei Wei Bai had just closed her eyes when she suddenly heard a dangerous ding. Sure enough, the side quest came. Ding, please save the world. This mission completely shocked Wei Wei Bai. It was truly shocking. What kind of mission was saving the world? It was fine if the mission didn't come, but if it did, it would force her to commit suicide. Ding! Save the world. Detected that the host level is too low. Mission error. The main system has assigned a new mission. Download the at https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 2203. Wei Wei Bai finally let out a sigh of relief. There were benefits to being too low in level. For example, she did not have to do such a terrible mission like saving the world. Please destroy all abilities of the dangerous person who is destroying the world. Mission progress, 1/4. All abilities of the fourth personality are destroyed. Wei Wei Bai, she needed a cigarette to calm down. She was going crazy. While she was conquering the enemy, she had to destroy the enemy's godlike abilities. The difficulty of such a mission was no different from saving the world. They were all so difficult that it was almost insane. Directly lighting up a skyscraper monkey and flying in a spiral in the sky was easier than her mission. The side missions continued to be released. This mission is classified as a special difficult mission. Personalities with a favorability of 70 and above will be considered to have completed the mission. You can enter the destruction side mission. Wei Wei Bai raised her eyebrows. The first time a main mission appeared, it would be considered to have been completed as long as the favorability of 70. It was obvious that this side mission was really difficult. The side mission was cold and did not have any intention of acting cute. It was as if this mission was a temporary emergency, so it needed to be done quickly. Side mission failed. The host and the system's soul will be destroyed at the same time. Wei Wei Bai and the system. This was much better than being naked and twisting one's neck while dancing. The main system was very clear. If it did not kill Zero, she would die together with the system. After the side mission was released, they did not need to sleep anymore. Wei Wei Bai and the system were silent for a long time. Finally, Wei Wei Bai said, "This mission is the main system finally unable to bear with me cursing it in my heart every day, so it decided to set a trap to kill me." The system sighed. "I also bought a few cursed scarecrows, wrote its name, and hammered its little hooks every day, cursing it to be a sissy." The two systems with dark hearts were silent for a long time. So this was the main system's revenge mission? What a petty and vicious little bitch. Of course, he couldn't say that. Who knew where the main system was spying on them? Therefore, Wei Wei Bai smiled and said, "The main system must be handsome, noble, and pure. Everyone will love it, and ghosts will worship it. I wish it was my real father." The system immediately nodded. Speaking of the main system, it's the most awesome existence in the system world. It's my god, my everything. If I could be its little honey, I would faint from excitement. Then Wei Wei Bai and 004 fell silent at the same time. He didn't expect his host, system, to be so thick-skinned. She actually dared to say that she wanted to be his father, sell her body. He really admitted defeat. In the end, Wei Wei Bai silently pulled the blanket over herself. "Forget it. We'll think of a plan tomorrow. Let me sleep first today." After saying that, she was very calm and quickly fell asleep. His mental fortitude was too strong. How could he sleep like this? After sighing, the system took out the Teru Bozu again and hastened its pace to embroider the eyes. If his soul was destroyed and he didn't have time to return the handmade doll, he would be fined. Zero looked at everything in front of him coldly. The green life force was all absorbed by him. The large forest, grass, and flowers. They were all petrified and turned into sand. He reached out and licked his finger unhurriedly. His thin lips curled up beautifully as he revealed a satisfied smile. How delicious! Even if he wasn't a hungry personality, this kind of life force replenishment was very comfortable for him. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. /transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Transmigration system. Adonis, come here. Download the at https://m. Sashu. com / button at the bottom to record this chapter. You'll be able to see it the next time you open your bookshelf. If you like Transmigration system, Adonis, come here. Chapter 2204. Zero bent down and picked up a large bag of fruits beside him. There were only a few fruits left in this place, so he would take them back for Wei Wei Bai to eat. Then he turned around, stepped into the crack in space, and disappeared in a flash. Everything behind him was a desert. Wei Wei Bai woke up and thought of a plan. A weapon that can nullify zero abilities if the HP is less than 1,000. If the favorability was 70, then it would pass. Then Dewa and Sam would both pass. Only Erwa was left. With 65 favorability, it would be easy to get. The salted fish state was completely driven out by the soul destruction. Her and the system's 2 lives depended on her now. 1,000 HP was the price she had to pay. If it wasn't enough, then she could only bear the pain and continue to bid. The system flipped through the supermarket. There's a broken divine artifact. It might be on sale, but you'll need to wait. Wei Wei Bai supported her chin with her hand, her eyes rational and calm. We can't resist the main system's punishment. The feeling of her life being in someone else's hands was really uncomfortable. The system was silent for a while, then said, Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I don't have that ability. Wei Wei Bai shook her head, her eyes firm. It's fine, after so many difficulties, this time isn't that difficult. When Erwa's favorability reached 70, she stabbed him with the divine artifact. His ability was destroyed. She went straight home. The main quest and side quest were both completed. The main system still had a conscience. This was the first time it gave in on the main quest. Maybe the main system also knew that attacking 4 personalities at once was really dangerous. Wei Wei Bai understood the plan and immediately got up in high spirits. She didn't know where Erwa went, but she saw a large pot of beautiful fruits on the table. There was a cup of milk with fruit juice and a breakfast. The system said the male lead went to find a place with vitality early on. This was a way to appease the hungry personality. If he found it in advance, he could just go and absorb it if he needed it. Wei Wei Bai nodded and continued to lay out the plan in her mind. After breakfast, she had just wiped her mouth when a pair of hands lazily appeared behind her and hugged her. Erwa was like a beautiful snake, gently rubbing against her, and said in a sexy and low voice, Did you miss me? Wei Wei Bai said calmly, Thank you. Zero blinked and smiled lazily. What's wrong? Do you suddenly see how good I am? Wei Wei Bai, yes, although the breakfast is not very good, it's still a sign of your good intentions. Erwa immediately puffed up his cheeks. Only your little retard can make delicious food. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy. Wei Wei Bai lowered her eyes, a trace of sorrow hidden in her eyes. She suddenly asked softly, Can't he come out? Zero curled his lips, jealousy making his eyes turn red. He wanted to tell her that the little retard was dead. But when he saw the suppressed sadness in her eyes under her eyelashes, he suddenly felt bored and silently pursed his lips. Zero let go of her and straightened his body, saying coldly, Who knows? Who knows if he will sleep until he dies? As soon as he said that, the girl's straight back suddenly relaxed. She muttered to herself, her voice choking, As long as he's fine, I can wait. Zero's fingers twitched. This was really making him feel frustrated and embarrassed. In the end, he suppressed the urge to make a move on her. Her body was visibly weak, and he couldn't be too impulsive. /save button. Chapter 2205. After all, he wasn't a hungry personality. Zero still had the strength to suppress his dark jealousy and cold possessiveness. This was also the reason why the main personality was relieved to let him out. It was just that it was so difficult to endure. He looked at Wei Wei Bai with dark eyes and couldn't help but stick out the tip of his tongue and lick his lips. He couldn't destroy it. Otherwise, the main personality would suppress him. He had to slowly seduce her, let her sink, let her take the initiative, let her love him. This way, the main personality that was suppressing and losing control would not be awakened. As a temptation, as long as he slowly invaded her life, sooner or later, she would be hypnotized and seduced by him. Wei Wei Bai regained her calmness, as if she didn't know that the jealous air while behind her was looking at her with dark and greedy eyes. She wanted to see the experimental subjects. as usual. The experimental subjects were as usual. If everything went well, more than 3 psychics could be produced at once. The strength of the base would increase explosively. Then, she went to see the situation of the captives in the base. Zero followed her lazily. When the captives saw Zero, they all started crying. Some of them were filled with fanaticism, while others were filled with hatred. But without exception, when he walked over, everyone retreated to the side. The vast and mighty crowd opened up a path that seemed to be for the king to walk on. Wei Wei Bai held a folder in her hand and casually recorded the number of people. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Zero turned his head and saw her smiling eyes. Under the sun, her smile was dazzling and charming. He almost couldn't help but bend down and gently touch the smile on her lips. "Why are you so happy?" His voice was hoarse, and there was a moment of amazement in his eyes. "Wei Wei Bai, nothing. I just feel that they treat you like a god. Fear and fanaticism, worship and madness. In the apocalypse, power was the existence that controlled everything." Zero's eyelashes trembled like gorgeous butterfly wings. Red light flowed in his beautiful eyes. He lazily glanced at the group of weak and ignorant people. His thin lips curled up in a cold sneer. "Then, do you also think that you have created a god?" Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with confusion. She looked at him, and her gaze was distant. He seemed to be reminiscing about something. Zero didn't like her expression. It was as if she was going to disappear at any moment. What a disgusting illusion. The confusion in Wei Wei Bai's eyes disappeared little by little, and light appeared little by little. Like the morning sun, a smile appeared in her eyes. "No, when I created you, I was very happy." Zero didn't expect this answer. It was simply too impossible. Wasn't she guarded against them coldly? Bai Weiwei's voice was low, and it even sounded a bit fragile. "This apocalypse is too lonely. I want to create someone who loves me and stays with me for the rest of my life." What precious words. It was like a glimmer in the dark. Wei Wei Bai smiled helplessly. "I was the one who made you have a fledgling complex. I want you to love me." Zero could almost see through the lonely soul in her eyes at a glance. Her body was even trembling slightly. All of Zero's seduction and seduction were no longer effective. There was even a hint of confusion in his tone. "But you," she didn't seem happy about their appearance. Wei Wei Bai calmly interrupted him. "You're free, and you don't seem to love me very much. I feel that my selfish thoughts are very childish, so I hope that you can control your own life and not be controlled by me." Chapter 2206. After saying that, she stepped back and looked at him deeply. Then she turned around and walked away without hesitation. The system praised. "Your ability to talk nonsense has not deteriorated at all." Wei Wei Bai said modestly, "I don't dare to forget when it comes to eating." Ling stood in place with a confused expression, but a strange joy surged in his heart. He repeated softly, "Love?" She actually loved him. No, it was their love. This thought came abruptly, but it was enough to make him happy. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and there was a deep smile in his eyes. So cute. The more he looked at her, the cuter she was, especially when she told him about the loneliness in her soul with a fragile face. He actually felt excited. It wasn't pity, but the excitement of controlling her weakness. But he knew that she might be joking. After all, she really didn't have any good feelings for him. But even if it was fake, when he heard this, he was still very happy. Ling felt that he might not be able to hold it in for long before his sick possessiveness took hold of her. Ding, Erwa's favorability is at 70. Congratulations, host. The main mission has been locked. Please complete the side mission before the attack time is up. This time the mission had been notified in advance that the favorability was complete and the side mission could be postponed. That was why Wei Wei Bai dared to increase Erwa's favorability. If it was like before, the side mission and the main mission had to be synchronized. Once the main mission was completed, the side mission also had to be completed. Then in this plane, she and the system could only kill themselves. She sighed, acting pitiful, and Erwa's favorability increased. It seems that Erwa is still very sympathetic. She thought that among the 4 personalities, only Erwa was kind and sweet. Perhaps he had been infected by her little cookies and candy cubes. That restless Erwa, who looked like a flirtatious bitch. He actually had some sympathy. She showed a bit of vulnerability to him, and his favorability increased. It was really unexpected. System. Sympathy? He silently turned back and looked at Erwa's twisted and dark eyes. Where was the sympathy? He didn't see it. Erwa's eyes were more like eating people. Suddenly, a beeping sound came from the supermarket. It was the sound of the discount notification that he had activated. The system immediately opened it to take a look. The incomplete divine artifact had been discounted. The divine artifact was an ancient heaven-punishing dagger. Small and easy to hide, it was very handy. When a main system tried to retrieve it, it took a lot of effort. It was actually incomplete, with only one attack left. Furthermore, the remaining attack wasn't that powerful either. When a main system saw this, it threw the dagger to the system as a reward. In the end, whoever obtained the dagger was unlucky. As long as the system and the host had anything to do with the dagger, they would either fail the mission or die for no apparent reason. In the end, no one dared to take it, and it was thrown into the supermarket for recycling. Wasn't the system poor? There was nothing he could do about it. If he was unlucky, so be it. They were all about to die, so what could be worse than having their souls destroyed? Therefore, the system immediately said to the host, "That damaged artifact has been discounted. It has 580 HP, and its ability is so awesome that it can definitely destroy the male lead's ability. However, because of the damage part, it can only be used once." Wei Wei Bai stopped in her tracks and was silent for a long time. Only then did she hold her little heart and let out a painful sound. Buy it. Her HP. Go to hell. Main system. Beep 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 beep. Slash. Chapter 2207. The divine artifact was very ordinary. It was just a small dagger without any special features. It was bald and had no pattern, but she had bought it for 580 yuan. Wei Wei Bai thought that it was actually quite pretty. If even she thought that it was not pretty, it would be a waste of her life points. She weighed the light dagger and thought hard about how she should stab him. After all, she only had one chance. Should she pretend to hug him and stab him in the kidney? Wei Wei Bai, who was still thinking, suddenly heard the system notification and immediately hid the dagger in her pocket. The space distorted and Zero appeared. He was wearing a light green shirt and black leggings. This outfit was an eyesore. Fortunately, he still had a handsome face to save him. Zero held a pile of folders in his hands and placed them in front of Wei Wei Bai. All the energy resources of more than 10 bases are here, because in the apocalypse, all the bases were competing in network technology. They were worried that someone would hack into the network and leak important information. Therefore, very important information had to be recorded and kept by hand. After he put down the folders, he sat beside Baiwan lazily and leaned on her. His soft black hair fell on his fair forehead. His beautiful red eyes were still bright and beautiful. They were like the most beautiful rubies, making people want to sink into them. Zero's voice was hoarse and sexy. Recently, my waist and back have been aching. It's been really tiring to run around for the past few days. Wei Wei Bai, should she stab him in the kidney? This position seemed to be just right. Zero thought that she did not understand what he meant. He twisted his waist and frowned slightly. Your skin has become rougher. Wei Wei Bai looked at him from head to toe and could not help but look at his back. Her hands were itching. She was just one step away from completing the mission. Where should she stab him? Zero suddenly looked up lazily. He felt that Wei Wei Bai was looking at him with a little enthusiasm. Was she starting to feel sorry for him? Wei Wei Bai felt that it was not safe to stab him now. After all, Zero was too fast. If only her superpower had recovered. But now, he was holding an empty balloon in his stomach. Her favorability rating seemed to have been completed. This airball was useless. Wei Wei Bai regained her senses. Why hadn't she thought of this? Now that the airball was gone, her superpower had recovered. Needless to say, she would have no problem stabbing Zero once. Wei Wei Bai immediately contacted the system. Is there any product that can solve the problem of airballs quickly? The system replied, yes. This is a hot seller in the supermarket. Because it's not that expensive, it's a hot seller. They're even selling it at a 20% discount. It's not expensive at all. Wei Wei heaved a sigh of relief. Her eyes lit up when she heard the discount. Her poor mentality immediately flared up. Buy it quickly. Save as much as you can. The system immediately pressed the purchase button. This thing is a little bad. It has a short shelf life. Use it immediately after you buy it. Don't worry, there are no side effects. Wei Wei also didn't want to waste her HP. That 580 HP made her even more stingy. She replied, yes, yes, yes. The system bought it and gave it to her directly. Wei Wei felt a chill in her body, and her stomach started to hurt. Didn't she say there were no side effects? This pain was too real. Zero looked at Wei Wei, watching her in a daze. He pursed his lips unhappily. He didn't care about him at all. Didn't she say, a lonely soul yearning to be loved? It seemed like his soul had been seduced away by some foxy woman, leaving him with an empty shell. The download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 22:08. Ling stretched out his finger and was about to turn her face to look at him. He didn't like it when she ignored him. Just as his finger touched her face, he realized that her skin was very cold. Furthermore, there was cold sweat. Ling's finger trembled. His dark and selfish heart actually flashed with an uncontrollable panic. Wei Wei frowned and pushed his finger away. She reached out to cover her stomach and said weakly, I'm fine. Her expression had changed. How could she be fine? After a while, he realized something and his eyes fell on her stomach. Her finger was on it. The back of her hand was trembling so badly that the veins were protruding. It was an extremely uncomfortable feeling. The darkness in Ling's eyes was dispelled by her pain. He didn't even know when he would be captured by the fear of cowardice. Without thinking much, he carried her and disappeared. They came to the medical room. All kinds of equipment were turned on. The memories of the weakest personality surged up. He saw those memories appear bit by bit. He knew how to check and what medicine to use to relieve her pain. He even held her fingers tightly with one hand. It seemed to be a form of comfort. This wasn't something he would do. Ling thought so. However, he saw Wei Wei curled up into a ball. Blood flowed out from her lower body and dripped to the ground from the operating table. The faint sound of blood flowing. It was a shocking sight. Wei Wei's lips trembled. She looked up with sweaty eyes. There's pregnancy medicine. Ling's face darkened. However, he suppressed his voice and tried to be as gentle as possible. In the gentleness, he spoke in his usual lazy tone. You won't die. I'm here. These words are not sweet nothings. It was even rough. However, at this moment, Ling's heart surged with real feelings. With him around, she couldn't die. Wei Bai's fingers held onto him. Her sweaty fingers stuck to his fingers. She smiled weakly. I think the child is gone. The effects of the supermarket's products were too fast. After saying that, her vision turned black and she fainted. Zero was already holding a syringe and injecting the medicine into her blood vessels. However, no matter how fast he was powerless to reverse the situation. The child was gone. Zero blinked blankly. It was rare for his fox-like shrewd eyes to be so stupid and sluggish. He looked at her lying on the operating table full of blood. His heart was beating so fast that it felt like it was going to explode. Their interlocked fingers were stained with blood. It was their child's blood. A sharp pain suddenly came. The instinctive reactions of his several personalities were thrown into chaos at the same time, and they went berserk in his body. Zero's eyes suddenly changed colors several times before finally settling on red. Zero stretched out his hand and gently nourished her body with his own power, keeping her alive. Then, he quickly gave her a blood transfusion. Everything happened very quickly, very familiarly, and very gently. Actually, when the primary personality was fighting for control of the body, he should have woken him up and let the primary personality deal with it. But for some reason, Zero refused to let go of her hand. This feeling was strange and crazy. It was different from the dark greed he had for her earlier. Instead, he felt heartache for her. Ding, Erwa's favorability is at 75. Just as the blood transfusion was done, Zero was about to deal with the operating table. His expression suddenly changed. It was cold, arrogant, and murderous. What's going on? The primary personality woke up. Chapter 2209. Zero forced a smile. His deep and hoarse voice had a sense of heaviness to it. The child is gone. He closed his eyes and opened them again. It was a beautiful golden color. The flowing golden color was the familiar and aloof coldness. But when he saw his fingers intertwined with hers, covered in blood, he felt a pang of pain. A ripple appeared in his eyes. After a long silence, Zero slowly lowered his body and touched the bed with his other hand. The filthy blood slowly disappeared. It was his child. He was cleaning up the body of their child. How could it be gone? While Zero was asleep, he had been suppressing his loss of control and was about to explode again. However, when his gaze fell on her pale face, he closed his eyes. He closed his eyes as if he had accepted his fate and calmed down as well. Maybe it was good that it was gone. She could not stand this kind of torment. It was a risky thing to do. At first, he wanted a child because he felt that the child was more important to him. However, later on, she was more important. The existence of a child was more like a bomb. He carefully thought that he could handle it. However, this situation still happened. Fortunately, the adult was fine. Zero suppressed all his negative emotions and began to check her body. It might take some time for his superpower to recover after it was drained. There was nothing wrong with her body. Zero did not know what to feel, but he felt more relaxed. Wei Bai raised a finger in disdain at the so-called no side effects. It was so painful that she almost jumped off the building. Fortunately, it did not hurt anymore, and she even slept for a long time. When Wei Bai woke up, she saw a familiar place. It was her own room. A surge of energy came from her body. It was the power of her superpower. She recovered so quickly. The system said, "You're awake. You slept for half a month." Wei Bai said, "Slept for half a month. Didn't you say there were no side effects?" The system said, "It was the male lead who let you sleep and let you recover in your sleep. There are no side effects, but it doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. After all, it would be unreal if it didn't hurt and people would complain." There was a reason why this thing was so popular in the supermarket. There were also hosts who took the path of torturing novels, torturing scum, and so on. He needed this thing to torture people or to frame a vixen. Therefore, if it didn't hurt, it wouldn't be real, and he would be suspected. Wei Bai moved her fingers, and the familiar strength returned. She felt that her whole body was full of energy, just as he was feeling the power of his fingers. She suddenly felt a fluctuation in the air and immediately turned to look. She didn't know when Zero had appeared by her bedside, but there was a hint of confusion in his cold and emotionless eyes. Then he lowered his head slightly, his cold black hair covering his beautiful eyes. He silently came over and tucked her in. His movements were gentle and meticulous. It was as if he was worried that he would disturb her. Wei Bai lowered her eyes and then looked up again, as if she wanted to say something. However, Zero seemed to be worried about something. Suddenly, he reached out and hugged her from behind. His aura became a little more chaotic. "You're fine." He said these 3 simple words with a solemn tone. Wei Bai moved her lips. She didn't feel sad at all, but she was suppressed by Zero's serious attitude. She rolled her eyes and wondered if she should cry a few times before she could finish what she started. He seemed to have felt her stiffening at that moment. His fingers gently touched her back. It was unbelievably gentle. Wei Bai suddenly thought of 580. Her eyes narrowed, and her hand gently touched Zero's back. Then, she followed his back and touched down. The sides of his waist were soft. Chapter 2210. Wei Bai was still thinking about how to stab him, but Ling had already let go of her. Dehua was always more rational than emotional. He was only sad for a while and was more concerned about her body. Her ability was restored, and her body began to improve. The health that was hollowed out by the child was gradually recovering, but the recovery speed was unexpectedly slow. He thought that so much nutrition from the Tree of Life could keep her body in a better state. But after the child was gone, he carefully examined her body and found the energy consumed by the child was surprisingly much. She looked healthy, But it was all an illusion. Even when the child was still there, she should have been in pain. But she didn't groan a word. It was simply a terrifying willpower. Ling thought that she was his creator. Before the child, she was also the best ability user in the base. This kind of strong perseverance was indeed her strength. It was a strength that he didn't like. If she was fragile again, he might have found that the tree of life didn't have enough nutrition, and she would have died after giving birth to the child. Ling looked at her with an extremely obscure gaze. Her expression was calm and didn't reveal a trace of sadness. It seemed that she was enduring and didn't want people to see her sadness. Ling had always had a calm attitude. His expression was still indifferent when he softened. His fingers gently stroked her hair and quietly rubbed her neck to check her pulse and heartbeat. After confirming that she was a little healthier, he sighed softly. Wei Bai felt that it was a pity that the good opportunity, just now, had slipped away. She didn't show any unnecessary emotions. The child was gone, and crying for father and mother was really not her character. She would only silently endure the pain, licking her poor wounds alone in a corner. She told the system about her difficulties. The system told her to find a trash can to vomit. When the host was in character, she could still make people disgusted to a new level. The flash of pain between Wei Bai's eyebrows was still very obvious. Ling stared at her and then silently looked away. He didn't speak, but his eyes were not as cold and calm as before. There was a sense of sadness on his white face that had never been there before. Zero reached out and held her finger. "You've been sleeping for half a month. Get up and eat something," he said softly. In the past half a month, he had used his energy to help her calm her body. He was also using nutrient solutions to keep her alive. In this apocalypse, nutrient fluids were actually very good food. Many people didn't have the means to get fresh food, so they relied on nutrient solutions to survive. However, he knew that Wei Bai did not like liquid nutrition. Zero also felt that it was better to eat nutrient fluids for a long period of time. It will affect the digestive system. Wei Bai didn't have much of a reaction. She continued to eat the food he cooked calmly. Zero sat beside her and poured her juice. Wei Bai picked it up and took a sip. Suddenly, she frowned. Her teeth were sore. Zero reacted almost immediately. She liked wild fruit juice because the sour taste was just right. It could suppress the discomfort of pregnancy. Now that the child was gone, her taste had changed. She couldn't stand juice that was too sour. Zero clenched her fists and snapped her fingers. The juice was gone. It turned into pure milk. Wei Bai looked at the cup and was stunned. Finally, she sighed and said, "Don't worry about me so much. The child is gone, and my body has recovered. I'm not a porcelain doll." After saying that, she drank the milk in one gulp and got up to clean the table. /T. Chapter 22:11. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, you can come to Sashu. Come, in Baidu, to find the S. She tidied up the table neatly, not giving Zero a chance to interfere. She changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing loose clothes, but the work clothes that were more suitable for walking around. She then put on a long white coat. Zero looked at her silently, but he did not try to persuade her. He just stood up and walked her side. He followed her out. The superpowered people had succeeded. 4 of them had come out. The superpowers they controlled were also very special, which was a huge guarantee for the base. Of course, the base's biggest reliance in the apocalypse was Zero. Wei Bai recorded the superpowered people's training with a serious face, but in fact, she was talking to the system about the best time to stab someone. The system said, "It's not suitable for your character to stab someone like that." Wei Bai was surprised. "You're actually worried about my character?" The system said, "I'm just thinking of a reason for you, so that you won't fail when you stab someone." Wei Bai said, "That's right. After all, it's not stabbing someone to death, so there should be a reason. It would not make sense to stab someone for no reason." The system said, "Let me guess. It must be because the male lead made the apocalypse worse, so you want to kill your family for justice, or because you found out that 4th baby is dead and want to take revenge or something." Wei Bai was as calm as the wind. "You're done with the spoilers, so I won't do that." The system was speechless. Zero stood tall and silent beside Wei Bai. Just like her guardian, he was dazzling and powerful. His gaze fell on her face and found that she was in a daze. Of course, it was only for a moment, and she returned to normal. The child was gone. It was good for her body, but it would affect her mood. This was a very normal situation. Zero pondered. How could he ease the mood of a woman who lost her child? This strange thought made him stunned for a few seconds. This was not a question he would think about, but it was normal to think about this kind of question. The successful appearance of the superpowered people, the expansion of the base, the increase of captives, and the abundance of resources. The civilian team took out the proposal for Weiwei Bai to take over as the person in charge of the base. The ceremony for the person in charge of a base was usually very simple and crude. After all, the apocalypse wasn't rich in resources, so it was best to save as much as possible. However, once the resources were plentiful, the inauguration ceremony would become more extravagant and complicated. This was because a base with abundant resources represented the strength of the base. The inauguration ceremony was also to announce the reputation of the person in charge of the base. In the apocalypse, only powerful bases would dare to do such a thing. Weiwei Bai took a look at the mission book and said calmly, "There have been too many things to do recently. Taking office." A fair and slender finger pressed down on the folder and interrupted Weiwei Bai with a calm and steady voice. "How soon can the plan be ready?" Although the base had tacitly agreed that Weiwei Bai was the person in charge, she did not actually hold a succession ceremony. The clerk immediately said, "It will be ready by tomorrow night." Zero's long eyelashes covered her golden eyes, and her tone was a little more commanding. She tapped the folder with her finger and said, "Do your best." What he meant was that there was no need to be thrifty. The necessary steps could not be missed. The clerk immediately nodded. "Okay, we will do it right away." Zero's eyes were indifferent. Her finger left the folder, but her aura was unconsciously very oppressive. Weiwei Bai moved her lips as if she wanted to say something. //T. Chapter 22:12. Ling turned around and leaned against the table with his fingers on the table. His expression that was still cold just now had a little more gentleness. "I don't want to wrong you." Weiwei Bai pursed her lips, and a strange emotion flashed in her eyes. In the end, she sighed and said, "Okay, as you wish." Ling stood up straight and then said in a calm tone, "Then let's go and pick out clothes." Weiwei Bai murmured, "It's really troublesome." Ling looked at her, complaining with her head down, and finally got a little more angry. He couldn't help but smile. He still liked her like this. Even if she was throwing a tantrum, it was better than her numb appearance. Ding! Dawa's favorability is at 75. The succession ceremony soon arrived. Weiwei Bai wore the long-sleeved uniform of the person in charge of the base. It had a beautiful collar and a simple and neat jacket. Her neutral dress was very delicate and neat. Her long hair was tied into a high ponytail and fell behind her. During this period of nourishment, her face had a little more healthy color, and her lips were red. Zero's gaze lingered on her lips for 3 seconds, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Then he elegantly stretched out his elbow and bowed his head, looking like a flower protector. Weiwei Bai glanced at him. The person in front of her was wearing a black slim suit. He was elegant and cold, handsome and fickle. Only to her, he was a little more gentle. Under the bright lights, he was like the most dazzling star. Weiwei Bai hesitated for a moment before reaching out and putting her hand on his elbow and followed him to the red carpet. There were hundreds of people crowded on both sides of the carpet. They were the most important backbone personnel in the base. Everyone applauded happily. At the end of the carpet was a metal chair seat on a high platform. It was like a throne. Weiwei Bai looked at the throne and said calmly, "It's too troublesome. Just announce it directly." Ling's posture was gentle and his tone was light. "I've solved all the problems for you. You just need to enjoy it." Weiwei Bai stopped in her tracks. Her expression was a little gloomy, but she quickly revealed a smile. "I still remember how you were when you just broke out of your shell. You are much more mature now. You can even make decisions for yourself." These words were truly heartrending. However, she said it in an unusually calm tone. It sounded like a joke. Zero didn't seem to understand the reproach in her tone. Instead, he smiled and said, "Because I need to share your burden." They had already reached their seats. Wei Wei Bai stared at the seat and suddenly looked at him coldly. What if I don't need you to share the burden? Zero stretched out his hand and pressed down on the back of her hand that was on his elbow with his well-defined fingers. He suppressed it as if he was making a promise. He softened his tone and said, I don't want you to suffer. The environment of the apocalypse was tough for anyone. If he didn't interfere, she would have to rely on him to maintain a base. She would be busy to death. Zero would not let her spend all her time on the base. He wanted her to focus all her energy on him. This kind of impulse and possessiveness had always been there. That was why he quietly and slowly took over her power. The people in the base all saw him as a god. He could even simply deprive her of any responsibility and power so that she wouldn't be so tired. So it was normal for her to suddenly feel insecure. Zero calmly analyzed the pros and cons, but he still couldn't say that he wouldn't help her manage the base, even if he knew that it would make her feel at ease. He couldn't. After Wei Wei Bai heard his words, her body seemed to stiffen. Chapter 22:13. She seemed to think that he wanted to compete with her for power. In the end, she seemed to accept her fate and said, I like it here. This is the place where I was born and raised. Zero gracefully bent down, held her hand, and pushed her back to her seat. Then, like a knight, he slowly and beautifully bent down on one knee. There was a gentle smile in his eyes. This was a gesture of absolute submission. He held her fingers so that everyone could see them. That godlike youth had a straight back. His black hair flowed with the light of the night, and his side profile was stunning. He slowly lowered his head, sincere but not humble, elegant but not small. Just like that, he imprinted a kiss on the back of her hand. You are my creator. You are the beautiful existence that I instinctively acknowledge. His voice was soft, revealing his heart for the first time, as if he could see her uneasiness. I will help you protect the place you love, and I can also be your knife. 4-Zero's powerful and rational main personality. When he said this, it was the most sincere. He wanted to get her. He also wanted to protect her. These two feelings existed at the same time. He didn't want her to doubt him. Wei Wei Bai looked down at him. She blinked and pursed her thin lips. She hesitated, but she slowly nodded in the end. Although she hesitated, there was a trace of trust in her eyes. Zero couldn't help but smile, and his golden eyes became much clearer. Ding Dewa's favorability is at 80. The succession ceremony was held without a hitch, especially the scene of Zero submitting to Bai Wei Wei, which made everyone at the base notice Bai Wei Wei. Because Zero was too dazzling, Wei Wei Bai, the person in charge, was overshadowed. But in this ceremony, this dazzling youth was willing to kneel. Everyone knew the importance of Wei Wei Bai's position. Wei Wei Bai's work was also much smoother. The base had expanded a lot, and most of the monsters had disappeared. Wei Wei Bai began to send people to study how to restore the vitality of the land. However, after this research, he discovered a very terrifying thing. During this period of time, all the relatively important remaining forests and grasslands had basically withered. It was as if his life force was being sucked away by something. This made the apocalyptic ecology even worse. Wei Wei Bai stared at the data and rubbed the bridge of her nose in confusion. She gently held her fingers with one hand. Zero sat beside her with an indifferent expression. Don't rub it. It's a bad habit. Wei Wei Bai loosened her fingers and closed her eyes to rest. Her voice was soft and gentle. Can't the earth recover its vitality? Zero replied calmly. Yeah, that's how apocalyptic environments are. Wei Wei Bai opened her bright eyes. But my dream is to leave the base, end the apocalypse, and restore humanity to its former life. Zero was calm and indulgent. That's a good idea. If you succeed, everyone will sing your praises. Wei Wei Bai smiled. That's my dream. I want to become the god of this apocalypse. After saying that, she mischievously ran her finger across his face. But you're their god. The apocalypse worshipped power crazily. Zero had become the most worshipped person of all apocalyptic humans. Even if he was loyal to her, she still appeared ordinary under his light. However, Zero held onto her slender wrist and leaned forward a little. His voice was a little more hoarse than usual. But you're my God. // Say button at the bottom to record this reading. You'll be able to see it the next time you open the bookshelf, if you like. Chapter 22:14. Wei Wei Bai's fingers trembled, and her face turned red. Zero's eyes were cold as he let go of her indifferently, as if the disturbing words just now were not said by him. The days passed unhurriedly. Wei Wei Bai did not show any expression, but occasionally observed Zero with complicated emotions. Zero still looked indifferent, but from time to time, he would start to do some little things. To hug her or hold her hand. In the Doomsday base, Zero's prestige was getting stronger and stronger. Most of the base's affairs were handled by him. Unbeknownst to her, her work was getting less and less. In Zero's mind, she did not need to waste energy on things that he could do. He liked the feeling of handling things for her. Bai Weiwei didn't protest. As usual, when it was time to take a holiday, she would take a holiday. When it was time to eat, she would eat and drink. However, she was still very active in the creation of psychics. She heard that a new psychic had appeared. Wei Wei Bai pulled Zero and ran over excitedly. Zero saw the excitement on her face. You like them very much? Wei Wei Bai nodded without hesitation. Psychics are the strongest weapons for survival in the apocalypse. Zero was extremely calm and did not refute, because he was the strongest psychic. If she liked this kind of weapon the most, then he should be her favorite. After looking at the psychics, she walked to the experiment hall with Zero. The broken culture tank in the middle of the hall was rebuilt. It was still empty. Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with nostalgia. At that time, you were born here. Zero looked at the culture tank indifferently and did not say anything. Wei Wei Bai opened the culture tank. The liquid inside only reached her ankles. She called Zero over. Do you still remember this place? Zero leaned over and glanced at the culture tank. The smell of a nutrient liquid was a little unknown due to the transparent glass. He was about to go back, but his movements were sluggish. The gas in the culture tank was an extremely strong anesthetic. Moreover, it was a newly developed drug that could anesthetize psychics' nerves. In fact, it didn't have much effect on him. It only slowed down his reaction a little. Then, his body immediately adapted to the drug. The reason why he didn't turn around was because a knife had been stabbed into his back. The incomparably cold blade pierced through his bones and into his flesh. It was only 1 centimeter away from his beating heart. The dagger was still too short. Otherwise, it would have pierced his heart and caused him to be severely injured. As for his creator, her body was almost pressed against his back, and that familiar fragrance lingered around him. Her face was pressed against his shoulder. From afar, it was an exceptionally intimate action. Her voice was still gentle and calm. Zero, the apocalypse does need a deity, but it doesn't need 2 deities. My dream is to unite all of humanity in the apocalypse and become the sole ruler. The dagger in her hand did not tremble at all. I don't need a weapon stronger than me. Zero finally realized something, and the power in his body began to go out of control. That dagger had devoured his power. The violent power was torn apart and disappeared. Zero's eyes turned violet. He crushed the glass tank with his fingers. His voice was still calm, but there was a trace of tension in it. What you want, I can give you. Her calm and cruel voice came from behind him. Unfortunately, I don't need you to give it to me. Also, the Zero I wanted from the beginning was that child. That child has disappeared, so there's no need for you to exist. Zero's thin lips trembled. So she knew. The weak personality had disappeared. He thought that she didn't believe it. Wei Wei Bai's voice was gentle and sad. Sleep, my proudest work. Zero slowly closed his eyes. His long hair fell down, almost covering half of his face. Just when Wei Wei Bai thought that she had succeeded and made him lose all his power. Under that dark long hair, he suddenly slowly raised the corner of his mouth, which was cold and terrifying. / for the convenience of your next reading, you can click on the save button below to record this reading record. Chapter 22:15. When Wei Wei Bai stabbed the dagger into Zero's body. The notification that the mission completion rate was increasing rang in her ears. She was about to run out of energy. She felt a sense of oppression. After all, she had successfully completed the mission. Furthermore, Zero did not resist. Could it be she was so successful that he was willing to offer his head just to get a smile from her? Thinking about it this way, she was really a calamity that could cause the downfall of a city. When a mission notification reached 90% completion and the dagger was about to disappear due to the powerful backlash. Pa pa pa. All the wires suddenly exploded. The coiled wires flashed and jumped in the air. The laboratory fell into darkness. Because there was no light source, the windows opened automatically. The gray light of day shone in. The bad feeling in Wei Wei Bai's heart grew stronger. She pulled out the dagger almost a second before she was about to complete the side quest. Then, without hesitation, she turned and ran. The system wanted to ask why she suddenly pulled out the dagger and ran when there was only 1 second left. Wasn't this a waste of effort? But in the next moment, a violent power came from nowhere. It violently tore the space apart. The laboratory became a hell of spatial cracks. There were large and small cracks everywhere in the air. A dark and ominous power was crazily drawn out from those spatial cracks. It rushed into the wound that was caused by the dagger. This power was too terrifying. Just now, if Bai Weiwei hadn't run fast enough, not to mention 1 second, even if it was 1 second, she would have been torn to pieces. All the equipment in the laboratory exploded. The fire and darkness were at the same time. Zero stood in the same spot. His hair had completely turned silver. The hunger in his third personality was completely forced out. The main personality and second personality were not asleep. But because he had lost too much power, the power of hunger took over. Zero's gray eyes slowly turned. They were cold and cruel like a giant beast. His beautiful and cruel eyes gave off a bone-chilling feeling in the light. The power of space that was torn apart rushed into his body crazily. If he had been absorbing the power of life, his personality might have gradually become like the main personality. When it reached maturity, it would naturally fuse with all of its personalities. Because his temperament was absorbing life force, it was filled with the gentleness of the forest. Naturally, he could become an angelic figure, just like the weakest character that Wei Wei Bai liked the most. At that time, he would be mature, gentle, strong, and even kind. This was the nature of the earth. That was why the primary persona knew that there was more power in the spatial rift. He refused to move, because this kind of power would allow them to finally mature. He had completely turned into a demon. Zero stretched out his hand and pulled out the power within the crack, absorbing it into his body. The enormous power was so crazy that it was almost impossible to digest it. He even felt pain, and wounds began to appear on his body. Cracks appeared on his skin, and blood gushed out. If they don't fuse in advance, they will become mature. In that case, he would not be able to digest this enormous power and would destroy him. Zero ignored the voice of the main personality, urging him to fuse. Instead, he turned around and walked through the flames, stepping on a mess on the ground. He walked out step by step, covered in blood. Before the fusion, he had to find her. More blood gushed out of Zero's body, and wounds began to appear on his face. // Chapter 22:16. The power was about to burst his body. The hungry personality was still smelling something. He suddenly smelled her scent. Wei Wei Bai saw that the one stab did not complete the side mission and immediately ran as far as she could. You said that 588 could absorb all the power in one stab. The system said, it could, but I didn't expect it to be so useless that it would need so much time. Wei Wei Bai used her ability and wanted to jump further away. She had to avoid Zero, who had lost control. How is Zero now? I took away 95% of its power. Did it stop going crazy? It's weak and dying in the lab. If it was really dying, it was not too late to go back and finish it off. This dagger only had a little bit of power left. She did not know if she could stab it again. The system looked at Zero and suddenly shouted, "Behind you, behind you." Wei Wei Bai's eyebrows twitched. Behind me. Just as she finished speaking, a beast-like shadow suddenly pounced on her from behind. It pushed her to the ground. The place where Wei Wei Bai escaped was already a wasteland of yellow sand. She ate a mouthful of sand like a dog eating shit. Her bones were almost crushed. Yellow sand flew all over the sky. In the dust, a thick smell of blood followed the shadows and completely suppressed by Wei Wei, who was about to escape. Wei Wei Bai, of course, would not let herself be captured. It was not a matter of character design. It was just that the current Zero was in his beast form. If she did not wait for him to calm down, it would be difficult for her to communicate with him. The man behind her had a chaotic and heavy breath. His voice, along with the blood on his body, had a kind of crazy and desperate pain. Hungry. Dead. Hungry. This kind of hunger was a hunger that threatened his life. His whole body was filled with unbearable pain. In addition, he had absorbed a huge amount of violent energy from the space, which was killing in his body. The hungry personality was tortured by hunger after his power was taken away. On the other hand, he was tortured by the pain of being too full to digest. Under the double torture, his gray eyes were sharp and dry. Wei Wei Bai sensed that he was trembling in pain. She immediately found a flaw and tore open a space crack, disappearing in place. But before she could run away, the spatial crack suddenly appeared again, and she was violently thrown out. Wei Wei Bai rolled a few times in the sand and hid behind a rock. Her eyes were full of fear. "Why can't I use my power?" the system whispered. Because the male lead stole a large amount of space energy, he is now the master of the most powerful space energy in this world. Wei Wei Bai said, TSK, how can I not know this? I have to pretend to be pitiful, or Zero will tear me apart." After saying that, Wei Wei Bai was even more scared and hid behind the stone. After losing her powers, she was just an ordinary girl. In the base, there were at least various barriers for protection. But now, he had nothing and was thrown into the sand of the apocalypse. Zero seemed to sense her fear. He grinned, but it was not cute at all. There was only a hideous expression on his face. The primary personality urged him to fuse, digest, and recover. And he couldn't hurt her. Why not? She didn't want them anymore. She wanted to destroy them. Why couldn't he drag her down with him? The hungry personality crazily nurtured a terrifying thought in his heart. After the fusion, the primary personality would be the real mature body. But would the mature him still be the current him? // T. Chapter 22:17. His bloody finger fell heavily on the big rock. His voice became strangely gentle. "Wei Wei, come out and play with me. I'll take you to eat something delicious." So before the fusion, he would eat her first. Then he would really have her. It wasn't the main personality, nor was it the mature entity that had fused. The girl behind the rock was silent, but the sound of her breathing became heavier. Zero narrowed his eyes. His gray eyes were like the greediest and most dangerous poisonous snake. As for his finger, he gently rubbed the stone. The rock began to turn into powder. In the powder, he saw Wei Wei Bai's frightened and pale face. He tilted his head and smiled cutely, but also terrifyingly. Then he easily reached out and grabbed her ankle. He dragged her back as she was about to escape. Wei Wei Bai fiercely stretched out her other leg and kicked his face. "Go away, lunatic." Zero easily reached out and blocked her ankle, and even took the opportunity to completely suppress her. The blood on his body fell on her body. It was like a rose blooming. It was so fragrant that the hungry personality couldn't help but sniff her skin. His eyes were sharp, and he was extremely excited. Even Wei Wei Bai was stunned by this scene. This was like a half-starved beast catching a fresh prey. He would definitely open his mouth and take a few bites. Wei Wei Bai was really scared now. She immediately asked Tong Zi, "He's not really going to eat people, right?" System. Seems like probably it seems like it. Wei Wei Bai. Then she felt a sharp pain in her arm. Senhua actually bit her arm, those sharp teeth piercing into her flesh. This pain made Wei Wei Bai suck in a breath of cold air. She almost roared. She was in so much pain that her face was pale. A bunch of thoughts flashed through her mind, but none of them could be realized. She was so miserably tricked by 508, she thought that she could immediately end the invasion of this plane after succeeding. Was this not tricking her? The more she went on, the more accidents there were. What was going on? Could it be that she had really been blacklisted by the main system? Before Wei Wei Bai could figure out, Ling suddenly paused. His hair turned blue, and his eyes turned red. Erwa came out. Wei Wei Bai was so happy to see Erwa for the first time. No matter how unreliable Erwa was, he shouldn't have bitten her. Zero's charming eyes were filled with a hint of dark cruelty. Be it the primary personality or him, there was no way they would allow the hungry personality to monopolize her. Therefore, the primary personality gave up on the idea of fusing with him first. Instead, it released him and started to dissolve the hungry personality. He unhurriedly used his fingers to pinch her wound. Seeing how she was enduring the pain, he sneered. Aya, it turns out that my Wei Wei is so ambitious. She wants to be a god? He lowered his head and spoke in a voice that made people tremble in fear. How pitiful. You always can't recognize how weak you are. Arrogance and stupidity have covered your eyes. You can't even escape from my pursuit. After the pain subsided, Wei Wei Bai managed to keep a clear head. Her eyes were clear and sober. The winner takes all. Kill me if you want. Ling was stunned. Then, he couldn't help but laugh. How can I bear to kill you? If you can't be a god, you can change your profession. His fingers slowly tore open her wound. Her clothes were stuck to it. His fingertips were ambiguous but unusually cold. His blood mixed with hers. It was incomparably beautiful. You could try being a god slave. / Chapter 22:18. This sentence made Wei Wei Bai's pupils dilate, and she began to struggle as if her hair was standing on end. Go away, let me go. But it was too late. Betrayal was born with pain and despair. The children who were betrayed by their creator used their own pain to bite back at the one who maintained their fledgling complex. Yellow sand danced in the air. In a dim yellow world, there seemed to be the sound of tearing and struggling. The smell of blood was very obvious, but it was more of a kind of absolute oppression and torture of the strong to the weak. The system looked at the bullet screen that filled the sky, and at first it was confused. Then it was terrified. Damn, did the host get eaten alive by Sanhua? As a result, the scene was too brutal to watch. No, wasn't Erwa released by the primary personality to suppress Sanhua? Erwa, bullet screen. Thinking about it, it was even more brutal. When Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes, she saw a blurry black shadow in front of her. In the dim light, on the chair not far away, the slender and perfect figure seemed to be in another world. Golden hair fell on the chair, and the exquisite eyes that were more stunning than the sun had a hint of lethargy and indifference. The faint light on his body was like a pair of gray wings. Wei Wei Bai blinked and suddenly thought of something, and a sharp sense of disgust appeared in her eyes. Her breathing quickened, but she still suppressed it. But soon she saw that the place she was lying on was not right. The soft carpet was as soft as feathers. Green vines spread from the door to behind her. She recognized it. It was the prison vine. The vines were terrifyingly fresh and green. The healthier and fresher the vines were, the more powerful they were. Wei Wei Bai clenched her fist and finally cried, Tongzi, the prison vine is here. The system said earnestly, You're used to it. It's just a refresher. Wei Wei Bai said, I think it's not just imprisonment. There are many things that can't be said and don't dare to ask will happen. The system said, Do you want to buy a substitute sticker for you? Wei Wei Bai said, Is there a discount? The system replied, No. Wei Wei Bai, forget it then. Wei Wei Bai said, By the way, remember to complain to the supermarket. Just say that they sold me fake items and that the dagger didn't work. The system replied, I did. After stabbing him once, he ended up stabbing a blackened hornet's nest. It stung her until her head was full of bumps. Wei Wei Bai did not want to recall the scene in the yellow sand at all. Second Baby's sudden attack and terrifying torture were in line with his character. But just as she was about to collapse, his movements became gentler. When she opened her eyes, Dewa had returned. Not waiting for her to think about how to use Dewa's rational character to have a normal communication. What the deranged main personality did next was exactly the same as his shameless second personality who destroyed his 3 viewpoints. thinking back to when he first came here. When Dawa had just a little bit of affection for her, she took the initiative to throw herself at him. He was so young and pure. Until now, Wei Bai thought, what schizophrenia? What multiple personalities? They were all lies. It was all a lie. Their personalities were all worse than beasts. Except for her fourth baby. After Wei Bai finished lamenting, she saw a pair of feet already in front of her. She was lying on the thick carpet. Her body had lost all strength, and she could barely open her eyes and turn her head to look at him. It was still Zero's face, but it was more mature and had grown a lot. In the delicacy, there was a sense of oppression. Seeing that Wei Bai had woken up, his thick eyelashes drooped, and his tired eyes finally brightened up a little. He sat down slowly and reached out to touch her face gently. You're awake? His voice was even more pleasant, like a sigh, but also like some kind of beautiful music. Do you want anything? Wei Bai looked at him for a while, then suddenly turned her head away and said coldly, No need. How long do you want to torture me for? Zero slowly reached out and pinched her face so that she could not escape. He was clearly smiling, but there was no gentleness in his words. Don't ignore me in the future. Don't ignore me, or I'll get angry. By Wei. At the / crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Download fast. Read the full text. 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 Fast. Chapter 22:19. These words were actually a bit childish. But the man in front of her was abnormally calm, as if these words were very normal. She lowered her eyes and didn't look at him, but her pale fingers were grabbing the carpet and her body was slightly trembling. Zero lowered his head to look at her, and the tiredness in his eyes appeared again. His fingers ran through her long hair and along the strands. He touched her neck. It was gentle and dark. Then he laid down beside her. His golden hair was entwined with hers, and it was so beautiful that it made people hold their breaths. Wei Bai's body was stiff, and she didn't look at him at all. Zero's expression was still calm, but his fingers grabbed her waist and pulled her into his embrace. His fingertips gently came to the side of her face. When he gently touched it, it was as if he was touching some fragile flower petals. Some of the vines and flowers bloomed, and there was a sweet scent in the air. Zero's aura was like these flowers, with a kind of fickle fragrance. Wei, you created me. His tone was light and pious. Wei Bai said in a cold and cruel voice, So this is how you treat your creator? I would rather not have created you. Zero's fingers slightly paused, and his tone became gentle. But I am so glad that you are my creator. If someone else had created me, they would have been destroyed by me. It wasn't someone who came to be his chick complex. He would admit to it. Everything seemed to be just right. When he saw her, no matter how calm his heart was, it would also cause ripples to appear. Until now, it had already turned into a surging wave. It drowned out all possibilities for him to escape. Zero gently leaned against her and looked at the side of her face. His tone was gentle and tender. It was you who made me fall in love with you. Whether it was intentional or not, this was your mistake. Then you didn't dare to admit your mistake and even wanted to kill me to avoid your responsibility. Wei Bai frowned and interrupted him sternly. I didn't really want to kill you. I just wanted you to completely lose your power. That way, everyone's eyes will focus on me again, and you won't steal everything away. When the system heard the host's words, it couldn't help but say, Wow, don't dig up the wound. Hurry up and pretend to be a little innocent flower. Just say that you were blinded and accidentally stabbed him. You won't lose out if you admit your mistake. What kind of situation was this? Why did he insist on being the god of the end of the century? Wasn't this the same as stabbing a knife into the male lead's heart? Wei Bai's face was full of tears. I stabbed him so ruthlessly and said such ruthless words. Now you're saying that you didn't do it on purpose. Who are you trying to fool? She also wanted to be a little white flower. But he couldn't change his character every day. She was not Zero. Her body was squeezed with several personalities. If she didn't say harsh words now, Ling might think that she had ulterior motives and wanted to deceive him. Therefore, even if he didn't say anything ruthless, he would still die. He might as well say some harsh words and have some fun. The system was silent for a while. Let me tell you some good news. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Is the supermarket going to refund my money?" The system said, "No, it's that the male lead's favorability is 95. Wei Wei Bai, what kind of shocking good news was this? It had inexplicably increased to 95. She had only stabbed him once, but he had done that to her. How did the favorability soar so high? The system said, because after the personality fusion, the host will bear the additional favorability of all the personalities. I didn't think that the total favorability of all 4 personalities would increase to 95. Chapter 2220. This was also why the main storyline mission only required 70 points of favorability, because in the end, it would add up to almost 100 favorability points. Wei Wei Bai, who had a phobia of increasing favorability points, thought, although it's good news, it's still unsettling to see the favorability points increase so quickly. The system said, "There's more bad news." Wei Wei Bai said, "I don't want to hear it." The system said, "Congratulations, you're pregnant." Wei Wei Bai, the system said, "I told you, you'll get pregnant if you do it again." Wei Wei Bai held her head in despair, feeling like 1,000 groundhogs were screaming in her head. She thought of the beastly coercion in the yellow sand. At that time, she had actually forgotten that something could get pregnant. She even refused to buy substitute stickers. At this moment, she finally knew what stinginess meant. She had brought this upon herself. This time, it wasn't an airball. It was a real child. Did the system see that she didn't have enough men? So, it wanted her to start having children? She had a baby, and once the mission was completed, she had to leave. She felt horrified just thinking about it. Her baby was in a certain time and space, making scarecrows with her target, cursing her to die a horrible death. There was no way she could continue this mission. She wanted to go on strike. The system saw that the host was about to break down, and it understood how she felt. It comforted her. You didn't do it on purpose. You were forced. If this happened in reality, the police would be able to arrest the criminal beside you. Let's abort the child. It's a criminal's child. Wei Wei Bai, she thought that she was bad enough, but the system was even more heartless than her. She thought that she couldn't raise the baby, and that the baby would hate her. In the end, the system solution was to just strangle the baby in her stomach, and then there would be no problem raising it. The system said, "Seeing you in so much pain, I'll tell you some good news to cheer you up." Wei Wei Bai asked, "Are you constipated?" The words came out one by one. The system said, "The male lead's power has eaten away the rule power of the main system, but hasn't been done yet. Because his power is unstable when he does it with you, the child will only squeeze out the airball after a month." Wei Wei Bai caught the main point. So, you can just abort the child within a month. That was not her child. It was just an empty balloon. This was because Zero's power would not invade her body within this month. Therefore, the embryo did not germinate. The system said, "You can abort the child within a month." Wei Wei Bai, do you want some medicine? The system said, "It's no use. The male lead's ability is very strong. Even if you use drugs, you can only get rid of the empty balloon. Once the balloon is gone, the real embryo will develop." Therefore, once the medicine was used, she was really pregnant. Wei Wei Bai was still nagging the system on how to prevent herself from getting pregnant. However, the man behind her had already propped himself up and was almost covering her body. A shadow shrouded his face. In the half-light and half-shadow, there was an incomprehensible emotion surging in his golden eyes. It was both hot and cold. Being single-minded was a struggle. His lips slowly curled up. "Why are you so determined to be a god? You're not capable enough." Wei Wei Bai's eyelashes fluttered. There was a flash of embarrassment in her eyes. "Before you appeared, I was the strongest in the base. After you appeared, I started to be jealous of you." Her eyes were red as she said this. It seemed like she was angry, but it was more like she was vulnerable. Zero to coldness. Jealousy is the most useless emotion. Wei Wei Bai was anxious and asked coldly, "Have you never been jealous?" Chapter 22-21. Zero's delicate and flawless face froze for a moment. Then he nodded slowly, his cold voice carrying a trace of dark evil. "Yes, I'm jealous that you set your eyes on anyone and anything other than me, including this world that makes you want to become a god." Wei Wei Bai looked at him as if he was teasing her. Then she got up angrily and pushed him away. "If you have time to talk nonsense like this, why don't we end this?" Zero did not struggle. Instead, he looked innocent and calm. He supported himself on the carpet and looked at her indifferently. It was as if he was looking at an insensible child. The embarrassment in Wei Wei Bai's eyes were clearly seen by his cold and calm eyes. He even saw despair and desolation in her eyes. His existence was like a reminder of her failure. After Zero's fusion, the mature body would have a period of fatigue. All kinds of intense emotions or reactions would be suppressed. This would ensure that he could rest after fusion to the greatest extent. But even during such a stressful and tiring period, seeing her so sad, his heart was still throbbing with pain. After the fragments of memories of the four personalities merged, it was like a huge, sharp blade. It completely pierced through his original personality. The good feelings and love that the main personality could suppress exploded all of a sudden. All those repressed feelings quickly broke through the hard shell of his heart and unscrupulously took over everything in him. If it wasn't for the period of fatigue, his love for her, it would be even crazier. After Wei Wei Bai looked at him in annoyance, she turned around and was about to leave when a hand gently grabbed her loose pants. If Wei Wei Bai didn't stop in time, her pants were pulled down by him. Wei Wei Bai resisted the urge to pull down her pants and said to the system, "Is Zero angry? I have enough hatred, right?" The system was confused. "Why do you have hatred?" Wei Wei Bai, "To make him so angry that he kicked me into the wall. This way, without the use of drugs, not to mention the airball, even the baby that hasn't grown out yet will be gone." System, how great was this hatred? He thought that it was already very inhumane to get rid of the child, but he didn't expect that the child's father would get rid of the child. The host still had the nerve to look down on his character. Before Wei Wei Bai could hear the system's reply, Zero's fingers had already moved up and grabbed her calf. He rubbed his fingertips together, and there was a kind of possessive stickiness in the calm. She frowned. Just as she was about to lift her foot, she was worried that Ling would not let go. His pants were really pulled down. That scene would definitely be very ugly, and she would be done for no matter how hard she tried to act cool. So Wei Wei Bai stiffened and said coldly, "Let go." Zero did not say anything. Instead, he maintained his posture in silence. Wei Wei Bai turned around angrily and was about to say something. However, he saw Zero tilting her head up slightly. Her beautiful eyes were filled with bottomless longing. His long hair fell to the ground, and his golden eyes were gentle. Because his head was raised, his fragile and elegant neck was exposed. This posture was unexpectedly submissive. Zero's voice was hoarse as he said softly, "Why did you give up on me? You don't have to treat me as your enemy, your opponent, or even as a human." Wei Wei Bai's eyes were filled with shock. She had no idea why he would say something like that. It was so humble that it was shocking. The tiredness in Zero's eyes was even more obvious after his personality had matured. Save button. Chapter 22-22. His body was filled with greed for her, affection, joy, sadness, protection, possession. There was also paranoid madness. In the yellow sand that filled the sky, when his various personalities began to merge, he even had a terrible impulse to look at her face full of broken tiredness and disgust. He wanted to completely merge her into his body, never be separated. This was an idea that was even more terrifying than the hungry personality eating her. He didn't even want to let go of her soul. From that moment on, he knew that he was twisted. His existence was only for her. This fate might have started when she was the first to walk into the blank space of his consciousness. At that time, she was branded in his subconscious. They couldn't be separated. Creeped out by his gaze, Wei Wei Bai's eyes flashed with a trace of wavering anxiety. I never thought of you as a human. You are a monster that I created. Zero saw the wavering and hesitation in her eyes. She didn't seem to believe in his feelings and was afraid that he would lie to her. That was why she wanted to destroy him. He still had the same sentimental and innocent posture, gently pressing his face against her leg. This posture of hugging her leg was done by a good-looking person. It was simply beautiful and seductive to the extreme. His voice was unusually soft, calm, and bewitching, contradictory and strangely beautiful. Yes, I was created by you, so you never have to be afraid that I will betray you. She lowered her head to look at him, the anxiety on her face more obvious. She seemed to want to believe it, but in the end, she didn't dare to believe it. She forced herself to hold on, the corners of her mouth raised into a cold smile. Your not betrayal is to lock me up. Zero was silent for a while, then smiled and said matter-of-factly, I won't betray you, but I also want you to not betray me. Her betrayal was to escape from him. Wei Wei Bai looked at him coldly and suddenly wanted to kick him away, but she couldn't raise her leg. The cold vines began to spread, wrapping around her ankle. Zero looked at her indifferently. His posture was fragile just now, but now it was calm and cruel. A mature personality, with the memories of all the personalities, eroded the real main body. His emotions were unusually unstable. Never push me away, I don't like it. Wei Wei Bai felt that all this was ridiculous. She reached out and grabbed his hair. She lowered her head and looked at him coldly. Is it fun to take revenge on me like this? I want to kill you. So you thought a new way to torture me and make me wish I was dead? The confusion and panic in her eyes were so obvious. She could not comprehend his terrible paranoia. Zero's long, butterfly-like eyelashes trembled slightly. Then, he slowly stared at her. Her bone-piercing gaze was indifferent, cold, heartless, proud, and pure. It caused people to tremble incessantly. But gradually, his eyes were filled with a dark, abyss-like emotion. His violent emotions had destroyed all of his calm arrogance. He reached out his hands and forcefully and gently grasped her fingers that were tugging at his hair. Then, he pressed his face against her palm. Like a fragile child, they needed to be comforted by their loved ones. His lashes swept over her trembling palm. If you want to be a god, then I will conquer this world and make everyone in this world crawl under my feet. I will become everyone's god. Wei Wei Bai's face was a little pale. She thought that he was announcing her failure. But in the next second, he pressed his lips against her palm. His magnetic and cold voice was paranoid and affectionate. As for you, you will become a god to me alone. I will conquer the world and become a god, and you will be my god. Chapter 22-23. You can search Transmigration System. Prince Charming, come to search book www.sashu.com in Baidu to find the S. Become a god, a crazy god? Wei Wei Bai ate while looking at Zero torturing the plants and animals outside, including humans. After all, to become a god, one must beat others until they were convinced. The confinement vine was very powerful, and her superpower was useless. It was not the child's problem, but the fact that Zero had locked down the space energy, which meant that all her powers were tied up. Her only pleasure now was eating, playing with blocks, and reading. She would chat with the system about how to get rid of the child within a month. She would also check on what Zero was doing through the system. After a few times, she felt that she should not look. She was a brave person, but she looked at what Zero was doing. She was terrified. He was really going to become a god, and he had unified all the bases outside. He had opened up new lands, captured monsters, and studied life force. Everyone who saw him would kneel and kowtow all the way. Those who did not obey him were all dead. Those who did not obey him were all hiding underground. Even so, they were still found by Zero. After the personality fusion, Zero had second baby's bewitching methods, eldest baby's absolute intelligence, and third baby's cruelty. Fourth baby's life skills? Bai Weiwei expressionlessly picked up the milk and slowly drank it. There were familiar wild fruits in the milk, and Zero knew that she was pregnant. This was a fucked up plane. Did she come to this plane to be a crazy, irresponsible mother who thought about how to get rid of the child every day? The system said, "You're going to give birth in half a month. You're going to have it." Wei Wei Bai said, "I don't have the ability now. I can't go out. I can't fight, and I can't even harm myself." There were some transparent threads on her fingers and legs. They could only be barely seen under the light. These were air threads, and when not in use, they did not hinder people at all. After all, no one had ever heard of walking around in the air and feeling that it was difficult to move. It was scary whenever she wanted to go on a hunger strike, harm herself, or make a scene by biting her tongue. These threads would become terrifying puppet threads that would control her and prevent her from harming herself, allowing her to eat as usual. Even if she didn't sleep, she would still be manipulated to sleep on the bed. If she couldn't fall asleep, he would gently use medication to force her to sleep. Wei Wei Bai expressed that she finally understood what it felt like to be a puppet. It was too scary. How did this ability evolve? The strings of the puppet completely cut off the possibility of her doing whatever she wanted. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "Ever since the fusion of the two personalities, it's like the combination of a sickly and blackened person." While holding her thighs, he begged her not to leave. At the same time, he coldly gave her a bunch of puppet strings just because she was hungry. What a freak. The system replied, "It's okay. You're used to it." Wei Wei Bai, listen, is this what the system is saying? Is there still true love in this world? After she finished the milk, she quietly opened the book and continued to read. The current Zero wasn't easy to fool, so when he couldn't find any breakthrough points, she wouldn't mess around. The daggers still had a little power left, so it probably wouldn't be useful to Zero. But when she remembered that it was 580, she felt that it would be good to keep it as a souvenir. She bought the most expensive and the most useless thing. Halfway through the book, the door that couldn't be opened. A powerful and cold figure slowly appeared under the shroud of the light. Wei Wei Bai looked up and saw Zero in a black robe. The robe fell to his ankles, casting a beautiful shadow. Download the at https://m. Sashu. Kamda. Chapter 22-24. He was like a golden deity, his expression indifferent and lifeless. But when his gaze landed on her body, ripples appeared in his golden eyes, and they softened. "Wei Wei, I'm back." His voice merged with the sound of the door closing as he walked in. It gave off a dark and domineering aura. Wei Wei Bai did not say anything, nor did she greet him. She even ignored him. The thin strings of air could only control her movements, but not her voice. Hence, if Zero wanted to hear a warm welcome, it was impossible. Zero slowly lowered his body. She was sitting on the carpet, leaning against the cushion. However, he lay down and gently rested his head on her lap. His beautiful golden eyes narrowed in satisfaction. At this moment, he was more like a child who had just returned from a long day of running around. The urge to act spoiled was very strong. Zero murmured, "Wei Wei, I've taken down a few more bases for you." The integration of the Doomsday bases is almost complete. He wanted to be everyone's leader, everyone's god, and king. First, he had to have a decent land. The land of the Doomsday bases were those bases, and the people in the bases. And to Zero, those people were their future subjects. Wei Wei Bai was calm and had no intention of talking to him. Ever since Zero started to wrap the puppet strings around her body, she had been in a cold war with him. They had been in a cold war for more than a week. Zero did not care as long as she was around and did not run away. Eating well and sleeping well was enough. He slowly closed his eyes as if he was tired. Not long after, the sound of peaceful breathing could be heard. Wei Wei Bai asked, "Is he really asleep?" The system replied, "He's asleep, but as long as you move, he'll definitely wake up." Zero's reflexes were not something a human could have. Wei Wei Bai said, "So secretive. Am I really going to be a scumbag mother?" The system said, "It's rare to have the experience of being a mother. Why don't you try?" Wei Wei Bai said, "After I try, can I still stuff it back in if I regret it?" The system was speechless. The image was too strong, and he couldn't bear to look at it directly. Wei Wei Bai said, "Forget it. I'll find my own entertainment. I'm going to become a monkey in the zoo if I'm locked up every day." After saying that, he looked at Zero, who was sleeping soundly. He slowly reached out his hand to touch the necklace on his neck. The necklace was a key. The key that unlocks the door that holds her captive. She carefully unlocked the key and held it in her hand. Zero was still in a deep sleep, as if he was exhausted from the outside world. However, the imprisoning vines didn't move either. She gently moved aside and gave him the cushion to use as a pillow. Then, she tiptoed to the door. He inserted the key into the keyhole, and with a click, the door opened. Wei Bai was overjoyed. She pushed open the door and was about to step out. However, he suddenly froze. What was outside the door was not yellow sand, nor was it the base. Instead, it was an unfamiliar garden. A transparent protective shield enveloped the entire place. In front of the door, there were ancient roses. It was almost like a flower field, full of brilliant flowers. It was simply stunning and extravagant. She stood at the door, the sunlight shining on her body. Her eyes were clear and filled with surprise. When she realized that she was about to escape, a pair of hands had already reached out from behind and gently hugged her. The man behind her pressed his body against hers. His gentle chest pressed against her thin back. "Do you like it?" He had just woken up, and his voice was hoarse from sleepiness. It was so sexy that it numbed her. Wei Bai was silent for a long time. Suddenly, she threw the key in her hand into the flower field. Then, she pushed Zero away and walked through the door again. Chapter 22-25. Zero had been looking at her gently from start to end. Wherever she went, he would follow her in silence. It was as if she was really his god and he was willing to follow her. After Bai Weiwei walked through the door, she suddenly kicked away the soft cushions in irritation. Zero obediently picked up the cushions and placed them by her feet. Weiwei Bai was even more annoyed by this. She kicked Zero's body fiercely. His body was too hard and it hurt her foot. He didn't move at all. Instead, Zero gently held her ankle. His voice was low and there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. "Does it hurt?" Weiwei Bai trembled and immediately took a few steps back. Her face was pale as she said fiercely, "Damn pervert, stay away from me." Zero's cold eyes blinked innocently. Then he automatically moved his body away from her. Weiwei Bai looked at him and felt as if all her strength had been injected into cotton. It was very uncomfortable. She finally exploded. She rushed over and grabbed Zero's clothes. All the anger that she had suppressed for so many days exploded. "How long are you going to lock me up? If being your god means being locked up by you, I don't want it." Zero's eyes darkened, but he revealed a gentle smile. "It's chaotic outside. Weiwei, I have to protect you." Weiwei Bai said word by word, "You're the one who's hurting me, controlling me, and imprisoning me. I don't need the protection of a pervert like you." Zero's eyes darkened. Darkness began to grow in his eyes. His smile slowly turned evil and crazy. "But I need it." His fingertips gently tapped the air. Those threads suddenly moved. Weiwei Bai couldn't control her actions. Her expression was full of disgust, but she gently reached out and hugged Zero. Zero took advantage of the situation and carried her. She obediently leaned against his chest and wrapped her arms around his neck. Zero smiled brightly as he placed her on the bed. It's time to sleep." Weiwei Bai couldn't control her body and could only lie there obediently. "You're crazy." She could only say whatever she wanted. Zero held her face. His eyes were lazy, affectionate, greedy, and devoted. His lips touched her skin, and he said softly, "Don't hate me, Weiwei. You can spoil me, whip me, and punish me, but don't push me away." Weiwei Bai's eyes were extremely sharp. She sneered, "Can I push you away? You keep saying that I am your god, but is there a god that is as useless as me? Even if I don't sleep, I have to be controlled?" Zero looked up. Under her long and thin eyelashes, her eyes were as beautiful as a river of light. It was affectionate, but there was no warmth in it at all. He leaned against the bed in an absolutely submissive and humble manner and held her fingers with both hands. It was like a gesture of pious prayer. "I just can't lose you. This is my way of protecting you. If there really was a god in this world, how could a greedy mortal let go of his god when he had a way to imprison it? He had only done something that anyone would have done, so he never felt guilty or blamed himself. All his softness and obedience were just means to curry favor. Wei Wei Bai felt that she was crazy to seriously debate with him. She closed her eyes and pursed her lips angrily. She didn't intend to speak, but in less than a few minutes, she suddenly heard Zero murmuring softly. Wei Wei Bai opened her eyes and looked at him strangely. "What are you doing?" /button. Chapter 22-26. He was actually kneeling by the bed, holding her hand and placing it on his chest. He lowered his head and prayed like a sacrificial lamb. This scene was indescribably beautiful, but it was also strange and scary. Zero's closed eyes trembled and then slowly opened. He said seriously, "I'm praying to you. Isn't it normal for a believer to pray to their God for their wishes to be fulfilled?" Wei Wei Bai. She was someone who had seen a lot. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. Don't be fooled by this lunatic. She thought that it was strange enough that the four personalities could change. The weirdest thing was that after the personality fusion, it actually created a lunatic whose brain rhythm was even weirder than hers. She didn't even know where to start. Wei Wei Bai was helpless. What wish do you want to fulfill? After saying that, get lost. You can't even sleep well. She would feel normal if he dissected her and ate her one day. Zero stared at her, real greed and desire appearing in his golden eyes. "My wish is to obtain everything of yours." Wei Wei Bai retracted her hand. "Think about it slowly. In this world, no one can obtain everything of another person. Do you think you can integrate me into your bones?" The passion in Zero's eyes dimmed a little. It was as if he knew that she was right. Wei Wei Bai impatiently reached out and pinched his chin, looking at him coldly. "There is only one way to make us fuse together, and that is to burn us to ashes together. At that time, whoever can tell whose ashes are whose will definitely be mixed together." Wei Wei Bai sneered. "Unfortunately, I can never be with you." Zero looked at her silently. Then he revealed a gentle smile. Wei Wei Bai ignored him, but he gently covered her with a blanket. It was getting closer and closer to a month, and Wei Wei Bai was getting more and more anxious. Zero was still obedient and didn't fight back. Even the system couldn't stand it. "Fuck, the male lead is suffering from Stockholm Syndrome. I think you're the prisoner." Wei Wei Bai said, "Am I not pretending to be crazy so that I can find a chance to stab myself in the stomach?" Those air threads were everywhere. It was not easy to find chance. The remaining energy of the dagger couldn't deal with Zero, but it was easy to deal with an empty balloon and an embryo that hadn't germinated. She just couldn't find a chance. The system said, "Why do I feel like you just want to beat the male lead to vent your anger?" "By Wei Wei." "Yes, The system, scumbag and scumbag. A match made in heaven." The system expressed that it would let them do whatever they wanted. It held the manual and passed it by. After half a month, one day, Zero suddenly put her in a complicated and gorgeous dress. He draped a bright red cloak over her shoulders. It was as if he was looking at the most beautiful angel. His eyes were filled with pure joy and happiness. "Wei Wei, I'll take you out." Wei Wei Bai didn't refuse, she couldn't. When he brought her to an unfamiliar place, she saw an incomparably huge ancient castle appear. The tall and magnificent door slowly opened, and everyone knelt down. Zero held her hand and walked to the balcony. There was a golden chair there. He asked her to sit down, then raised his beautiful finger and pointed down. "Look." Wei Wei Bai was mentally prepared, but she was still stunned when she saw it. Under the balcony, there were tens of thousands of people kneeling, whether they were sincere or not. At this moment, she was sitting there like the ruler of the world. Zero slowly knelt down beside her. His eyes were filled with fanatical joy, just like those worshippers below. "Look, Wei Wei, I've brought the world to you." Wei Wei Bai's expression was sluggish for a few seconds. Then she slowly lowered her eyes to look at him. She seemed to have thought of something, then reached out her finger and gently touched his face. This rare closeness stunned Zero for half a second. Wei Wei Bai revealed a calm and hypocritical smile. "Well done, Zero." Maybe he was too shocked by her. Even Zero was happy with such a little bit of encouragement. Ding, the male lead's favorability is at 97. Wei Wei Bai. Did he really get Stockholm Syndrome for being tortured? The gentle smile on Zero's delicate face dispelled the gloomy, evil aura around it, compared to the worship of everyone in this apocalypse. Her eyes were filled with affirmation, even if it was the most superficial perfunctory. It was more important than the weight of this world. Wei Wei Bai stroked his hair. It was rare for her to be so close to him. She even revealed an incomparably gentle smile, just like at that time, when she was facing the weakest personality. It was beautiful and sincere. A nostalgic expression appeared on Zero's face. But Wei Wei Bai's voice was light and soft, as if she was bewitching him. "Zero, do you love me?" Zero calmly said, "I love you." Because he was so sure there was no need for any passionate confession, there was also a sense of shock. Wei Wei Bai gently stroked his hair with her fingertips, as if she was treating a favorite pet. Her voice became sweet. "Then give me all your abilities, okay?" /T. Chapter 22-27. Zero seemed to be greedy for her initiative to touch him, the warmth of her fingertips. It was as if it was his salvation. He did not even care about the greed in her eyes and how unreasonable such a request was. He slowly raised his eyes. His cold golden eyes revealed a trace of satisfied smile. "You want my ability?" Wei Wei Bai frowned and sneered. "I want it even in my dreams. But I know you won't give it to me, so get lost." She had been so irritable recently, pure and unpretentious. Emotional fluctuations, changeable June weather. Just as she was about to retract her finger, the moment her fingertips left his cheek, he suddenly grabbed her hand. He was still half squatting, his black robe fell to the ground and flowed on the ground. The golden sunlight fell on his face. She could clearly see that under his cold expression, there was a hint of reluctance. Wei Wei Bai did not care whether he was willing or not. She tried to retract her finger. But now, her ability was too far away from Zero's. If he did not want to let go, she could not retract her finger. Zero was still in the same position, his lips curved slightly. "If possible, I would like to fulfill any of your requests." But this was not possible. Because she got what she wanted, she did not want him anymore. What she wanted was his ability. If the ability was always with him, then even if she was jealous and resentful, she could only stay by his side. Zero narrowed his eyes at her, his gaze deep and greedy. "I have to stop any possibility of you leaving me." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. Then, she tried to retract her finger, but Zero was indifferent. He held on to her finger and did not let go. Her fingertips were still on his face. It was as if he could feel that her gentleness, just now, had never left. Wei Wei Bai hardened her heart and scratched his skin with her fingernails. Then, she realized that only a small mark was left. The smile in Zero's eyes deepened, because it seemed that she had taken the initiative to touch him again. Wei Wei Bai said to the system, "This guy is so perverted, I can't afford to offend him." The system said, "Don't worry, you can be even more perverted than him. I have faith in you, good luck." Wei Wei Bai was speechless. After watching the scene of thousands of people worshiping him, Bai Weiwei faintly glanced at Zero, neither happy nor sad. Zero calmly held her hand. He walked back to the darkness step by step from the light with his back facing everyone. The castle was so huge that it was impossible to imagine how it was built in such a short time. Zero did not lock her back in that damned place full of prison vines. Instead, he held her hand and walked slowly. The red carpet was as gorgeous as red wine. His golden eyes, in the dark, was suppressing a sense of happiness. It was as if it was a very happy thing to hold her hand and accompany her everywhere. In contrast, Bai Weiwei's expression was no different from that of a dead parent. Walking in front of a huge round window, she saw a vast expanse of yellow sand outside. Many huge bases were being built in the yellow sand. Zero's voice was gentle. "When the bases are completed, I will begin to revive the vitality of this land and set up a strict hierarchy. I will help you build the kingdom you like, and everyone in this world will be your slaves. All of your slaves." Because she wanted to be a god, he pressed the heads of all the people in the world and made them kneel before her. This gift was terrifying. If there was an uprising one day, those slaves would rush in and cut her into pieces. Download the at https://m Sashu. Com button at the bottom to record this chapter. Chapter 22-28. That was to be expected. He was the overlord of the base at the end of the world, but he was beaten so miserably by Zero. The relationship between humans that could be considered equal became the relationship between a slave master and a slave. Who would be willing to do that? Wei Wei Bai suddenly realized the purpose of the main system to make Zero lose all his abilities. Maybe it was because Zero used his abilities to cause too much damage in this world. The main system probably wanted him to fall in love. In the end, he destroyed the balance of the entire world. Wei Wei Bai looked out of the window for a long time. Zero thought that she was yearning for freedom. His eyes darkened. Then, he quietly pulled her hand and was about to walk somewhere else. It's still so dirty outside. It'll look better with flowers and plants after it's done. Wei Wei Bai didn't move. Her eyes shone with an unimaginable light. She stepped back and sat on the windowsill. Behind a huge window was a gray sky and yellow sand. She leaned against the window, one hand still in his palm. Zero stood in the dark and looked at her quietly. Wei Wei Bai suddenly revealed a seductive smile. Her eyes narrowed, and there was a seductive look in her eyes. Kneel. Zero didn't hesitate. He elegantly knelt down on one knee. His fingers even smoothed out the creases of his black robe. His voice was quiet and gentle. Do you need me to be more humble? It was as if he would fulfill her wish if she said so. The young man's youthful face had a trace of infatuation. But more than that, there was a crazed look in the depths of his eyes. Wei Wei Bai didn't say anything. She tentatively stretched out her other hand and gently touched his face with her fingertips. She had been dispirited for so long. Now that she was more energetic, there was a gorgeous light in her eyes. He couldn't take his eyes off her. How humble can you be? You're already kneeling? She murmured, but her smile became even more beautiful. A gust of wind blew behind her, and her long hair fluttered gently. That gorgeous beauty made Zero pause for half a second. He seemed to remember the first time they hugged. She took the initiative to press him under her body. She was a little impatient, but her beauty was indescribable. He was still a rational person. Even with such strong self-control, there were still ripples in his heart that he couldn't suppress. It was itchy, it was breathtaking, and it was love. Just like now, her eyes were filled with suppressed impatience, but there was a stunning smile on her face. Her actions were frivolous and showed no respect for him. Her every move was so devilish that people were willing to die for her. Ling gently closed her eyes. Her long and thick eyelashes suppressed the infatuation in her eyes. As long as you like it, I could do anything with you. His voice was calm, but there was a hint of madness in it. Wei Wei Bai's fingertips were already at his throat. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. Anything. After saying that, a transparent thread of air appeared under her fingernails. She had been bored out of her wits recently, so she tried to control the threads of the puppets. In the end, it took her a long time. He actually broke a thread. The thread was hidden in his fingernail, and it was as tough as a sharp blade. The thread appeared without a sound. Ling didn't seem to notice it either. There wasn't even a trace of fluctuation in his eyes. His exquisite face was like the most profound and beautiful oil painting, with a strong sense of beauty. His gaze was still quietly fixed on Wei Wei Bai. His beautiful neck didn't even dodge. He quietly waited for the thread in her hand to decide. Wei Wei Bai didn't care whether or not he noticed her little trick. Slash button. Chapter 22-29. She continued to stroke his neck, as though she was an owner who was pampering her cat. Wei Wei Bai's voice was calm. I used to think that being a god was good. It was good to have endless power. Now that I've been locked up by you, I feel that this kind of life is not a big deal. As she spoke, the silk thread in her hand slowly cut into the skin of his neck. The silk thread was unexpectedly sharp. Blood seeped out from the transparent thread. The red liquid was like a blooming red rose. It was gorgeous and strange. Zero did not even frown. He continued to look at her with such an infatuated and loving gaze. It was as though she wanted to use the silk thread in the air to break his neck. It was just a small matter to please him. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes slightly. Her smile became sinister. Even if I kill you, you won't resist, right? Zero's beautiful thin lips moved. In the end, it was like a sigh. If that's what you want. Wei Wei Bai. She really couldn't beat him in pretending to be a pervert. If perverts were ranked, Zero would definitely be the king of perverts. Her smile froze a little. Then, she exerted more force in her fingers. More blood flowed out. Blood stained her fingers. He started to tremble. His eyelashes trembled as well. His eyes became a little watery. There was a hint of fragile beauty. She could feel his breathing. It became shallower and shallower until it was almost gone. Wei Wei Bai's actions were ruthless. Her tone was cold and emotionless. Do you like it? This is my gift to you. It's a monster that I created. Since he was so generous to let her hurt him, she was not going to be polite with him. He dared to imprison her. She dared to rack her brains to kill him. Wei Wei Bai's eyes revealed endless coldness and cruelty. It was shocking. Zero was still holding one of her hands. His neck was slightly raised. Blood flowed down his exquisite collarbone and chest. It was like a sacrificial gesture. It was pure and innocent. It was absolutely stunning. The silk thread in the air at Wei Wei Bai's fingertips was red. It was the shadow of blood. She exerted force. Her hatred was so obvious. Suddenly, the thread snapped. Wei Wei Bai frowned. She snorted and sneered, "What a bummer." After saying that, she wiped her bloody fingers on his clothes. Zero's powerful self-healing ability played a role. The wound on his neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Only his body was still covered in blood. She looked on coldly, then turned her eyes away to avoid trouble. But in the next second, Zero stood up and placed his hands on both sides of the window. His slender body enveloped her. His domineering manner made Wei Wei Bai feel uncomfortable as she looked up at him. However, she saw the smile in his eyes. His thin lips parted slightly, and his voice was slightly hoarse. "Wei Wei, do I get a reward for being so obedient?" He could give up everything for her. However, he was a greedy monster. Since he had already paid the price, even if he had to snatch it by force, he had to get back some benefits. To appease the greedy and crazy beast in his heart, Wei Wei Bai was completely convinced by Zero's freakishness. She said to the system, "This is the first time I feel that my freakishness is actually lost." System, you said you're a pervert, and you're so proud of yourself. /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com. Chapter 2230. You can search Transmigration system. Adonis, you can come to Sashu. Com in Baidu to find the. Against such a capable, perverted, sick, blackened, and crazy target like Zero, Wei Wei Bai wondered if her future was to be a haggard old woman who had children and had a family here. She was invulnerable to both soft and hard methods. She would just deny it after eating. Wei Wei Bai told the system about her worries while stuffing food into her mouth. The system looked at her eating happily and complained with such a worried tone. It was speechless for a long time before saying, "Even if you have children, you can only stay here for 2 years." A year had passed, and the favorability of the main mission was at 97. In the past, she could just leave after a while. But now, she was being held back by a weird side mission. He thought that the host was anxious. Looking at the host who was eating with her mouth full, it decided to just be a haggard old woman. Wei Wei Bai sighed worriedly. That's right, 2 years, and the child is only 1 year old. How pitiful. Then, she ate another piece of cake. The system was speechless. Ever since it was hit by the pervert of the male lead, it felt that it could not find a more perverted host. It seemed to have given up on itself. The system looked at a new discount item in the supermarket and hesitated whether to say it or not. It felt like the host was enjoying being a haggard old woman. Wei Wei Bai ate her cake. What's the matter? Why are you hesitating? System. The host can't see him. How do you know he's hesitating? Wei Wei Bai. When you pout, I know whether you're going to poop or pick up soap. System. Go be a haggard old woman, a scumbag mother. In the end, the system said, there's a discount item called the Random Difficulty Solver. Wei Wei Bai. Why does this name sound so weird? System. It's like a random lottery. It's a lucky gift bag. After you buy it, it can solve a problem, but you'll never know what kind of problem it's going to solve. For example, some hosts directly solve the most important strategy problem after using it. But some hosts, after using it, actually solved their recent constipation problem. It was almost like a lottery. There is a huge difference between the first prize and the thank you for your participation award. Wei Bai, how much HP? The system said 15 life points. This thing was randomly placed on the shelves. It might not even appear once in 100 years. Therefore, even though the price was extremely low, not many hosts were able to buy it. Wei Bai had bought it for 580 yuan. He no longer cared about 15 days, but he still cared. But now, she was forced to the point where she had nowhere to go. After swallowing the last bite of the cake, she said with heartache, "Buy it. This is the last time. If you can't solve the problem, I'll be a scumbag mother." Damn it. He had to torment himself to this extent. If she still couldn't leave, what else could she do if she had a child? The system nodded and purchased the difficulty solver. This thing was hard to come by. Even if the host didn't buy it, he would keep it and take it out when he needed it in the future. After he bought it, the system immediately gave him a prize. Then, he would wait for the solution to come into play. In the end, after waiting for a long time, Wei Bai said, "Have you used it?" The system was silent for a while before saying, "Yes, I did. Do you feel anything?" Wei Bai was speechless for a moment before she suddenly touched her face. "It seems like I have a very small pimple on my face. It's gone." When she said this, the two of them fell into a deeper silence. The so-called solution to the problem was to solve the pimple that had been causing her to get angry recently. Chapter 2231. When one's luck was bad, even picking up a piece of soap could cause a comminuted fracture. Maybe it was because Wei Bai's dazed expression was too obvious. Zero, who was sitting opposite her, looked up faintly, then put his elbows on the table and leaned forward. His fingers touched her face, as if her actions just now made him curious. "What's wrong? What do you feel uncomfortable?" He did not dare to tell her that she was pregnant. He was worried that she would rebound badly. Now that she hated him, she might not like his child. He could only secretly check her body, pay attention to everything about her, and let her scold him as she wished. As long as she liked it. Wei Bai was expressionless. "I'm fine." Just as she was about to continue eating, Zero's eyes flashed with a trace of disbelief. His fingers were stained with a trace of powder. Then, he looked at Wei Bai. Her white skin started to become illusory. Bit by bit, life force dispersed in her body. This scattered life force, along with her body, seemed to be collapsing and disappearing. Wei Bai also noticed the condition of her body. She frowned and asked the system, "What happened?" The system, "You exploded?" Wei Bai, "The system, looks like the difficulty solver solved you. Solve a difficulty." Then the difficulty solver gave out a reward. It actually killed Wei Bai. So in the eyes of the difficulty solver, Wei Bai's existence was a difficulty? Wei Bai, "Fuck, if I'm solved, how are we going to solve Zero's side mission? Our souls will be wiped out." She was prepared to be a scumbag mother, just to use the remaining time to solve the side mission. After all, there were only a few days left. There was no way to solve Zero's ability problem. Wei Bai was just about to ask the system to look for a lifesaver to save her life. If it were not for the side mission's terrifying punishment, she did not want to pay such a high price. But before she could open her mouth, a huge and warm life force surged into her collapsing body. Her eyelashes fluttered as Zero appeared beside her and hugged her tightly. His body was trembling violently, and his voice was panting heavily. "Do you not like to be here with me that much?" That panicked tone was filled with despair and grief that surged from the depths of his throat. "I've been watching you so closely, yet you still managed to find a way to commit suicide." Wei Bai, this was a misunderstanding, but she didn't want to explain. Wei Bai seemed to have thought of something and lowered her eyes calmly. When she looked up again, the corners of her eyes were red. A deep sadness appeared in her eyes. However, there was also a cruel pleasure in his sorrowful eyes. She said softly, "You want to control everything about me, but you're not a real god. Look, my death is up to me." Zero's body stiffened as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. From the moment he was born, He had used his own power to control everything in this world. Even if it was her, she had always been in his grasp. But when he saw her, his life force began to dissipate, and he realized that his so-called power to control everything was so weak. He actually had no idea how she had managed to do all this right under his nose. He had clearly locked all of her power. Wei Wei Bai saw that his usually calm and beautiful face had a fragile fear, and she finally revealed a brilliant smile. "Look, you're not omnipotent. At least, if I were to die, you wouldn't be able to save me." His life force kept flowing into her body. However, her own life force and the speed at which her body was collapsing was always a little faster. If this continued, no matter how much life force he had, no matter how much power he had, it would all be absorbed and destroyed by her. The progress bar of the side mission that hadn't moved for a long time, it began to slowly rise again. Zero hugged her tightly. Her golden hair fell on her body, and the dust that looked like stars fell on her. It was her body and life that was disappearing. Hearing her cruel and calm words, he finally slowly raised his head. His beautiful thin lips had lost all color. Even his golden pupils had turned gray and white. It was terrifying and demonic. "You think you can get rid of me like this?" Zero's voice was so gentle that it made people's hair stand on end. His hand slowly moved to her chest. The spatial crack appeared again, and a huge black power poured into his body. It turned into boundless life force that poured into her body again. Wei Wei Bai coldly said, "It's no use, you can't save me." Zero smiled, and there was a shocking madness in his paranoid eyes. "That's right, but even if you want to go to hell, you have to take me with you. Don't ever think of abandoning me." Ding! The male lead's favorability has increased to 100. Chapter 2232. The dark space crack seemed to be completely torn apart by some kind of power. In the empty space, there was a terrifying power rolling everywhere. And these powers were all absorbed by Zero. Chairs, tables, furniture, lamps, everything began to shatter in the face of absolute power. He sat on the ground with Wei Wei Bai in his arms, and his golden hair began to become illusory. Because of the rapid erosion of power, his skin also became fragile. His blood vessels burst, and blood gushed out from under his skin. It was extremely frightening. However, the expression on his devilishly exquisite face, which was bleeding horribly, was still so gentle and affectionate. Wei Wei Bai's fingers gripped his clothes tightly. "You can't save me. Stop it." He was absorbing all the power in this plane of space. The vitality of the earth, the dark power of space, and the energy of people. Together, they were all walking towards the true end of the world. Even Wei Wei Bai was shocked by this scene. It was a typical example of a person dying, and the whole world would be buried with him. Zero's fingers kept pinching the back of her neck. This was a possessive and paranoid action. His eyes had a hint of beautiful blurriness. In a mist of power that filled the sky, his smile was like the most beautiful demon, bewitching all living things and destroying everything like the evil god. "So what? Whether I can be saved or not, I will be with you. Live together." When he died, even if he turned into ashes, he would drag her along with his ashes. Oh, this kind of way to die from being crushed by a terrifying power. In the end, they might not even have ashes left, but even if they turned into empty energy in the end, they could still be entwined together. How good? How could she keep leaving him? How could a terrifying and extremely vague obsession suddenly appeared in his heart? His obsession with her seemed to have started a long, long time ago. The fear that rose from his bones seemed to be forever her back view when she left. The fear of being abandoned made him rather die with her than live on his own. It was too painful to be alone. A world without her was too hopeless. "Don't leave me." The power that rushed into his body was then diluted by him, dissolving into gentle life force. Enter her body. He destroyed himself bit by bit to keep her by his side. Fear finally appeared in Wei Wei Bai's eyes. She had never had so many emotions in her heart. His heart seemed to throb a little. His throbbing was so faint, yet so real. As if she was bewitched, she couldn't help but gently touch his eyes with her fingers. His eyelashes had a dense light, the result of his life force dissipating. Zero seemed to be shocked. His eyelashes trembled, and a stream of blood flowed out from his eyes. Because he was surprised and flattered, the muscles in his eyes twitched. As a result, the already weak spot tore open, causing blood to flow out. Her life force had always been a little faster than his. Wei Wei Bai's vision began to turn black, and the world became dizzy again. She seemed to be muttering something softly. "Don't like me. It's not worth it." This sentence was more like an instinct. After she finished speaking, her mind went blank, leaving no trace behind. The side mission also announced the completion of the mission. In a shattered world, only Zero's illusory body was left. He hugged Wei Wei Bai and gradually turned into dust. // Chapter 2233. He sat there quietly as the plane began to collapse. The sand of the end of the world, the barren land, and the humans who had not been sucked dry. The gray sky, the half-built base. There was nowhere to escape. Only a few monsters were left. They seemed to be wiped out by some huge power. This was not the power of humans, nor was it the power of any living creature in this world. It was not even the power of the main system. It was the power of God. The system saw all this happen and could not believe it. The plane was collapsing. Under Zero's pressure, an illusory projection was revealed, and the projection was destroyed in Zero's hands. It looked at Zero with trembling eyes. It found that his transparent body was still imprisoning the pure white soul. It was Wei Wei Bai's soul. The system's fingers trembled, and it wanted to reach out and snatch it. But Zero just looked up quietly. His eyes were like flowing lights, emotionless. It was not Zero's eyes. It was Yushuan. When Wei Wei Bai's body disappeared and the soul was about to return to the system, Zero woke up. Zero unexpectedly woke up and reached out to imprisoned by Wei Wei's soul in his arms. His golden hair fell to the ground, and his calm eyes were like an abyss of light. Suddenly, his eyelashes trembled, and a trace of humanity appeared. He was a little confused, but when he saw the soul in his arms, he suddenly smiled. "This is the world she came from?" The system finally confirmed. It looked at Zero with a strange expression. "Yi Yushuan. Oh, what was going on? Why was Yi Yushuan here? Shouldn't he be in the real world, waiting for a dream? How could the main system tolerate such a big bug appearing in a mission at the same time?" Yi Yushuan carefully held her soul, and his eyes became gentle. "This is my Wei Wei." He remembered all of Zero's memories. In fact, he was Zero, but he had forgotten. But he still remembered her instinctively, so he was moved and happy when she approached him. Love her willingly. This was the accumulation of love from many worlds. For the first time, Yi Yushuan realized that it wasn't the isolated feeling in her dreams, but real love. That weakest personality was after he came to this world with her. It was the purest and most instinctive emotion. It was absolute dependence and love. The system finally shouted, "How did you get here?" Yi Yushuan had transmigrated. Without the guidance of the system, he tore through time and space to chase after her. How did he locate Wei Wei Bai's position? Red line. But just by relying on the red string, his soul had come running. How strong would one have to be to achieve this? Even if his body was very strong, his body in the real world had not awakened its true power. The system was completely in awe of Yi Yushuan. Yi Yushuan glanced at the system and gently hugged Wei Wei Bai. He said, "Are we going back?" The system hurriedly nodded. "Give me your soul." It was really afraid that Yi Yushuan would suddenly take things too hard and do something crazy to Wei Wei Bai's soul. Yi Yushuan looked at the world that had disappeared. "This world is fake." The system said, "It's not fake. If you didn't appear, everything would be real." The soul of the original body had appeared, and the power was incompatible with the world. It directly crushed the world. / to facilitate the next reading, you can click at the bottom to record this reading. Chapter 2234. He finally knew why the main system issued the mission to destroy Zero's power. Because Zero's power did not come from this plane at all. It came from Yi Yushuan's soul. This kind of power, no matter which plane it appeared in, it would destroy the plane. Destroying this main body's power was equivalent to saving the world. Yi Yuxuan seemed to feel that the system's words were contradictory. If he did not appear, it would be real, but if he did appear, it would be fake. His body was finally broken because of the power swallowing, and a golden soul appeared. It was not like Wei Wei Bai's weak light ball. He still had the image of a human. His body was tall and elegant. His golden hair fell to the ground. His beautiful naked body was full of the light of power. This was the image of soul maintained by a huge power. The system reached out with trembling hands. "Can you return her soul to me?" Yi Yuxuan hugged the white light ball. He lowered his head and peered into the light ball. He found the little Wei Wei Bai curled up like a baby in the womb, sleeping peacefully. His eyes were full of gentle smiles. This was his Wei Wei. This was the first time he saw her in her soul state. She was so cute that he could not stand it. The system looked at the infatuated Yi Yuxuan like a pitiful beggar and continued, "When we go back, give me her soul." Yi Yuxuan completely treated the system as air. He looked up. The gentleness in his eyes turned into a murderous coldness. "You're the one hugging her every time?" System, its neck was cold. It had a premonition that it was going to turn around. What was going on? Yi Yuxuan stared at it calmly for a while, then retracted his gaze and calmly walked towards the system. He reached out and grabbed the collar of the system. The system that was only a few years old was swayed forward. "You lead the way, we'll go back." System, he was once a famous great commander, but now he was being carried around like a dog being walked. Did it have no shame, no dignity? Yi Yuxuan's voice was indifferent and cold. "Do you know the way?" It was as if he was telling a dog that it would be stewed if it didn't recognize the way. The system silently shed 2 lines of sorrowful tears. "Yes, of course. Take care. I'll lead the way for you." Then he packed up his handiwork and the discounted snacks and resigned himself to leading the way. This time, it was surprisingly smooth leading the way. He had Yi Yuxuan's real soul by his side. The source of power that had been guarding the door of reality did not appear again. When they arrived at the door of reality, Yi Yuxuan carefully placed Wei Wei Bai's soul into the system's arms. "Protect them well." He lowered his voice and spoke earnestly. The system hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul tightly and nodded. "You go out first, I'll follow." Although the journey was smooth, he was still worried, because this was the first time that Wei Wei Bai's soul was not in his arms. He had been worried that Yi Yuxuan would suddenly go crazy and swallow Wei Wei Bai's soul. Not to mention that it was impossible. Yi Yuxuan had been tortured in so many worlds. It was not impossible for him to suddenly go crazy. Yi Yuxuan looked at the system, so eagerly hugging the soul. His gaze darkened as he stared at the system's neck. System. Then he silently hugged Wei Wei Bai's soul forward as if he was holding it. He did not come into too much contact with her soul. Yi Yuxuan's gaze softened a little. System. He's only a few years old now, and he's jealous. Others are vinegar barrels. This is a sea of vinegar. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com. Chapter 2235. Yi Yuxuan then passed through the door of reality and disappeared. The system also jumped into the door of reality. It put Wei Wei Bai's soul into the body. Yi Yuxuan, who was lying next to the body, moved his eyelashes and opened his eyes before Wei Wei Bai did. In the middle of his black eyes, there was a trace of pale gold. It was the color of the remnants of power. He seemed to be confused for a moment. Then his eyes began to wake up, and he turned his head to see the system floating in the air. He also saw the corner of the huge golden wheel above the system's head. Countless feathers of light floated down. They fell on them. Yi Yuxuan was used to this scene. He slowly got up and saw that Wei Wei Bai was still asleep. After the soul returned, she would be tired, so she would sleep for a while before opening her eyes. Yi Yuxuan looked up and said coldly to the system, "Don't tell her. I'll follow behind her." Although he succeeded in following her this time, he still couldn't remember her. Only when he was about to leave, when the soul left the shackles of the body, he suddenly remembered who he was. And he, who didn't know Wei Wei Bai, there's always a sense of malice towards Wei Wei Bai instinctively. So he couldn't let Wei Wei Bai know that the person she captured was him. In this way, she could coldly face the man in the plane who had malice towards her in the beginning, so that she wouldn't be hurt. Yi Yuxuan would rather the him in the plane be destroyed by her. He also didn't want the him in the plane to hurt her. The system immediately nodded. Yi Yuxuan got up and walked out. Then he saw Bai Changyin sitting on the sofa reading the newspaper, talking about the recent business situation. And Qin Xiu was cooking with the nanny. He had only been asleep for 8 hours. It was rare for him to sleep deeply. Even Qin Xiu thought that he was too tired recently and didn't notice anything strange. Yi Yuxuan walked into the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and automatically took out milk. As if by instinct, he wanted to search for those wild fruits in the plane. But when he looked at the food in the fridge, he came to a realization and closed the fridge with a sigh. Qin Xiu was peeling a carrot. He said, "You're awake. You've been too tired recently. It's rare to see you sleep for so long." In the past, Yi Yuxuan's resting time was as strict as a robot's. 4 to 6 hours a day, often 4 hours a day. Even with such a short amount of sleep, his body was still so healthy that it made others jealous. Ever since he started dating Wei Bai, his sleeping time had become even more fragmented. From time to time, he would wake up after 1 or 2 hours and then occasionally take a nap. Even if he slept like this, his body would still be healthy without any problems. Qin Xiu sometimes felt that he was unrecognizable because of jealousy. What kind of monstrous physique was this? Was he even human? Yi Yuxuan didn't say anything. She just held the milk and leaned against the fridge. His beautiful eyelashes drooped, and his black eyes were incomparably calm. Then he slowly raised the cup to his lips and drank the milk that was going to be given to Wei Bai. He tried not to bring out the habits of the plane. She would be suspicious. Yi Yuxuan drank and slowed down his breathing, getting rid of some of the little habits that would make people suspicious in the plane. Wait until later. Wait until he was free to follow her soul and enter any strange world she wanted to go to. Then he could wake up in those worlds with memories. At that time, he would never hurt her. He would accompany her to do tasks, love her, and spoil her. When he could absolutely master this ability, he could tell her. The person she had always met was him. It was him for all eternity. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com collections below to record the reading record of this time. Chapter 2235 Reality 3. Chapter 2236. When Wei Bai got up, she felt that she did not have a headache or chest ache. She said to the system, "Tongzi, did your abilities increase? I feel so refreshed when I wake up this time. I don't have a headache anymore." The system said, "Haha, maybe it's because your soul is stronger." Yi Yuxuan hugged her. How could he not feel refreshed? Her soul was wrapped in such a strong power. If she did not bump into anything, not even the wind of time and space could blow her away. When he thought about it, he felt that he was useless. Wei Bai stretched and got off the bed. "Let's find something to eat. Is there anyone at home?" The system said, "Your father, your doctor, your man." Wei Bai almost kicked the door. "Your man?" The system said, "Oh, Yi Yuxuan." He had done everything, except for that one piece of paper. Even the red string was tied. If he was not her man, then what was he? The system felt a little hopeless about this scenario, because in the end, he had to break up this wild and heartless pair of Mandarin ducks. If he failed, he did not know if Wei Bai would be hurt. He would be destroyed by the two of them the first time. When he thought of this, he quickly took out a small biscuit to calm himself down. Wei Bai said, "It's the weekend today." Having 3 men at home had become a habit. Even if Qin Xiu and Bai Changyin did not live here, they would go to sleep or settle some things. When they were free, they would go to Yi Yuxuan's place. As for Yi Yuxuan, he kept his promise. Wherever she was, he would be there. After so long, every time she woke up, he would definitely be by her side. The system said, "Yes, it's a weekend gathering. Dinner is just ready." Wei Bai pushed open the door and walked out, but coincidentally bumped into the arms of the man who was walking towards her. It was a faint masculine scent. It was indescribable, but it was unusually clear and light. It was not a perfume. It was more like he brought it with him, a scent that came from within his body. Wei Wei Bai was stunned. She could smell this scent more clearly. She had always known that there was a faint fragrance lingering around Yi Yuxuan, but it was never as clear as this. Wei Wei Bai was stunned for less than half a second. She wanted to move away, but a hand gently pressed on the back of her neck. It was a gentle force, but there was a strong sense of stubbornness. Of course, the man seemed to feel that this action was inappropriate. His fingers trembled, and he immediately let go. Wei Wei Bai raised her head and saw Yi Yuxuan's delicate. His cold red lips also pursed, and then a gentle smile appeared on his face. "You're awake?" Bai Weiwei nodded and quietly withdrew from his embrace. Yi Yuxuan was very calm and let her leave. Because of his natural appearance, Wei Wei Bai did not think much about the strange feeling that flashed by just now. Bai Changyin saw that Wei Wei Bai had woken up and nodded calmly. "You're awake? Just in time for dinner." Qin Xiu was setting the table. "Just in time, it's time to eat. After dinner, I'll give you checkup." Everyone had a normal expression. Waking up after 3 days had become a routine. So in everyone's eyes, what was clearly a very strange thing had become as normal as daily life. Yi Yuxuan also walked over, pulled out a chair, and gestured for Wei Wei Bai to sit. Even Wei Wei Bai felt that this scene was normal. After seeing it so many times, it was normal no matter how abnormal it was. So she sat down with a calm, cute face, and then began to eat. Tea. Chapter 2237. During the meal, Yi Yuxuan still calmly served her food and handed her a napkin. From time to time, he would feed her something. Bai Changyin and Qin Xiu, 2 lonely old dogs, faced the table full of the sour smell of love. They would also calmly serve each other food occasionally, as a friendly help between single dogs. Yi Yuxuan peeled a prawn for Wei Wei Bai, and when he handed it to her, she didn't know if it was intentional or not. His finger gently rubbed against her lips, that rich sauce aroma and the warmth of the man's fingertips. It was like a chemical reaction. It made Wei Wei Bai's scalp tingle a little. Her eyelashes fluttered, but she didn't show any expression on her face. Yi Yuxuan calmly retracted his finger. He didn't seem to be deliberately flirting with her. Wei Wei Bai buried her head in eating. She didn't dare to raise her head. After the meal, it was time for family fun. Wei Wei Bai ran to take a shower. When she closed the door, she chatted with the system before she took off her clothes. "How much is my HP now?" The system, 7,500. The last time she returned to reality, it was 7,500. Now it was still 7,500, thinking of the horrible HP deducted in the last plane. That dagger was 580, and there were all kinds of strange deduction items. Her mouth twitched. She felt that the transmigration strategy was so bad that she lost her underwear. If it wasn't for Yi Yuxuan's HP, she wouldn't have done it even if she died. In the time it took to eat this meal, the points deducted in the last plane were all back. Long live Yi Yuxuan. Wei Wei Bai held back her heartache and said, "Can the 580 dagger still be used?" The system can't be used in the end. The power of the space crack poured into the male lead's body and destroyed the plane. It also destroyed the dagger. Wei Wei Bai was a little worried. With that little bit of power left, it's worth at least a dozen or 20 HP. If I knew, I wouldn't have wasted it in the end. It's not a loss to stab myself. The system, it felt that it made sense, but also felt that something was wrong. The 2 extremely stingy host systems had completely distorted their views. He was silent for a while with heartache. After mourning for the 580, Wei Wei Bai sighed again. The system still had some plastic friendship. "What's wrong now?" Wei Wei Bai sat on the covered toilet and said with a grimace, "I'm dying." The system asked, "What's wrong with you?" After returning, her heart felt much better. Even if she was bungee jumping now, she would probably be fine. Other than her short lifespan, her physical condition was already better than most ordinary people. Wei Wei Bai said, "In the past, I was in poor health and had to think twice before doing anything. Now that I'm in good health, I could do anything I want." The system was confused. "Isn't that good?" Wei Wei Bai sighed. "How did you feel when Yi Yuxuan fed me just now?" The system said, "That braised prawn, it looked delicious." Wei Wei Bai face-bombed. It was delicious, but it wasn't the prawn that was delicious. When Yi Yuxuan fed me and his beautiful fingers touched my lips, I almost jumped up like I was electrocuted. When one's body recovered, one would have more energy. It was the same for both men and women. When one was full of energy, it felt like spring had come. There were prickly animals everywhere. The system said, "So you're full. So you want to?" Wei Bai held her face with both hands and said in a daze, "I've suppressed myself for too long. I'm not dead after facing Yi Yuxuan every day." The system said, "You're so thick-skinned, and you're as tough as a cockroach. What are you suppressing? Just go up and block, 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 block." The Transmigration system said, "My Prince Charming, come here, /crossover system. Adonis, come here and read the full article at https://www. Sashu. Com download Transmigration system. Adonis, come here and read this on your phone. https://m. Sashu. Com // to make it easier for you to read it next time. You can click Save at the bottom to record this reading. The book, please recommend it to your friends, QQ, blog, WeChat, etc. Chapter 2238. But she said softly, "I want." Yi Yuxuan's pupils constricted. "She said you." The girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. If she said it too generously, it would lose the original sense of attachment. It was more of a straightforward request. Yi Yuxuan suppressed the instinctive evil in his heart and sighed helplessly. "Do you know what you're saying?" How could he not see the seriousness and indifference in her expression? Serious, indifferent. It was the complete opposite, but she could show it so fearlessly. If he was more ruthless to her, she wouldn't know how dangerous it would be. Wei Bai was at a loss. She hadn't said anything yet. Why did he look like he understood everything? One night was indeed a little awkward and difficult to say, but Wei Bai, who was pleasantly thick-skinned, still straightened her neck. "I think we can go further." Yi Yuxuan's fingers trembled, but looking at her expression, she didn't mean that at all. He pursed his lips and his eyes darkened. "Which step you want to go further?" It definitely wasn't the step he was thinking of. If it was, she wouldn't have such an expression. Yi Yuxuan sometimes hated his observation skills. Any slight change in her seemed like he was reading her innermost thoughts. Wei Bai's eyes lit up, and she reached out her hand to signal him to come closer. Yi Yuxuan hesitated for half a second before gently putting his ear to her lips. The girl's breath was like a sweet wind, making the tip of his ear a little soft. Her words made him feel even more helpless. After saying her request, Wei Bai felt that if Yi Yuxuan was a man, he would definitely agree. But in the next second, Yi Yuxuan's fingers pressed against the back of her head. His calm voice contained traces of helplessness. "In your eyes, am I that casual?" Wei blinked her eyes. "What do you mean by whatever?" Yi Yuxuan was reluctant to say anything harsh, but she could still hear the seriousness in her tone. "I'm a responsible person." Wei Bai was in a daze, seemingly unable to react. These words were too fucking correct. She was a person whose moral bottom line had fallen into an ocean trench. She felt guilty when she heard that. Yi Yuxuan's eyes were deep and burning, but his tone was as calm as possible. "So, once we have a relationship, I can't not know them after one night. What I want is to confirm that kind of relationship after marriage." Wei Bai was shocked. Damn, Yi Yuxuan was so conservative. Yi Yuxuan's fingers slowly stroked her hair. When his fingers brushed past the ends of her hair, he almost couldn't help but twirl the ends of her hair around his fingertips and play with them. This was a small problem brought about by the plane. It was a paranoid, crazy, and possessive action. He quickly stopped his fingers and released her hair with difficulty. He was more and more influenced by the plane. Yi Yuxuan lowered his eyes and said softly, "If you can't bear it, let's go get a marriage certificate tomorrow, okay?" Wei Bai trembled and quickly said, No, I'm just kidding." Yi Yuxuan's eyes flashed with a hint of a smile. Although he was rejected, he knew how she was like. If she didn't really like him, she wouldn't make such a request. Yi Yuxuan pretended not to know her dilemma. He calmly carried her, walked to the room, and put her back on the bed. His handsome face was very calm. He covered her with a quilt and looked at her embarrassed red face. The download address is at https://www.sashu.com is at https://m.sashu.com/. Chapter 2239. You can search Transmigration System, Adonis. You can come to Sashu. Come on Baidu to find it. I know you're joking. It's late, go to sleep. Bai Weiwei was somewhat vexed as she hid under the quilt. Her two round eyes were revealed, revealing a hint of cleverness. She had always been like this. No matter what happened, she would always be very lively after she recovered. She glared at the good man, Yi Yuxuan, and wondered if she was too abrupt. After all, her moral bottom line was a little low, but it didn't mean that Yi Yuxuan was low too. Wei Weibai could only comfort herself that at least Xian Xian was a good and responsible man. Yi Yuxuan's eyes turned, and no one knew what he was thinking. His fingers slowly closed her eyes. Wei Weibai was puzzled. What's wrong? Yi Yuxuan said, don't look at me like that. His voice was a little hoarse, which made him sound especially lazy and sexy. I'll regret it. Wei Weibai was about to say that it was not too late to regret it. However, Yi Yuxuan was very calm and covered her mouth with his other hand. He was really afraid of her reckless personality. Wei Weibai didn't dare to move, knowing that Yi Yuxuan was serious. She sighed to the system. Look, this is a good man. The system also sighed. Maybe your charm is gone. After all, a beauty is no different from a sow. Not to mention that you're lying in bed all day. You don't have a filial son, and you're not even his mother. Today was also a day where it spared no effort to discredit the male lead. Wei Weibai, who had turned into a pig, she suddenly felt that the system made a lot of sense. Could it be that she had been sick for so long that Yi Yuxuan no longer had feelings for her? Wei Weibai reached out and pulled Yi Yuxuan's fingers away, her eyes bright and fierce. Yi Yuxuan, however, she saw the man in front of her leaning against the bed, his delicate eyes showing a hint of gentleness. He nodded faintly with an indescribable affection. She couldn't say what she wanted to say. After all, Yi Yuxuan didn't look like he was sick of her. She froze for a few seconds and suddenly muttered, "Wait for me." Yi Yuxuan was silent for a few seconds. His calm eyes showed a hint of a smile. Then he said softly, "I've been waiting for you all this time." He's been waiting for a long time. Bai Weiwei suddenly showed a brilliant smile. "Wait until I'm in good health, okay?" Yi Yuxuan nodded, his voice light and forbearing. "All right." Bai Weiwei reached for a yard after getting an inch. "You're not allowed to look at other women until I'm well." She could be called selfish. She couldn't deny the throbbing in front of this man. She didn't even know when she started to look for him the moment she woke up. She even started to worry about his feelings. Because of the plain strategy, she didn't even dare to go further with him. Wei Weibai wasn't someone who liked to lie to herself. But in front of him, she lied to herself again and again. She didn't have that many feelings for him, so she couldn't confess yet. She couldn't accept him. She couldn't confirm a relationship with him. She didn't have the right. Yi Yuxuan pursed his thin lips. Not only women, but also men and aliens. Wei Weibai added, not only people, but cats and dogs too. Didn't some weird people marry their pet dogs? Yi Yuxuan was very indulgent. He nodded calmly and seriously. Okay. Bai Weiwei smiled, her eyes curved, as cute as a puddle of the first moon. The system was a little speechless at this pair of kindergarten children. // Chapter 2240. A man and a woman who fell into the river of love. There was so much water in their brains that their IQ was gone. Wei Weibai saw his promise and was afraid that he would feel that he had taken a loss. She immediately said, "My body will recover soon. Wait for me." She did not dare to say anything now, but her body was much better now. Wait for Xiaoming to come. She would definitely come back. Then, it would be her turn to take the initiative. Wei Weibai's eyes were shining like stars. Yi Yuxuan stared at her for a long time, his fingers gently holding her hand. Then he said in a low voice, "I'm waiting for you." Actually, she did not need to keep emphasizing. He would always wait for her. No matter how far she went or how long she walked, he would wait. He would even chase after her. So don't be afraid, Wei Wei. Wei Weibai smiled as expected. She kept looking at him, so serious and happy. Finally, her voice was soft. I'm sleepy, Xian Xian. Yi Yuxuan's voice softened. I'm not leaving. Good night. Wei Wei Bai narrowed her eyes and said to the system, Let's go. I need to get more life points. The system said, Why don't you ask me if I got enough life points from Yi Yuxuan? Wei Wei Bai said, There's no need to ask. It's definitely full. The system, it was really full. This time, the life points she could take was 8,500. This was the maximum amount of HP she could sustain. Yi Yuxuan gave her more than this. It was a pity that she could not get it. The system reached out. In the pale light, her soul was slowly taken out of her body. Yi Yuxuan watched from the side. Finally, when the system took Wei Wei Bai's soul into its arms, Yi Yuxuan's gentle expression returned to its usual cold and calm. You go first. I'll try to follow you later. He tried again and again. There would be a day, not only in the real world, but in those strange worlds, he could also protect her. After hearing this, the system almost burst into tears. You still want to follow me? If someone like Yi Yuxuan were to follow them, she would destroy the entire plane. The system could only advise. Can you control your power a little? That world was destroyed the last time. You can come over, but you have to suppress your power. When Yi Yuxuan heard the word power, she seemed to be in a trance. Then, he looked at his fingers as if he was thinking about what kind of terrifying power he had. The system had already taken advantage of Yi Yuxuan's distraction to grab Wei Wei Bai's soul and run away. He was afraid of Big Boss Yi. This guy is the real Yi Outyin. Otherwise, I wouldn't know. Once he was given a hint, he could do anything. He was a system, and Wei Wei was a host. The two of them together were not even enough to be crushed by a single finger of the other party. How sad. By the time Yi Yuxuan looked up, the golden light had disappeared. The system also left. Yi Yuxuan was silent for a long time before he took out the sleeping pills. Then, he swallowed a large amount of pills. This time, he would sleep a little longer and see if he could follow them. His physical fitness was a bit special. The sleeping pills that could let people sleep for a day were only enough for him to sleep for a few hours. Last time, he also added a large amount of pills for 8 hours. It was estimated that ordinary people would sleep for 2 or 3 days without a problem. Yi Yuxuan was not afraid that he would have a problem if he took too many sleeping pills. He was afraid that if Qin Xiu saw it, he would take the initiative to take him to the hospital to have his stomach pumped. Yi Yuxuan laid down beside Wei Wei Bai. When he was about to close his eyes, he thought of something, reached out, and hugged Wei Wei Bai into his arms, then sighed comfortably and slowly closed his eyes to sleep. Collections below to record the reading record. The